because his eyes were feeling weird. This young man decided to go to Dr. Zhao's eye clinic for a checkup. Across from him, Dr. Zhao polished his glasses, looking skeptical. He wondered if the patient before him had walked into the wrong clinic or was just high. Looking at the haggard and skinny Zhang Yu with that zoned-out look in his eyes, he was sure it had to be drugs. Zhang Yu described the symptoms he'd been having recently. "My eyes don't feel right. Sometimes when it flares up, my eyes get all bloodshot, and I see everything around me in a deep red tint. The weirdest part is there's some kind of status bar, like in a video game that appears over the heads of living creatures. Right now, Dr. Zhao's is at 18%. Dr. Zhao asked Zhang Yu's age. Startled, he asked back, "Are you asking my age?" "Duh," Dr. Zhao said, annoyed. "What else would I be asking the size of your carrot?" He wondered to himself, "Are you sure you're not in the wrong clinic?" With his gaming experience, Zhang Yu guessed that status bar was a health bar. But 18%, that means he's practically toast. "Do you drink?" Dr. Zhao asked. Zhang Yu scratched his ear. He was still lost in his own world, which made Dr. Zhao shake with anger. Zhang Yu shook his head, snapping out of it. Dr. Zhao held his head, defeated. Finally, he just pulled out a penlight to check his eyes. Zhang Yu opened his eyes wide, moving them as Dr. Zhao instructed. After a look, he was confused. Zhang Yu's eyes looked perfectly fine. This kid must be tripping balls. Zhang Yu was kicked out. He used his eyes again. The entire hospital hallway was washed in a dark red hue. Above everyone's head was their remaining health bar. Zhang Yu smirked. "Why bother treating pink eye? This is obviously a power God gave me. But just seeing health bars, what's the point?" Zhang Yu left the hospital. On a news screen was a recruitment ad for the Night Watch organization. In '99, the city faced a great disaster, but they successfully built a safe haven for survival. The aberrations fled one after another. Hope had smiled on them. Zhang Yu wasn't interested in news about the Night Watch. He first wanted to get back to his pad. "No, first I gotta tie my shoe." The moment Zhang Yu bent down, suddenly everything shifted to a dark, gloomy blue-black. The once bustling street was suddenly deserted, not a soul in sight. Even the sun had a bizarre blue tint. The scene was as desolate as the apocalypse. A girl zipped past Zhang Yu, fighting an aberration. And it wasn't just her. Many others were also fighting various aberrations. The gory scene unfolding before him left Zhang Yu stunned, especially with the sun slowly being blotted out before his eyes. Now Zhang Yu was starting to feel a chill. Glistening drops fell from the dark sky, jolting Zhang Yu back to reality, back to the bustling street, where he was standing in the middle of the road. The Night Watch was still broadcasting about the city's safety under their protection. But Zhang Yu had changed his mind. Is this place really safe? Or is it all just a carefully crafted lie? A hand landed on his shoulder. It was a street peddler wearing a white Muslim-style headscarf. He licked his lips and started his MLM spiel. "My brother want to buy some D-grade medicine from an Indian shaman, 99% pure." Zhang Yu picked his nose teasingly. "A disaster is happening, and you're in the mood to sell medicine if it's a miracle cure, I'll consider it." The medicine peddler opened his case of wares. Zhang Yu scratched his head. "Is it free?" The man turned to leave, annoyed. "Damn it, if you're not buying, then scram." "What monsters? What are you nuts?" Zhang Yu quickly pulled him back. "Just kidding, don't be so touchy." He wanted to buy a bottle of medicated oil. On the way back, Zhang Yu was still salty. 3,000 yuan for a tiny bottle of oil. A bigger ripoff than capitalism itself. Looking at the peaceful street, Zhang Yu wondered if he was actually tripping. How could the city possibly be destroyed? The bus stopped at a station. Suddenly, the space around him turned a dark blue again, just like before. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, and everything went back to the same peaceful scene. "Looks like I really do need to see a shrink tomorrow." Zhang Yu touched his chest. For some reason, he'd felt a slight pain there a moment ago. Better put on that medicated oil when I get home. Zhang Yu lived in a shabby apartment building. Inside the bathroom, Zhang Yu got changed. He was horrified to see a design where the pain was on his chest. Zhang Yu vaguely recognized the shape. It was the culprit that fell from the bookshelf and hit him on the head last time. Who would have thought that stupid book would give Zhang Yu a tattoo? A badass glowing tattoo on his chest. The pain surged again, making Zhang Yu collapse to the floor. A stream of dark blue energy swirled around his body, both hot and searing. Zhang Yu quickly splashed water all over himself. The heat subsided, giving him some relief. Zhang Yu's eyes met his reflection in the mirror. His health bar was at 100%. That meant he wasn't kicking the bucket anytime soon. After his shower, Zhang Yu was about to leave the room. Suddenly, he realized he didn't have a shadow. A simple yet not-so-simple thing. Zhang Yu jumped around to every spot with light to find his shadow. He finally found it on the wall. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Man, he'd been through too much weird stuff today, so losing his shadow wasn't surprising. Just a short shower and Zhang Yu already felt sleepy. He stepped out and opened his door. A pitch-black shadow hit Zhang Yu's eyes, making his heart skip a beat. Zhang Yu tilted his head to one side to check it out. It tilted to the opposite side. Zhang Yu looked at his feet again. No shadow. With his years of experience as a storyteller, he understood the situation. Zhang Yu pressed the design on his chest. Even though the pain made it difficult, his shadow still stood there. The good news is his shadow hadn't run away. The bad news is it had come to life. That night, Jiang Yu played with his shadow. He ordered it to raise its left hand, then its right foot. The shadow obeyed perfectly. Suddenly, Jiang Yu broke into a wicked grin. His depraved expression made even the shadow speechless. "Do the fan dance," Jiang Yu ordered. The shadow immediately complied with all 49 moves of his sick dance. Jiang Yu was starting to get a headache, suddenly having a new dark-skinned slave in the house. Abruptly, the design on Jiang Yu's chest lit up. It flew up to the ceiling in a loop, spun around and stopped on the information tab. Jiang Yu's shadow's attributes appeared. He excitedly clicked to see them. It had all of Jiang Yu's memories. Its strength was synced with his, but it had no ability to think for itself. Jiang Yu glanced at the black shadow, still diligently doing the fan dance. Totally mindless. The shadow had no physical form. It was more like a spirit. He was starting to get a little creeped out. Jiang Yu gave it a pen and a calculus problem. The shadow wrote one letter, then stopped and looked at him. Looking down at its "I don't know" answer, Jiang Yu angrily took a book and whacked it on the head. But alas, it had no physical form. "All memories, my ass. I could solve this problem in 2 minutes. But maybe the problem's too hard, since the shadow can't think for itself." So Jiang Yu tested it by ordering the shadow to copy "Battle Through the Heavens." The shadow cracked its knuckles. It wrote faster than a typewriter. Jiang Yu was satisfied. "At this rate, I can copy books and sell them without fear of losing money. Sooner or later, Jiang Yu will have a whole factory dedicated to bootlegging books. Awesome." Jiang Yu looked at the attribute panel again, seeing if there were other ways to play. He clicked on Shadow Devour. It was an ability that helped Jiang Yu gain shadow points from any kind of darkness to strengthen himself or break down dead animals. To get shadow points, Shadow Devour, as in devouring in the dark. But how do I devour, by touching it or what? Jiang Yu looked left and right. He went to a corner of the wall that cast a shadow and raised his hand to try and devour the darkness. But it wasn't what Jiang Yu expected. He cursed. "What kind of main character system? Doesn't even have a tutorial for beginners. Whatever, I'll switch to the other ability, Shadow Eye." That was when Jiang Yu could see the dark side of the world and choose between observing and entering. Jiang Yu understood immediately. That was when he was wandering the streets and had that hallucination this morning. But what's the point of that ability? Well, I'll just figure it out as I go. Jiang Yu looked at the shadow and told it to do some push-ups. The shadow nodded. It stood up, and its whole body sank into the ground and disappeared. Jiang Yu was confused. I told it to do push-ups, and it ran into the ground. Now I don't even have a shadow. Jiang Yu searched for the shadow, calling it to get out here and serve its master. A black hole appeared in the middle of the room. The shadow jumped out in front of Jiang Yu. He immediately asked where it had run off to. It replied on a piece of paper, "To the dark side." "What for?" Jiang Yu asked. It replied, "To do push-ups." Jiang Yu got it. It must be that training on the dark side of the world is more effective. And so he allowed it to go back down and train some more. Jiang Yu sighed. A long day was over. All that was left was to hit the deadline. The next morning, Jiang Yu was still having a sweet dream at his desk, muttering in his sleep, "Hot-blooded story. Quick, give me the pen. I can keep drawing." Jiang Yu groggily opened his eyes. His waist ached from sleeping slumped over his desk. "At this rate, I'm going to ruin my back." Jiang Yu, open up. That familiar daily call. He went to open the door. It was early, but his friend, his childhood sweetheart Lu Yao Yao, was already there to see him. Jiang Yu was stunned. Why was Yao Yao's health bar down to 93%? A moment later, he realized that time of the month for girls. Yao Yao zipped straight into Jiang Yu's room, her eyes still glued to her phone. She was a huge fan of Hot-Blooded Story, and Jiang Yu happened to be the one who drew it. Last night, Yao Yao saw him post on TikTok that a new chapter was coming out, so she came to his house to pull some strings, wanting a sneak peek at the manuscript. Suddenly, a loud noise made Yao Yao jump. "You bastard!" she yelled. "Even if you didn't want to give me a sneak peek, you didn't have to slam the door." The door was cracked in a corner. Even Jiang Yu was confused by what he'd just done. Yao Yao's mouth twitched. Only now did she notice his different physique. Unlike his usual skinny, malnourished look, now Jiang Yu was ripped. He looked damn fine. Yao Yao thought he must have started working out, but she immediately dismissed the thought. A long-time weeb like Jiang Yu, who never exercises. How could he get a body like that? In just one night, Yao Yao's eyes narrowed. "You haven't touched something you shouldn't have you?" "Bullshit," Jiang Yu quickly denied. "I've just been working out more lately." So it turned out that as long as the shadow trained, he would also reap the benefits. Yao Yao lifted his shirt to check. An 8-pack ripped and chiseled made even her drool. But she couldn't ignore the main issue. Yao Yao had seen some of the cases her dad handled. She suspected he'd touched some strange objects. "Shut up, you talk too much." Jiang Yu couldn't argue and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Yao Yao grabbed Jiang Yu's arm. He panicked and yelled. Was she about to pull out some kind of weapon and blow his brains out, just as he thought? Yao Yao pulled out a watch and put it on his wrist. It was a contamination level meter. Anyone who possesses an anomalous object that creates new resentment will suffer a degree of contamination before turning into an aberration. If not cleansed in time, the contamination will build up and the person will degenerate and mutate. Zhang Yu smirked. His power came from the handbook on his chest. So what was there to be contaminated by? That's what he thought, but his body was already reacting. Glancing behind him, Yao Yao already had a gun ready. So she really was going to blow his brains out. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. In this life-or-death situation, he had to stay calm. He couldn't let her find out. He had to control the anomalous power in his body and make it stop. The watch finally went back to normal. Yao Yao nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Yu smiled in relief. See, I told you. Why'd you have to pull out a gun so fast? Yao Yao's father taught her to be careful about everything. Wherever she went, she always had to carry a gun for self-defense. Zhang Yu quickly changed the subject. He had just drawn some character designs for his story, hot-blooded, and asked if Yao Yao wanted to see them. She immediately got excited, a completely different person from a moment ago. That's the power of a superfan. After giving her the drawings and kicking Yao Yao out, Zhang Yu lay on his bed relieved. He opened the log system to check. A series of notifications about the Shadow's activities appeared. Zhang Yu was stunned. No wonder he'd transformed overnight. His dark-skinned slave had been training all night. At this moment, Zhang Yu focused, releasing his raging energy. Some liquid created a mysterious black area. Zhang Yu raised his hand, shaping it into a human figure. He was ecstatic, satisfied with the results. Very good. I have received the fruits of your labor from last night. But just push-ups aren't enough. We have to keep increasing the difficulty. The Shadow excitedly clenched its fist, affirming its determination. Seeing this, Zhang Yu joyfully shouted, good. Immediately after, he smugly directed the exercises. Branch plank. Index finger push-ups, tiger bends, keep going branch, human flag. Zhang Yu growled energetically, pumping his fist. Pistol squats. Keep upping the difficulty. Spider-Man push-ups. He performed a difficult move. Leku dragon flag. Meanwhile, Yao Yao was outside eavesdropping. After listening, she breathed a sigh of relief. Sounds like he's really just working out. I guess I was being too paranoid. Yao Yao, reassured, closed out her mission, making me worry for nothing. Glad he's okay. Time to go home and read. After some time. Historical log, January 20th, year 99. First day I got the Shadow. The Shadow trained all night. I didn't feel a thing. Suddenly just got stronger. This method of getting stronger is truly shamefully enviable. How can I be satisfied with this situation? January 21st, day 2. Arranged even more training exercises for the Shadow. The effectiveness has skyrocketed. As I am now, I could probably kill Yao Yao in one hit. Yao Yao? No, time to get to work. Uncle Lee came by today. He also works for the night watch. He probably won't notice anything strange about me. Tuan Quang smiled teasingly. You little devil, what took you so long to open the door? Uncle Lee is getting old, and he's missing an arm. I feel like I could kill 3 Uncle Lis in one hit. And 2 Yao Yaos. January 23rd, gotta work hard. Damn it! Life can't just be this easy. Having received extraordinary superpowers, I should work harder too. To forge iron, one must be strong. I can't just lie here. January 24th, the Shadow trained. I reaped the benefits. January 25th, the Shadow trained. I reaped the benefits. January 26th, very good. Today I proactively did 10 push-ups. Continued to reap the benefits. A few days later, Zhang Yu looked at the system panel with a strange, doubtful expression. The rate of gaining Shadow points is too slow. After so many days, I've only gotten 8 points. Looking at the specific stats displayed, he thoughtfully read the Shadow's attributes. Shadow points 8. Li Gi requires 10 Shadow points to unlock ability. Shadow Devour, Shadow Eye. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, pondering. If I continue at this pace, will I ever get 10 Shadow points to unlock Liga? He quickly had a bold idea. Or maybe if I go into the dark side, I can speed things up. Zhang Yu stepped into the Shadow. He closed his eyes and focused on teleporting. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu's body vanished completely. He swam through a strange atmosphere. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar but dark scenery, he blankly observed his surroundings. This is the dark side. It's exactly like my room. Zhang Yu set foot on the dilapidated ground. Seeing the gloomy, deserted outside, he stood frozen in place. After a diligent search for an exit, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of immense relief. Finally got out. A second later, he thoughtfully assessed the situation. Only then did Zhang Yu realize with a shock. Turns out I can't leave my room or the apartment building here. He scratched his head and came up with the most viable solution. The only way is to enter the dark side from outside. The apartment in the real world, in the vast, silent space. Zhang Yu remarked in amazement. But this place is so much like the real world. Just as he concluded the scenery was just a bit gloomier, suddenly something shot forward like a lightning bolt. It unhesitatingly aimed straight for Zhang Yu. Seeing the blurry figure, he froze and wondered, is that the Shadow? Zhang Yu arrogantly turned his head to greet it. You here to pick me up? As soon as he finished speaking, the apartment ghost opened its mouth and roared as if to swallow him whole. It raised its sharp, gleaming scythe in front of him. Jiang Yu froze solid and cursed. Although terrified, he was quick-witted enough to dodge the blow. Seeing this, the apartment ghost's eyes gleamed as it stared him down. Now, without mercy, it continued its flurry of slashes. Jiang Yu, horrified, dodged and cursed. Facing imminent danger, he quickly summoned the Shadow Eye technique. Jiang Yu held his breath, making a frog-like shape, and dove into the layer of shadow. He used all his strength to swim back to his original location. In just a few minutes, Jiang Yu was back where he started. He rubbed his pale butt and sighed weakly. That was close. Jiang Yu gasped for breath, terrified. Scared me to death! What was that thing just now? Why did it appear in front of the apartment building? And why did it suddenly attack me? He patted himself down, checking for injuries. Jiang Yu smirked proudly, reassuring himself. But luckily, these past few days of training have made me much faster. Satisfied, he grabbed onto the side of a chair. That thing didn't even touch me. Jiang Yu hoisted the chair onto his shoulder, determined to pay back the debt. That stupid ghost dared to block me at my own apartment building. I can't let that slide. After that began a long series of battles. January 28th. First time fighting the apartment ghost. Unfortunately, I got beat up without a chance to fight back. January 29th, second round. Revenge failed. Got hit in the chest so hard I almost broke a rib. He exclaimed angrily. Damn it! January 30th. Butt. Got scratched 3 times. These days have been tough, but I managed to drop its health bar by 6%. Keep it up. Jiang Yu continued to rage. Damn! Finally, January 31st. Resting at home. Yao Yao was carefully applying medicine to his butt. Seeing the crisscrossing wounds, she asked curiously. Have you been getting into street fights these past few days? Jiang Yu proudly boasted. You wouldn't understand. Scars are a man's medals of honor. Hearing this, Yao Yao sarcastically pressed on a wound. Medals of honor on your butt. He widened his eyes and screamed in agony. Ow! She blushed and sternly questioned, so you can feel pain. The moment you feel strong, you start getting cocky. Just then, Jiang Yu, concerned, switched to a new topic. So with only a month left, what's your plan? Yao Yao looked surprised, not understanding. What's in a month? Jiang Yu sat up and sternly reminded her. The martial arts exam, of course. Did you forget? During the years of the Great Disaster, most professions fell out of favor, especially those related to culture and arts. People who worked in the arts became the lowest class in society. People no longer cared about entertainment and leisure, but rather about important national issues. Warriors fighting on the front lines like the Night Watch were followed by everyone, becoming national idols. To get into the Night Watch, you have to pass the National Martial Arts exam. As long as you pass the test, it means your life will no longer be ordinary. At this, the two of them fell silent, their faces expressionless. She hesitated, then expressed her intention. Actually, I don't want to take the exam. Yao Yao pursed her lips for a few seconds, then frankly admitted, I want to study music. Hearing this, Jiang Yu shrugged and suggested, if you want to study it, just study it. Don't tell me Uncle Lu disapproves. He understood the implication and sighed inwardly. Of course he disapproves. After all, Uncle Lu is high-ranking in the Night Watch. It's like the child of a high official becoming a freelancer instead of a civil servant. Hearing this, Yao Yao's movements suddenly stopped. She quickly clarified, it's not that my dad disapproves. Jiang Yu, surprised, asked curiously, then what? Yao Yao continued to apply medicine to the wound and sadly revealed her secret. Don't tell anyone else. The policy has changed. This year, as long as your aptitude is up to standard, you have to take the martial arts exam, the professional level exam. Jiang Yu was stunned and skeptical, asking before, didn't they respect everyone's wishes? Students with average aptitude were allowed to take the general level exam. She sighed sadly, expressing her feelings. The pressure from the Night Watch is getting bigger and bigger. Barring any mistakes, I'll definitely have to take the martial arts exam. Seeing this, he pondered in confusion. Is that so? That device from the other day, the one Yao Yao used to measure me, almost went off. Jiang Yu powerlessly recalled the terrifying scene. On the day of the test with so many sophisticated devices, I definitely won't be able to hide it. Then I'll be shot dead on the spot by the Night Watch. He anxiously asked himself, this unreliable handbook didn't turn me into an aberration, did it? A second later, Jiang Yu suddenly realized something. He quickly and urgently asked, right, that testing device you had the other day, can it protect against aberrations? Yao Yao firmly denied and explained thoroughly. How could it? That device is only for testing aberrations and superhumans. If you encounter a real aberration, run if you can. If you can't run, remember to call the emergency number before you die. Hearing the unfamiliar keyword, Jiang Yu blankly repeated superhumans. The two of them stared blankly at each other for a long time. At this point, she gently announced, your wound is treated. I'm heading back now. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and held her back with a request. Do you have any basic books about superhumans and aberrations at your house? Can I borrow them? Seeing this, Yao Yao immediately grew suspicious and asked, aren't you not interested in superhumans? Planning to take the general level exam, Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly and found a reasonable excuse. Well, you said it yourself. This year, the martial arts exam is mandatory. What if I have a talent for it? I should learn about it beforehand. She frowned, half believing, and leaned closer to him. Is that so? Zhang Yu was startled and quickly defended himself. Of course. More importantly, I'm thinking of adding some things related to superhumans and aberrations to hot-blooded story. Hearing this, Yao Yao excitedly urged, Really? Quick, tell me. He hesitated, thinking to himself, I just said that on the fly. Why are you so enthusiastic? Zhang Yu thoughtfully began to present his exciting plot. The basic idea is a sickly young man named Abin. Gets bullied at school all day, but he always maintains a kind heart. With the help of his cute deskmate, his gentle teacher, and his kind aunt, he was recruited by the Night Watch to participate in the high-level soldier program. Thanks to his extraordinary willpower, Abin transformed. Successfully injected with the high-level soldier serum, he became the mighty Captain Abin. However, the Night Watch had no intention of sending him to the battlefield. Instead, they constantly had him attend high society gatherings, putting on a show to get acquainted with wealthy young ladies and noble women, until one time aberrations invaded the city. The powerful aberration Pink, skeleton carrying a blue cosmic cube. The two of them were engrossed, happily laughing and joking. Cutting to another scene, she smiled and said, Let's go. The current location is the same floor as Zhang Yu's apartment, Lu Yao Yao's house. Yao Yao calmly instructed, You wait here, I'll go to my dad's room to get the materials. Her room was decorated in pink, with cute objects. Just then Zhang Yu's gaze shifted to another spot. He stared blankly at the comic book on the bed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu doubtfully read the cover. No fate. Isn't this a comic about brotherly love? I can't believe you read this stuff. Yao Yao. She blushed, snatched the book back, and quickly clarified. A friend left it here. There's no way I'd read this. She warned him sternly. Sit tight and be careful. Don't touch my stuff. Zhang Yu sat casually on the chair and gestured, Go on. He chuckled to himself. She's still the same. Not guarded at all. Zhang Yu looked around the room and reminisced fondly. Come to think of it, she's loved music since she was a kid. She couldn't bear to throw away her old things. Back then, she used to cling to me and make me listen with her, even though I don't like music. He pressed the button on the radio. Music quickly started playing from it. Old memories suddenly came flooding back. I'll help you catch the ghost goldfish. So scary, so scary. Lost in his thoughts, Yao suddenly spoke up, asking, Since when did you start liking music? Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, waking up from his daze. She leaned in close and gently teased, You clearly didn't even recognize it at my house before. Seeing the object Yao handed him, Zhang Yu excitedly asked. Found it, she firmly requested. It's all in there. See for yourself. Without another word, he immediately put the device on his head. A second later, the machine lit up and started. It took Zhang Yu to another world. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked into a spatial portal. At this point, Zhang Yu dazedly and vaguely woke up, faced with the image of thousands of eyes. He looked on in shock. From Zhang Yu's perspective, he was overwhelmed by the surreal scene. Is this the Abyss? It's so realistic, the Abyss. At this point, he quickly realized Forbidden Zone Unidentified Area, a place filled with taboos and dangers, the source of the great disaster. Aberrations are born in this mysterious space. They mercilessly kill and fight without end, devouring and destroying our world. Seeing the bizarre images, Zhang Yu exclaimed in shock. So these are aberrations. Could it be that the thing I saw at the hospital that day? He quietly made a clear observation. Between the walls of our world and the Abyss, there is a plane called the Shadow, or the dark side of the world. It's a projection of the real world before the Abyss cracked open. Aberrations sneak into the real world through the Shadow. Whether going in or out, it's all strictly controlled by the Night Watch. But some fish will always slip through the net. Zhang Yu weaved and dodged the glowing circle. He quickly moved to another place. Then Zhang Yu thoughtfully deduced, the shadow plane every month. Resets to copy the scenery of the real world. At this time, the number of aberrations also increases. It needs to be cleaned up in time. But going to the shadow plane greatly reduces a person's combat power. It is not recommended for powerhouses of the 4th tier and above to come here. The visible range on the shadow plane is from 3 to... A 5-meter range of vision will be added based on your power level. In the shadow dimension, a colossal amount of contamination exists. If a human stays here too long, they will become an aberration. The shadow dimension was also strangely contaminated before. Where did the probing shadow go? What do you feel right now? An aberration suddenly appeared right behind him. A startled Zhang Yu quickly spun around. Before he could defend himself, a blinding golden energy suddenly struck it. In just a flash, the aberration instantly vanished along with the golden orb. He closed his eyes to shield his body. Zhang Yu frowned, confirming the mandatory condition. If you want to deal with aberrations, you must have a force equal to that of an aberration. Become a superhuman. Having witnessed the extraordinary firsthand, he was so excited he was practically drooling. Damn, so this is a superhuman, looks so badass. If I pass the test, I'll have a chance to become a superhuman too, right? However, the system revealed the truth in a somber tone. But the essence of a superhuman is to possess an aberration within the human body. While you control its power, you are also eroded by that power. Superhumans must constantly resist the contamination of aberrationization. After death, the rate of becoming an aberration is even higher. Therefore, as a superhuman, when you realize you can no longer live, Zhang Yu was stunned into silence upon hearing this. Finally, the system gave a cautious reminder. Please use all of your strength before you die. As soon as it finished speaking, the screen suddenly went black. He shot up from inside, letting out a panicked cry. Yalma asked with concern, "How are you doing?" Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. "I'm fine." It was too much information to process at once. He casually made a request, "Come over here and give me a back rub." She narrowed her eyes angrily and snapped, "Say that again." Zhang Yu quickly made the more enticing offer, 3 pages of super clean original art. "The content is up to you." Satisfied, Yao Yao decisively agreed, "Deal." While massaging his shoulders, she asked doubtfully, "Why are you so stiff?" Zhang Yu smirked and bragged, "'Cause I've been working out non-stop. My abs are ripped now, Yao." Yalma asked in shock, "You have a 6-pack now." He confirmed smugly, "Of course, want a touch?" Without hesitation, she quickly lifted his shirt and felt them one by one. Just then, Uncle Liu burst open the door with an expression of pure rage. A flustered Zhang Yu stammered, Uncle Liu?" A short while later, the 3 of them were sitting down for a meal. He silently chewed his food, lost in thought. Suddenly, Zhang Yu met his gaze, which made the man so angry he cracked a bone while chewing. Yalma gently tried to smooth things over, Dad. "Dad, it's a misunderstanding." Disbelieving, Uncle Liu questioned her sharply. "A misunderstanding, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. How could I be wrong?" She hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "It's not, Yalma blushed and turned to urge Zhang Yu, "Say something." Zhang Yu, with a serious face, awkwardly admitted fault. "Dad, no Uncle Liu? There's nothing to say. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Without waiting for their reply, he raised his glass of liquor and downed it in one gulp. "Bottoms up for me, you guys take your time." Seeing that disrespectful action, he flew into a rage. "That's not happening." Uncle Liu flipped the dining table and roared in anger. "This kid's got some serious nerve, where's my blade?" She panicked and hastily tried to calm him down. Dad, calm down." Meanwhile, a terrified Zhang Yu scrambled to escape while pleading, "Uncle Liu, you're mistaken, you've got it all wrong." The story has to start with memories from long ago. Even though Yao Yao and I were childhood sweethearts, our personalities have been different since we were little. As for me, I was that troublemaker kid people always talk about. But Yao Yao was the intelligent and polite daughter of a prestigious family. But for some reason, Yaoma has always liked hanging out with me since we were kids. Zhang Yu would often coax her into doing crude things, which the innocent Yao Yao would imitate. "Can you spit farther than me, who's scared of who? Maybe it's because I helped her once." "Get out of the way, you little punks. If you've got the guts, come at me all at once." Or maybe she was attracted by my heroic and badass demeanor. Yao Yao would always cheer me on with all her might, "Go, Xiaojiang, go." Even when we played pretend to be beggars, she was willing to play along with me. Because of that, I often got spanked and warned by Uncle Liu. "You're already tricking people at such a young age, ouch. Be good and don't play with him anymore, okay?" But Uncle Liu never wanted his daughter to play with me. He was always on guard against me. At that moment, he sternly took a lighter from his jacket pocket. Uncle Liu opened the lighter, preparing to light his pipe. Seeing this, Yao Yao immediately frowned in annoyance. She quickly stepped forward and snatched the pipe away. His face darkened as he questioned her sternly. "So what exactly were you 2 doing when I got home?" Zhang Yu quickly explained clearly. "Reporting, sir. We were looking at materials about special abilities and superhumans." After hearing this, Uncle Liu fell into thought and glanced over at Yao Yao. Yaoma playfully stuck out her tongue and giggled. He smiled and sighed. "Looks like Dad has been spoiling you too much." Just then, Uncle Liu called out seriously, "Kid Jiang." He asked him frankly, "Do you know why the government doesn't let students get involved in this stuff so early?" A confused Zhang Yu answered honestly, "Not really." Uncle Liu calmly explained in detail. "In the human heart, aberrance begets evil. Despair can drag a person into the abyss. There are some things that aren't suitable to be publicized to everyone." Hearing this, he focused, absorbing the knowledge. He continued emphasizing the danger. Not everyone's will is strong enough. Even the smallest crack in the heart can create a precious opportunity for an aberration. Therefore, an aptitude test must be conducted before the official martial arts exam. Only those who meet the standards in both physique and willpower are qualified to access the superhuman world. The path of a superhuman is extremely dangerous step by step. Uncle Liu expressed the painful reality with regret. Even with the support of therapeutic equipment every year, unfortunate incidents still happen one after another. That's why I don't encourage you to look into these things. Do you understand? Recognizing the valuable advice, Zhang Yu smiled and expressed his sincere gratitude. "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Liu." He calmly and optimistically accepted the reality. Like this year, everyone has to be tested, and you can't escape it even if you want to. Besides, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. If the sky falls, someone will be there to hold it up. Just gotta keep a chill attitude, he sighed helplessly. Kid Jong, you really are something else. Just then the phone rang. Uncle Liu picked up the phone. Hello? The person on the other end reported urgently, Captain Liu, Shadow Dimension. Urgent mission. He nodded in compliance. All right, I'm on my way. Before leaving, Uncle Liu didn't forget to warn, I'm going on a mission. Kid Jong, you better behave yourself. If I catch you again, I'll drag you to the Shunyesi myself, he obediently promised. His words made Yao Yao choke and spit out her drink. Don't worry, Uncle Liu. Yao Yao and I won't do anything that crosses the lines anymore. She and he pinched each other's cheeks angrily, criticizing, What do you mean anymore? We haven't even done anything yet. Are you doing this on purpose? Cut to a bustling street under the sunset. People were excitedly and noisily walking on the street. It's so cold today. Do you feel cold? Are you coming tonight? Candied hawthorns? Candied hawthorns so cold and I'm still not off work yet. A little boy joyfully enjoyed his snack. Just then, Zhang Yu looked regretfully and thoughtfully at the sign Sunset. Shunyi, protecting the peace. I had originally planned to look at more materials, but in the end I only got to see some basic knowledge. After that, he went into the supermarket, grabbing the items he needed one by one. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly, complaining to himself. With Uncle Liu's personality, those documents are probably hidden away for good now. I'm afraid I won't get to see them again. Just then, as he was about to check out, his phone suddenly rang. Yama spoke annoyed and hesitant. Zhang Yu, you jerk, buy me a carton of eggs. A carton of milk and also, never mind, that's it. Speechless, he went to the feminine hygiene aisle. If you wanted me to buy you 2 packs of pads, just say so. Acting all shy and whatnot, Zhang Yu held the pack in his hand and gave a mischievous grin. After completing his mission, he walked home with the grocery bag deep in serious thought. There's 1 month left until the start of school. The training effectiveness of the shadow is decreasing more and more. Tense Zhang Yu made a firm decision. Looks like just training isn't enough. I need more real combat experience. A second later, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Zhang Yu observed his surroundings, then mused thoughtfully. Come to think of it, the propaganda about fighting aberrations has been increasing lately. He turned his head, noticing something unusual. Furthermore, this year's martial arts exam has a mandatory increase in enrollment. Zhang Yu unconsciously looked up at the sky. Looking at the dark sky, he thought uneasily to himself. I feel like something in this world is about to happen, something really bad. Just then, Zhang Yu flexed his arm muscles and gently reassured himself. Whatever, overthinking is exhausting. I'll find that aberration from the other day and pick a fight to blow off some steam. As soon as he finished speaking, he squinted and looked around in all directions. After seeing no one was around, Zhang Yu decided to summon his shadow ability. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of energy around him. In a flash, Zhang Yu teleported to a virtual space. At that moment, a health bar suddenly appeared with 14%. In the silent space, he asked in a shocked, guttural voice, Who's there? However, what lay before Zhang Yu was still dead silence. At the same time, a disheveled man stepped out from a corner. Debao, his body covered in severe injuries, dragged himself out. His face was lifeless and cracked. Seeing the person slowly approach him, he instinctively backed away in fear. Zhang Yu exclaimed in surprised panic, I think you live in the same building as me. Why are you here? Before he could answer, Debao's form suddenly collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yu stood there stunned, not understanding what was happening. He anxiously assessed the situation. Although he watched for a long time, the man remained motionless. Then a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing it gradually approach with a health bar of 24%, Zhang Yu instantly recognized it. He locked onto the target with hatred. It's you! Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, returning to an earlier time. A weary Debao lamented, I'm dead tired. The work at the Shunyesi just keeps piling up. I thought working a civilian job at the Shunyesi would have good benefits and be relaxing. Who knew I'd be working overtime every day? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have taken the martial arts exam back then. Just then, a terrified scream suddenly rang out. Help! 2 children in a dark corner cried out in fear, Help me, help! He was stunned by the unbelievable sight. It's an aberration. It's dragging people into the shadow dimension. No, wait! Aren't aberrations supposed to sneak into the real world to cause destruction? Pulling people into the shadow dimension has never happened before. The 2 terrified children reached out their hands, begging for help. Help! Without hesitation, Debao leaped straight in. He steeled himself and reassured them in a loud voice. Don't be afraid, just hold on. Debao grabbed the children's arms. However, he was also pulled into the other dimension along with them. Debao gritted his teeth in fear. His eyes widened in shock as he entered the bizarre world. The 2 children sobbed and cried out, Where is this, Mommy? Debao realized he was in danger. He immediately blamed himself. Damn it, I got pulled in too. I'm just a civilian employee and a freshly off-duty one at that. I don't have any anti-contamination gear or anything. Isn't this just asking for death? Just then a sharp blade suddenly flew towards them. He spun around in alarm to dodge the attack. Debao knocked the sharp blade aside. not giving it a chance to recover. He stomped the blade into pieces. After surveying his surroundings, Debao was stunned to find that the rift from before had disappeared. Looks like there's no going back. He pressed his lips together, slowly assessing the situation. Faced with lurking danger, Debao thoughtfully analyzed the details. This place is teeming with aberrations. They could attack at any moment. Plus, I've been a civilian employee for too long. I've almost forgotten all the fighting skills I used to have. What's worse, there are 2 kids here, with absolutely no combat ability. At that moment, the 2 children burst into panicked tears. "I want my mommy!" He frowned and pressed on his bracelet. "Damn it, the only thing I can do is use the distress signal and wait for rescue." A second later, the signal transmitter immediately activated. Debao gently comforted the 2 children. "Don't cry anymore. Take this. It can resist the contamination. For now, I'll figure out a way to get you home later." He thought grimly to himself. "I'm pretty much a goner. Might as well give the kids a chance to get back. Whether they can survive or not will depend on fate." So, hearing this, the innocent child asked with a glimmer of hope, "Really, you'll take us home?" Debao nodded and instructed the children. "You guys go hide over there first." He turned his back and declared his mission. "I have some business to take care of." Debao recalled a crucial moment. "At 18, I passed the martial arts exam. I got into the martial arts department specializing in superpowers. From my freshman year, I started diligently learning the fundamentals, hoping to become a combat soldier. In my sophomore year, thanks to my professor's guidance, I took down a level 0 aberration, the Joy. Didn't last long before he had to face something else. But just that will never be enough. In the superhuman world, in the face of talent, hard work is not even worth mentioning." Debao helplessly confessed his struggles. He was mentally crushed by the cruel twist of fate. "Even if I don't believe in fate, even if I try with all my might, in the end I still can't break these chains." In the end, I had no choice but to transfer from the martial arts department to liberal arts, becoming an ordinary office worker. Right now, Debao was seriously wrapping his hands with bandages. He breathed evenly, shifting left and right to warm up his muscles. The apartment demon growled cautiously, approaching, looking at its body. Debao silently sized it up, 4 eyes, 4 limbs. A mid-tier stage 1 semi-beast hybrid. Without hesitation, the apartment demon suddenly charged forward. He took a deep breath and got into a ready stance. Debao punched its blade-like tongue to the side. The apartment demon angrily swung its scythe towards him. Debao was pushed back, pivoting to retreat. He skillfully delivered an uppercut from below. It was too surprised to react. Debao shouted with joy. Yes, the familiar feeling is back. At the same time, his eyes suddenly widened as he realized something was wrong. A long arm shot out from nowhere. Debao was slammed down hard by it. The apartment demon slithered and retracted its hand. He gritted his teeth, confused in his heart. "Damn it! My mind tells me to dodge, but my body won't listen." Seeing Debao distracted, it quickly jumped in to attack. However, thanks to days of grueling practice, he quickly dodged all the attacks. Feeling his whole body go numb, Debao anxiously fled. "My body feels so heavy. It feels like countless needles are piercing my body." He changed his plan and ran in a different direction. Debao clenched his fist, resolute. "I can't drag this out any longer. I have to end this quickly." He endured, channeling all his energy into his fist. Debao unleashed a finishing blow straight into the enemy's core. The power of a blinding false shadow. The apartment demon roared and charged forward. After attacking, it was sent flying by a powerful punch from Debao. He exhaled a cloud of toxic gas tiredly. He frowned, feeling his body. The contamination has gotten worse. Every time a superhuman uses their power, it leads to an accumulation of contamination. Someone like me with low aptitude and a weak will definitely can't use too much power. Luckily, since I started working in the office, the number of times I've used my power can be counted on one hand. The contamination has been kept under control. Just then, the aberration, not giving up, let out an ear-piercing shriek and charged. During the fight, Debao gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "But today I can't mess around. I have to risk my life." But just at that moment, the aberration suddenly dodged to the side. Its eyes showed a hint of smugness and cunning. A slash across his stomach made Debao cough up blood. In pain, he was thrown backwards. He slid for 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. Debao clutched his side and pushed himself up. "Damn it! I didn't expect it to adapt to my power so quickly. It's only a mid-tier stage 1. Any combat student at the academy could easily kill it with one hand, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult for me. This is the gap in talent." Knowing it was difficult, he still charged forward. "I can't win." But even so, as a member of the Shunye, I absolutely cannot retreat. The only thing I can do now is to stall for time and wait for the people from the Shunye Sea to come and save those 2 kids. A spurt of blood erupted amidst the fierce battle. Debao's eyes widened, unable to hide his horror and shock. It was a gash across his shoulder. The aberration with its scythe had completely defeated Debao. The young man's vision began to blur. In the depths of his eyes, only despair remained. Am I going to die? At this moment, he remembered his past. At 15, I witnessed my relative die at the hands of an aberration. At 18, I had an awakening and chose the path of the martial arts exam. At 20, at the end of my sophomore year of university, I was forced to leave the combat department. At 21, I went to the Shunyesi for an internship working in an office. It's been 4 years now. This is my life, though it has had many ups and downs. But to this world, I am just an ordinary person, living the most ordinary life. The 100-year war between humanity and the aberrations is not as safe and peaceful as people often say. If anything, it's just a series of consecutive losses. When the dark clouds cover the sun, who can still see hope? Dabao suddenly let out a sardonic laugh at himself. His hand slipped into his pocket, searching for something. Death is the normal state for a superhuman. He took out a blue pill and swallowed it. But before I die, a blazing light suddenly appeared in Dabao's eyes. I'm taking you with me. He gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You mongrel. His body shot up, exploding with a sudden burst of power. Dabao flashed a savage grin at the enemy. A second membrane had appeared on his body. The effect of the drug has started. Dabao readied his stance, preparing to meet the apartment demon's next blow. He shouted loudly, gathering momentum to receive the attack. The demon unleashed countless powerful slashes, forcing Dabao to leap high into the air. But he immediately counterattacked, landing a kick straight to its face. The apartment demon lost its balance and had to retreat. Dabao took the opportunity to quickly close the distance. He readied his fist, preparing to counterattack. It was continuously pummeled by Dabao, crying out in pain without stopping. He continuously reminded himself to persevere, just a little longer. However, Dabao's eyes gradually became hazy. His body gradually lost strength, swaying as if about to fall. Just a little bit. Dabao clenched his fist, which was surrounded by a strange purple aura. A little more and I can... But his limbs were now limp. His head was spinning. The apartment demon took advantage of that moment and smartly landed a powerful punch on Dabao. He no longer had the strength to resist. He was immediately sent flying far away. The fall was so hard that dust and smoke filled the air. Dabao, with blood covering his head, silently scorned himself. I can't see anything anymore. In the end, I was still betrayed by my own power. I can't even win by going all out. How pathetic. He gritted his teeth in pain. Is this the end, my ordinary boring life? However, a look of surprise flashed in Dabao's eyes, as if he had seen something unexpected. Right near him was Zhang Yu, carrying a bag full of groceries, while complaining, useless beast. Why didn't you wait in front of the neighborhood? Why did you have to run all the way here? Dabao looked at the person in front of him, wondering. Is he from the Sunyi? No, that's not right. His voice is too young. Plus, the way he talks doesn't sound like someone from the Shunyi. Could he be a superhuman? That's even more impossible. Ordinary people basically wouldn't come here. Zhang Yu came over to help him up, reassuring him. You just rest here for now. Leave the rest to me. He flashed a confident smile. Besides, the entrance to the shadow dimension is strictly guarded by the Zunye. See? Not just anyone can come here. Unless he's some kind of mysterious powerhouse who lives in the shadow dimension. As soon as he thought that before he could act, Zhang Yu was sent flying by a painful blow from the apartment demon, just like Dabao before he was thrown 3 meters away. He thought to himself, his mouth agape, weak F. That demon was about to attack him while he wasn't paying attention. But a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was slapped so hard its face was distorted, and then followed a series of powerful blows, causing the demon's health to drop continuously. After beating the living daylights out of it, Zhang Yu panted, looking furious. He held the bottle of sauce he had just bought and pointed it straight at the demon's face. You animal, your opponent is me. In the gloomy shadow dimension, the battle raged on intensely. Zhang Yu nimbly dodged the apartment demon's attack. At the same time, a glass liquor bottle flew up from the wreckage. He used it as a weapon to knock the aberration away. The apartment demon, unwilling to give up, raised its scythe again. But Zhang Yu had already disappeared, nimbly slipping behind it. He easily used the broken bottle to painfully strike the apartment demon. He dodged its attacks while laughing smugly. Useless. After our last fight, I figured out your moves. Besides, you're badly injured now. Your speed and strength are much weaker. The advantage is mine. Just like that, Zhang Yu continuously used the glass bottle to taunt it, making the apartment demon both pained and furious, letting out a roar. It hastily retreated, keeping a great distance from him. Dabao watched in stunned silence. I don't know whether to call him strong or weak anymore. His fighting style clearly follows no rules, but he's always able to miraculously suppress his opponent. At that moment, he angrily charged forward. You scratched my ass the other day. Today, I'm going to shred your back die. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's eyes widened as if he had noticed something unusual. It was the aberration suddenly using its tail to whip him away. It made Zhang Yu lose his balance, painfully slamming his back against the wall. He coughed and sat up, careless. I kept attacking its back so it became defensive. Watching the apartment demon menacingly charge towards him, Zhang Yu frowned. What should I do now? 2 more hits and I'm toast. If I want to be safe, I could leave the shadow dimension first, wait a few days to recover, then come back. But if I do that, it's basically watching someone die and not saving them. That's not my style. Only 20% health left. You think this old dog is scared of you? Looks like I have to go hard today. Just then, Dabao shouted, "Its right rib is the most injured. Attack there." Zhang Yu smiled, having a plan, and charged forward. Got it. Seeing this, the apartment demon suddenly sensed danger, but he had already gotten the upper hand on it, flashing a smug smile. Zhang Yu skillfully dodged, faking it out. Its left eye is blind now, too. The sharp shard of the glass bottle struck straight into its side. It caused the apartment demon's health bar to drop to 18%. It howled in pain and fearfully turned to retreat. He was a bit surprised, stunned. It's running away already. Unexpectedly, the aberration dashed past Dabao. His face paled as he turned to look at it. That's not right. It turned out the apartment demon's target was the two children. Dabao cried out in terror when he saw it open its toothy maw. It wants to heal. The monster had already charged right in front of the kids. It opened its bloody, fang-filled mouth wide. The trembling older brother still tried to hug his little sister. Just as it was about to achieve its goal, a voice shouted, "Stop right there." Zhang Yu tensed his arm muscles, veins bulging on them. He held a can of soda, readying his stance. His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at the apartment demon. Then, without hesitation, he forcefully threw the object in his hand. The can drew a beautiful straight line through the air. It headed directly towards the aberration. It was startled and turned around, seeing something flying towards it. It quickly tilted its head, dodging the soda can by a hair's breadth. At the same time, Dabao had also rushed over. He had jumped high into the air at some point. He came down with a powerful kick on the apartment demon. This kick, delivered with all his strength, was perfectly accurate. It caused the aberration to lose its balance and fall backwards. Its health bar dropped directly to just 15%. Dabao was also in pain from the excessive movement, coughing up blood. The apartment demon roared in fury. "I'll bite you to death." In the moment of crisis, as it was about to swallow him whole, a strong hand appeared and grabbed its head. Zhang Yu had arrived, flashing a savage, confident smile. He bit down hard on the aberration's neck. It caused its health bar to drop to 14%. Zhang Yu angrily grabbed the apartment demon's fur and slammed it to the ground. He sat on it, hitting and cursing, "Aberration. Is that right? Keep barking, you animal." This time, its health bar finally dropped to just 11%. He was about to give it another punch. "Eating people, huh? I'll give you something to eat." Suddenly, a bright orb on its chest lit up. It made Zhang Yu pause. "This is..." He immediately gritted his teeth. His hand formed into a spearhead shape. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed straight into the spot on the aberration's chest. Zhang Yu stabbed directly into the location of the glowing orb. Enduring the explosive aura, he roared forcefully, "Instant kill!" The energy surrounding Zhang Yu created a chaotic scene. Along with it was the pain-filled scream of the aberration. Finally, its entire body exploded, its head flying off. Only he was left. His body covered in blood, he panted heavily and wiped his face. Looking at the messy scene around him now, Zhang Yu immediately used his power. He let the shadow connect with everything. He controlled the messy objects to neatly arrange themselves. The fragments on the wall also automatically returned to the cracks. Finally, only Dabao and the two children were left, both exhausted and unconscious. Zhang Yu stretched his aching, blood-soaked body, but a smile appeared on his lips. "Finally got revenge for my butt." In his vision, everything was gradually blurring. Finally, Zhang Yu felt his body sway and fall face down. In the last second, he only saw the blurry shadow of himself. And then he completely lost consciousness. Before him was a pitch-black scene, in a city filled with smoke and a sea of fire. Everywhere were the bodies of innocent people. Flames engulfed this entire city. Zhang Yu was stunned, unable to believe it. Is this the settlement? How did it become like this? Suddenly, he quickly turned around, feeling uneasy. Unbeknownst to him, a dense crowd of aberrations had surrounded him. Zhang Yu watched in horror as they charged towards him. Aberrations. All of them reached out their hands, as if they were fighting over prey. Before he could understand anything, he was surrounded, swallowed by the dense horde of aberrations, unable to resist. Like a deep, dark abyss, it completely swallowed Zhang Yu whole. In the ruins of that city, there was only the stench of death. The sun was distant, the dark side of the world, where the extraordinary and the ice-cold held complete dominion. A faint spark. Some reveled in extravagant decadence, while some cried out in the pitch-black night, silently fighting until death. This is Daju. Many people know, and many don't, the true face of Daju. In his daze, Zhang Yu heard someone calling, "Wake up, wake up." The person frantically shook him. "Hey, you still alive?" He coughed and sat up. "I'm alive." Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was just a dream for a moment. After killing that aberrant, I can't remember a thing. He placed a finger on its head and used the skill Shadow Devour. The dark energy from the aberrant was quickly absorbed by Zhang Yu. Dabao watched and asked, "Hey, you all right?" "Why aren't you saying anything?" He quickly replied, "I'm here." Looking at his 10% health bar, Zhang Yu thought, this guy doesn't look so good. But according to the system's standard health levels, he can probably still be saved. Based on the system's standard health assessment, 70% HP lightly injured, 50% HP moderately injured, 30% HP severely injured, 10% HP near death. before the Great Calamity. The survival rate for this kind of injury was 30-70, or even 20-80, 5% HP. You can barely manage to leave some last words before dying, or you might not even get to leave any last words. The man suddenly stood up and patted his shoulder, confusing him. Dibao explained, "Give me a hand, help me lean against the wall." The two of them finally caught their breath, leaning in a safe hidden corner. Dibao suddenly asked, "Bro, you're not from the Shunya Sea, are you?" Zhang Yu was surprised. "He doesn't recognize me. We live in the same building." It seems like he can't see anymore. It's natural he wouldn't recognize me. So he went along with it and replied, "No, I'm not." The man actually turned and scoffed. "Knew it. I was just saying, taking on a first-tier aberrant and struggling that much. A noob like you definitely isn't from the Shunya Sai. Not everyone at the Shunya Sai is that strong." Zhang Yu felt like he was going to cough up blood. Does this guy even know how to talk? And I just saved his ass. Dibao laughed teasingly. "Just kidding, you're pretty badass, actually. Being able to take down an aberrant with a soy sauce bottle, that's a first." Suddenly, he coughed violently, startling Zhang Yu. "Are you okay?" He couldn't help but be impressed. He can still laugh when he's this injured. "Are all the people in the Shunya Sea always in such a good mood?" Dibao asked curiously. "Little brother, what school do you go to? What year are you in?" Zhang Yu stammered, lying, "Baidu Academy sophomore." After all, he thought, the less people know about my business, the better. I'll just spew some nonsense. But hearing this, the man got excited. "What a coincidence. You're my junior. What's your major? Arts or martial arts?" Zhang Yu screamed internally. "Stop asking, please, just stop." Dibao answered his own question. "Probably martial arts. An arts major couldn't handle a mid-rank first-tier aberrant." "Little brother got any medicine?" He didn't quite get it. Medicine. Then Zhang Yu pulled out a box of snacks. "Only got Pocky." The man didn't refuse. "Crackers are fine, thanks." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu took out one stick and broke it in half. Then he offered him one half. "Here for you." Dibao grumbled, "This kid's so damn stingy." Zhang Yu pointed to the ground. "There were a lot more, but during the fight, they all fell on the ground. You want some, I can pick them up for you." The man said helplessly, "If you want to eat them, you eat them." The atmosphere between them sank into silence. Dibao spoke up. "So this is your first time killing an aberrant by yourself, right?" Zhang Yu was evasive. "I guess so." His eyes seemed to glaze over as he looked up at the sky. Then he began to talk. "Sometimes I really envy you guys in the martial arts department. Born combatants, natural-born fighters. Unlike me with my poor aptitude and weak will. Just like the sky here. A deep aura of death without a glimmer of hope. Even if I took a yawang, the kind that can greatly boost your combat power, it wouldn't work." He quickly wanted to change the subject. "Maybe we shouldn't talk anymore. Save your strength for when the rescue team arrives." Dibao gave a faint smile. "It's fine, I just wanted to find someone to chat with. The willpower of us office workers is like cotton thread. No matter how much you have, it's still just cotton. When the corruption comes, how can you stop it?" Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, "Do you regret it? You could have chosen a normal arts major. Besides, why would an office worker like you come to the dark side?" Unexpectedly, the man suddenly clenched his fists. Dibao gritted his teeth in anger. "Regret? Hell yeah, I regret it. I'm an office worker. I should be coasting at my job. Punching the clock. Chatting up the girls. Happily training the cute rookies at Shunya Sea. Isn't that the good life? I must have had a screw loose. Jumped in here on a whim and now look at me. Can't get out." After venting, he covered his mouth and coughed, frightening Zhang Yu. "Bro, take it easy. If you keep this up, you won't last until help arrives." He paid no mind. The distress signal was sent out a long time ago. "The rescue team should be here soon." Zhang Yu nodded, about to leave. "Then I'm relieved. Well, They didn't notice that the child was holding a glowing bracelet. Dibao pulled him back. "Don't just run off. What if you run into another aberrant? With those weak-ass skills of yours, you wouldn't even be an appetizer. Come here. Shoot the breeze with me for a bit while we wait for backup." Zhang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. "I really want to run. Bro, please spare me." "You're more torturous than the aberrant." And so in that small alley, at the foot of the building, laughter rang out continuously. "Let me tell you." Dibao tirelessly made Zhang Yu listen to him bullshit. "Back then I was so strong. One-shotted them all." He'd heard so much his ears felt numb. Suddenly, as if he'd met a soulmate. "If you go back to the academy, help me apologize to Director Joe. From the Supernatural Skills Major, Martial Arts Department. Tell him I've failed to live up to his expectations. Can't even beat a mid-rank first-tier aberrant." Zhang Yu held his head, trying to suppress his feeling of helplessness. Dibao was still rambling on. "Thank Vice Director Huang from the Corruption Studies Major Supernatural Arts Department. Tell her thanks for her guidance. Also, advise her that when she's teaching, she should stop acting like she's got middle schooler syndrome. Going on all day about the flame of heritage and humanity endures. It's so cringe." He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "Bro, how about you wait for me to get a notebook and write this down? Or you could just wait until you're better and tell them yourself." Unexpectedly, that sentence made Dibao pause, sigh, and shake his head. "These words have been bottled up inside me for too long. I just wanted to find someone to vent to. He kept clicking his tongue full of regret and sorrow. Thinking about the old days, his gaze grew dimmer. Beidou Defense Academy. It would be nice to go back to that time. Got any more of those crackers? Let me have 2 more sticks. I want the spicy kind. Zhang Yu was utterly helpless. Your taste is something else. Besides, you can't find Pocky in a spicy flavor anywhere in the world. Dabao's hand fell limply to the ground. He seemed to understand, but still tried to ask, right, I guess so. Suddenly, a strange noise from the distance caught their attention. Dabao raised an eyebrow. Looks like the Shunya Sea are here. Hearing this, Zhang Yu stood up. Great, you're saved. He breathed a sigh of relief. Someone's finally here. He grabbed his bag and started to walk away. I'll go first. The man was a bit confused and called out, Aren't you coming with me? Zhang Yu smiled and turned his head. No need, I can go by myself. Dabao seemed to understand and, not stopping him, chuckled lightly. He looked up and gave his blessing. Go on then, be safe. He didn't seem to realize. Is this guy really blind? But that didn't stop Zhang Yu's steps. Dabao silently lowered his head, waiting for him to get further away. A totem for the shadow path appeared at Zhang Yu's feet. Before leaving, he turned back to check on the situation. The night patrollers had arrived and found a member of the Shunya Sea. Next to him were 2 children. They tried to treat him, checking his vital signs. But strangely, Dabao didn't react to them at all. And the patrollers signaled that he was already dead. Zhang Yu now realized something was off. Dabao's health bar had actually dropped to 9%. He was stunned. How can this be? The health bar is slowly dropping. With current medical technology, they can definitely heal him. Zhang Yu saw a gentle energy envelop him. The night patrollers stood solemnly before Dabao as his body faded. The patroller made a saluting gesture. And then finally, Dabao's health bar hit 0. His body gradually disintegrated into a wave of fragments. But even at the end, a smile lingered on his lips. Zhang Yu stared, stunned, not daring to believe what he was seeing. Wait, what? But once the shadow path back had been activated, it couldn't be stopped. In the end, Zhang Yu's hand could only grasp at empty air. The ordinary people around looked at him confused. They whispered curiously, What's this guy doing? Performance art. The sorrow on Zhang Yu's face was impossible to hide. On a large billboard, a man's voice said, As a supernatural. Remember this. His voice echoed in Zhang Yu's ears, making him understand. The man instructed, Never give up, not even at the very end. If you are aware that, your own chances of survival are very low. When taking a potential enhancer, the mortality rate is 90%. Once used, it means you are in a perilous situation, where conventional fighting methods cannot help you escape. Please use compound number 3 Yawang to burn your life force and illuminate Dezhou. We will remember your sacrifice, fighting bravely until all aberrants are exterminated, standing on the earth, looking up at the stars, patrolling the night for heaven, gazing into the future, rooted in the mortal world, transcending the mortal world, using a human body to do supernatural deeds. We are all watching. We are the Shunya Sea. The elevator slowly ascended. Zhang Yu, covered in blood, stood waiting in silence. He still hadn't escaped. The shock. That guy is dead. Zhang Yu trudged out of the elevator. He mused. He was talking and laughing normally just before. Thinking back, he just wanted to find someone to talk to. Before he died. No flowers. No applause. He left quietly, just like any other ordinary person. Zhang Yu made a silent resolve. But no matter how ordinary, I will always remember him. He held his head, exhausted, and couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Yu threw his things on the table. All right, been a long day. Gonna take a quick shower and go to bed. Right now, even walking feels tiring, and my health bar is still over half full. I thought I was down to only 20%. Still in shock, he mumbled. That guy only had 10% left, but he acted like nothing was wrong. I'm still way behind him. Looks like just training my muscles isn't enough. As he spoke, Zhang Yu took out some food. My willpower needs to be trained too. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. Where are the eggs? Yao Yao pouted on the sofa. Couldn't reach you by phone, couldn't find you anywhere. I asked you to buy eggs. Did you go collect them from the chicken coop? Zhang Yu quickly defended himself. Isn't it almost New Year's? The lines were so long I had to wait forever. Then he suddenly remembered and said, Wait, how do you have a key to my apartment? Yama jumped down. You never cook and always order takeout. Uncle Lee told me to take care of you, so he gave me a key. She eyed Zhang Yu suspiciously. What's with this look? Did you go out and get into a fight? He tried to change the subject again. It's late, you should go home and sleep. Otherwise Uncle Lu might get the wrong idea. Yama wouldn't give up. Turn around. Zhang Yu panicked and tried to leave. I'm hungry, gonna go make some noodles. But Yao Yao was quick and grabbed him. Don't run! Then she froze, her eyes widening in horror as she screamed. How did you get so injured? Zhang Yu tried to escape. I forgot to buy the eggs. Of course, Yao Yao wouldn't let it go. Get back here. Where did you just go? Zhang Yu struggled miserably. I didn't go anywhere. Let go. She scolded him firmly. Not until you tell me the truth. Zhang Yu had to make something up. On my way back, I saw a robbery and went to help. Don't think I look bad. The other guy I beat up looks way worse. When the cops arrived on scene, they almost didn't recognize him. For real. You have no idea how fast I am. A punch with the left, a slap with the right, hitting high and low. Beat him so bad his own mother wouldn't recognize him, couldn't tell if he was a man or a beast. As he was talking, Yao Yao suddenly reached out her hand. Then a look of pity appeared on her face. Zhang Yu was stunned looking at the worried girl in front of him. His jaw dropped in shock. Don't tell me she actually believed my bullshit. Yaoma pitifully caressed Zhang Yu's cheek. Her face clearly unhappy, she asked, "Does it hurt?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "Doesn't hurt. You should go home and sleep." Seeing this, she blushed too, embarrassed by her own actions. She immediately turned away. "I'm telling Uncle Lee about this." "You went out in the middle of the night to get in a brawl." Zhang Yu panicked and pulled her back. It wasn't a brawl, it was upholding justice. "Oh, for the love of God, don't go!" Yaoma paid him no mind. "I'm telling him no matter what." He had to resort to a cheap trick. "My whole body aches. I don't feel so good." She turned back in alarm. "Are you okay? We need to get these injuries checked out at a hospital." Zhang Yu immediately refused. "No need to go to all that trouble. The house is full of Uncle Lee's medicine. It's from the Shunye Sea, it's better than anything. From the hospital." Yaoma narrowed her eyes, seeing right through him. "You just want me to put the medicine on for you, don't you?" Zhang Yu grinned. "Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Liu." Then he immediately knew what torture felt like and screamed, "Ow, ow, ow. I asked you to put on some medicine, but you wrapped me up like a mummy. This is overkill." She slapped him on the shoulder. "Still gonna go out and show off next time?" Zhang Yu quickly yelled, "No, no! Next time I definitely won't get involved." Yama's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Swear it." He resisted again, "No. Being a busybody is human nature. At most, I'll just watch, I won't jump in." But she definitely wouldn't let it slide. "What did you say?" "Say that again." Zhang Yu quickly defended himself. "I said I'll just watch. I won't do anything." Yama huffed and left. "That's more like it, I'm leaving." He reached out, demanding, "Leaving already? Why don't you stay the night? My bed is huge." She turned back, made a face, and scoffed, "In your dreams." Then she decisively slammed the door shut, leaving Zhang Yu alone and helpless in the living room. He mumbled, "That guy asked me to pass on a message. Baidu Defense Academy, huh?" Then suddenly, Zhang Yu remembered something. He shot up in alarm, mumbling, "Didn't that guy not tell me his name?" Zhang Yu's body gradually absorbed the aberrant's dark energy. It seemed to be glowing brighter and brighter. The system also displayed the information. Name Yu Ling, species Shadow, rank first tier, mid-rank. Introduction. A low-level abyssal aberrant of the Shadow species. Can exert great power in the darkness. If targeted by it, be careful of what's behind you. Note, this aberrant may not be as simple as it seems. Price, Broken Arm, Shadow Devour, Harvest gained ability, Shadow Strike. Number of shadow points increased. This aberrant has been collected. The price has been waived. He was a little surprised. So killed aberrants get registered in the system's handbook. Or more accurately, they need to be absorbed by Shadow Devour to be registered. Zhang Yu's body quickly metabolized that energy. A new skill appeared, Shadow Strike. When attacking from the shadows, you can more easily grasp the opponent's weakness. The first attack will deal massive damage. He thought, okay then, let's check out this new skill first. So Zhang Yu shakily got up from his chair. He lowered his stance and activated Shadow Strike. But in response, only a cold breeze blew past. Zhang Yu, embarrassed, got angry. It has no effect at all. Is this system messing with me? Suddenly, he had an idea. Wait, maybe it's because there's no target to activate the skill on. Tired, Zhang Yu gave up. Whatever. I'll try again later when I get the chance. Then he opened the system again to check his info. It clearly stated Name Zhang Yu. Attribute Shadow. Shadow points 1414. Class the Mysterious One unlockable. Abilities. Shadow Guard. Shadow Eye. State the Shadow. The Mysterious One killer in the shadows. You are a natural-born assassin. When hiding in the shadows, you are like a fish in water. Mystery in the dark. Hunt in the dark. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, complaining. This crappy cheat system? That's why is it using gaming terms? What's this hunt in the dark? Shouldn't it be hunt in the light? Then he curiously clicked on the shadow state. Is this a new skill too? The system explained. In the shadow state, you have the following characteristics. 1. When training in this state, you will have unexpected gains. 2. Your aura will be further concealed. You can become one with the darkness without being observed. 3. Your physical constitution and self-healing ability are greatly enhanced. 3. When in the shadow dimension, you can use this state without any consumption of anything. In reality, it consumes shadow points to use this ability. 4. You have no vital points. Even if you are beheaded, you will only lose a lot of blood and not die instantly. His eyes lit up. This is the power of a cheat system, especially number 4. It's truly Before he could finish, he saw, if beheaded, your health will drop by 99%, but you will not die instantly. Zhang Yu roared, a 99% health drop. How are you supposed to survive that? Might as well just die, but still. This ability is pretty good. Let's test its effect. The shadow come out. Instantly a plume of black smoke rose from the ground. It gradually formed his reflection. Zhang Yu tried to control the shadow with his finger. It immediately copied his finger-raising gesture. Finally, the two touched each other. The shadow then merged into Zhang Yu's body. The black color gradually spread across his face. While Zhang Yu was still confused, it had finished merging. Finally, his whole body turned into the blackness of the shadow. Zhang Yu looked at himself in amazement. So this is the shadow state. Interesting. He took a deep breath, testing the feeling of his new body state. Then he leaped high into the air, his body zipping around. Zhang Yu moved around the room like lightning. He felt the change in his body. Speed. Zhang Yu then decisively lifted the bed with one hand. He kept lifting it up and down like a weight. Strength. Then he pulled a 100-killer hammer out of nowhere. Without hesitation, he smashed himself in the face. Defense. Zhang Yu stood with his hands on his hips and laughed. This shadow state is totally OP. The downstairs neighbor was woken up in the middle of the night. He yelled, "Are you having a war up there?" "Keep it down." Zhang Yu quickly stopped. My bad. Deactivating the shadow state. Zhang Yu looked at the system class, the mysterious one. He was curious. Unlockable. What does it mean to unlock this class? It explained, you already have a portion of the authority of this class, but it has not been officially awakened. After unlocking this class will be fully awakened. Others will not be able to awaken any part of this class's abilities. It will be uniquely yours. At the same time, this action carries certain risks. Agree to unlock. Note. Sometimes risks can become opportunities. Zhang Yu rubbed his chin, pondering. Unlock a new class, huh? Looks pretty good. The system highlighted the word risks in red. Choosing no might be better, but risk means reward. Unexpectedly, before he finished thinking, the system automatically chose yes. He jumped and yelled, "Hey, I hadn't decided yet." A dark aura immediately enveloped Zhang Yu like a cocoon, making the items on the floor vibrate. Inside the only lit room in the city, something earth-shattering was happening. He had just escaped the cocoon, his whole body covered by the shadow. This was the new state, the hunter. If you don't erupt while hunting, you will die while hunting. You are a natural-born hunter. Attacks are guaranteed to deal damage. New term. Note 1. Excludes external attacks, such as guns, bows and arrows, and poison. Note 2. The hunter hides in the shadows. The more mysterious you are, and the more your fame spreads, the more unexpected gains you can achieve. Note 3. Not even a god can escape. Zhang Yu mumbled in a daze. Attacks are guaranteed to deal damage. Not even a god is an exception. The system explained, after unlocking the shadow state, your execute ability will be strengthened, to a certain degree, reducing the health threshold to trigger execute. It seemed to be describing the scene when he used the state. Execute explanation. When the prey's health reaches a certain limit, the health bar will turn bright red. You will be able to see the prey's death point. Attacking this spot, you can trigger execute to completely obliterate the prey. The execute health threshold is affected by factors such as the strength, abilities, and class of both parties. Zhang Yu stood pensively rereading the information. He suddenly remembered. Execute? Could it be the red dot that appeared on the aberrant? Last time, Zhang Yu mumbled. Guaranteed damage plus execute? Then he couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I'm... He excitedly pointed to the sky, declaring invincible now. Then suddenly Zhang Yu paused, thinking of something. He unwrapped the bandages covering his body. He curiously inspected his body. Strange. Didn't it say there were risks? I seem to be fine? And my wounds are almost healed. The medicine doesn't work this fast. Zhang Yu directly ripped the newly formed scab off his wound. He realized excitedly, could it be because I activated the shadow state just now? This healing ability is insane. The next day, Bao Qiang asked Yao Yao, did you see what Zhang Yu posted on his social media last night? Is it real or fake? He posted, last night I was like a brave soldier. Even after being stabbed 88 times by thugs, I didn't even blink. Xiao Xiao also said, Zhang Yu DM'd me last night. He said he ran into human traffickers. The guy had a watermelon knife and went on a rampage from one end of the street to the other, without even blinking. Bao Qiang was startled. So he really got hurt. Should we go visit him? She shook her head in disbelief and explained, don't listen to his nonsense. He was just chased by a hound. The two friends were surprised. Really? Yama thought, that idiot. Zhang Yu is bullshitting all over the place again. Returning to his apartment at that moment, she put her hand on the lock. If you don't believe me, come in and see for yourselves. Yama held the key to Zhang Yu's place, about to open the door. Her two friends asked curiously, how do you have a key to his place? She calmly turned her head and explained, Zhang Yu's uncle stuffed it in my hand. After speaking, Yao Yao went inside and called out, Zhang Yu, you home? We're here to visit you. In the bedroom, he was huddled on the floor holding his arms. Zhang Yu clutched his wound in pain. That was careless of me. I really shouldn't have picked the scab. From outside, a voice called, Zhang Yu, are you okay? Yao Yao rushed over. Where are your bandages? Why did you take them off? Zhang Yu replied, I thought the wound had healed, so I took them off. His two friends discussed. Looks like the post he made last night was real. I think so too. Then they walked over to Jong Yu surprised. When did you get these muscles? No wonder you dared to fight with traffickers, so cool. Yaoma immediately pulled them back. All right, stop staring. Go sit in the living room, you two. They teased, we know, stop pushing. As soon as she pushed them out, she slammed the door. Bao Qiang was suspicious. Are they a couple? Xiao Xiao confirmed 80% sure. After that, Yaoma had to help Zhang Yu reapply medicine to his painful wound. She glanced at him suspiciously. Stop groaning. I know perfectly well this medicine doesn't sting at all. Zhang Yu was groaning, but his eyes were wandering over Yao Yao's thighs. She was still nagging. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Why did you have to pick at a wound that was healing just fine? Then Yao Yao noticed Zhang Yu's gaze. She sighed unhappily. Teenagers these days are so crude. I'll just call Fatty to put the medicine on for you. Zhang Yu quickly stopped her. No, he's too clumsy, he's no good. Yaoma's eyes were clearly filled with distrust. She pinched his cheek hard. Looks like it's been a while since Uncle Lee dealt with you. He thought to himself, even if he dealt with me 800 times, it would be useless. Yaoma puffed her cheeks and pouted. So what did you really do last night? Don't tell me it was a robbery. You think I'd believe that? Zhang Yu immediately defended himself. It really was upholding justice. She gave a cold smile, such a smooth talker. Not a single word you say is true. Zhang Yu thought helplessly. What else am I supposed to say? That I went to the shadow dimension and bodied an aberrant, then had a deep talks about life with someone from the Shunya Sea. You'd totally believe that, right? Suddenly he asked, Oh yeah, what time did Uncle Lu get home last night? Yao Yao was confused. He didn't come home, why do you ask? Zhang Yu said with a hint of sadness. I just suddenly feel that the people of the Shunya Sea have it really tough. They work during this day, work overtime at night, and it's also very dangerous. These words made her mood sink as well. He glanced over at her. Yao Yao must worry about Uncle Lu a lot, Yaoma said softly. Very few people in the Shunya Sea get to live a peaceful life. Uncle Lee lost an arm. Lin Mo died when he was only in his 20s. Even someone as strong as Uncle Lu was once seriously injured. It affected his foundation for the rest of his life. There's no way for him to advance further. If you pass the martial arts exam, will you join the Shunya Sea? Hearing those words, Zhang Yu didn't answer right away. It seemed he wanted to dispel the sad atmosphere. He slowly opened his mouth. I don't know. Are there a lot of hot girls in the Shunya Sea? Annoyed, Yao Yao directly pinched Zhang Yu's cheek. Shut your mouth, making him yell. I'll stop pinching. Be gentler. What kind of girl are you? She snapped, never met one well today. Let me enlighten you, Zhang Yu's voice cried out in protest. Stop, don't. Outside, Bao Qiang wondered, what's up with those two? Xiao Xiao gave up. You tell me. Later. Finally, Zhang Yu, having finished applying the ointment, came out fully dressed. He said awkwardly, What are you guys doing here? Bao Qiang was exasperated. We heard all that smack you were talking yesterday, so we came to see how you were doing, Xiao Xiao asked with concern. You still holding up? They saw the strange red marks and got the wrong idea. Are those hickeys? Damn, Yao Yao's got a lot of stamina. Zhang Yu casually sat down. Relax, I'm not dead. Come on, sit down. You guys have no idea. I had just bought a bottle of soy sauce and some other random stuff from the supermarket. I was on my way home. Suddenly, a man rushed towards me. He was holding a bag. Yao Yao scoffed, You're capping again. Zhang Yu, I'm heading to the supermarket. These 2 shirts are torn, I'll toss them for you. He waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, whatever, toss them. At that moment, 80 huge dudes jumped out of the woods. I whipped out my knife But as he was bragging, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered something. He quickly lunged to stop her. Wait, there's still something in the pocket. But the item had already fallen out of the jacket. It was a pack of sanitary pads lying right there on the ground. Yama's face paled. She asked suspiciously, Why are you carrying this around? Zhang Yu said sheepishly. Well, didn't you have a stomachache last night? When I was at the supermarket, I thought I'd be nice and get you a pack. I was going to give it to you. Unexpectedly. His 2 friends were excitedly watching. Dude, this is something only lovey-dovey couples do. The whole class has to get in on this, T. He placed the pack of pads in her hand. Here, take it. If you need more next time, just tell me. For some reason, Yao Yao got angry and crushed it. Her face flushed red with embarrassment as she yelled, I don't want it! Then she threw it right in Zhang Yu's face and stormed out. He held his bruised forehead and pouted. Why is she mad again? So weird. His 2 friends quickly got up to follow. Well, we're gonna head out. Good luck, bro. We're rooting for you 2. These words left Zhang Yu completely baffled. Huh, they're all gone. Now there are no more distractions. So he activated his skill, Shadow Form. A black totem-like pattern emerged beneath Zhang Yu's feet. An ominous dark energy began to envelop his body. It slowly crept over him, obscuring his face. Zhang Yu thought to himself with satisfaction, Time to start a fun training session. Zhang Yu used his ability to quickly enter a shadow state. Then he directly entered the shadow plane. He looked at his body puzzled. This place is supposed to be filled with corruption, but I feel incredibly comfortable. This feeling is like someone who's lived in a heavily polluted industrial area their whole life. suddenly being transported to a vast, sprawling grassland. Nice, the pain in my stomach is gone. My health is regenerating quickly, too. Zhang Yu held out his hand, satisfied. All right, let's begin. He lay flat on his stomach, flush against the ground. He pushed off gently with his hands to gain momentum. Then he leaped up, slamming hard into the ceiling. He bounced back and fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang Yu got up excitedly. It feels like my whole body has this surge of power that never runs out. The system explained, entering shadow form state. Entering the shadow plane. You feel as if your body has been completely unleashed, incredibly free. You begin to try training. During the training process, Shadow Devour is activated. You have devoured the darkness in the shadow plane. Shadow points slightly increased. Physical attributes slightly increased. The shadow state on Zhang Yu's body seemed to be transforming. It receded and then spread throughout his body again. It appeared to be analyzing and changing him. The system's calculation algorithms ticked up relentlessly. Zhang Yu was pleased. 1,000 planks done with ease. He looked around his room. It's still a bit cramped in here. I'll train outside. Zhang Yu ran straight to the park. He mused, if this were the real world, all those rich guys would be lining up one by one to call me master. He reached up and grabbed the horizontal bar above him. He performed several dazzling spins and flips. It's decided then. I'll go win the gold medal in the World Championship for horizontal bars first. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch Division headquarters, a group of people who looked like elites entered. They were headed for the meeting room. Captain Liu was also sitting at the table. One of them read from a report. This time, the scope of the disturbance in the shadow plane is large. The fluctuations are abnormal. The corruption index has skyrocketed, exceeding the regional index. Squads B3, B7, A2 in the North Sector, South Sector East. Sector 1 have all discovered traces of suspicious cracks. This disturbance is quite unusual. From the battlefront diagrams, the distribution is concentrated in residential areas. Their expressions were grim. Instead of being randomly distributed like before, in the Night Watcher's meeting room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Captain Liu frowned, thinking, aberration activity has been increasing lately. In the past 2 days, there have been 4 consecutive incidents of people being pulled into the shadow plane. Above was the report on Dabao and his death. He frowned. It might seem like a small number now, but who knows if the aberrations will become more proficient next time and cause more severe consequences. Compared to the aberrations in the shadow plane, the abyss cracks are much more dangerous. If you consider shadow plane aberrations to be ferocious beasts, then the things that crawl out of the abyss cracks are Godzilla. Just then, Xun Guang spoke up. All right. Everyone pull yourselves together. It's still just a suspicion. No need to act like the sky is falling. Besides, haven't we been well prepared for battle for a long time? Those words seemed to calm everyone. Captain Liu and the others all managed a relieved smile. Xun Guang prompted, all right, continue with your report. The assistant replied, understood. Next is the list of recent casualties. After the meeting, Captain Liu stood alone by the glass window. He took a pack of cigarettes from his breast pocket. He put a cigarette in his mouth to relax. Captain Liu grumbled wearily. Trouble always has to stir up right before the new year. But then he suddenly noticed something strange. It turned out the thing in Captain Liu's mouth wasn't a cigarette. He frowned. Cookies. That little brat swapped out my cigarettes again. As he was thinking, a pack of cigarettes flew towards him. Without looking, Captain Liu easily caught it. Only then did he raise his head and look to the side. Xun Guang teased, don't look so glum all the time. He already had a cigarette in his mouth. Want one? But Captain Liu actually put the pack down. He casually munched on the cookie that had replaced his cigarette. Then he replied nonchalantly, nah, I'm afraid of getting lung cancer. Xun Guang laughed as if he'd heard a joke. You're afraid of that? Captain Liu frowned. Cut the crap. You stayed behind to see me, so spit it out. Hearing this, he exhaled a thoughtful cloud of smoke. He flicked the ash and replied slowly, we got another notice from the higher-ups. Captain Liu's eyes widened in shock. What kind of notice? Xun Guang didn't answer immediately, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. Captain Liu seemed to understand, looking tense. It's here again. He staggered slightly and had to lean on the table. Clutching his head wearily, he asked, this is too sudden. Is this confirmed? Xun Guang shrugged. Your computer. Probably already received it. Only then did Captain Liu open the computer on his desk. He asked, have you chosen a path for your kid yet? The martial arts department or the superhuman arts department? Captain Liu shook his head. Haven't decided. We'll see after she takes the aptitude test. On the computer was an urgent notice regarding children of all Tier 2 and above superhumans. Barring special circumstances, all children must, after completing their aptitude test, mandatorily enroll in a major within the superhuman system. He asked back, don't just talk about me. What about your boy? I don't think he's that bright. Are you enrolling him in spiritual arts, aberration studies, or superhuman physiology? But Xun Guang was silent, fiddling with his cigarette. Then he said decisively, none of them. Captain Liu was startled. Don't tell me you're planning to have him study superhuman liberal arts. He shook his head. I'm having him study regular liberal arts. Captain Liu couldn't believe it and laughed. Are you kidding me? The kid hasn't even taken the aptitude test. What if he's a match? You know, that if his aptitude is high enough, he'll be forcibly assigned to a superhuman department. But Xun Guang decisively stubbed out his cigarette. He turned, put on his coat, and left. He's not getting tested. Captain Liu called out, "Hey, explain yourself!" But Xun Guang had no intention of explaining further. You take your time with your work. I'm going for a walk. A female assistant entered timidly. Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Captain Liu nodded. What is it? Speak. She reported, understood. This is a new report that just came in from the shadow plane. He opened it, and after reading, he was speechless. The report read, New Aberration Type ID D29.527. Nickname, the mad training shadow that knows how to salute. One description subject is a pure black entity. Exists like a shadow. Target was first spotted in the central garden of the Kinyue residential complex, presumed to have accidentally entered this residential area. Their target shows no signs of fatigue. Has a great interest in physical training, knows how to use equipment for training. Low desire to attack. When reconnaissance personnel approached, the subject stopped training and saluted. Observation time 2 hours. Threat assessment quite low. Conclusion temporarily do not engage. The female assistant summarized. Observation staff discovered a new type of aberration in a nearby residential complex. There's no record of it in our database, so they wanted to ask for your judgment. But Captain Liu was just as confused. What kind of weirdo aberration is this? Meanwhile, inside the shadow plane, Zhang Yu was filming an aberration. Look here. Before us, we have a spider. A spider's body contains a large amount of protein, and several times that of rice of the same weight. The spider meat is fresh and juicy. If you burn off the hair on its surface with a flame, you can easily peel its skin. Take a bite and you'll find it doesn't taste like beef, and it doesn't taste like goat either. So what does it taste like? It tastes like spider. I never thought these landscape shots of the shadow plane would get so many likes. At this rate, I'm going to become a TikTok star. Turns out, besides me, there are a lot of other people making videos about the superhuman genre. This kind of content used to be censored. You weren't allowed to post it. Just then, the system panel appeared, startling him. Zhang Yu frowned, reading, Shadow Attribute Persona, the Hunter. The Hunter. If you don't find release in the hunt, you will die in the hunt. To not hunt is death, awakening. This persona, you are abnormally joyful. You know that only by continuously hunting. Can you extend your own life? Go and enjoy the process of every single hunt. Become the hunter, that all shall fear until you ascend. He swatted the panel away in frustration. You're gonna pop up and scare me over something like that. But then something even more important appeared. Remaining lifespan 100 hours. The words struck Zhang Yu like a thunderbolt. My lifespan is only 100 hours. Zhang Yu's face went pale as he stared at the numbers. What's going on? Why is the system showing that I only have 100 hours left? Could this be the certain risk of unlocking the hunter persona? You call this a certain risk? Calm down, don't rush. There must be a way to deal with this. From this introduction, it seems the hunter is forced to constantly hunt to extend their lifespan. In other words, as long as I kill aberrations, I can extend my own life. He reread the information. Item 1, life and death are the hunter's prerogative. Either you stand amidst endless slaughter to achieve immortality, or Zhang Yu deduced based on this text it seems hunting can even lead to immortality. Item 2, the hunter persona is special. Even if the flesh perishes, it can exist in another state. He was confused. But after the flesh perishes, what does exist in another state mean? And what's this about awakening this persona makes you abnormally joyful? I only have a few days left to live. Joyful my ass, if I can't even kill a single aberration. I'll have to go ask Uncle Lee for help. Looking at the aberration spider, Zhang Yu thought, looks like the only way is to kill this thing and get some lifespan and then figure things out. So he turned on his phone to record. A rare opportunity. Might as well film a video, post it on TikTok, and become a star. Anyway, this is a secret account Uncle Lee got from the Night Watch division. No one will be able to trace it back to me. Immediately, Zhang Yu activated his form. Shadow. The phone's camera quickly captured the moment. It turned out he had started a live stream. Welcome everyone to my channel. Hey everyone! I'm your boy Lil Yu. This giant spider aberration, I'm taking it on all by myself. First, we shouldn't make any noise. Slowly approach the opponent. Then give it a good whack. We're getting closer and closer. Okay. Now I'm going to stay quiet to avoid startling it. Then Zhang Yu took out a special steel-boned weapon. It cost him several 100,000. The head was embedded with several unknown metal pieces. Just then the monster scented its prey. But as it lunged, he dodged aside. When the aberration turned around, Zhang Yu had already leaped behind it. His heart was pounding relentlessly. But as if it had entered a blind spot, the aberration was confused. Zhang Yu thought with excitement. Even from this close, it can't detect me. This shadow state is really handy. Next, I just need to use my slaughter skill to find its weak point. Immediately after he slipped right under the aberration's body, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. This is the spot. He grinned, raising his weapon. Let's give you a taste of this. Half an hour earlier, from the spider aberration's perspective. It's been a while since I came to this world, little spider. Me likes it here. It's not as suffocating as the abyss. And there are no terrifyingly huge dudes around. Just a little bit of caution is all this little lolly needs to keep on living. Just now I fought with one of my own kind, an ugly one at that. Although I got slightly injured, it gave me a full meal. It happily rested its head. A little more sleep and I'll be fully recovered. Its many spider eyes were drooping. About to fall asleep, its spider sense suddenly made it jump up. Which son of a bitch dares to approach me? The aberration was confused. Strange. Where is it? I can clearly feel it's right near me. I don't feel safe here. I'll find another place to nap. But before it could leave, it felt something was wrong. Something stabbed it right in its rear end, making the spider shriek in pain. Zhang Yu was satisfied, feeling the formidable power. That last moment felt like my shadow points were pouring out. So you only unleash your full power when you find an opponent to fight. The full power. Good. Its health bar is down to 40%. 2 more hits. But before he could do anything, a claw came flying at him. It sent Zhang Yu flying backwards. He was bewildered. He sat up from the rubble. Ow! Doesn't hurt. But the spider aberration was about to go crazy. My asshole, Zhang Yu laughed mischievously. Perfect. That iron rod is stuck in its weak spot. It's taking continuous damage. So he took the opportunity to quickly get back on his feet. A great power shifted around Zhang Yu's body. Shadow dive. Then following the skill's momentum, he began to sink into the ground. Zhang Yu's entire body submerged into the ground as if diving. He was a bit surprised. So this is shadow dive? I can't believe it's like hiding in the shadows. I don't have to fight the aberration head-on. I just have to be like a hunter hiding in the forest waiting for an opportunity, then deliver a fatal blow to my prey. Looking at the writhing spider, Zhang Yu mumbled, a superhuman aberration. A triumphant smile appeared on the hunter's face. The hunt has begun. A girl was bored scrolling through live streams. Sunset. Your night's safety is protected by the Night Watch division. Hello, everyone. I'm someone who works at the Night Watch. Today I'm going to introduce you to a low-level aberration types. She boredly switched to another live stream. Hey everyone, I'm Lala. Today, I'm taking you all to a restaurant deep inside an alley. The bad guy is me, I am John Demong. Hello everyone. I'm going to perform a stunt for you all. Extremely dangerous. This lighter, my fam. Watch me smash it, Xiao Di said in disgust. What is all this garbage? Have the streamers run out of things to do lately? So boring. But then suddenly Xiao Di's eyes widened in amazement. It was Zhang Yu's live stream. My name is Yu from Beidou. She was curious. Where is this place? In the video, a series of different aberrations flashed across the screen. Xiao Dai jumped up in shock. Was that thing just now an aberration? Oh my god, it's real. That's not a special effect, is it? Zhang Yu was explaining. This little toy is called an ancient demonic shadow-patterned spider. A mid-tier, low-quality aberration from the abyss. The comments were flying by. Yu is so handsome, so cool. This is bad, I'm falling for him. I want to buy this guy a house. Too bad I can't afford it. I want this guy to buy me spicy stir-fried pork. No pork needed, no spice needed. He continued to share his knowledge. The patterns on its body can emit spiritual corruption. Low-level individuals cannot look at it directly for a long time. Xiao Di read the comments unhappily. A bunch of thirsty girls, posting all these disgustingly thirsty comments online. Let your parents and friends see this. I hate shameless people like you the most. Then she couldn't help herself. And yet she typed out the same cringy comment. Hey handsome, can I? A moment later, Zhang Yu on the screen sank into the ground. Her eyes lit up. Oh my god. Could this streamer be a superhuman? Xiao Dai smirked excitedly. This is getting more and more interesting. At this moment, inside the shadow plane, Zhang Yu was facing off against the spider. He was actually aiming for the rod stuck in its body. One kick sent the aberration screaming in pain. It counterattacked, unleashing a force towards Zhang Yu. But he had already quickly hidden and escaped, leaving the aberration confused, not knowing where its enemy was. It frowned, looking at the spot where it had just missed, only to see a finger poking its body. The moment it cluelessly turned around, Zhang Yu held up 2 fingers in a friendly greeting. I'm over here, Zhang Yu continuously taunted. The spider which kept missing. 8 legs and you can't land a single hit. You're trash. Watching this, Xiao Di couldn't help but gasp. She was mesmerized. So fast. So handsome. This streamer is both handsome and fast. And at this moment in the video, the spider sprayed a load of poison onto him. Just then a wave of poison spread across the ground. Zhang Yu completely disappeared into the wave. The spider was smug. You dare fight me? Unexpectedly, his voice rang out. You think covering the ground with acid, it means I can't do anything to you? Zhang Yu had actually appeared on a tall building nearby. He smirked and said, darkness is everywhere. Zhang Yu dashed off as fast as a lightning bolt. The aberration hastily sprayed another burst of venom, but he had vanished again. And I can move freely through the darkness. Jiang Yu's figure flickered in and out of existence, teleporting at will, jumping back and forth. His feet landed lightly as he leaped out of a wall. I am the hunter from the shadows. He took out another club-like weapon. Appearing below, the endless slaughter made me lose my memory. I only vaguely remember my name. One blow easily pierced through the aberration's body. Jiang Yu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. My name is Yuzi. Finally, the battle ended with an overwhelming victory. He began his career of absorbing aberrations, Shadow Devour. The dark power of the abyss gradually flowed into Jiang Yu's body. He took a deep breath, absorbing all of that energy. A white cloak appeared, fluttering gently. Jiang Yu donned the cloak like a hidden god. Hunt complete. The livestream chat exploded. Is this a superhero movie? This is real, right? It's not a movie effect, is it? So handsome, right, Mr. Yu? I love you. Meanwhile, Shouty couldn't help but hug her phone. Her eyes shone with happiness. So exciting, so exciting. I haven't seen anything this exciting in a long time. Xiao Dai didn't hesitate to hit follow. Follow, I have to follow. Where else can you find a blogger who's this cool and this unhinged? Then she even sent a private message. Hello, want to be friends? That last assassination mission was highly rated. The system explained. Name Ancient Demonic Shadow Pattern Spider. Rank Mid-Tier Level 1 Introduction. A low-level abyss aberration of the ancient demon type. The patterns on its body represent its strength. The more patterns, the stronger its spiritual corruption ability. Please do not look at it directly for a long time, unless you are willing to become its prey. Abilities Acid Silk Spinning Ancient Demonic Corruption. Price for killing senses become chaotic. Shadow Devour Harvest. 1. Gained ability Shadow Silk. 2. Increased shadow points. The above aberration has been devoured. Price is waived. Jiang Yu sighed with regret. Just a mid-tier level 1 scrub, and here I thought I'd defeated a powerful enemy. In terms of strength, I'm still far weaker than that monster. I just took advantage of Shadow Dive. At this point, the number of viewers had reached 1.5 million. He was shocked. So many viewers, I'm famous. So Jiang Yu smiled brightly and said, ending the live stream. That's all for today. Leaving a little suspense to pique the viewer's interest. Suddenly, he noticed something on his hand. This black line, is this Shadow Silk? Jiang Yu shot a line towards a tall building. His whole body was pulled up, soaring like he was swinging. He couldn't help but shout in amazement. Then, acting like a total kid, he role-played I'm Spider-Man, but he lost control and slammed face first into the wall. As he fell, Jiang Yu quickly grabbed onto a lamppost. He swayed, steadying himself. Ow! Ow! I need to practice more with this Shadow Silk. He checked his information. Remaining lifespan 7 days. Jiang Yu was disappointed. Only an extra 3 days of lifespan, that's less than I thought. He thought deeply. Even though I have 7 days left, you don't just run into aberrations all the time. What if I can't find any? Just then the system popped up. Note 3 as a hunter hiding in the shadows. Your infamy spreads far and wide. You will gain even more unexpected rewards because your infamy has spread. The hunter's authority has been unlocked. You can mark your prey, easily detecting its weak points, and carry out attacks on those weaknesses. Prey marked by you will experience negative mental states such as panic, fear. Effectiveness depends on the power difference between both sides. Single target short duration. Mark can only exist for 1 second. Increase infamy or persona rank to enhance this ability. Please note, activating Mark consumes a certain amount of mental energy. This ability also has a chance of revealing your position, startling the prey. Please use with caution. Pursuit hunting marked prey. You will gain increased agility and strength. Successful pursuit. Any of your attributes or abilities, each will be enhanced to a certain degree. Please note pursuit has no cost. This ability has a duration similar to Mark. Please kill the prey during the pursuit period. Increase infamy or persona rank to enhance this ability. Jiang Yu scratched his head, confused. Because my infamy has spread, and so I unlocked my hunter's authority. When did it spread? He suddenly understood. Could it be because of the live stream just now? Killing aberrations, editing videos to get famous. Unlocking new powers, a whole chain of events. Whether it's my copy ability or my superpowers, they're all skyrocketing. So he immediately stood up with excitement. Great, guess I'm working overtime today. Jiang Yu activated his pursuit ability. In his vision, he immediately saw the trail of an aberration. Found it. His entire body leaped from the top of the lamppost. Then he pounced, heading straight for the aberration. Hunt! An extremely bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. After Jiang Yu fought all night and returned home, Yao Yao pressed a cotton ball soaked in alcohol firmly onto his wound. It made him clutch his face and cry out in pain. Ow! She raised an eyebrow, questioning him. You couldn't just stay home quietly. Who did you go out and fight with this time? Jiang Yu hesitated, not knowing what to say. Then he explained vaguely, a little gentler. I was out being a hero. If you don't get it, don't say anything. Yao Ma was dismissive. Oh, really? Have you ever seen a hero who gets injured all over every day? You've got no skills, but you still act tough. Jiang Yu grumbled in frustration. These wounds, If I used my shadow state, they'd heal in minutes. It's not like I left them on purpose so you could put ointment on them. She frowned suspiciously and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" Jiang Yu quickly denied it. "Nothing. Are there any interesting movies out lately? We should find some time to go see one." Yama scrolled through her phone. "It's all just garbage movies, nothing good to watch. But there's a really interesting blogger lately." He froze, turning to her curiously. "A blogger?" She turned on her phone for Jiang Yu to see. Look, on it was a video of him in his shadow state. "UZ, my name is Yu. I am an assassin with amnesia from the shadow plane." It made him jump and spit out a mouthful of water. Yawa was shocked too. "What's wrong? Why are you so worked up?" Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject. "No, nothing. Is this the video you've been watching lately?" She confirmed excitedly. "Of course. It hit the trending charts in just 2 days. Right now, this Yu guy is the hottest superhuman blogger." He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Is that so pretty good, huh? But isn't publicizing this kind of superhuman knowledge illegal?" Jiang Yu was worried. "I got famous way too fast. I'm not going to get targeted by the Night Watch division, am I?" Only then did Yao Yao turn to him a little surprised. She explained calmly. "You're not allowed to publicize the core knowledge. The stuff that everyone can see now is the most basic of basic knowledge. The impact isn't significant. Look at this. This is his combat video against an aberration." Yao Yao. Yaoma moved closer, linking her arm with Jiang Yu's so they were closer. She happily showed him her phone. "Aren't you very interested? In superhuman stuff, you can follow him. Look, there's another video of him here. But it's a re-upload from someone else." Yama's happy face made him smile unconsciously. Because her joy was so pure and carefree. Suddenly she asked, "Hey, do you think I could make videos to upload online? Maybe I'd get famous too." Jiang Yu disagreed, teasing her. "Film what you in a schoolgirl uniform? With white tights dancing around in the shadow plane." Yama got angry, hugging herself. "Get lost. Can't I make explanatory videos about superhuman stuff?" He immediately changed his tune. "You can't just think that because you've seen a few documents. You can compare to those experienced Night Watch veterans. Also, next time if you keep going out dressed like that, you're gonna get stalkers." "I lost one last time." Yama's face paled when she heard that. "Lost one." She slipped behind him. Jiang Yu deftly raised the gun and pressed it into his side. Her voice was full of menace. "These injuries all over you. It's not because you were stalking some girl in a school uniform and got your ass beat, is it?" He panicked and quickly raised both hands. "I was just kidding." Yao Yao, unconvinced, tapped the barrel of the gun. "Who knows if that's true or not?" Jiang Yu had no choice but to play along. "Spare me, officer." She scolded him angrily. "No way, as punishment, you're cooking for me." After dinner, Jiang Yu sighed and collapsed onto a chair. He grumbled as he checked his phone. "Finally got that kid to go home." Unexpectedly, he found countless messages. "You there? Who are you? What's your purpose for editing and posting this video? Are you really from Beidou? Mister, are you a night watcher? Is this scripted? Do you have any more pictures of that aberration? This isn't photoshopped, is it? How to make braised pork. Pork belly hair scraped clean. Chop the bones into pieces, prepare scallions. Jiang Yu was surprised. "In just a short time, I've gotten this many private messages. Looks like I'm really famous." But just then something else caught his attention. A series of messages tagging Jiang Yu. "At you dude, Didao called you out. Go watch his video now." "At you got called out by Didao, is it true?" "Didao, you trash faking videos? Who the hell do you think you are? You got exposed. Serves you right. So many night watchers risk their lives. And you get famous by editing clips. What gives you the right to be mentioned in the same breath as them? Show your face, stop playing dead. All you know is how to edit videos. Come out and face the music." He was bewildered. He didn't get it. Faking videos. Jiang Yu then clicked on the link people had sent. In it was another blogger. "Hello everyone. I'm Dai Dao. Today, we're not exploring restaurants. I'm taking you all to a takedown." A bald old man was talking. "You've all seen this video, right? Some guy named Yu. Some aberration? It is he, that kind of guy, the shadow plane aberrations. An assassin with amnesia. Just look at it. Does this video look real to you? First, let's watch the video. We'll use a computer to review it frame by frame. Everyone look at these 2 screenshots. Notice there's no continuity. It's clearly been edited. Now look at the background. It's obviously been post-processed, blurring the real scenery." Jiang Yu grumbled angrily. "Isn't this blogger a food guy? Always checking out restaurants. Why is he clout chasing off me now? Besides, I only edited out the parts where I looked bad. And he's calling me out for that," the old man said. "Why am I exposing this person today? Everyone look here. I'm the real deal, a former contract night watcher. Back when we were young. The number of aberrations we killed was countless. So a little punk like him, I can spot a fake a mile away. That's all for now. I advise a certain someone to get their act together." He then clicked on the comments below. "This is clearly a real scene. The shadow plane and the aberration are both real. How did it become a fake video? Then why edit it? The background is all blurred, which proves he has something to hide. So what if it's edited? Editing doesn't prove the video is fake. I think some of the camera angles are very problematic. That Yu guy has no real skills. He's just trying to fool everyone. That's right, Dao is still the best. He's the true veteran night watcher. Jiang Yu scratched his head in frustration. Expose me whatever. Even my comics get nitpicked by a bunch of clueless people sometimes. The truth is, only when the tide goes out do you see who's been swimming naked. Fine, if you say my video is fake, then I'll just go kill another one and get some more lifespan while I'm at it. But before that, I need to clear things up with that Dao guy. He checked the trending topics. You owes us an apology. Fake superhuman blogger goes viral. You has a side like this. This expose is kinda sus. Yu's video isn't that simple. Who exactly is you? Definitely not a normal person. Just a passerby? Let's get this straight. Edited scripted a born hunter. A nightmare that terrifies his enemies. Jiang Yu jumped back into the shadow plane. This time he brought a mini camera instead of his phone. Jiang Yu clipped the camera to his left chest pocket. He looked around. Feels like there are even fewer than yesterday. The shadow plane gets reset every so often. At first there were clearly a lot. Then suddenly his pursuit skill lit up. Jiang Yu saw one hiding. Hiding here. Looks like there's an ambush pro waiting to attack another aberration. Let me show you what a real ambush pro looks like. Without hesitation, he prepared to charge. Hunt begin. Jiang Yu stuck his leg out over the edge of the building's rooftop. But looking at the terrifying height, he gulped. Then he decided to change course and take the stairs. Easy now, don't talk big. Instead of a powerful assassin hunting his prey, a rookie superhuman taking the stairs is more like it. At this moment, the aberration was hiding, searching for prey. But it didn't notice that danger was also approaching. Jiang Yu had appeared right in front of it. Mark. Instantly, the aberration became his target. Jiang Yu was pleased. It's working. The marked target instantly feels an inexplicable fear. And this guy looks a lot like that scythe monster from before. Did it evolve? Then he scoffed, unafraid. So what if it did? I've evolved too. Instantly, Jiang Yu moved in, striking from below. Ambush technique rising dragon. The monster's health bar dropped straight to 45%. Without hesitation, he pushed off and chased after the aberration. He leaped up, attacking it from above. Shadow bind. Jiang Yu's eyes were sharp. Taking this chance, activate pursuit. The system immediately announced, mark effective, pursuit activated. Strength and agility. Enhanced, duration 1 second. Kill the target within this time for an extra reward. He once again appeared right in front of the monster, but the aberration quickly dodged the blow. Jiang Yu was also a bit surprised by its speed, but he didn't hesitate. He leaped forward, lunging at the aberration. It sensed the danger and immediately turned to flee. But Jiang Yu quickly blocked its path. Now the aberration finally made its move. Its mouth full of tentacles opened, baring its fangs to attack. An invisible shockwave blasted towards him. Jiang Yu was startled, blocking it. So dizzy. This thing can launch mental attacks too. Then 2 sharp slashes attacked him. It made Jiang Yu cough up blood. He quickly retreated to steady himself. He slumped down, supporting himself, unable to help, but exclaimed, "Damn, that's strong, just one hit." Took off 34% of my health. Through the dust cloud, the aberration became clearer. Jiang Yu frowned. He thought this thing is a high-attack, high-agility assassin. And it has a lot of health, too. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I have to use a strategy. Jiang Yu used his skill again, hiding in the ground. You can't hit me. He dashed away, nimbly dodging its attacks. But the enraged aberration didn't give up chasing and lunging at him. It swung its scythe towards Jiang Yu. Then suddenly the aberration couldn't move. It froze stunned. It turned out its 2 scythes had been caught by shadows. He landed a direct punch on its body. Jiang Yu smirked coldly. You idiot, you fell for it. His feet danced, moving with incredible speed. Jiang Yu rained blows on it. High attack, high agility, so what? Now you can't fight and you can't run. This is my house now. There's no escape for you today. The aberration was restrained, unable to move. This enraged it, and it threw its head back and roared. Annoyed, he kicked it squarely. That move's not gonna work on me. Just like that, Jiang Yu punched and kicked the aberration in the face. At the moment the aberration was weakest, he raised his hand, preparing the final blow. Hunt! But suddenly Jiang Yu's hand froze in front of it. Cold sweat broke out on his face. How can this be? The aberration's face had been replaced by the face of But you're that night watcher. Jiang Yu was in disbelief. How is this possible? Weren't you taken away by the night watchers? How did you turn into this, and why are you here? Unexpectedly, the aberration used that opportunity to break free and escape. It immediately fled in a panic, leaving him standing there in shock. I have something to tell you. Stop! Jiang Yu chased it to a tall building before stopping. He was breathing heavily, but he still frantically searched around. Jiang Yu walked past his own reflection and sighed helplessly, because he had likely lost the aberration's trail completely. The system announced, entering the shadow plane. You have discovered a prey that also carries the hunter persona. You are extremely excited for the upcoming hunt. You have begun to anticipate the scene of your successful hunt. Jiang Yu walked slowly, step by step. ignoring the words ringing in his ear. It immediately prompted, "You were about to successfully hunt, but unexpectedly let the prey escape. Unfortunately, this is a failed hunt. Warning: if you fail hunts consecutively, your strength will be weakened. It may even weaken your lifespan. In your heart, you know. Only by continuously hunting, increasing your infamy, and leveling up, can the hunter gain more power over life and death. But now your heart is filled with rage. You feel that life is meaningless. I'm done hunting." The demonic voice whispered in his ear, "Then just wait for death." He angrily punched the system panel. Frowning, he spoke in frustration. "Enough, stop nagging me." After venting, Zhang Yu helplessly lowered his hand. He clutched his head in pain. A hero who died to save people ends up turning into something like this. Suddenly, Zhang Yu froze, his whole body stunned. He looked at his reflection in the glass. If I die, Zhang Yu couldn't help but imagine. Will I also become a monster? He clenched his fists. There's no turning back now. I have to keep hunting relentlessly. After that, Zhang Yu went to the Yunhai gathering point in the East District, a desolate wasteland. He looked around. This is the place. The news said aberrations often appear around here. I probably won't have to worry about not finding any aberrations here. Zhang Yu opened a pathway. Shadow portal. Instantly, a portal appeared on a tall building. He jumped out of it. This speed is not much different from instant teleportation. Zhang Yu observed his surroundings. As expected, the number of aberrations here is much higher than where I live. A lot, but they're also pretty cowardly. They all hide in buildings and don't show their faces. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance. Zhang Yu was a little surprised. There's one on the rooftop. It's not hiding. He immediately understood something. Here, that means, Zhang Yu silently confirmed, this one is very strong. But it looks like its leg is seriously injured. Its health is low too. A good opportunity. This time I won't mess up. A shadow stealthily approached the rooftop. Zhang Yu's shadowy hand emerged from the ground. He snuck quietly towards the aberration. But just that was enough for it to sense something was wrong. As soon as it turned around, Zhang Yu immediately sank into the ground, as if there was no anomaly there at all. He was a bit surprised. So sharp. The aberrations here are much more alert than the ones in my neighborhood. This one seems to have a very keen sense of smell. Plus, the red spots on its body have faded a lot. Is it because it's in a state of alert? No, I have to make it lower its guard first. Be patient. Wait for it to drop its defenses. At the moment, the aberration turned again to tear at its meal. Now! Zhang Yu immediately activated Pursuit and Mark. Elsewhere in the Liu family's apartment building, Yaoma saw someone enter and started to scold them. You're back so late! Where did you run off to again? Hurry up and come over here and help me get... Uncle Li, Dad? Zhunguang asked with a laugh. Cooking for Zhang Yu again? Captain Liu shrugged. I told her to stay here. The kid I raised has become part of your family now. She turned her head away, embarrassed. Dad, don't talk bad about me. But why are you off work so early today? He replied casually. Nothing going on at the division? So I left early. It's rare for us to get together. Let's go out to eat. Yaoma immediately refused. No, it's fine. I'm already halfway done cooking. Zhunguang shamelessly sat right down on the chair. Then let's do it another day. Today is a good chance for me to taste Yao Yao's cooking. This is a rare opportunity. I can consider it piggybacking on Lil Yu's good fortune. Hearing this, she became flustered with anger. Uncle Li, he asked, puzzled, where's Lil Yu? Is he not home? Yaoma shook her head. I don't know. He probably went out to hang out. Zhunguang sighed in disappointment. That good for nothing. He goes out to play and leaves you at home to cook for him. Just then, Zhang Yu walked in covered in wounds. Food? Where's the food? Food. Cooking, I'm starving. Yao Yao, what delicious thing are you making? Hurry up and let your big bro see. I'm in a good mood today. I bought you the lollipop you like. You have no idea I was chased by a dog the whole way. Almost got bitten to death. Also, why did you send me so many messages? You miss me that much. But as soon as he saw the two adults in the room, Zhang Yu froze. He swallowed hard, a lump in his throat. Without hesitation, he put the lollipop away. Then he laughed awkwardly. I was chased by a dog and ran like crazy the whole way. My head's a little fuzzy. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhunguang waved his hand. All right. It's rare we get to have a meal together today. Don't say such depressing things. Come sit over here, you. Fighting. What young person doesn't get into fights? If you don't fight, can you even be called young? Captain Liu nodded. That's right. Like back in my youth getting jealous over a girl I liked. A little conflict is normal. That's right. The other day I saw you walking shoulder to shoulder with a girl in a dress. What was her name again? Yawa reminded him, Yu Zhou'er. He acted as if he just remembered. Right, that's her name. That girl looks pretty good. Very elegant with a graceful figure. If I met a girl like that when I was young, I'd also be willing to risk my life and get covered in injuries. For her. Come on, Uncle Liu will raise a glass to your success. Zhang Yu held back a laugh looking at the annoyed girl. Uncle Liu really says the most inappropriate things. And saying it right in front of Yao Yao too. Zhunguang prompted, what are you spacing out for? Toast Uncle Liu. He quickly raised his glass of water. Uncle Liu, here's to you. Inside, he was sweating bullets. These two old guys got together to lecture me. Zhang Yu quickly downed the glass. Bottoms up, even though it's just soda. He raised an eyebrow with a mysterious smile. Letting you have your moment, kid. He quickly fawned over him. Come on, Uncle Liu, eat up. You're out all day. It's a rare chance to eat something Yao Yao cooked herself. This time, Captain Liu agreed. That's right, it's truly rare. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu then said, when you're home, Yao Yao must cook for you often, right? No wonder her cooking is so good. This one sentence made him freeze completely knocked. Out! Captain Liu turned to look at his daughter. She cooks jack squat, normally. When I'm home, we just order takeout. But when it comes to taking care of Lil Yu, she's so enthusiastic. Running over here and changing up the menu every day to serve this kid. He smiled smugly, thinking, got one back on you. So they ate very happily. Come on, Lil Yu, toast your Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu, here's to you. Thank you for your hard work. Dad, I'll toast you too. After the meal, the uncle and nephew saw the father and daughter off. Uncle Liu, Yao Yao, get home safe. Old Liu, come again next time. She waved. See you tomorrow. Then while cleaning up, Zhang Yu casually asked, want a soda, uncle? Zhunguang refused. No thanks. Then he sat down on the chair with a serious expression. As he was casually drinking his water, Zhunguang was strangely silent. After a long while, he finally spoke. Hey, let me ask you something. Zhang Yu turned to him. Yes? Unexpectedly, he asked directly, you've awakened your powers, haven't you? The near certainty in his voice made him freeze. Zhang Yu turned away, playing dumb. Awakened what powers? Zhunguang stated firmly, I've been a night watcher for 25 years. Those wounds on your body, I can tell with one look. Speak, when did it happen? Seeing that he couldn't hide it, he had no choice but to face the music. Then he confessed about half a month ago. He asked again. How did you awaken? Zhang Yu turned to him unhappily. Are you interrogating me, uncle? Zhunguang took out a cigarette. No need to be so tense, just talk. He gave a vague account. How did I awaken? I'm not really sure. Anyway, it just suddenly happened. He was a bit surprised. A natural awakening that's extremely rare. Only a few people a year. Zhang Yu waved his hand and shrugged. Something like that. It's probably because I'm exceptionally gifted. But unexpectedly, when he turned, he saw Zhunguang's serious expression. Uncle Li! He shivered, realizing, did Uncle Li just use his power? He was suddenly silent for a moment. After a while, he finally spoke. This year, if you test for superhuman aptitude, as long as your willpower isn't unacceptably low, you'll have to take the martial arts exam. Zhang Yu nodded. Yeah, Yao Yao told me. Zhunguang was a bit reproachful. The kid already knows, too, that old Liu. These past few years, the pressure on the Night Watch division has been immense. The number of casualties increases every year. I can pull some strings for you. You won't have to take the exam. After this, just focus on your college entrance exams and continue your studies. He was stunned, his eyes wide. Pull some strings? Zhang Yu thought in a panic. Can he just say that out loud? He held his cigarette and said decisively, you can pick any of those schools. Don't you like drawing comics? You can get into the art department if you want. Want a different major? That's not a problem either. His jaw dropped. Holy crap! I didn't know you were that cool, uncle. Zhang Yu found it a bit funny. He decided to tease him. Can I just get a diploma without going to school? Zhunguang slapped his nephew directly. You think you can fly? You want to try? Go to Lindong University. The academic atmosphere there is good. After you graduate, I'll arrange a stable job for you. Then you can live a peaceful life with Yao Yao. But his face darkened as he spoke seriously. Uncle Li. He seemed to understand his nephew's meaning and looked over at him nervously. As expected, Zhang Yu still said it. I still want to try becoming a superhuman. Zhunguang loudly objected, no way. You have to listen to me on this. After shouting, he was startled and froze, realizing he had overreacted. He remained in a pointing posture, not knowing how to react. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu said firmly, no. If you pull strings for me, I'll report you to the Night Watch division. Zhunguang's eyes widened in disbelief. Report me! Zhunguang looked sternly at his nephew. He said, I'm not kidding with you. The superhuman world is much more dangerous than you can imagine. Just focus on your studies. If anything happens, I've got your back. But Zhang Yu was resolute. Uncle Li, I'm serious too. Danger is everywhere. Besides, you can't look out for me my whole life. Right. The atmosphere between them fell silent for a long time. After a while, Zhunguang sighed. Fine, we'll see if you regret it. After you truly understand. In short, before your senior year, if you want to back out, you can come find me anytime. Seeing he was about to leave, he reminded him, hey, Uncle Li, don't take any shortcuts or pull strings in the future. What if you go to jail? Zhunguang waved his hand. You little bastard. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm heading home. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu called out to him. Wait. Last time when I read the documents Yao Yao gave me, it said that superhumans must expend all their power before they die to prevent any leaks of corruption, mutation, and turning into an aberration. So is it possible that a person is already dead? Their power is also completely depleted, but they still turn into an aberration. Hearing these words, Zhunguang's gaze suddenly sharpened. He explained, Of course, special abilities, or interference from external objects, can all lead to the situation you described. He nodded in understanding. I see. Then Junguang asked curiously, "Why do you ask this?" Zhang Yu scratched his head and smiled. "No reason, just curious." Before leaving, he advised, "If you choose the martial arts exam, you'll have to deal with these things sooner or later. Get some rest early. Don't go out fighting anymore." He quickly acted obedient. Yes, yes, yes. I'll listen to everything Uncle Li says." Suddenly, Shunguang turned his head back. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. This year's martial arts exam is early. The testing starts right after the new year." Zhang Yu was startled. So soon? He waved his hand. "Anyway, just be well prepared." He also replied obediently, "Okay." That evening, Xiao Di got a notification. "The blogger you that you follow has posted a new video." She smiled, her eyes bright. He updated, but as soon as she opened it, countless hate comments flooded in. Clout chasing, off of everything. The real thing is night watchers and aberrations fighting to the death. You're just someone who got famous by editing videos. I predicted this from the start. I bet this guy will be doing live stream battles and selling products soon. So disgusting. Xiao Dai cursed angrily, hateful. These kinds of mindless trolls are getting more and more common. They're clearly just jealous of my man Yu's talent. "My man, watch me hate you all to death. You're making me so mad." Then she immediately went to curse them back. "You people don't know anything, you just criticize randomly. You're all just plain jealous." But even so, Xiao Di herself had her doubts. She mumbled sadly, "My man Yu isn't really a fraud, is he? Please don't let there be an apology video." But the first line of the video was hunt or die. Xiao Di stared in a daze. "The way he shot this shadow plane is insane. This scene," she could say with certainty, "he's really there in person." Suddenly, Zhang Yu's footsteps leaped off the building. The scene became chaotic. "Wait, don't tell me he's going to—" Clearly, Xiao Di realized he had jumped straight down. Just watching it, she didn't dare to open her eyes and screamed her head off until she felt it was safe. When she opened her eyes, he was already using his silk thread to fly between buildings. Xiao Dai was even more mesmerized. So awesome. So this is a superhuman? Suddenly the camera shook as a figure rushed over. Zhang Yu kicked it, knocking it down. This made her witness it from a first-person perspective. The shape of the aberration was clearly visible on the screen. It's a real aberration. She saw Zhang Yu reach out and shoot a strand of silk, instantly gaining the momentum to break free from its control. From this perspective, Xiao Di was completely captivated. So damn handsome. Through the mini-camera, Xiao Di felt like she was witnessing it up close. She saw Zhang Yu raise his leg and kick the aberration away, even though he also got hit by its counterattack. She felt like she was part of the battle. This is insane. So this is what it looks like when superhumans and aberrations fight. It's so real, this absolutely can't be fake. How could it be fake? Just then he leaped up, dodging the aberration. That reaction speed made the monster reel back in disbelief. The moment Zhang Yu completely defeated the monster, Xiao Dai was certain. He really is the assassin from Beidou. He calmly stood up from the aberration's gooey corpse. Zhang Yu reached out his hand and fearlessly absorbed its corpse. Shadow Devour. Xiao Dai was curious. The aberration was absorbed by him. He can shoot silk like a spider, because he absorbed a spider monster before. So now, doesn't that mean he can get a new ability? Back to Zhang Yu, who had returned home after the battle. He rubbed a wound on his face and grimaced. That actually hurt. The aberrations in that area are really strong. If it hadn't been seriously injured, I might not have won. Just as he was bandaging himself, a new notification popped up. It was a video from that bald old guy. "Hello, everyone. I'm Di Dao." That fake superhuman punk named Yu posted another video. This time, even though it looks very real, he still can't fool me. Roll the video. As you all can see, the aberration this time was seriously injured. This kind of aberration is very weak. A normal person with a little training could do it. If he's really a superhuman, why does he always pick on the weak to fight? Zhang Yu angrily turned off the video. He thought in disgust, "This guy is like a ghost that won't leave me alone. This Didao guy is really annoying." He cursed, "This is pissing me off." Zhang Yu wearily sat down on the sofa to rest. He thought to himself, "But my raw power really isn't enough right now. Just dealing with a level 1 aberration was already a struggle. I still need to get stronger. So strong that no one can doubt my abilities." Zhang Yu crossed his arms thinking, "But my current level definitely isn't good enough. I still need to get stronger. Through these few battles, I've also accumulated some combat skills. First, regarding shadow points. At first I thought it was an experience bar. But besides that, it's also similar to an energy bar. Using Shadow Silk consumes about 3 points. Activating Shadow Portal consumes 1 point, Slaughter Mark. Pursuit. These skills all have different consumption rates." He looked at the energy gathering in his palm. Zhang Yu waved his hand, shaking his head. "The consumption to maintain a state like shadow form depends on the environment. For example, in the shadow plane, the consumption rate is 0. In dark places in the real world, the consumption is low. When the sun is bright, the consumption is high. and it won't be long until the aptitude test. Zhang Yu slowly walked out to the balcony. He looked at the night sky and mumbled his calculations. Someone with superhuman talent, that is probably equivalent to the level I had with 1 to 3 shadow points. Even if before the official test, I don't get any stronger, my power is still enough to scare them. The reason those who are more outstanding than ordinary people are easily targeted. The consequence of showing off too much is being watched by many sides. Therefore, humility, screw that. I'm gonna make a grand show of it. Anyway, with Uncle Lee having my back, who am I afraid of? His laughter was so loud it echoed down to the apartment below. Zhang Yu said cheerfully, "Hurry up and make me happy." The old man downstairs was exasperated. That idiot upstairs is having an episode again. But the next morning, he had to sit and wait at the center. Next to him was Bao Qiang, also sitting and drinking a soda. Zhang Yu grumbled, watching the two girls shop. "Scammers. Didn't you say just 1 hour? It's been the whole damn morning. Wasting my life like this? At this rate, I'll be dead in a week." Bao Qiang reminded him, "The new year is coming, don't joke like that. It's bad luck." He mumbled, dejected, "I'm not joking. If I can't hunt, I'd rather be dead." Those words startled his friend. "What did you say?" Zhang Yu quickly changed the subject, sitting up. "Nothing. They're coming out." The two girls were discussing lunch. "What should we eat? How about a salad?" They didn't notice something was coming. He laughed. "What's so great about eating grass? I'll take you to a spot that's perfect for students." Then Zhang Yu took them to a grilled and steamed oyster restaurant. Yaoma looked ready to explode. "This is the place you said was perfect for students." Xiao Xiao covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Oh, it's perfect. Especially for the male students." Zhang Yu didn't see anything wrong. "I've been getting hurt a lot lately. I need to recharge. Grilled buns, soy sauce fried rice, egg drop soup, and stir-fried vegetables." She calmed down a little. "What?" Turns out he's just ordering normal dishes. I thought he was going to order, but then he actually placed the order. "We don't need any of the stuff I just said. Just give us one of everything else on the menu. And for the oysters, pick the big fresh ones for me." The server quickly brought out several plates. "Your orders are all here. Please enjoy," Zhang Yu coaxed. "Don't be mad, come on, this one's for you." Yaoya was adamant. Not eating. In the middle of their argument, she suddenly got a notification. It said the martial arts exam was moved up. Screening tests will begin on February 17th. Testing is expected to be completed by February 20th. The special training camp officially opens on February 25th. Xiao Xiao had also seen the information. "No way. The martial arts exam is earlier and it's mandatory." Bao Qiang broke out in a nervous sweat. "And there's a test right after the new year. This aptitude stuff is getting more and more annoying." Zhang Yu patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, with your aptitude, you definitely won't pass the screening," Bao Qiang said resentfully. "Gee, thanks. You guys know, when I was 7, I was followed by a little ghost-type aberrant. By the time the aberrant was destroyed, I was already corrupted. And I developed a psychological block, too." Zhang Yu immediately bragged, "If that were me, I would have definitely thrown hands with it on the spot." Yama sneered. "You think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? The avoidance mentality, the ostrich effect, most people have this kind of mindset. Even if they seem fine, the psychological trauma that aberrants leave on people is still there." Those words cast a pall over the meal. Everyone lost their appetite thinking about the aberrants. Seeing everyone so tense, Zhang Yu panicked a little. He quickly raised his glass. "All right, don't be so gloomy. Cheers." Just as Zhang Yu reached out to rally them, a siren blared. It startled everyone in the room, making them jump up. Yama's face turned pale. She realized, this is the alarm from the corruption detection device. An aberrant has entered the mall. Then the warning alarm blared loudly. Throughout the mall, someone suddenly screamed, "Run!" As if a switch had been flipped, all the civilians rushed out. "Get out of my way. Move it. You guys in front, hurry up. You want to die? The aberrant is here." "The aberrant's here. So noisy, can you shut up?" Bao Qiang broke out in a cold sweat. "This is bad. There are too many people we can't squeeze through." Xiao Xiao was also terrified. "So what do we do?" Yama reassured them, "Don't panic. Everyone calm down, we can get out." But then Zhang Yu's calm voice suddenly rang out. "Take cover!" At some point, he had smashed through the wall, leaving her stunned by how badass he looked. Zhang Yu took control of the situation, urging everyone, "What are you spacing out for? Run!" While the two girls helped Bao Qiang out, he was already scanning the surroundings. A panicked civilian ran past. "The aberrant is here." It was a massive monster, with hands like sharp scythes. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. "Too many people here. If I make a move, I'll be seen." So he grabbed Yao Yao's hand and pulled her along. The four of them weaved through the crowd. "Let's run first." She remained calm, assessing the situation. Logically, there should be protective measures. Around the shopping mall. How did an aberrant get in? Zhang Yu reminded her. It's too late to talk about that now. "Let's get outside first." Luckily, it took a while for it to break out. Otherwise, this whole mall would have been wiped out by now. He pointed ahead. "Quick, we can get to the next floor from there." But just then another tremor echoed. Zhang Yu quickly told his friends, "Careful, it's about to collapse, hold on tight to me." And so the four of them fell into the collapsing hole. Holy crap. No! Screams echoed through the thick cloud of dust. Help me! After the fall, Zhang Yu, covered in dust, felt a sharp pain. He was worried about his friends. Is everyone okay? Yaoma and Xiao Xiao, looking disheveled, were fine. Just a few scrapes. Bao Qiang winced, gritting his teeth in pain. It hurts so much my leg is pinned. Everyone rushed worriedly to his side. Zhang Yu knelt down to help. Don't be scared, I'll help you lift this rock. He strained to lift the boulder. When Zhang Yu lifted the rock off his leg, Bao Qiang saw that his leg was quite seriously injured. He carried the rock and threw it aside. Yaoma took out a white medicine box. Then she gave it to Bao Qiang. Painkiller, just chew it. He took it and while chewing asked, "Where are we?" Why did it suddenly get so dark? She frowned tense. I don't know. I've never encountered a situation like this. Zhang Yu directly touched the ground and felt it. His eyes widened in surprise. The floor is still the shopping mall. The shopping mall? We're probably still on the same floor as before. Suddenly, a black mist swirled around his hand. Zhang Yu frowned in surprise. No way, this familiar, intimate feeling. He looked at the hazy floor enveloped in mist. The entire building has been pulled into the shadow dimension. Another group of people fell and one was pinned by concrete. My leg, Dad, I'm scared. Don't be scared, don't be scared. The night patrollers are nearby. They'll be here soon. Zhang Yu observed everyone intently. This is bad. There are still so many people trapped here. There's no transportation in the shadow dimension. It'll take the night patrollers a while to get here. He turned to look at his friends. If we wait too long, we'll be attacked by aberrants. The corruption. Here is deadly enough. We have to get everyone out quickly. Zhang Yu pointed to his own wrist, puzzled. Yao Yao, aren't you wearing the watch that Uncle Liu gave you? Hearing this, she lit up, remembering. That's right. I almost forgot. Bao Qiang and Xiao Xiao were overjoyed as Yao Yao pressed the emergency notification button. She explained, this watch can send out a signal. The night patrollers should be able to get here soon. Xiao Xiao cheered. Yao Yao is so quick-witted. We're saved this time. Zhang Yu glanced over silently. Whether they can get here quickly is not a sure thing, but at least this watch can resist. The corruption here. From now on, we could be attacked by aberrants at any moment. Don't let your guard down. Suddenly, giant aberrant shadows appeared in the space, terrifying everyone. Monsters! There are monsters! He looked at them with a hint of anger. They're here. A loud noise suddenly erupted from beneath everyone's feet. Zhang Yu, facing this scene, was also tense. Sweat dripped down his face as something landed straight on the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust. Yaoma lowered her head, exhausted, coughing softly. She sat down hard, her voice strained. Xiao Xiao. Bao Qiang, Zhang Yu. Xiao Xiao immediately hugged her, reassuring her, I'm here. From within the rubble, Bao Qiang's strained voice called out, Where are you guys? I can't see. Yaoma. And Xiao Xiao seemed to have heard but didn't pay attention, continuing to call, Where's Zhang Yu? Where are you? She suddenly noticed something and cried out, Yao Yao! Look at this. Xiao Xiao looked at the large crack in the middle of the road and guessed, Jiang Yu. He didn't fall down there, did he? Elsewhere, Xiao Dai, her face covered in wounds, looked up in pain. She tried to push herself up from the rubble. It hurts. Her clothes were torn, her body covered in wounds. Unconsciously, she whispered, What happened? In her panic, flickering memories returned. Before she was strolling through the mall with Xiao Ya. Then the alarm went off. The two of them scrambled to follow the crowd. Suddenly remembering, she sat up and called out, Xiao Ya, where are you? Her hand touched a strange pool of liquid. She turned to look and froze. Before her was a person so badly injured. They were unrecognizable. Xiao Di trembled, stammering desperately, Xiao Ya! Suddenly, a large aberrant appeared behind her. Tears streamed down her face. She turned to look at it in absolute terror. The aberrant lunged. Only one thought was in her mind now. Am I going to die? As she cried, Xiao Di thought, I can't believe something you only see in movies is happening to me. If I were the main character in a movie, a hero would probably come and save me right now. She mumbled, but this is reality, that's not possible. No one is coming to save me. She squeezed her eyes shut, hopelessly awaiting her imminent death. There are no heroes in the real world. Just then a slash tore through the darkness, sharp and decisive. A few drops of red liquid dripped onto the ground, spreading into red streaks that stood out against the rubble. A mysterious figure stood shielding her. Xiao Di slowly opened her eyes, her face still marked with scrapes and flushed red. Her expression was one of bewilderment at what had just happened. A mysterious young man had rushed in and blocked the aberrant's attack aimed at her. With just a light flick of his hand, Zhang Yu sent the aberrant tumbling to the ground. Xiao Di couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, Your system notification shadow claw form. Ability gained from devouring the hunter. Damage is greatly increased combined with high mobility. To her astonishment, he leaped high into the air. Zhang Yu put all his strength into landing directly on the aberrant's head. With one kick, he sent the aberrant rolling across the ground. Knocked down, it slammed its weapon on the ground and struggled to its feet. The aberrant let out a heavy breath, filled with pain and indignation. Meanwhile, Xiao Di was beyond excited. No way. I'm not dreaming, am I? You really are the assassin, you... Zhang Yu was startled. He didn't understand what was happening. She kept talking nonstop. I'm your biggest fan. I've seen all your videos. So handsome. I love you so much. Come here and give me a kiss. He was stunned, not knowing what to do. Miss, your white tights are ripped and your skirt is torn too. Xiao Di pouted. Zukaka! Where are you looking? He was helplessly speechless. He was just trying to be nice and give her a heads up. But then her expression suddenly changed. She said shamelessly, but if Zukaka likes, I can go home and change into a new outfit for you to see. It's unclear what was going through Zhang Yu's mind at that moment, but he stared intently at her legs and involuntarily swallowed. He asked excitedly, really, even ripped black stockings? She replied, forget ripped black stockings, I'll even do shredded spicy chicken. The aberrant, seeing it was being ignored, roared to get the attention of the two of them. Zhang Yu finally turned back and said, ripped not ripped, we'll talk later. He was now ready for a new hunt. Now the hunt begins. The aberrant looked around in confusion, not knowing where Zhang Yu had disappeared to. While it was distracted, a powerful cord suddenly appeared from behind and whipped the aberrant. It was him using his spider silk skill to lift it high up. His sharp claws swept across the aberrant. He turned his back and landed lightly in front, while the aberrant behind him was still screaming in pain. Zhang Yu glanced back, his voice filled with regret. My strength and accuracy are still a bit lacking, otherwise I could have killed it instantly. Not waiting for the aberrant to recover, he swung his hand forward to strike again. The perceptive Zhang Yu noticed the aberrant was also preparing a counter move. He quickly moved his hand to counter its attack. Unexpectedly, it was so strong. Zhang Yu gasped for breath, a layer of sweat on his forehead. From out of nowhere, two more aberrants flew in. It grinned at him triumphantly. Zhang Yu pondered, licking the blood from his claws. Two more arrived. This is going to be a bit tough to handle. Seeing him at a disadvantage, Xiao Di cheered loudly. Come on! If you win, Zukaka, I'll let you see my black stockings. In an instant, all his fatigue turned into fighting spirit. His face flushed red instantly for the black stockings. Seeing the aberrant about to attack again, Zhang Yu clenched his fists and jumped up lightly, easily dodging its punch. Suddenly, another aberrant flew in from behind. Crap, I'm airborne, there's no way to dodge. He swung his hand, unleashing a wave of power straight at it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu locked its hands, making it unable to attack. With a swish, he flicked his hand, unleashing a force that tore open the space in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu lunged forward, slashing through it. He used his sharp claws to destroy the aberrant in a flash. He lowered his head, a smug smile on his lips. Want to kill me? Not that easy. The moment Zhang Yu lost focus, the aberrant took the opportunity to attack from behind. Caught by surprise, he had no time to defend himself. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Zhang Yu leaped up, quickly retreating from the aberrant. He clutched his injured arm. I can't believe these aberrants know how to coordinate their attacks. Two to pin me down, one for a sneak attack. Fighting like this is not a good plan. I need to find a way to separate. One of them. A black thread shot out from Zhang Yu's hand. Get over here. The aberrant suddenly tilted its head, dodging the object flying towards it. His face showed disbelief. A cold sweat broke out. It saw through it. At that moment, the three aberrants charged forward at once. They attacked from three directions, leaving him with no room to escape. Zhang Yu braced himself. Damn it, they're not giving me a chance to get into the shadows. He was continuously attacked, his health rapidly decreasing. At this rate, I'm toast. Zhang Yu stood his ground, defending himself. The three aberrants circled him, attacking relentlessly. The barrage of blows made it impossible for him to counterattack. He thought to himself, maybe I should leave an opening to bait the enemy. An aberrant struck Zhang Yu from behind, causing a massive drop in his health in an instant. He spun around. One of his eyes shot out a beam of light, marking it. Hunt initiated. The aberrant was hit by the ability. After posting the last video, his notoriety had increased. The marking ability's duration had been extended to 3 seconds. During that time, the marked target under the effect of fear temporarily loses the ability to think. At the 8th second, the aberrant was hit by the ability. A cord appeared and tied itself tightly around it. 2 seconds later, Zhang Yu held the cord, with the other aberrants behind him preparing to strike. At the 12th second, he swung the cord in his hand with all his might, sending them flying. Zhang Yu then used all his strength to kick off the ground and leap high up. At the 22nd mark, he flew to the aberrant and slashed relentlessly, causing its health to drop rapidly. At the 26th second, on his hand, a sphere of immense energy gathered. Finally, at 30 seconds, Zhang Yu slammed it into the aberrant. Execute everything. The sound also seemed to disappear in an instant. Beneath his feet, the aberrant disintegrated. Opening the system window, a notification appeared. Hunt in judgment, hunt successful. Hunt successful. Shadow form has been enhanced. Shadow form. When using this ability in the real world, the number of shadow points consumed will be reduced. Additionally, while in shadow form, you can absorb shadows at any time to replenish shadow points and increase self-healing speed. Activating. This form will continue to grant threat and double experience. Double experience. The wound on Zhang Yu's back began to slowly heal. He then raised his hand provocatively. Now it's your turn. You two little punks. The aberrants seemed to be getting scared. Zhang Yu gave them a cold smile. What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why don't you dare to come at me now? Then, Zhang Yu fearlessly attacked. If you won't come, I will. But in the middle of it, a bright light suddenly shone down. He turned around in surprise. What's going on? There's light in the shadow dimension. Then Zhang Yu suddenly felt a strange urge. Why do I feel the urge to pounce on it? But the two enemy aberrants had already rushed towards it. They even started fighting each other for it. And the source of that light was the eternal flame. When used, it can emit a soft light, dispelling the darkness. It is considered a source of benevolent light. And the person holding the flame was actually Ching-an. He used his skill preparing to strike the aberrant. But Zhang Yu realized the direction of that strike was actually aimed at him. He yelled in shock and horror, "Friendly fire!" At the same time, an aberrant was sneaking up behind Ching-an, but he easily redirected his skill and destroyed it. Zhang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. One-shotted. This is the power of a night patroller. If that had hit me, I'd probably be toast. So he grabbed one of their hands and said with a smile, "Brother, if you guys had been any later, the battle would have been over. Thanks to you guys." The night patroller was confused. "Sorry we're late, you are..." Zhang Yu pointed at Xiaodi. "Who I am isn't important. The girl over there is lightly injured, please look after her." She protested, stunned. "Huh? Wait, aren't you going to take me home?" He made a saluting gesture. "That was just a joke. I am a proud member of the Night Patrol Division, always putting work first. I'll leave her to you guys." Then he disappeared, leaving Xiaodi stunned. "Wait, brother, you..." Ching-an frowned and asked, "Do we have someone like that in our division?" His subordinate explained, "Recently there's been a very popular blogger on the platform. His ability is probably a branch of the shadow. His strength isn't great, probably around level 1. This made him even more thoughtful and suspicious. Level 1, because Ching-an knew very well I have the flame in my hand. How can there be shadows? And he disappeared in front of so many of us, just like that. Is that something a level 1 can do? Looking at Xiaodi throwing a tantrum, Ching-an ordered, "All right, take this girl back first, and then properly investigate this Yu." Yama shone her flashlight down. The ground was littered with dead bodies. She called out worriedly, "Zhang Yu, where are you?" She stepped forward fearfully. "Answer me!" Blood was splattered everywhere. "You better not let anything happen to you." "Zhang Yu." Suddenly, a hand shot up, startling Yao Yao. "I'm over here." He was pinned to the ground by a giant boulder. He strained to call out, "Come here quick, give me a hand." "My chest feels so tight I can't breathe." She rushed over. "Hang in there, I'll help you move these rocks." Zhang Yu grabbed her arm urgently. "It's no use, just pull me out." Being squeezed so tightly, she panicked. "Don't pull me. How can I pull you out when you're pinned like this?" Unexpectedly, with just one hand, Yama lifted him into the air. She pointed helplessly at the pile of rocks. "These rocks weren't even pinning you, were they?" Zhang Yu chuckled sheepishly, trying to save face. I guess I could have gotten out on my own. I must have been so scared for a moment that my body froze." Yama looked at his back with concern. "How did your wound get so long? Did you get hit by a rock too?" Zhang Yu forced a laugh. "I don't know either, but it's nothing serious." But in his heart, he was cursing. It wasn't a rock, it was an aberrant slash. As if remembering something, he asked, "Hey, where are Xiao Xiao and Bao Chang?" She announced cheerfully. "The night patrollers came to the rescue. They were injured, so I let them go first." A flicker of emotion crossed Zhang Yu's eyes. "So you stayed behind just to find me?" Yama blushed, turned away, and crossed her arms, pouting. "So what?" "If something happened to you, what would I tell Uncle Lee?" Zhang Yu froze, looking at her blushing face. His eyes welled up as he softly called her name. "Yao Yao!" Without warning, he suddenly lunged forward and hugged her tightly. Yama froze. The warmth spreading through her made her face burn up. She tapped him on the head, both embarrassed and annoyed. "What are you doing? Let go." Zhang Yu greedily pressed closer, a mischievous smile on his face. "I saw so many aberrants with big knives just now, slashing everywhere. They looked so ugly and scary." He continued his act, burying his face in her chest. "I'm so scared. Let me hug you for a bit." Yama helplessly pushed him away. A sudden voice shattered the intimate atmosphere, startling them both. Shwetuyet spoke up shyly. "I heard a noise earlier. Is everyone okay?" She pushed Zhang Yu away forcefully, stammering. We're fine." He sighed dramatically. "Ah, youth." Shwetuyet looked at them helplessly. "As long as you're okay, follow me, I'll lead you two out." Zhang Yu exclaimed, okay." Yao Yao glanced at him scornfully. "What is it now?" He smiled bitterly. "Nothing." But in his heart, he was screaming. "I forgot to devour those aberrants earlier. My shadow points, my lovely shadow points." The sky was clear and blue, with golden sunlight streaming through the windows of the Night Patrol headquarters. Under the desk lamp, Li Ai's voice broke the silence. "Name!" The heavy handcuffs had just been removed. "Zhang Yu." Her hand held a pen, her eyes fixed on the file. Age. He sat up straight, his gaze indifferent as he looked at her. 18. Li turned on the recorder. College entrance exams this year. Zhang nodded. Suddenly her voice turned serious. The impact of this incident is not small. According to procedure, those who have experienced this incident must undergo psychological counseling, and the treatment effect will last for about a month. The owner of the captivating voice and alluring figure was a night patroller. Li. She sat up straight, facing him. If the martial arts test is conducted during this period, the willpower aptitude test results will be significantly reduced. Hearing this, Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. I think I'm psychologically very healthy. Can we skip the therapy? Li looked back at the report. No, the corrupting nature of aberrance is insidious and dangerous. By the time it manifests, it'll be too late. Receiving treatment is necessary and also mandatory. He was startled and flustered. The martial arts exam is in about 10 days. Doesn't that mean they'll overlap? She smiled and pulled the piece of paper from the report. No need to worry. There's already a precedent for this situation. The Night Patrol Division has also issued appropriate policies for these cases. The person involved can apply for an early test. Looking at that paper, Zhang confirmed in surprise an early test. Li placed it in front of him. Contact your guardian. Sign the commitment form first. As if seeing the confusion on Zhang face, she smiled. The early test is held at the Night Patrol headquarters. The results are entered into the system. The process is the same as the regular test. The testing equipment is all the same. At the same time, it is fair, open, and just. Safety and other aspects are guaranteed by the division. Hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. My guardian is my uncle. He works at the Night Patrol Division. Li was not surprised. Could you? Please specify which department your uncle works in. His position and full name. Zhang scratched his head. I think it's the General Affairs Department, Section 1. A regular office worker. His name is... She shot up from her seat, startled. Her voice trembled when she heard the name Li Shengguang. Li's eyes lit up. Is it the Li with the wood radical? The Shun with the 3 water drops and the Guang from Guangming? Is that right? Zhang was completely baffled by her rushed and excited attitude. Li leaned on the table and asked again. Are you sure he's a regular office worker? Zhang scratched his head in confusion. Isn't he... Suddenly he was startled. Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's been fired and is under investigation. I haven't even reported him yet. She shot up and quickly waved her hands. Of course not. And report what? Li picked up the file and turned around. All right. I'll take you to see him right now. Please follow me. She led Zhang to the vast main hall of the Night Patrol headquarters. This was the Weapons Research and Experiment Lab and the division's Human and Future Technology Department. His jaw dropped at the high-end products displayed here. This is the main headquarters, of course it's extraordinary. Suddenly the conversation of 2 passing employees caught Zhang ear. Could it be that he's not from the Night Patrol Division? The employee next to him nodded. We've checked all employee files. There are no records related to you. He was startled, his eyes darting around nervously. Li noticed his unusual reaction and asked, What's wrong? Zhang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Nothing. It's my first time at the headquarters, so I'm a little nervous. He worried silently. This is trouble. They seem to have started investigating me. Li gently and politely opened a door. No need to be nervous. First go into this room and rest for a bit. I'll go find Commander Li. Entering and seeing the people inside surprised Zhang Yao Yao and Xiao Xiao are both here. Suddenly she slammed the table and stood up. Really, you have a crush on that assassin, you? Xiao Di put her hands on her hips and beamed. Of course he even saved me. Zhang was surprised to see Xiao Di approaching. He didn't stop for a moment. Why is she here too? What a coincidence. Yama pointed to the chair next to him. You're here, sit here. Then she turned back to the other person, eager for gossip. Keep telling me, what did you do after that? She gestured wildly, her excitement unconcealed. I saw him fight 10 aberrants. He was so calm, like it was nothing, a brutal slaughter. In a flash he had killed an aberrant. Just when the aberrants were beaten and had no fight left, the night patrollers arrived. Brother, you then disappeared into the shadows, a true unsung hero. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. Hey, don't just add your own spin to it. That's what he thought. But his eyes never left her legs. He was practically drooling. However, the thin white stockings with those alluring rips. Since you're wearing white stockings, I'll forgive you. Yaoma rested her chin on her hand, wondering. So what's this you guy's real identity? From what you said, he doesn't sound like he's from the Night Patrol Division. Xiao Di looked knowledgeable. From what I can tell, I'm 80% sure Brother Yu is a student around our age. She asked doubtfully, a student, how do you know? She flicked her hair, her face full of confidence. Of course, from his words and actions. And also my intuition. Most importantly, he likes to look at girls' legs. He just stares, doesn't even try to hide it, just like... Xiao Di cunningly pointed at Zhang Yu, exposing him. And this guy right now? He jumped, his forced smile, twisting his face. Huh. Yao! Yao was so angry she wanted to grab his head and smack it a few times. Zhang Yu, you never change, do you? He could only stammer, I... Suddenly, a man rushed in aggressively, startling them both. She was slightly surprised. She called out softly, "Dad?" Captain Liu anxiously looked at his daughter and asked, "Are you okay? I heard you were pulled into the shadow dimension." Yama scanned him with a cold, sharp glare. Uncle Liu pulled Zhang Yu's cheek hard. "You okay?" "This kid's fine. He's just asking for a spanking." He chuckled and added, "And I'm hungry too." The man let out a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're okay. You two come with me for a bit." The three of them sat around a table, their faces serious. Yama spoke up. "Dad, is what happened this time really serious?" Captain Liu answered thoughtfully. "Of course. After all, this is the first time in history that a large area of the real world has been pulled into the shadow dimension. The exact number of casualties is still being tallied. However, this matter no longer concerns you two." He lit a cigarette and added, "You both probably already know. Due to this incident, you two will have to undergo the aptitude test earlier than planned." Seeing the cigarette, she cleared her throat, making Captain Liu's face fall, speechless. "Ahem." He stubbed the cigarette out on the table. "I'll keep it simple. The test is divided into two parts. The first is an ability test. The second is a willpower test. The ability test is also called the awakening. For the first time, students will be subjected to a preliminary contamination to awaken their abilities. This test has no risks. It's mainly used to assign majors based on ability characteristics for students. After that, the willpower test will be conducted. Willpower is the object of measurement, a spiritual and mental thing that can't be seen or touched. And this test is the crucial part. It decides whether you can become a superhuman or not." Zhang Yu asked, "So willpower is the key. Does that mean the tougher you are, the better you are?" Uncle Liu shook his head. "Not necessarily. Some people can endure the pain of a severed arm, but their aptitude is average. Some people goof off all day but have top-tier aptitude. Willpower isn't just about the ability to endure pain. It also includes a tendency towards good, resistance to evil thoughts, and endurance of contamination. In short, it's a complex standard." His eyes lit up as he raised his hand. "So do your values affect your willpower?" He frowned. "Values? Why do you ask?" Yama cut in coldly. "For example, if someone's head is only filled with thoughts about girls' legs." Zhang Yu said awkwardly. "Still mad about that, huh, Uncle Liu?" Didn't seem to mind and explained. "It does have an effect, but the positive impact of upright values on the test results isn't significant. However, if you have a twisted worldview and are full of negative emotions, your test score will usually be very low." He asked blankly why. His eyes became sharp. "Evil thoughts will drag a person into the abyss. Extreme negative emotions are a form of contamination in themselves. If they accumulate over time, they can become even more deeply rooted and ingrained than the contamination brought by aberrations. So, if you have any negative emotions, you need to release them in a timely manner. Bottling them up for a long time will only push a person to their breaking point." Zhang Yu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Do normal dark and negative emotions count?" "This won't do. I have to go to the club later and admire some legs to cleanse my sullied soul." After explaining, Uncle Liu shooed them away. "All right, go on home. Someone will come to take you to the test later. Oh, and Xiao Yu, your Uncle Li is out on a mission. He probably won't be back in time. I've signed all your test documents for him." He smiled gratefully. "Yes, thank you for the trouble, Uncle Liu." He advised, "Don't force yourself too much. Just let everything happen naturally." Zhang Yu smiled and waved, "Don't worry, Uncle Liu." Yao Yao also replied obediently, "I know." After leaving Uncle Liu's office, Xiao Di was already waiting. "You're back." She was the only one on the floor at the moment. Yama sat down and looked around. "Where is everyone else?" Xiao Di pointed towards the elevator. "They went to do the paperwork with their families." She asked curiously, "Your family isn't here yet?" She waved her hand. "My parents are business people. They just left Yunhai a while ago. They couldn't make it. I just called them so they could sign remotely. Just then someone came back. Everyone's here." Baoqiang, sitting in a wheelchair, laughed and said, "This is freaking magical. The second I sprayed the medicine on my leg, guess what? The pain was gone instantly." Zhang Yu asked worriedly, "You're still injured, but you still have to take the test. Are you going to be okay like this?" Baoqiang smiled relaxedly. "Don't worry. They said it won't affect the test results." Xiao Xiao teased, "Don't let his relaxed face fool you. He was crying in a corner earlier." He jumped. "I was not crying." Just as they were chatting, the door opened. A group of people walked in. The atmosphere immediately became tense. No one dared to say another word. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. "Why does everyone look so down?" Yama sighed. "You don't get it. They just want to live normal, peaceful lives. After today, the rest of their lives might not be peaceful anymore." Li Ai spoke up. "All right, everyone is here. Let's get down to business. This test is divided into two parts, the ability test and the willpower test. The ability test will be comprehensively evaluated based on aspects like potential, development, destructive power, and the cost of using the ability. The results will be divided into 4 tiers, low, mid-high, and top tier. As for the willpower test, it will be based on the ability to resist spiritual contamination. and divided into 6 levels from level 1 to level 6, corresponding to the colors white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange. In previous years, those with level 1 aptitude were not allowed to take the martial arts exam. But this year is different. As long as you reach level 1, white participation is mandatory. Judging a superhuman's true strength requires a comprehensive look at both ability and willpower. With enough willpower, even with a weak ability, you can still make a comeback. Conversely, no matter how strong your ability is, if your willpower isn't up to par, you can only take on a non-combat role. That's the gist of it. If there are no questions, follow me. Everyone was led to a waiting room. Zhang Yu leaned curiously against the glass door, peering inside. Behind it was a large room. Inside there was an object covered with a cloth. The person in charge called out a name, their voice clear and resonant. Xiao Xiao, she answered with a start. Here. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath. Hearing the reassuring voice, she walked forward. No need to be nervous. She nodded to her friends, then took a deep breath. Well, I'm going in first. Right now, Xiao Xiao was standing inside with Sun Ming. Outside the door, many people were standing silently, watching attentively. The cloth was whisked away, revealing a stone, continuously radiating power. Holding the cloth in his hand, Sun Ming spoke. All right, let's begin. The indicator light on the door was still green. Suddenly, it unexpectedly turned red. The crowd outside was extremely curious. They started whispering among themselves. What are they doing? Does the test require turning off the lights? It looks like they're doing the willpower test. Seeing this, Zhang Yu became worried. He thought to himself, this level of darkness. I've already adapted to it in the shadow dimension. He frowned, looking at the scene inside. It looks like a stone is tied to her leg, and it seems to be glowing. From her posture, it looks like she's facing a great resistance. Is it coming from that black crystal? A brilliant light flashed from the stone's location, blinding the crowd outside. Afterward, Xiao Xiao walked out. Yao, seeing her, immediately ran over. How'd it go? Then Bao Chang in his wheelchair also moved closer. Got the results yet? She shook her head and replied, Unfortunately, no aptitude for willpower. What a waste. I even did a bunch of willpower training before this. Hearing that, he felt annoyed and exclaimed, What so? You wanted to sign up for the superhuman major all along, and you even did special training. Xiao Xiao replied without hesitation. Yeah, and this is the reality check I get. Are you happy now? The voice on the speaker continued. Next, Bao Chang. As he wheeled himself away, he muttered, Not a superhuman. Thank God, not a superhuman. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Xiao Xiao, seeing this, said helplessly, No need to pray. You're definitely not one. The light on the door was still red. Bao Chang wheeled himself out. His face was dark. And then he spoke in a daze. I passed. Hearing that, Feng Xiao Xiao was completely stunned as if struck by lightning. What? Afterward, the two of them sat sulking and complaining to each other. The one who wants to pass doesn't. The one who doesn't does. Yao, seeing this, quickly comforted them. It's just fate. The voice on the speaker sounded again. Next, Yao. Hearing her name, she let out a sigh. Zhang Yu, watching from behind, smiled. Then Yao turned back and said cheerfully, I'm going. See you in a bit. Yama looked completely focused. Around her body, a series of crimson energies burst forth simultaneously. The main cause of that light phenomenon was probably the stone on her leg. Zhang Yu, observing the situation, quickly realized. Yao's stone is glowing red. Earlier, the fatty's was glowing green. I remember that willpower levels 1 to 6 correspond to different colors. Red is... After a moment of thought, he realized with surprise that's level 5. A moment later, when it was over, a clamor of voices arose. Xiao Xiao asked curiously, How'd it go? You passed. Yao was a bit flustered. Yeah. Seeing her expression, Zhang Yu was even more pleased. That tired you're completely out of breath. Yao retorted. You'll see when you go in. Zhang Yu puckered his lips, teasingly excited. What you said is making me a little scared. Give me some motivation. One kiss! She yelled angrily. Get lost! The announcement sounded at the same time. Next, Zhang Yu. Hearing his name, he quickly ran over. It's my turn. I'm going. Only Yao was left standing there. She let out a sigh. Her face showed a hint of embarrassment as she mumbled, Good luck. Zhang Yu was a bit red-faced and touched. Thanks. Not long after, he also set foot in the examination room. The proctor inside asked sternly, Zhang Yu. He replied, Yes. Sun Ming checked the file. Have you awakened your ability yet? Zhang Yu nodded, I have. The man then requested, Drink the potion. But then Sun Ming paused, startled. What? You've already awakened. He nodded blankly. Yes, I awakened naturally. The proctor broke out in a sweat and pointed behind him. In that case, I won't ask any more about your ability. We'll now begin the willpower test. Put on that equipment. Zhang Yu followed this proctor's instructions. He readied himself and put on the equipment. Immediately after, he felt a lot of dark energy around him, along with strange sounds. Sun Ming approached, placed a hand on Zhang Yu's shoulder to reassure him. No need to be nervous, just walk forward following your feelings. Your ability has awakened. In the next process, you'll feel your consciousness gradually leaving your body. Don't worry about it. You just need to keep moving forward. Instantly, the proctor gave him a hard push. Go! Zhang Yu shot forward as if weightless. He couldn't help but mutter in confusion. This is... His body shot forward at high speed. Zhang Yu felt like he was free-falling into a twisted space. Zhang Yu's soul fell into a pitch-black void. Then it gently landed on the water's surface outside the city. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So magical. I can't feel my physical body, but I can still clearly feel the connection to it." Zhang Yu's soul jumped lightly as if weightless. His body back in the room also swayed happily. Interesting. So interesting, Song Bao had to remind him, "Stop jumping around. Hurry up and take the test." He quickly replied. "I know." Zhang Yu ran towards the rock. "Isn't the test just walking down a path? Too simple, right?" Just then he felt his body sinking, until the water was over his nose. "What's happening? Suddenly my body feels heavy and it's hard to breathe. Something is affecting my emotions." Zhang Yu's soul felt like it was sinking into a river of despair, grief, and rage. "No, I can't let these emotions affect me." Suddenly Jun Guang appeared behind him, Xiao Yu. He was stunned and confused. "Uncle Li, why are you here?" The man said coldly. "Xiao Yu, with your temperament, there's no way you can become a superhuman. You'll harm others, including yourself." Hearing these words, Zhang Yu quickly turned away. "That's not right. This is an illusion. You're not Uncle Li." But then another voice echoed from the side. Jun Guang covered in blood. "You should know you don't have the aptitude for this. The great lands of the continent are shattered. Aberration, slaughter, dangers abound. You know these things. You know them in your heart. You could have lived a peaceful life. Why must you pursue the path of a superhuman? The thing that helps superhumans transcend the mortal has never been strength, but a strong will and spirit." All the illusions of the man pointed in one direction in unison. "And you, Zhang Yu, can you really be like them? Where one falls and the next rises." The aberration in the illusion viciously destroyed everything. It grew larger than a high-rise building, and Zhang Yu was forced to watch all his relatives die before his eyes, watching them fall like rain and dissolve into the water. The illusion of Jun Guang mimicked the action of opening a lighter. He coldly exposed the truth. "This is the fate of a superhuman. Do you really want to become one of them?" The blood-soaked illusion appeared again. "Stop lying to yourself." His words were like hypnosis. "You actually just want to show off." Jun Guang relentlessly tried to persuade Zhang Yu. "That's right, just like countless ordinary teenagers, fantasizing about becoming a superhero. You like sleeping in, don't want to wake up early, hate studying, and love to play. You like pretty girls, dislike your parents, nagging, different, thinking you have your own unique perspective. Eccentric, always feeling like you're different from others. You like to show off, wanting to be known by many. You have no real skills, but you still believe you can be superior to others. Actually, you know you're not special. You're just like most of your peers. That's all." A blazing red flame gently erupted in the dark void. A strange man in a night watcher's uniform appeared. "You know, the dark side of this world isn't just the shadow dimension. You also know that no matter how brightly the sun above shines, there will always be dark corners it cannot reach." Their voices were chillingly cold. "The world of the undercurrent has never been as beautiful as in fairy tales." The person vanished. The lone torch fell straight into the water. Images of thousands of aberrations appeared in the smoke. "This is the calamity. To become a superhuman means you will have to face this calamity directly." The voice questioned him. Now back to the first question. "Can you become a superhuman?" Zhang Yu's face was filled with tense emotions. His physical body was also sinking into a similar illusion. Just then, Shui Shui from the testing team walked in. She waved a greeting and asked curiously, "How's the situation?" Song Bao shook his head. "Not good, he's just going in circles." Shui Shui didn't find it strange. That's normal. After all, it's the Mo Yuan stone from the abyss. Not everyone can withstand its level of contamination. He agreed. That's right. Only those with good aptitude can resist the pressure and step forward. At that moment, he was still struggling endlessly in the illusion, Song Bao said regretfully. As for this Zhang Yu, it seems there's no hope for him right now. But just then, Shui Shui noticed something unusual. She exclaimed, looking at the totem. In the illusion, "Look, it's turned red." Hearing that, he turned back excitedly. "What?" Sure enough, a gentle red glow enveloped Zhang Yu. The red light on the rock was getting brighter and brighter. Song Bao was horrified. "Impossible, he's still far from the Mo Yuan stone. To be able to reach level 5 at this distance. Doesn't that mean—" Shushu was intrigued. "Do you think he can reach level 6? He said a bit helplessly. "I don't know. After all, in the entire continent for the past 15 years, only 15 people have reached level 6. But then the stone tied to Zhang Yu's leg dimmed. Song Bao was stunned. "What's going on?" "The light is getting fainter." "Quick, check his wristband. See if there's anything unusual." She went closer to inspect it. No, the data is all normal. He was even more confused. "Impossible. The closer you get to the crystal, the stronger your willpower should be, right? It's getting weaker and weaker. What on earth is happening?" But Zhang Yu kept moving forward. He was even about to touch the face of the Mo Yuan stone. Song Bao couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding me? He wants to touch it?" Even a level 6 willpower couldn't do that. Let alone... But he actually touched it. It emitted a brilliant golden light. It seemed the Mo Yuan stone was also responding enthusiastically. Inside the illusion, Zhang Yu's mind felt twisted. Go, don't think about being a superhuman anymore. Think about your friends around you and your family. An illusion of Yao Yao appeared. Think about the person you cherish the most. She was smiling sweetly, holding out her hand to him. Zhang Yu couldn't help but take that hand. Jun Guang's voice echoed, "That is where you belong." But then suddenly his eyes lit up brightly. Enough! The illusion of Yao Yao completely shattered before him. Zhang Yu looked disgusted. All you do is nag, nag, nag in my ear. Is this little temptation all you've got? You should at least give a guy a whole harem. Zhang Yu approached the illusion of Jun Guang. He shrugged and said, "To be honest, you really scared me just now. I even felt a little cornered. It's true that at first I wanted to be a great hero, the kind that shows off even when there's nothing to do. But there have never been any heroes in this world that fall from the sky. There are only brave mortals who stand up. It is thanks to their silent sacrifices that we have the peace and stability of today." Zhang Yu reached his hand towards the Night Watcher. "And I've already enjoyed that peace once." His steady hand took the man's torch. As if receiving the flame, he said resolutely, "This time, I don't want to hide behind others' protection anymore. I want to become that undying flame." The light shining in his eyes seemed to gradually brighten. Zhang Yu's face was filled with determination to illuminate the dark places. The water in the illusion gently calmed down. Inside the meeting room, Captain Liu listened to the report. The incident of reality collapsing into the shadow dimension. This time involves the second, third, and fourth floors of the shopping center. The fifth floor wasn't completely pulled into the shadow dimension, but it was also affected. The number of affected people is around 850. Among them, 700 were trapped in the shadow dimension. So far, 650 people have been rescued. Rescue efforts are still ongoing. There are a total of 30 students about to take the martial arts exam. They will be divided into groups for preliminary testing. Afterward, they will immediately undergo treatment to eliminate minor contamination. He frowned and asked, "What did the Contamination Assessment Department say?" The assistant replied, "They have already produced the results. The photos have been sent to you." A classified letter was quickly transmitted through the computer. It clearly stated Photo Codename Spectre Contamination. Level High Tier Stage 1. Regardless of analysis from morphology, bone structure, or other parts, it all shows that these three specters are extremely similar. Furthermore, the traces of human origin on the specters are quite heavy, as if they are the result of human aberrationization. Another assistant said in horror, "Impossible!" Not to mention that each individual is different. The level of contamination and the direction of mutation during aberrationization are all different. Aberrationizing into three identical aberrations is almost impossible. Captain Liu couldn't help but light a cigarette to calm down, standing by the window in deep thought. It seems that person in the northern capital was a research subject. Whoever is hiding in the shadows can't sit still any longer. Just then, a blinding light flashed from the opposite side. He was so startled that he dropped his cigarette. Over there is... He couldn't believe his eyes. The superhuman testing room. Captain Liu rushed over. "Excuse me, let me through." His face was endlessly tense. "Sorry, make way." Captain Liu frowned, disbelieving. The highest willpower test only emits an orange light. A golden light like this has never appeared before. He pushed open the door to the testing room. What on earth happened? Inside the room, a large crowd was also gathered. Song Bao, seeing him arrive, quickly reported, "Patrol Captain Liu. There's someone named Zhang Yu." His boss frowned. "Zhang Yu." A sudden gust of wind swept past Captain Liu. Then a blinding golden light shone forth. And then Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, leaving the illusion. He looked up at the scene around him now. A whole crowd was watching. The test from outside the glass door. Afterward, Captain Liu took Zhang Yu to a private room to rest. He handed him a bottle of soda. "Here, have a drink." He replied with a start, "Thanks, Uncle Liu." Where's Yao Yao?" Captain Liu explained. "While you were still being tested, they were taken to the rest area. They probably don't know what just happened." Xiao Yu, this time you've really given me a huge surprise. Level 5 is one thing. Level 6 would at most shake up the entire night patrol department. But you directly produced a golden light, something that has never been seen before. He puffed out his chest proudly. "So doesn't that mean I'm the legendary golden light? Even more amazing than level 6. He said thoughtfully, "Perhaps. However, since there's no precedent, it's hard to say for sure. You might even be taken away for dissection and experiments." Zhang Yu spat out all his water. No way. Uncle Liu, don't scare me." Captain Liu raised an eyebrow. "This is enough to scare you. And you call yourself the legendary golden light. Although they won't take you for experiments. Someone will still take you to create a file later. Your file will be sent to various departments of the night patrol for research. And you will also be listed as a high-priority surveillance subject." Hearing that, he said worriedly, "No way. Is it that complicated?" He comforted him. "It's fine. I'll teach you how to deal with it later. Just follow the procedure." But Captain Liu didn't know what he was thinking. The chance to show off has arrived. Afterward, Zhang Yu was interrogated. "Name, age." He answered honestly, "Zhang Yu, 18. "What are your usual hobbies?" He stated briefly, reading. Sports. The other candidates watching this scene were curious. He's the teenager who emitted the golden light during the test. He looks so normal. I can't believe he's such a rare genius. But just the golden light alone doesn't necessarily represent high aptitude. What if the equipment malfunctioned? Songbao asked. During the willpower test, what did you see? A group of high-ranking officials was also watching. Zhang Yu saw countless night watchers raising their torches and moving forward, one after another. They fought against the aberrations. He thought to himself, this is so boring. Uncle Liu prepared all these lines for me. I, the legendary golden light, have to be here following a script. Captain Liu acted professionally. When you saw those things, what were your thoughts? Zhang Yu answered exactly as he was taught. At that time, I was very emotional because I was about to step into the superhuman world. I felt the responsibility on my shoulders. Then I said... At this point, he suddenly stopped, bowed his head in silence. He thought anxiously, urging him, why go on? Unsure of what Zhang Yu was thinking, he suddenly smiled mysteriously. Then instead of answering, he asked back, Uncle Liu, there's a map hanging on your office wall. Right. Captain Liu was taken aback. Right. With that, he stood up excitedly. He put a foot on the chair, striking a dramatic pose. Of the 10 survival zones that were lucky to remain, only 5 are left. Perhaps our situation is not as easy as it seems. Nothing is as good as we imagine. Sometimes knowing the truth is a form of suffering. He was speechless, thinking, what is this brat improvising? What on earth are you trying to do? He only saw Zhang Yu continue his speech. I hope the youth of the continent can shake off their apathy, always move forward, and dedicate themselves wholeheartedly. Even if there's only a faint glimmer of light like a firefly's glow, I will do my best to light it up. After saying that, he changed his pose, looking extremely proud. The light of truth shines. In the future, if there are no more torches, I will be the only light. These words plunged the interrogation room into silence. Embarrassed, Captain Liu said awkwardly. Sorry, this kid Zhang Yu. He likes to joke around sometimes. Unexpectedly, Songbao was incredibly moved. I never expected this kid's ideological awareness to be so high. Xu Xie was also moved to tears. In the future, he will definitely become a great talent, the most outstanding in our night patrol department. This reaction stunned him. I can't believe they fell for it. The candidates outside reacted positively as well. No wonder he could emit a golden light. Is this the enlightenment of a genius? There's no doubt. His talent is unprecedented. That's right. All of us combined are no match for him. The high-ranking officers, hearing these words, also looked at each other with satisfaction. Zhang Yu puckered his lips and thought to himself, the show is over. Can you let me go now? I still want to go get a massage at the club. Captain Liu, seeing that things had come to this, decided there was no need to act further. All right, that's all for today. Go home and wait for the announcement. He asked in confusion, announcement. He stood up and closed the laptop. You probably know the result without even seeing the announcement. His brows furrowed as he instructed, that's right. It's about the special training camp. Zhang Yu sat on a high wall in a daze, deep in thought. His brows were tightly furrowed as if contemplating something serious. He remembered Captain Liu's earlier reminder. Didn't I tell you to be more humble? Now look what you've done. You're pretty famous in the night patrol department now. He replied sheepishly, sorry I've caused you more trouble. He sighed and rubbed his neck. I really don't know how to explain this to old Li. He never wanted you to get involved with superhumans. This time it'll probably kill him. Forget it. Anyway, what's done is done. You should go home first. Remember to report to the special training camp on March 25th. Zhang Yu asked in confusion, special training camp? Captain Liu explained. It's for those with qualifying aptitudes to gather and undergo training. After a few months, when the special training ends, there will be another evaluation test for the martial arts exam. When you get home today, it's best not to mention a single word of this, including to Yao Yao. I'm leaving, remember March 25th. Back in the present, he checked the system. Lifespan 20 days. Zhang Yu sighed. It starts at the end of next month, and the special training lasts for several months. My lifespan is basically not enough. I have to keep hunting, but I wish I could earn enough lifespan. Just then, something caught his eye and startled him. An aberration with only 27% health ran past. Elated, Zhang Yu used Shadow Walk to chase after it. Jackpot. The aberration seemed to sense the danger. It turned its head. He immediately got the drop on it using his marking skill. Then with just 2 moves, Zhang Yu took it down. Slaughter Hunt System narration. This is a heavily wounded aberration. Pitifully, it fled for its life in a panic. It just wanted to live. Just that. But obviously, its life ends here. It will no longer see the sunrise tomorrow morning, nor will it hear the sound of the gentle wind whispering by, hunting down heavily wounded prey that isn't yours. Naturally, this is not a glorious hunt. Remaining lifespan increased. Current 22 days. Combat skill slightly increased, plus 4 shadow points. He felt lucky. My luck's pretty good, though it's a bit lame to poach a kill. It would be a waste not to. While he was absorbing the aberration's corpse, someone yelled, "Hey, where did you come from?" Zhang Yu finally noticed someone chasing from behind. The person covered in dust with their face hidden asked, Where's my aberration? He was stunned to realize he'd apparently stolen someone's prey. A bit flustered, he looked back at the corpse, which was almost fully absorbed. Aberration. The mysterious person shouted, "Thief, give me back my prey!" Jong Yu asked back, flustered, "Thief." The man angrily raised a club. "Still playing dumb with me! Stealing from a scavenger, have you no shame?" Startled by the sudden attack, he quickly backed away on guard. Unexpectedly, as the person got closer, they froze in shock. Their running feet screeched to a halt right in front of Jong Yu. Then they calmly walked up beside him, leaving him confused. The man suddenly took off his face-covering hood, his intention unclear. Jong Yu looked awkwardly at the person now close to him. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the man grabbed his hand, freaking out. "Holy crap, it's you!" "It is, isn't it? I can't believe I'm meeting the famous blogger you. I'm your most loyal fan. I watch every single one of your videos. Come on, give us a smile, cheese." "Oh right, that prey from before?" Let's split it 70-30 according to the old rules. But Jong Yu had no idea what a scavenger was, or what old rules he was talking about. Seeing his expression, the man misunderstood. "You're playing the big shot, huh?" Then he excitedly started typing a post. "Famous blogger assassin Yu. Bullies a scavenger. Steals his prey and refuses to admit it." He yelled angrily, "Hold on, what scavenger? Admit what make it make sense." Then he used a skill to pull the man towards him, causing the man to stumble and fall. He didn't even have time to pick up his phone. Jang Yu grabbed his head angrily, demanding, "Explain yourself!" The man gave in, scratching his head. "As you wish, Yu. Scavenger is just our own slang. Officially, we're called unofficial staff of the Night Watch Department. As long as you reach mid-tier level 1, you can register." He was a bit surprised. "Unofficial staff? How's the pay?" The man quickly replied, "It's not much. About 6,000-7,000 UN per creature." Hearing that number, his jaw dropped and he yelled, 6,000-7,000 isn't much." Jiang Yu was still reeling from the news. A dark aura of resentment emanated from him. He gritted his teeth. "One screw-up and I lost. 7,000 UN? That's almost a month's worth of my drawing income." Denka didn't think so. "It's not that much. There's no insurance, no housing fund, no benefits. We make money by risking our lives." He even said a bit awkwardly, "It's basically just scrapping in the shadow plane." Just then he noticed the leftover remains of the corpse. Jong Yu asked curiously, "So who do you sell the killed aberrations to?" Dunki explained. "The Night Watch Department. Universities or some private procurement companies. They post acquisition missions for aberrations, and even send you the aberration's location." Hearing that made him happy. "They tell you the aberration's location. That's super convenient." So he took out his phone and said, "All right, give me your WeChat QR code. When I get home, I'll add you and send you the 7,000 for the aberration." Denka was stunned. "Huh, 1,000? Let's split it 70-30. Just give me 4,900, that's fine." Jiang Yu put an arm around his shoulder, acting generous. "No way. I've never taken advantage of anyone before. Besides, I want to discuss a partnership with you." This surprised the man, making him sweat. A partnership. After that, he took Dung Ki on a monster-killing spree, simply and easily. He subdued a cat-like aberration. The system immediately popped up a notification. Blood Shadow cat species. Blood Shadow. Jiang Yu's eyes glinted with killing intent as he whispered, "Shadow Guard." Instantly, the monster was defeated, collapsing weakly. He even controlled the absorption, trying to only absorb the essence within the body to keep the corpse intact. Otherwise, he couldn't exchange it for money. Once done, he announced, "All right, pack this one up and let's go." Dunka ran over joyfully. "Yes, sir, you're a really good guy, you. You clearly did all the work, but you're still willing to split it 50-50 with me." Jiang Yu smiled and replied, "You're not just sitting around either. You have to filter through the aberrations and pinpoint their locations, and you have to bring their corpses back to the Night Watch Department." The man didn't think so. "Actually, you could totally do this job by yourself. You just need to register as unofficial staff." Jiang Yu pretended to find an excuse. "About that, I want to maintain a bit of mystique." He also thought, if I let the people from the Night Watch Department know my identity, what would happen? Denka was full of praise. "Man, you're so damn good. Killing 4 aberrations in one day and you're not even tired." Jiang Yu smiled smugly. "Forget 4. If I had enough time, 100 wouldn't be a problem." But he was also a bit bummed. "Still, I absorbed several of them just now, but I didn't get that much stronger. Continuing to hunt these mid-tier level 1 creatures, there's not much point to it anymore." So he suggested, "Dung Ke, tomorrow help me find some high-tier level 1 creatures." Hearing this startled the man. "High-tier level 1? No way, man. You probably don't understand. Even though they're both level 1, a high-tier strength is enough to crush a mid-tier. It's extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Jiang Yu gave a small, confident smile. He knew. His eyes held a hidden ambition. Experience and money, I want it all. It was late at night when Jiang Yu returned to his apartment building. Tired, he reached out and flicked on the living room light switch. He walked in wearily. "Finally home. I'm dead tired." Suddenly, Yao Yao's voice spoke up. "Crawling back so late, huh? I've been waiting for you for a while. There are cookies I made on the table. Help yourself." Feeling hungry, Jong Yu didn't hesitate to grab one and eat. Then he awkwardly sat down next to her. "Where's Uncle Lou?" she answered calmly. "He went on a mission." He was a bit surprised. "Is he coming back tonight?" Yao Yao shook her head. "Nope." "Why?" Jong Yu's face took on a pervy expression. "Then you can stay here tonight." She immediately punched him and crossed her arms in annoyance. "I didn't get a chance to ask during the day." "Did you pass the test?" Jong Yu clutched his swollen head in pain. "I passed. Why?" Yao Yao was surprised. "You passed what level?" He hesitated and said, "Probably level 3. He thought to himself, "Actually, it was the legendary gold tier. But Uncle Lou told me not to say." She leaned in, pressing, "So what about your awakened ability?" "What is it?" Jong Yu stammered, making something up. "My ability? Shadow Pupil. You've probably heard of it, right?" Yao Yao sighed in relief. "That's okay. It's a branch ability of the Shadow user type. Its abilities and potential are average, leaning towards a support type. You won't have to face the dangers on the front lines." Her words moved him. "Were you waiting for me because you were worried?" Then Jong Yu asked her back, "What about you? What's your ability?" Hearing this, she smiled confidently. She explained gently, Divine Soul, a branch ability of the Soul user type. Its potential is rated at the highest level. Although my combat power might be a bit weaker than yours at first, I'll definitely be stronger than you later on. Jang Yu was speechless. "After all that? Turns out you just wanted to show off in front of me, huh?" He flicked Yao Yao's forehead. "Well, take it slow. Don't go and get yourself killed in the beginning." She retorted without hesitation. "Shut your mouth, Jinx!" Touched Jong Yu couldn't help but blush. The atmosphere between them became intimate. He quickly pulled away and changed the subject. "So what are these shadow users and soul users?" Yao Yao frowned and replied, "I don't really get it either. I just know these names correspond to aberration types. For example, your shadow user type corresponds to the shadow species among aberrations, while my soul user type corresponds to the spirit species among aberrations, killing aberrations and absorbing their contamination. It is one of the ways for superhumans to become stronger. If you kill a corresponding aberration, the efficiency is much higher. But if you kill other types, it's just a lot of work for little reward." Jong Yu couldn't help but be interested. "Interesting. Your soul shock ability sounds pretty powerful. Use it on me, let me see." She was a bit confused. "How do I use it? There are no aberrations here for me to activate my ability on." He winked and pointed at himself. "You can use it on me. Don't worry, with my physique, you can't kill me." Yao Yao's face turned beet red as she yelled, "It's soul shock!" As in, to calm down. Then Yao Yao demonstrated her skill. A stream of light gathered in her hand. Then she shyly extended her hand towards Jong Yu. The blue light from her palm vibrated gently. Yao Yao gently flicked her finger. Instantly, his eyes became vacant. His dazed expression as he collapsed startled her. "Jong Yu, are you okay?" He groaned softly. "Ow! Quick, massage my head. It's gonna explode." Yao Yao had no choice but to comply. Okay." She gently placed her hands on Jong Yu's head and massaged it. She asked shyly, "Like this?" He relaxed and instructed, "Not quite. Press from the forehead, back from the top of the head, out to the sides. Rub gently." Yao Yao naively followed. "Like this?" Jong Yu was entranced. "That's it. Curve your hands, be gentle." "You were really amazing just now." I was clearly prepared to defend, but I still got hit. It didn't leave a trace. Praised, she couldn't hide her happiness. "Our abilities originate from aberrations, so it's normal for them to be strange. Besides, soul shock is a form of mental attack." He was amazed. "So strong. When you get to the special training camp, you'll probably stand out a lot, huh?" Yao Yao retorted, "I don't like to show off like you. Besides, I heard there are excellent students from other bases coming here too." Hearing that, Jong Yu felt some pressure. "Won't there be a lot of competition then?" She reassured him, "Don't worry. The people going to the special training camp are all from the Martial Arts Academy. Since you like massages so much, how much money have you spent at the Starlight Club at the entrance to the neighborhood?" Jong Yu replied without thinking. "Not much, just a few thousand." Yao Yao's face turned vicious. A devilish smile spread across her face. She then used her skill. "You like massages, huh? How about a few more soul shocks?" He fled in terror. "Hey, stop, no more help." The next evening, Jong Yu returned to the area where he found the aberrations yesterday. He was a bit surprised. "This is the high-tier level 1 aberration we were looking for." Dunka confirmed, "I picked one you fought before. Just take it easy." "Need my help?" Jang Yu refused and rushed forward alone. "No need." When Dunka turned back, he was already gone. He only saw from the sky a beam of light descend on the aberration's head. He leaped down from above, easily suppressing the monster. Sharp claws pulled out from the body of the now lifeless aberration. System notification. Target identified. Hunt successful. Shadow Silk has been enhanced. Gained new ability. Shadow Bomb. Ability to control darkness has been improved. Compress darkness to launch a Shadow Bomb. After the Shadow Bomb explodes, it will shoot out multiple Shadow Silks with strong piercing ability in all directions. The man's eyes widened as he shouted, You're awesome! On the screen, a superhuman was displaying their power. Below him appeared a massive swarm of aberrations. However, a single bolt of lightning completely wiped them all out. It was a recorded combat video, distributed for other candidates to watch. Yao Yao, who was also watching, was startled. "This is the battle general with the strongest combat power in the great continent," her dad explained. "Among superhumans, the awakening rate for soul spirit users, don't worry. Your soul shock ability can be considered top tier. Among them, before, there was a battle general who awakened the same ability as you. This USB contains a record of that person's training experience. During this time, watch it carefully and don't let it leak." She was a bit confused. "Dad, your rank probably isn't high enough to get this, is it?" He nodded. "Yeah. Your Uncle Lee gave it to me. He's close with those battle generals." Hearing this, Yao Yao grew more suspicious. "That's strange. He could have just given this to Zhang Yu. Why give it to me?" Elsewhere in Tuan Guang's office, he stood by the window smoking with a pensive expression. Behind Tuan Guang, a report lay on his desk. On the folder, 2 words were clearly printed on a red background, top secret. Everything inside was about an aberration. ID B4256, appeared 200 kilometers west of Beidou. Year 90 of the Great Disaster, enveloped in a white halo floating in the air. Form indeterminate, appears to be near death. Cannot be looked at for too long. Otherwise will be contaminated and become its fanatical follower. Possesses immense strength and powerful self-healing abilities. Does not have blood in the human sense. Immune to most restricted substances. Completely immune to mental-type superhuman abilities. 2 division commanders, KIA, 3 battle generals heavily wounded. 300 Night's Watch members wounded or KIA. Captured and successfully imprisoned. File sealed as top secret. During long-term research, the following characteristics have been discovered. Cannot be looked at directly. Specific form cannot be described. Cannot be destroyed. After comprehensive review, decided to classify as deity. Back with the aberration. At this moment, Zhang Yu was stealthily hidden. Then he leaped up from underground, firing a bolt of lightning at the monster. Unexpectedly, though the attack hit, it caused no damage. It even countered, sending him flying with a single punch. Dengku, filming on the side, cheered, "Go you go." Zhang Yu's health bar dropped to 66%. He calmly stood up and wiped his mouth. Just then he saw the aberration aggressively charge to attack. He took something out, put it in his mouth, and said confidently, "Get ready." When that trigger object was broken, Zhang Yu also whispered, "Explode." The aberration was confused, not knowing what was happening, but it felt uneasy. Instantly, a huge explosion occurred at its location. System explanation. The shadow bomb launches a small pellet. It can detonate in mid-air or stick to an enemy and explode. The damage caused is limited, but if it has the chance to enter the opponent's body, the instantaneous internal explosion is terrifying. Deng Ke showed him the video. "This ending part, you look so handsome. That was amazing. I'm telling you, when this episode airs, it's going to be a huge hit." Zhang Yu was also satisfied. "Great filming." After that, the man busied himself with collecting the aberration's corpse, while he checked his stats. Shadow attribute, shadow points 7878. Remaining lifespan, 47 days. Zhang Yu was secretly pleased. "Good, this time I can hold out until the special training camp starts. No problem at all." Then he laughed excitedly. "Deng Ke, give me the location of the next target." The man replied, "Roger that." Unexpectedly, at that very moment, an aberration with a giant eye appeared. It directly fired a beam of energy, attacking the 2 of them. Zhang Yu keenly sensed something was wrong. He reacted quickly, pulling Deng Ke behind him. On high alert, he protected the man behind him. "Who's there?" On the other side, once the smoke cleared, a crimson pupil was revealed. Then its entire body was revealed. It was a giant eye with dozens of tentacles. Deng Ke was terrified, screaming, "An eye devil, a level 2 spirit species." Zhang Yu was startled to hear that. Spirit species? He recalled what Yao Yao had said. "My soul user type corresponds to the spirit species among aberrations." He immediately reacted, charging forward to attack. "No! I absolutely cannot let it activate its ability." However, just as Zhang Yu attacked, a golden beam shot out first, striking the aberration right in the center of its pupil, causing it to fall in pain. It was completely immobilized. A foot gently stepped on the monster's head. A large, shadowy figure stood there. Its hand gripped the spear that had just pierced the monster's head. He stared in amazement at the mysterious person who had just saved him. "You are..." But the man turned and left without hesitation, before anyone could react. Suddenly, a yellow paper talisman flew on the wind and landed in Zhang Yu's hand. He blankly took it and read the words on the paper. It read, "Are you worried about not reaching your full potential? Do you want to become the envy of others not studying literature or martial arts? Which future path should you choose? Chuyang Group, the best corporation recognized in Yunhai." Zhang Yu was stunned. Chuyang Group. The next morning, Zhang Yu went straight to the Chuyang Group. He stood in the crowded plaza, looking at the large statue erected at the entrance. Zhang Yu had come here, exactly as instructed on the piece of paper. "Back to yesterday," Deng Ke explained. "The Chuyang Group is the largest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai. If you become a temporary employee for them, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. He was confused. Was that guy just now a pioneer hired by Chuyang? The man nodded, judging by his combat uniform probably. Zhang Yu frowned, suspicious. You said pioneers are only at level 1 proficiency, but that guy just now killed a level 2 eye-devil in an instant. Deng Ke laughed and said, you probably don't know this, right? The drugs made by Chuyang specifically enhance the combat power of superhumans. They even cooperate with the Yaowang Night Patrol team. They're the ones who help them expand. If you want to get strong quickly, Chuyang is considered a shortcut, no doubt. Zhang Yu probed, so you want to try going to Chuyang? The man calmly replied, Mina, relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. Back at the Chuyang group, a hostess was introducing a medicine with the code T, 1928 called Sweet Dew. It was developed by the esteemed Dr. Beidou, 30, who led a team through 15 years of research and development. It effectively enhances brain development, thereby strengthening superhuman sensory abilities. Zhang Yu crossed his arms, bored. Sounds like an IQ tax to me. Do they really have a drug here that enhances abilities? The female MC then said, now let's invite an audience member from the stage to experience this drug for themselves. As soon as she finished, Deng Ke jumped out from the back of the crowd shouting, Mimi, pick me. He was suspicious, watching the man enthusiastically drink the medicine on stage. Zhang Yu was exasperated. Didn't you say you'd rely on yourself? As soon as he finished drinking, the man's eyes lit up. He felt his mind become much clearer in an instant. The female MC immediately seized the opportunity. Original price 8,888. Today's special price 1,888, first come first served. The excited crowd swarmed forward like ants. Sell me a bottle? I want one too. He felt secondhand embarrassment for them. These people are hopeless. Later, Zhang Yu toured the corporation. There was a broadsword broken in half, a suit of tattered armor, and even ancient scrolls, now only half-remembered relics. There was also a large photo of a 4-person team, looking extremely glorious. On it was written, this picture is dedicated to the founder, Mr. Zhao Chuyang. He muttered in surprise, Zhao Chuyang. The founder of the Chuyang group was a night patroller. Someone next to him replied, that's right. He was one of the earliest night patrollers. Unfortunately, very few remember him these days. Zhang Yu was startled, recognizing him as the patrol team captain, who was always investigating his identity. Xing'an explained, in year 55 of the aberration disaster era, all over the great continent, Mr. Zhao Chuyang went deep into the desperate lands alone, leading the masses out of enemy territory. To protect everyone, he did not hesitate to burn himself to die with the aberrations. The scene at that time was so magnificent it was engraved in my memory. Xing'an continued, in the end he burned away every last spark of his own life. Not even his bones were left behind. Fortunately, later generations developed the Chuyang group that he founded, continuing his contribution. To be honest, you and Mr. Zhao Chuyang are very similar. Zhang Yu was stunned, pointing at himself. Me, the man smiled and nodded. That's right. That day at the night patrol team, you said you wanted to become the only light in the darkness. Remember? Zhang Yu awkwardly scratched his head. Yeah, I did say that. He thought to himself, I just said that randomly. You actually believed it. Xing'an looked at him with admiration. As expected of Battle General Li's descendant, your ideological awareness is very high. This made him even more confused. Battle General Li, who's that? He looked back in disbelief. Of course it's Battle General Li Tuanguang. He recalled all of the man's mindless actions and was stunned. What, he's a battle general? His mouth was wide enough to fit a chicken egg. The strongest combat power in the great continent. Xing'an scratched his head, confused. He didn't tell you. Zhang Yu immediately replied, no. I always thought he was just a regular office worker. The man then explained, he also holds a civil post, but it's a high-ranking one. Not normal at all. Zhang Yu held his forehead, frustrated. No wonder he said he could pull strings for me, and that he could arrange a school for me. I thought he just knew some important people, that he had connections. Turns out he is the connection. Xing'an didn't find it strange. It seems Battle General Li has always been hiding it from you. It must be for your own good. Oh right, my name is Song Xing'an. I'm the training officer for this special training camp. Zhang Yu was confused. Training! But the man whispered, good luck, I have high hopes for you. I'll train you seriously when the time comes. Then he immediately left, leaving Zhang Yu alone and stunned. He felt a sense of unease. Serious training. This bad premonition? Just then a strange dark energy emanated from the painting, causing the sensitive Zhang Yu to sense it and exclaim, who's there? However, when he looked back, there was only the painting. Suddenly from within it, a large, roaring aberration jumped out. As soon as Zhang Yu saw the aberration, he quickly chased after it. He was secretly terrified. It's a wraith. Why would it appear here? Zhang Yu hurriedly chased it to the emergency exit. He frowned and thought, there are too many guards outside. How the hell did it get in? However, the aberration flew extremely fast. Zhang Yu had to struggle to not lose track of it. Just then, the system narrated, System Introduction, an alien dwelling in the abyss. Belongs to the shadow and aberration types. can utilize superhuman abilities in the dark. If detected by them, be extremely careful. Note: this type of aberration is not easy to deal with. He frowned on guard. Not easy to deal with, huh? The first wraith I killed also triggered this reminder. Turns out the guidebook had detected something was off long ago. However, Zhang Yu didn't give up and quickly chased after it. He guessed, could this be related to the recent appearance of aberrations? Suddenly, he reached an alley that made Zhang Yu freeze and stare. Because the dark corridor was completely empty, the aberration was nowhere to be seen. He frowned on alert. This is the basement of the Chuyang group. Strange. Why is there nothing here? Suddenly a voice said, "Number 9 is back, come in." Zhang Yu was startled. Someone's here. However, when he turned around, he didn't see anyone speaking. Zhang Yu guessed it hid downstairs. What the hell is the Chuyang group up to? So he immediately used his ability to transform into his shadow form. Zhang Yu followed the path, phasing through the ground and walls. Suddenly, a clanking sound put him on immediate alert. In front of Zhang Yu was a series of glass tanks, containing something. His eyes widened in horror. This is... Zhang Yu clearly saw the things in the tanks. Aberrations. What the hell is the Chuyang group doing? He quietly moved to a hidden corner to eavesdrop. Inside, 2 people came out. CEO Qian. The cultivation of the wraiths is on the right track. The cultivation plan for the predators is also underway. This morning, President Zhao came to see me. He said we must first control the bloodworm types. The younger man hesitated and asked, "Doctor, Wu, do you have a way?" The man smirked. Aberrations are difficult to tame after all. The 3 wraiths roaming the shopping mall last time also caused a lot of negative impact. If we insist on using the blood species for experiments, I'm afraid it will only cause more damage. Tianming was confused. But isn't using our own flesh and blood? With the blood species also effective, Dr. Wu shook his head. No, relying solely on the flesh and blood of aberrations cannot completely tame them. Our ultimate goal is still to research a way to control aberrations, to help the Night's Watch. And to do that, we still have to start with the 4 species. You could say that, and this aberrant spirit originally evolved from that very soul species. Zhang Yu on the side broke into a sweat watching the monster in the solution tank. Dr. Wu whispered to the aberration, "Hello there. Number 9. In the solution tank, the aberration reacted slightly, its tooth-filled mouth opening. Tianming was scared. "Be careful, doctor." The man calmly reassured him, "Don't worry. You just need to take complete notes. How's the body feeling? Are the eyes I gave you working well?" Number 9 responded. It slowly raised its large claw. It tapped on the tank 3 times as if reporting. Dr. Wu was pleased. "Very good. Your emotions are becoming more stable. Next, we will clone number 9. To have aberrations fight aberrations. Quickly bring a few soul-calming stones for number 9 to use." Tianming quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Behind them, Zhang Yu felt a bit uneasy. Did it see me? Unlike the wraith I saw before, this one isn't aggressive. It even knows how to communicate simply. He pondered, it feels like it has self-awareness. Tianming then asked, "Doctor, if we continue like this, it might escape our control. What if it becomes difficult to deal with?" The man agreed but still paid no mind. "You're right, but I'm sure we'll find a solution." He took off his glasses and whispered softly, "Or maybe we could try a more surefire method." Dr. Wu frowned, not understanding. A more surefire method? Tianming's eyes suddenly turned cold. For example, replacing human souls with those of aberrations. He furiously grabbed his collar and yelled, "Nonsense! That's no different from completely abandoning our conscience, Xia Tianming. I advise you to get that thought out of your head. Or else I'll..." He pretended to pat the doctor's back. "Sorry, I was just spitballing. Don't take it seriously." The doctor disagreed. "Spitballing isn't allowed either. This is a taboo." Just then, Dr. Wu's eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A sharp knife was in his chest, plunged there by his own assistant. Dr. Wu gasped in pain, staring at him. "You..." Tianming adjusted his glasses. "Aberration, human, Night's Watch. Sorry, doctor, the research can only go this far." He revealed his true vicious face. "I come from the fire seed." In Tianming's hand, an extremely powerful energy gathered. His eyes glowed with a purple light as he gave a wicked smile. Suddenly, Tianming clenched his fist, using his power. Instantly, countless objects around the room flew about chaotically. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the solution tanks, causing the monster number 9 to burst out of its tank. The security system alarm blared. "Warning, aberration in room 035 has escaped. Threat level red. All research personnel evacuate immediately." Following that, not just it, but other aberrations also broke free from their tanks. But the people in the lab below also received the warning. Room 035 holds dozens of aberrations. "Guards, get the guards over here. What are you standing around for?" Run. Tianming, from above, watched the researchers struggle. "It's too late. Help." His human face seemed to shatter as he broke into a joyful smile. Then Tianming's body emitted a powerful pressure. His eyes went white. He collapsed onto this chaotic ground, his health bar dropping steadily until it hit 0%. Only then did Zhang Yu emerge from the ground. Frowning at the corpse, he was confused. Student kills teacher, then self-destructs. What for? That wraith also used the chaos to get away. Just then, from the rubble, a hand reached out. You, come here. That person was actually Dr. Wu, still alive, but his breathing was weak. Zhang Yu exclaimed, "Don't move just yet. I'll call a doctor right now." The man struggled to say fire seed. Before he passed, he managed to say, "He is the fire seed." He was stunned. Fire seed. But then Dr. Wu's eyes rolled back. His life had ended. Seeing this, Zhang Yu could only shake him desperately. "Wait, fire seed, what? Be clear. Do you have to pull this crap on me every time it gets to a critical point?" Then, feeling an unusual presence, he quickly turned his head to check. Zhang Yu stood up facing number 9. He could only put the problem aside for now. The claws on his hands sparked with lightning. "Kill first. Talk later." Zhang Yu charged at number 9. In a flash, he easily took it down. Just then, he saw 2 more aberrations appear. Without hesitation, he dispatched them as well. As he landed, Zhang Yu suddenly realized he had stepped in a puddle of blood. He frowned at the mess on the floor. Red covered the entire floor. It turned out that countless corpses were scattered around. Zhang Yu tensed. Not good. Those other aberrations have entered the real world. At this time, outside in the lobby, they were still introducing new medicines. From the ceiling, claws and a skull suddenly dropped down. 3 aberrations simultaneously lunged towards the female MC, who was presenting, causing everyone there to flee in terror. "It's an aberration. Run for your lives, help." Denka tried to control the situation. "It's a blood species. Don't run around. They specialize in picking off people who are alone. Try to group up together." But in that moment, one of them had already noticed him. "Don't run over here." It lunged at Denka, as if about to enjoy a delicious meal. But suddenly a punch flew in, sending the aberration flying. Zhang Yu appeared powerfully from within the cloud of dust. Denka was stunned. How did you get here?" He quickly said, "Never mind how I got here. We have to save people first." He showed him the chaotic scene. "It's no use. They're all just running around like crazy. No one's listening to me." Just then, Zhang Yu saw someone's about to be attacked. "Help." Without hesitation, he rushed forward and kicked the aberration away. This scene also caught everyone's attention. Zhang Yu yelled, "Don't run around. If you don't want to die, get over here. Watch the shadows around you. Don't give the aberrations a chance to slip in." Some of the people there recognized him. "It's you, the famous amnesiac assassin from TikTok. Is it really? We're saved. Listen to you huddle up. Watch the shadows around you. If you see anything, report it immediately. Don't rush women and children first." Seeing the situation stabilize, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard someone scream, "Help, we're trapped." "Is anyone there?" He assessed the situation. "Should be fine now. Next is upstairs." So Zhang Yu said, "Denka, you lead them out first. I'll go upstairs and check." The man immediately replied, "Roger." In a burning room, a woman begged, "Is anyone there? Help us." A little girl cried, "Mommy, it's so hot I want to get out." Suddenly, a dark figure kicked the locked door open. The woman, thinking she was saved, shouted, "Over here, I'm over here." But then she froze, fear creeping in. A giant roaring aberration appeared and attacked them. The woman panicked and hugged her daughter. "No!" The little girl screamed, "Mommy!" But before it could attack, the aberration found it couldn't move. An energy whip grabbed it and threw it into the air. Zhang Yu had arrived just in time to pull the aberration back. He directly punched through its body, ending it. Finally, he twisted his hand and pulled it out, causing the aberration to fall off balance. And the monster was completely consumed by the flames. The woman hadn't even finished saying thank you. Zhang Yu quickly put out the fire on himself. "So hot my body is supposed to be fire-resistant. Why am I still on fire?" Then he quickly composed himself. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." The little girl couldn't stop crying. "This is even scarier than the monster just now." The mother comforted her. "Don't be afraid. He's a superhuman who came to save us. He's just a little ugly." Then Zhang Yu held the mother and daughter. "Hold on tight." He broke through the building's glass window and brought them outside. Luckily, a fire truck was already waiting below for the rescue. Zhang Yu landed gently on the ground, his body perfectly stable. The fire truck also sprayed water in time, putting out the fire in the building. The mother and daughter luckily escaped safely. They were still shaken. The mother was endlessly grateful. "Thank you. Thank you so much." The little girl also said blankly, "Thank you, Mr. Monster." Quite a few people recognized him. "Look, it's you!" He saved that mother and daughter. The crowd cheered until he turned his back. "So cool, you. You went to save people again, go you?" Zhang Yu thought, "I have to hurry. My shadow points are draining fast in this world. And I don't know where the other Night's Watch members are." Reinforcements should have arrived by now. But just then, a golden light exploded inside the building. As he entered, he couldn't help but sweat in terror. It was complete chaos inside. "The Night's Watch has been contained. Could this chaos have been planned?" A powerful hand raised gathering energy. It was Qing'an surrounded by 3 aberrations. Without hesitation, he prepared to attack them. He fired 3 energy beams at once, completely taking down the aberrations. Other superhumans were also fighting them. Although quite a few aberrations were downed, scattered on the ground, their numbers were still overwhelming, causing countless explosions. The entire building was nearly destroyed. Zhang Yu was horrified. Over there is Chuyang's industrial park. It seems that's the aberration's real target. The situation is worse than I thought. And there are no Night's Watch members now. He opened his system panel. I can only rely on myself. Then he took the opportunity to save people amidst the cheers. He's here. He appeared again. Everyone was impressed. This time he's carrying 3 people. Zhang Yu even carried out an innocent animal. So handsome go you. Elsewhere, Chang'an also noticed him saving people. He didn't know it was Zhang Yu, but only recognized it's him again, that mysterious assassin. At this moment, he had just carried a young man to the ground. Seeing the unconscious man, the crowd murmured. This is the last one. Are you okay, bro? It's not good he's injured. Call an ambulance. Zhang Yu braced himself, panting. So tired. So this is how tiring it is to be a hero. I was trying to act cool, but who knew I wouldn't even have the strength to stand up? Then pushing aside his fatigue, he smiled again. But looking at the safe, cheering citizens, he couldn't help but sigh. It was worth it. Suddenly an old woman cried out. My granddaughter. Have you seen my granddaughter? She's about this tall and wears pigtails. Someone else asked. My son is missing too. Have you seen him? My daughter too, and my grandson. He's only 7. Zhang Yu was stunned, frowning. They're gone. And they're all children. He looked up at the floor that was burning the most. Zhang Yu frowned, realizing something was hanging up there. A little girl captured by an aberration was crying. Daddy, I want to go home. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. Damn it. What the hell are these aberrations up to? Why are they kidnapping children? Just then he got a call from Yao Yao. Zhang Yu answered. What's up? She got straight to the point. Are you at the Chuyang factory? He was surprised as he ran. How did you know? Never mind how I know. Get over here now. Zhang Yu chuckled. No rush. Wait for you to finish cooking the rice soup. Beef with tomato and egg sauce, and then I'll be there. Hearing this, Yao Yao was about to scold him. Just wait, But he had already hung up. He ran straight towards the building where the children were being held. She frowned helplessly at the cold dial tone. Over here, Zhang Yu was giving it his all. His health and shadow points were almost gone. If he kept trying to save people, he might not make it out alive. Just then, a man appeared with a megaphone. Captain Lu appeared and announced, Attention superhuman ahead. According to Article 113 of the Superhuman Act, individuals without professional authorization are not permitted to use their superhuman abilities in public without permission. Immediately cease using your ability. Submit to investigation. Final warning. Cease your ability at once, or we will immediately take legal measures. The soldier next to him raised his specially made gun as a warning. Zhang Yu helplessly raised his hands. I know, he thought. Forget it. I'll just leave it to the Night's Watch. They're more professional than me. They can get those kids down. But behind him, the old woman cried and begged, Lan Lan. My granddaughter. This scene made Zhang Yu grit his teeth. Decision made. He turned back and said to the man, Follow me. This stunned and confused the man. Without another word, Zhang Yu ran straight towards the building. 2 soldiers raised their guns, preparing to shoot him down. But Captain Lu stopped them. The bewildered warrior asked him, Captain Lu. He followed Zhang Yu's retreating figure. Go with him and see. On the roof of the building, countless aberrations were swarming. On their bodies, each one carried a kidnapped child. He frowned, secretly following them. Where the hell are they going? Then, Zhang Yu saw them take the children into a portal. He was stunned to realize they're going into the shadow plane. Zhang Yu stealthily followed the aberrations into the shadow plane. He frowned, thinking, this is weird. Blood species only have the instinct to slaughter. Why would they do something like kidnapping? And it's so well organized, like an organization. Chiang Group, Fireseed, the test subject. I seem to be involved in something. Very terrible. It's too late to back out now. I can only see it through to the end. At this moment, a group of children were crying. An aberration was guarding them. Suddenly, it saw a rock being thrown in front of it. But when it turned to look, there was no one there. The silence was so strange that even the aberration was suspicious. It turned its head to look at the still crying children. Suddenly, another rock was thrown, making the aberration quickly turn its head to look. But seeing no one made it doubt itself. Suddenly, the aberration realized something was wrong. It asked itself, wait, are there fewer children now? The aberration jumped around looking, but it didn't find any children. Then suddenly it sensed movement and turned back, only to see Zhang Yu running away with 3 children. He remained calm, looking at it with a smirk. Busted. Immediately from all around, other aberrations jumped out to pounce. But in a flash, they were all caught in a net, causing the aberrations to roar furiously in anger. Zhang Yu led the children down the stairs. Slowly, everyone stay close to me. He quickly dialed the Night's Watch. Is this the Night's Watch? I have about a dozen children with me. Just then, an explosion shot out directly, blowing up his phone. He quickly covered his face, dodging the hot residual dust. Someone suddenly emerged from the darkness. The man had a deformed face and a smile. I didn't expect you to follow me here. I thought it was someone from the Night's Watch. Turns out it's our online celebrity Yu. Zhang Yu looked warily at the man before him. Who are you? The man flicked his snake-like tongue. Take a guess. Sushan gently waved his hand, directly causing the wall next to him to shatter. Luckily, Zhang Yu managed to dodge the blow in time. He was secretly horrified, realizing. Motive force. This guy is also a superhuman. Zhang Yu quickly shot a webline to the ceiling. He quickly moved, wanting to separate the battlefield from the children. But as soon as he landed, a series of iron bars stabbed down at that spot. Luckily, he still managed to jump away and escape them. The man also appeared. Not bad, just like in the videos. Your skills are very nimble, but your overall strength is only level 1. Basically not worth mentioning. Zhang Yu frowned and asked, Are you from the Chuyang group? Sushan raised an eyebrow and smirked. Do I look like it? Zhang Yu was almost certain. Then you're with the Fire Seed. The man decisively unleashed an attack. Dead men. Don't need to know that much. He quickly leaned to dodge the attack. However, it seemed to have a mind of its own and turned back to attack, causing Zhang Yu to be caught off guard and blown away. He flew far in the spreading cloud of dust. Just then, 2 more energy balls tried to attack Zhang Yu. That explosion scene seemed to not affect Sushan at all. He thought bored, how dull. I thought I could play for a little longer. On top of the building, the children were watching the situation in horror. They couldn't hold back their sobs. That big brother isn't going to die, is he? Below, when the dust settled, an unexpected scene was revealed. Sushan also frowned slightly in disbelief, because in front of him was only an empty ruin. Where did he go? Sushan frowned, observing his surroundings. Zhang Yu emerged from the ground behind him. He nimbly leaped up, intending to sneak attack Sushan. The dark shadow swept through the space like a storm. Sushan sensed it and tilted his head to avoid it, but it still left a scar. Not giving up, Zhang Yu appeared right behind the man again. A confident smile played on his lips. He raised his hand. A single slash made the man barely able to dodge. Zhang Yu quickly hit himself. The moment he saw Sushan preparing to strike, the man angrily chased him as he was about to disappear. You stinking rat! Before Zhang Yu vanished, he quickly threw out a dark sphere. Sushan warily watched it explode in midair, thinking the dark sphere couldn't do anything to him. The man was stunned, because from that explosion emerged countless tentacles thin as threads, attacking Sushan. The man had to use his body to block its whip-like blows. Sushan licked the blood from his face. Ambushing in the dark is a bit tricky to deal with, but I have a way to deal with you. The man waved his hand, throwing a strange energy ball. It actually flew back towards the building, where the children were. The little girl in the lead had no way to dodge this attack. She screamed in panic and despair. Big brother? A dark shadow instantly appeared in front of the little girl. Zhang Yu appeared and blocked the giant energy ball. He gritted his teeth, enduring the toxins invading his body. Sushan appeared right behind him. Got you. Zhang Yu couldn't help but fall for the trap, turning back in terror. But the man had already gathered strange energy in his palm. He directly attacked his back, causing Zhang Yu to suffer internal injuries in pain. Knocked down by this powerful blow, he fell into the rubble at the foot of the wall below. Sushan laughed maliciously. Still want to hide in the dark? You don't have a chance. The man laughed maniacally as he punched Zhang Yu. Those heavy punches, horrible, rained down endlessly. He was both in pain and stunned. What's happening? My shadow form is breaking. The shadows in my body are also in chaos. I can't use my skills. Sushan forcefully grabbed Zhang Yu's head like a toy. He smashed it directly, causing even the ground to crack. Part of his shadow form had shattered, revealing his face. The man licked his lips and clenched his fist. Come on, let me see who you really are. Just as Sushan raised his hand to finish Zhang Yu, suddenly rocks were thrown from above, hitting his head. The children angrily shouted, Let him go! You bad guy, will beat you to death. Sushan was enraged. You little brats, you really think I don't dare to kill you? Just as the man's attention was on the kids, he had already sat up. The shattered shadow gradually reappeared. Zhang Yu grabbed Sushan tightly. Your opponent is me, he thought. Thank you, kids. Zhang Yu pushed off his feet and jumped. Shadow pupil, instantly pulling the man into an illusion. 1,000 eyes. Sushan furiously gritted his teeth. His eyes went white as he strained. He exploded with power, sending him flying. Get lost, looking at Zhang Yu. Staggering to stabilize himself, the man sneered. Luckily, his shadow had also recovered in time. Sushan sneered, Not letting you off the hook, you think? Pulling me into the darkness can stop me. After I kill you, those kids who helped you, I'll send them along with you. Zhang Yu frowned. So those bloodworms were controlled by you after all. But why are you kidnapping children? The man laughed viciously. That's obvious. Children's souls are purer. You've probably heard of it. A greedy look flashed in Sushan's eyes. The soul worm technique. He recalled the lab from before. Hello, number 9. The soul worm technique from the lab at Chuyang before. Then he paid attention to the aberrations he had encountered on his way here. The man summoned them. Has that satisfied your curiosity? Then now, thanks to you? Sushan snapped his fingers, signaling them to attack. Die. The controlled aberrations roared and screamed. All of them aimed for Zhang Yu, pouncing on him, but he gave a strange, small smile. His face lit up with confidence as he said, "I was waiting for you." Zhang Yu couldn't hold back a smile as if his goal was achieved. Countless aberrations were quickly and completely absorbed by him. "Thanks for your generous gift." Watching the monsters that could only become his prey, Zhang Yu just had to gently wave his hand. "Come here." He used Mark and Pursuit so not a single one could escape. They were completely subdued into an energy ball in his hand. Zhang Yu devoured all of them. Shadow Guard, +6 shadow points. Shadow points, 8190. Shushan was horrified. Damn it, he can absorb aberrations, only to see Zhang Yu's body slowly rise up. He merged into a tornado of power. All the surrounding aberrations were swallowed by his Shadow Guard. The man realized with horror that he had made a mistake. "This is bad." Shushan quickly rushed forward, wanting to interrupt. "This kid can't be—" But this punch from the man couldn't move the vortex at all. Shushan was even painfully knocked back. His eyes were wide with rage bloodshot. Shushan gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" He actually used the blood species I raised. At this point, Zhang Yu was enveloped in energy like a cocoon. The man couldn't help but tremble and stammer, "Leveling," watching the strange energy gather into a web like nerve fibers. Shushan furiously roared in frustration. He leveled up. Without hesitation, the man turned and fled. "Damn it, you win!" But he was full of doubt. That's strange. Superhumans all level up through training. Leveling up by devouring aberrations like him is the first time I've ever seen it. Suddenly, Shushan froze. Wait, isn't that how aberrations do it? Suddenly, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. His fleeing steps suddenly stopped, because in front of Shushan was a large spatial portal. When the dust settled, a familiar black figure was revealed. Zhang Yu's body seemed to have ascended to another level. The smile on his lips was even more arrogant. Well then, now it's my turn to hunt. Zhang Yu, holding dual swords, slowly advanced towards Shushan. He took a deep breath as if savoring it. Zhang Yu could feel it. This was the second realm. His whole body felt like it had been freed from a layer of shackles, shedding its restraints. His sword-wielding hand just barely twitched, and the aura around him exploded. The world in his eyes changed clearly. He could see that every aura was very vivid. He could even feel people's fear. Zhang Yu couldn't hold back an excited smile. "Let me play with you." And then the figure before him vanished into thin air. Shushan's eyes widened in terror. He hid in the shadows. No, this time he completely disappeared. The man quickly summoned his minions. "Damn it!" Still trying to ambush me, block him for me. But he only saw a few flashes of light, and Shushan saw the aberrations cut down right before his eyes. The man quickly enveloped himself in energy, but was still cut across the chest. Shushan clutched his wound in pain. I couldn't see his attack at all. Too fast. What kind of monster is he? How can a regular second realm be this strong? Zhang Yu was having a lot of fun. Interesting. I'm so close to his face, but he still can't see me. I can now hide deeper in the shadows, like another existence entirely. Then he gave the man a few quick slashes in succession. He couldn't dodge at all. Shushan looked at the wound on his face with hatred. "Damn you!" He imagined, "How dare you play with me like an animal?" Shushan couldn't help but scream, "Damn it, if you're going to kill me, just kill me!" "Stop dilly-dallying," as if to preserve his last bit of dignity. "Come on!" Zhang Yu appeared directly behind him. "All right then, I'll grant you your wish." However, just as the Shadow Blade was about to finish him, he suddenly sensed something being thrown at him, causing Zhang Yu to quickly jump back and parry. He looked blankly at the thing hooked on his sword. A brick. A person walked out of the darkness. "What the hell are you doing?" "Shushan, I've been waiting for you for half a day. The boss is about to lose it." Shushan was delighted. "Yongcheng, did the boss send you?" The man smirked. "The plan is about to begin. Go outside and take the children. I'll handle things here." The man didn't hesitate. "All right, I'll leave that madman to you." However, Zhang Yu had already rushed to block his path. "Don't you dare touch those children." Just then a brick flew by, blocking his sword. Yongcheng used his muscular strength to attack Zhang Yu. Seeing this, he didn't just stand there and take it. He nimbly jumped up, dodging one of his blows. Zhang Yu immediately used his shadow body to hide in the ground. Just then the ring on Shushan's finger glowed brightly. A piece of strange energy turned into a rope and bound him. The man said smugly, trying to play the disappearing act again, not so easy. Yongcheng coordinated and rushed forward, sending Zhang Yu flying with a single punch. Shushan excitedly cheered on his companion. "Nice one! Kill him!" However, a flash of light passed by, cutting the man into 4 pieces. Shushan's vitality was gradually fading. "At this moment, I can't believe I'm going to die." Finally, he fell to the cold ground, his leg already severed. The one who did it was Zhang Yu. He wanted to eliminate him before the man touched the children. Yongcheng praised him. "Nice moves. You're not from the Night's Watch, are you, kid? Why are you meddling in our affairs?" He shouted angrily, "Cut the crap! You're kidnapping children to experiment on them with aberrations. How can I ignore that?" The man was a bit surprised. "So you're acting alone? Think you're the embodiment of justice, want to be a hero?" His shadow sword planted in the ground, Zhang Yu used it to stand up. He suppressed his fatigue. I'm not a hero, and I never thought about being one. I just act on what I believe is right, that's all. Hearing this, Yang Cheng suddenly laughed. The right thing. If saving these children leads to the end of all humanity, do you still think this is the right thing to do? Jiang Yu stammered, not understanding. What are you talking about? Are you saying kidnapping these kids will save the world? What kind of joke is that? Yang Cheng spoke coldly. You know the war between humanity and aberrations has been going on for 100 years. Humans rely on a small sliver of hope to resist until today. But the human body has many limitations. Aberrations do not. Humanity's strength is like the light of a firefly. It simply cannot resist the darkness of the abyss. Instead of dying a painful death in false hope, it's better to find another way out. If the darkness cannot be defeated, then proactively embrace it and adapt to it. Bury hope deep in the abyss. Wait and hide until we become the final fire seed and extinguish all of humanity's hope. He laughed coldly. Clearly a traitor, yet you still pretend to be righteous and proper. If you guys are called the fire seed, Jiang Yu's body exploded with power. And then let me extinguish you all. Okay. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance. As expected, talking to people like you is truly meaningless. His body radiated a terrifying aura. Let me open your eyes a little. He charged forward, raising his sword to strike. However, this downward strike, Yang Cheng blocked it with just his bare hands. He even pushed the force back, knocking Jiang Yu away. He leaned against the wall, struggling to steady himself. Then he attacked again. Even though he was incredibly fast, Yang Cheng blocked every move. Suddenly, Yang Cheng clenched his fist. Turning, he launched an energy orb with just one hand, forcing Jiang Yu to quickly raise his sword to block. But the orb exploded like a bomb, illuminating the entire sky. Despite such power, he didn't look tired in the slightest. Instead, Jiang Yu was sent flying into a corner by the aftershock. Jiang Yu clutched his wound, coughing up blood. This guy's seriously strong. Jiang Yu looked down in frustration. The wound, it's not healing. What the hell was that? Yang Cheng slowly walked up to him. With a dark expression, he explained, a superhuman skill. Hellfire Slash, it's my signature move. Jiang Yu grew even warier watching his enemy. Superhuman skill. He looked at him with contempt. You can't even beat me, let alone face the abyss. In the face of absolute power, resistance is truly meaningless. This is the end of the line, time to die. And then, Jiang Yu suddenly cracked a smile. Yeah, I guess it is time to end this. He activated his skill on Yang Cheng mark. Unable to react in time, he was hit by the skill himself. Yang Cheng fell right into the trap, falling into a space of shadows. He was suddenly terrified. How is this possible? How did I get here? No, save me. I don't want to die, Jiang Yu's voice whispered in his ear. See the fear hidden deep inside your heart. Saving humanity was just an excuse. Your fear of the abyss is the real reason you became a traitor. You people aren't kindling at all. His shadow blade glowed with brilliant lightning. Jiang Yu clenched his fist, laying the truth bare. You're just a bunch of cowards who only know how to run. This completely triggered Yang Cheng, making him grit his teeth. Full of rage, he charged forward. Shut up! Shut your damn mouth! He swung his sword using Pursuit Slash. The shadow blade pierced through Yang Cheng's body. In disbelief, he coughed up black blood. What? Only then did Yang Cheng see Jiang Yu's face. Turns out, you're just a kid. As he fell helplessly to the ground, his mind raced. No wonder you're so damn fearless. I used to be as full of fighting spirit as you. A sad nostalgia flickered in Yang Cheng's eyes. But that spirit which feared neither heaven nor earth was shattered long ago by the abyss. And you? Sooner or later you'll be consumed by the abyss too. I just won't be around to see that day. Jiang Yu frowned and muttered, What in the world are you people? Yang Cheng's body gradually disintegrated, turning into a small, weak flame. A fire wisp. Outside, a reporter was on the scene. Hello, viewers. I'm your host, Shui Shui. As you can see the skyscraper behind me, the Shuoyang Group building. An hour ago, the Shuoyang Group building suddenly erupted in a massive fire. At the same time, numerous aberrations rushed out. The lower floors of the skyscraper are now completely engulfed in flames. Over there, you can see the aftermath of the battle between superhumans and the aberrations. A victim being interviewed says it was Wanderer saved me. The reporter explains, according to our sources, many people who were trapped in the fire were saved by an internet celebrity known as Wanderer. After learning that several children were missing at the scene, this hero Wanderer immediately went back in to rescue them. Currently, there is still no word on his status. Let us pray that he and the children can return safely. Just then, a bystander shouted with joy, Wanderer, he's back. It really is, Wanderer. Look, this is fantastic. Jiang Yu had returned with the missing children. He was taken aback by the enthusiastic welcome from the crowd. He knelt down and patted the children on the head. Go on now, this is as far as I can take you. The rescued kids now adored Jiang Yu. Thank you, big brother. The night watchers quickly came to help, reuniting the children with their families. The gentle sunlight shone down, as if celebrating along with them. Afterward, covered in dust and exhausted, he returned. Finally home. To his surprise, even though it was late, Yao Yao was still up waiting for him. Her face was filled with worry, and upon seeing him return, she couldn't hold back her tears. The dinner she had prepared sat completely untouched. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of being touched and feeling guilty. He took the crushed carton of eggs out of his bag. Sorry. I'm late. I made a special trip to the supermarket to buy these eggs, but something came up on the way and I got delayed. However, Yao Yao didn't fall for his joke at all. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. Lying to me again? Do you think I'm a child? Zhang Yu sighed, placing his hands on his hips. What's wrong? Did you think I was dead or something? Yaoma snapped petulantly. It would have been better if you were... But he caught her small fist and held it tight. Startled, her embarrassment turned to anger. Let go! Zhang Yu pulled her closer to him. I'm not letting go. Under the warm chandelier, the atmosphere grew intimate. He lifted Yao Yao's chin. You've never tried it before, have you? She stammered. Tried what? Zhang Yu reassured her. Don't be scared. Once we try it, we won't be kids anymore. Yaoma's face turned beet red with embarrassment. What haven't I tried? Zhang Yu pinned her against the wall, whispering suggestively. I haven't tried it either. A lustful look appeared on his face. How about we give it a try? Yaoma got swept up in the moment, her body going weak. What are you talking about? Zhang Yu get a grip. But he didn't give her a chance to fight back. He leaned in for a kiss, until their two pairs of lips gently met. The look of shock on Yao Yao's face was undeniable. Panicked, she shoved him away. What are you doing? Zhang Yu, also startled, said awkwardly, Nothing. I was just a little thirsty looking for a drink. Yaoma's face beet red, covered her lips. Thirsty? He quickly changed the subject. Want to eat? I'll go heat up the food a bit. Then he dashed into the kitchen as if running away. Zhang Yu quickly put the plates of food in the microwave. He tried to calm his pounding heart. That was so nerve-wracking. I can't believe I actually went through with it. In the heat of the moment, I just kissed her. I really thought Yao Yao was going to kill me. But man, they were soft, a girl's lips. He gestured excitedly. Let's call it a reward for that epic battle. Totally worth it. Zhang Yu didn't know she was secretly watching him, a look of silly, bashful joy on her face. After the food was heated, the two of them sat down for their late-night meal. Yao Yao kept stealing glances at him, blushing, unable to forget what just happened. He pretended not to notice, hurriedly stuffing his face. Suddenly he wondered, after this battle, I wonder how much my abilities have improved. The status screen appeared. Zhang Yu, attribute Shadow, Shadow points 105, 150, Skills, Stalker, Hunter, Shadow, Guard, Shadow, Child, Submerged Shadow Form, Shadow Blade, Hunter's Mark Killing Spree, Remaining Lifespan, 80 days. Evaluation. You now possess a bit of strength. Among the scrubs, you are considered pretty tough. Submerged Shadow. You can freely slip into the shadows and move with incredible speed from Shadow Blade. Your arms can transform into sharp blades. The damage they can inflict is extremely dangerous. But take note, your agility is hindered in this form. Killing Spree. Consecutive attacks. Create a storm-like sense of pressure. Your attacks will build up killing intent. Your attack power increases with each consecutive hit. However, if an attack fails, or your combo is broken, the killing intent will instantly reset to 0. Killing intent can enhance your slaying power and improve your ability to slip into the shadows, allowing for seamless movement between shadow dimensions. Enhanced Hunter. The ability to identify health bars has been upgraded and refined. Zhang Yu mused, Submerged Shadow. That must be the skill to freely enter and exit the shadow dimension. Pretty useful. Killing Spree is really powerful too, but I have to keep landing hits for it to be effective. The conditions are a bit strict. He closed his eyes, recalling. Red must be enemies. Zhang Yu remembered from the previous battle. Blue is for allies. And after the fight, white was for bystanders. Suddenly his eyes flew open and he looked over at Yao Yao. Being stared at for no reason, she was caught off guard and her embarrassment turned to anger. What are you looking at? I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas. But Zhang Yu was stunned. Why is there a pink one? Zhang Yu grinned. I get it. Pink means she likes me. Yao Yao frowned, muttering. What kind of dirty thoughts is this guy having now? A flash of light outside caught his attention. She turned her head in surprise as well. They went out to the balcony together, a little surprised. They looked up at the sky. Countless fireworks were blooming in the darkness. They silently enjoyed this rare beauty together. Zhang Yu asked, Oh, right. Do you know about an organization called Kindling? Yao Yao raised an eyebrow questioningly. Kindling? Where did you hear that? He was startled. You know about them? Yaoma nodded. In my dad's documents, there's some basic information. Kindling was mentioned in there. Unlike the mainstream pro-war faction or the research faction, they're a bunch of bizarre, contradictory lunatics. Their bodies are aberrationized. Classified as Class 5, aberrations. They're a heretical organization that betrayed humanity. Oh right, if you capture a Kindling member, you have to hand them over to the Night Watch. The reward is 500,000 in cash. Zhang Yu's jaw dropped in shock. 500,000! She asked, confused. What's wrong? but he didn't dare tell the truth. Nothing. Inside, he was bleeding. A million just slipped through my fingers. Then Zhang Yu probed further. So besides kindling, are there any other weird organizations? The kind with rewards. Yama said bluntly, nope, that's it. Why are you hoping there are? He scratched his head sheepishly. Well, you know I was wondering if I could get rich off of this. Hearing that, her eyes became a little thoughtful as she recalled something. Then she explained, there are other strange organizations but no rewards. Reward, for example, the Dawn. Zhang Yu heard the strange name. The Dawn. What energy flashed in Yao Yao's hand? A contradictory organization. One part is pro-war, but different from our mainstream pro-war faction. Another faction firmly believes that humanity is doomed to fail and is always looking for a way to escape this world. For example, leaving this planet to find a new dawn. He said, startled, that's too far-fetched. This isn't a sci-fi movie. We still can't build spaceships or anything. She shook her head. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on technology. The aberrations in the abyss don't have any technology at all, but they can still come to our world through the abyss rifts, to come to this real world. If we could master that method, then the Dawn's desire could actually be possible. The days passed quietly. The joyful spring festival gradually came to an end. Those who had to work worked. Those who had to prepare for school prepared. Since reaching the second tier, the lifespan and shadow points gained from hunting first-tier aliens were just a drop in the bucket. Sometimes after a whole day's work, he could only gain 3 days of lifespan. The aptitude test for the final school year had ended. They began reporting in batches to the special training camp. Baoqiang had already gone ahead. Zhang Yu was the last of this batch. He would be leaving tomorrow. However, on the night before his departure, Junguang returned from the northern capital. As soon as he got back, he asked, I heard you produced a golden light in the willpower test. And you're a new wave in the night patrol team. You're a real badass, you little brat. He turned around in surprise. Uncle Lee, weren't you in the northern capital? Is the matter at hand resolved? Junguang rubbed his neck tiredly. No, the night patrol is pretty busy this year. A bunch of troublesome things have come up. For example, regarding the aptitude test. Besides you getting the golden light, there was also a mist phenomenon. Zhang Yu asked curiously. Mist phenomenon. What level is that? Is it even better than mine? He shrugged. Who knows? Everyone here is pretty clueless. But Junguang thought to himself, but then again, it's really strange. I observed this kid very carefully before. His body showed signs of contamination. I thought for the aptitude test, he definitely wouldn't pass. I never expected the result to surpass even level 6. But why, when I look at him, does this kid not seem like a superhuman at all? Could there have been an error in the test? Zhang Yu remembered something and recounted. Oh, right, uncle. I met someone named Song Qing'an earlier. He said something about war general. Is that for real? His face darkened, not expecting to be exposed. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Junguang had to nod. It's true. He couldn't contain his excitement. What, you're really a war general? The legend says, you're one of the 5 strongest generals in the Great Zhou. He sighed nostalgically. To be precise, I used to be. After all, I'm over 40. I've long since withdrawn from the front lines. Back then, I was just like you, full of passion as a war general of the Great Zhou. I fought against countless powerful enemies. My thinking back then was very simple. Just kill all the aberrations and the Great Zhou will be safe. But at that time, the aberrations were endless, and in the blink of an eye, more than 25 years have passed. In the end, my wife died from aberration contamination. I'm old now and I've lost an arm. The once invincible war general has now become a half-crippled wreck. Moreover, this time an even stronger aberration has appeared in the northern capital. So Zhang Yu, he was cut off directly. Stop. Stop, you're trying to persuade me not to be a superhuman again. Right, I will absolutely not give up. Besides, I want to be like you, to become a war general of the Great Zhou. Hearing that Junguang didn't intend to dissuade him anymore, he stood up. All right, the higher-ups have their eyes on you now. If they want you, I can't stop them. Then he took out a pendant. Take this and wear it. Zhang Yu took it blankly. What is this? The pendant. Junguang explained, a forbidden object. Whisper of the night. Wear it behind your ear. You will hear the whispers of those who were pulled into the abyss. Wearing this for a long time can train your willpower and help temper your foundation. But it can also amplify a person's negative emotions. So after wearing it for a long period, you must wait 3 days before you can wear it again. In addition, it can also be used to activate superhuman energy, releasing a short burst of contaminated energy. The user's combat power will be greatly enhanced, but it can only be used once. He grasped the main point. Contaminated energy. This thing comes from the abyss. He smiled with satisfaction, pretty sharp. That's right. It was indeed brought out from the abyss. These forbidden objects are all manifestations of contamination. Using them comes at a great price. Moreover, this bracelet is a bit special. The price for using it is related to your willpower aptitude. As long as your willpower is above level 5, you can wear it. And the most special thing about this pendant is that it chooses its owner. Zhang Yu couldn't help but get excited. So cool, let me try it on. Junguang also watched curiously. How is it? Do you feel anything? He paused for a moment. Strange. It seems there's no sound at all. He nodded. It seems your willpower can completely resist its influence. Then I can rest assured. When I get back, I'll get you the documents for the person who wore this pendant. Read them when you have time. Zhang Yu replied obediently. Okay, goodbye, uncle. As night fell, he drifted into a sound sleep. The moonlight from outside the window gradually shone onto the pendant. Then it reacted. A strange energy spread out. The aura grew wider, gradually enveloping Zhang Yu's body. In his dream, he rubbed his eyes blankly. Where is this? Am I lost? He looked around the dark space with hazy eyes. This is... Suddenly, a series of bubbles flew towards him. There were people inside. A young girl who had worn the bracelet was screaming. No, stop talking in my ear. Zhang Yu realized the others were screaming the same thing, but some had gained power from it, becoming crazed. They were in constant agony. It hurts so much, kill me. Save me, I'll never wear it again. This is a curse. A curse, I don't want it. I don't want to be your master, don't. He broke out in a sweat. He suddenly understood. Could this be the pendant's memories? A gentle voice echoed. In his ear, master. From the darkness, something seemed about to appear. The vehicle carrying the ability users of the last batch moved towards the camp. Yama couldn't help but let out a big yawn. Zhang Yu asked with concern. Didn't sleep well. She rubbed her nose. It's my first day at the special training camp. I was so nervous. I couldn't sleep all night. What about you? He laughed. Of course I slept like a log. But in reality, he felt a vague sense of unease. I think I dreamed about something last night, but I can't remember. Was it because of the necklace? I think I even heard it talking. Zhang Yu gently touched Yao Yao's shoulder. If you're tired, you can lean on me and sleep. She shouted angrily. No thanks, don't even think about taking advantage of me. He reassured her, relax. I swear I won't try anything funny. But unexpectedly, as soon as she turned, she saw Zhang Yu puckering his lips at her. Captain Liu sighed, watching them fool around. Yawa, there are a lot of people at the camp. You have to stay away from those with bad intentions, you hear? She replied obediently. I know. Hearing that, he jumped. Are those with bad intentions referring to me? He continued to instruct. Also, when you get to the camp, you must follow the instructor's arrangements. If anything happens, find the instructor first. If you can't find them, call your dad. Yao Yao said, embarrassed. You've been saying that the whole way here. Zhang Yu proudly puffed out his chest. Don't worry, uncle. With me here, no one will bully her. Captain Liu fumed silently. It's because you're here that I'm not at ease. Then the vehicle stopped in front of the station. We're here. Yama waved her hand. Dad, we're going. Bye. He nodded. Remember to call. Then he watched the two of them walk in holding hands intimately. When Captain Liu saw that, he snorted in annoyance. He gritted his teeth. You little brat, once you're in the camp, I'll teach you a lesson. At this point, Yao Yao also pulled her hand away. Are you trying to get killed? If my dad saw that, he'd beat you to death. Zhang Yu didn't care. What's there to be afraid of? The next time we see him will be in half a year. Besides, by then, we'll be in the same university, so Uncle Liu will see us even less. She turned away shyly. Who wants to go to the same university as you? The crowd of candidates for this batch gathered. The train's here, let's get on. He followed the crowd onto the path to the training camp. All around were young teenagers. Zhang Yu looked around. This is the train to the special training camp. An announcement played over the speaker, attention trainees. The train to the Yunhai Special Training Camp will depart at 10:30 Beijing time and will not stop along the way. The entire journey is expected to take 20 minutes, Zhang Yu exclaimed. So many people. Yao Yao wasn't surprised. Of course, people from all the settlements are here. In this carriage are all the ones with the best aptitude from this round of tests, whether it's high willpower or special superhuman abilities. With a little more training, they'll be strong enough to deal with first-tier aberrations. He feigned surprise, that impressive. So in the future, if we encounter aberrations, we won't have to be scared anymore. But he sneered inwardly. With my current strength, second-tier aberrations are no problem. Of course, she didn't know his thoughts. Don't think it's that simple, even if your aptitude is good. If you can't pass the training, it's all for nothing. Get some rest first. When we get to the training camp, you'll... No, Zhang Yu said relaxedly. You don't have to worry. I'll be fine. The train sped along the tracks towards the camp. Then it entered a pitch-black tunnel. Yama shook the person next to her awake. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. He opened his eyes drowsily, not understanding what was happening. What's wrong? She pointed at the clock in the train car. Didn't they say the whole trip was less than 20 minutes? It's been almost 40 minutes. The train is still running. Zhang Yu frowned. Strange, it was still bright when we left. Why is it suddenly... He turned in surprise to look at the window. It's getting foggy. The other people on the train also found it strange. This fog... Something's not right. One of them tried to reach out and touch it. Then he quickly pulled his hand back in alarm. Don't touch it. It's like it can feel me. This unusual scene made everyone uneasy. Suddenly, the speeding train screeched to a halt. It caught everyone off guard, sending them tumbling into each other. An announcement played. "We have arrived at Yunhai training camp. All passengers please exit through the left side doors." Everyone stood blankly at the door of the train car. What happened? Weren't the instructors supposed to come and pick us up? I don't know. Just then, Zhang Yu pushed his way out of the crowd. He was the first to take a step off the train. Yaoma, seeing this from behind, was startled and scared. She quickly ran up and called out, "What are you doing? Get back here." But Zhang Yu's eyes were firm and searching. No. His dark pupils trembled slightly. Why? Because beneath his feet were strange bloodstains. Yaoma recoiled in fear, covering her face. This is... Zhang Yu crouched down to examine it closely. He confirmed with certainty this blood is fresh. The others were terrified. Blood, are you kidding? Could it be that the people in the special training camp were killed? Impossible. The special training camp has instructors. Who could possibly mess with them? Zhang Yu ignored them and gave his answer, aberrations. This sent all the young trainees into a panic. He turned to look at them. Everyone quickly notify the night watch. If anyone knows how to drive the train, get back as soon as possible. Yaoma asked worriedly, "What about you?" Zhang Yu looked at her with a hint of struggle in his eyes. Then he forced a smile and lied. "I'm going to the bathroom." Yaoma couldn't stop him. Zhang Yu, a dark, fearful look flashed across her face. She gritted her teeth, trying to suppress her fear. Then she resolutely chased after him. The others were like a headless chicken. What do we do now? Are we really supposed to drive the train back? There's no signal on my phone, I can't make a call. Just waiting here isn't an option. Let's go out too. And so the new recruits all followed in the direction they had left. No one noticed, a camera high above watching them. After that, Zhang Yu really did go to the bathroom. He pulled up his pants and let out a sigh of relief. His face was visibly relaxed. Ah, that's better. I was holding it the whole way. Much better now. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw a strange aura. A wolf-like aberration growled and lunged as if to devour Zhang Yu. But just before it reached him, it was sent flying by a rock. Zhang Yu turned his head in surprise and asked, "You came to use the bathroom too?" Yaoma yelled angrily, "Bathroom my ass! Don't you know how dangerous it is to go out alone? What if you get eaten by an aberration? How am I supposed to face Mr. Lee then?" He smiled reassuringly. All right. Calm down and listen to me." She put her hands on her hips and snorted. "Fine talk. Let's see what kind of story you can cook up." "Actually," Zhang Yu explained confidently, "the special training has already begun." Yaoya was stunned. "The training has started since when?" Zhang Yu pointed. "It started the moment we stepped onto the subway." She didn't believe him at all. "You're talking nonsense. Where's your proof?" He pointed to the corpse on the ground. "Right there. The aberration you just knocked down. How was its combat power?" Yaoma thought back. Very weak. Its level was only slightly higher than common species. Logically, an aberration that weak wouldn't have the guts to attack a training camp. Zhang Yu laughed and clapped her on the shoulder. Exactly. See, you're not so dumb after all." But Yao still didn't believe it. "Hey, maybe. We just haven't encountered the more powerful aberrations yet." He raised an eyebrow and said, "All right. Let's just assume the training camp was attacked by aberrations. The Night Watch couldn't possibly not have noticed, right? If something really happened, wouldn't they have notified us? Deliberately extending the time to create anxiety, using fog to create panic, and using fresh blood to create fear. The main goal is to put psychological pressure on people. And under that pressure, all the good and bad in a person will be directly exposed." As he spoke, his voice suddenly rose. "And I, Zhang Yu, am the strongest." Yaoa was exasperated. "You talked for so long just to brag." Just then, another aberration appeared before them. A pack of them jumped towards the two of them. Zhang Yu jumped back with a start. "Go quick! Yao, use your soul-shocking bow," she said with disdain. "Aren't you the strongest? What's the meaning of hiding behind me?" He smiled confidently. "If I make a move, you won't get a chance." Yaoma almost went crazy with anger. "Then you might as well make a move." Zhang Yu pushed her forward. "Stop talking nonsense. If I'm giving you a chance, take it." On the surveillance screen, he shouted loudly, "Go, Yao, go!" The camp officers were monitoring the situation on a large screen. At this point, she had successfully taken down all the aberrations. He praised her generously. "So awesome." Yao took down 3 at once. She angrily attacked her companion, Zhang Yu. "You're so shameless, you just stood there and watched." He quickly defended himself. "Don't be mad, I was trusting you." But Yao was still furious. "Trust my ass, go to hell." Suddenly, Zhang Yu grabbed her hand and quickly reassured her. His face was completely serious as he reminded her, "This is not the time to fool around. Look over there, it's a map. We have to choose an exit." Yaoma asked for his opinion. "Which exit do you think we should take?" Zhang Yu observed for a moment, then decided, "Exit C, the shadow field." She looked over in surprise. "The shadow field? Are you sure? It feels like it's simulating the shadow dimension." "And isn't the shadow dimension really dangerous?" He said, "The most dangerous place is This is the safest place. Let's go." If it gets dangerous, I'll protect you. Just then, other new students ran over in a panic. Help! Help! Zhang Yu was shocked and tried to stop them, but failed. What's with you guys, scaring this group of elites? An aberrant couldn't even do that. Suddenly, Yao Yao pointed in terror. Zhang Yu, behind you! She saw the giant aberrant that had just appeared was a pupil serpent. He quickly jumped up, dodging its attack. He was a little surprised and thought, what's going on? This aberrant's power has already reached mid-rank tier 1. Using this thing for a training camp is a straight-up death trap. Yaoma immediately stepped forward, preparing to fight the pupil serpent. Aberrant energy was already gathering in her hand. The terrifying aberrant had also noticed this prey. It opened its black hole-like mouth and lunged, wanting to devour Yao Yao. Instantly, Zhang Yu leaped out and kicked the pupil serpent away. Watch out! Without hesitation, he grabbed her hand, wanting to take the chance to escape, while the aberrant hadn't reacted yet. He pulled her and ran. The pupil serpent chased the two of them relentlessly. The other new students were terrified by the scene, their jaws dropping. Zhang Yu pointed to a door ahead. That's door C. Hurry, let's go in. But just as he rushed inside, the hand that had been holding her was now empty. His face paled in an instant. Zhang Yu was standing all alone in the room. Yao Yao! The observation room was also in an uproar. What's going on with that pupil serpent? Isn't it supposed to be using a blood crystal to suppress its combat power? The officers were confused. I don't know. But it's clearly showing signs of losing control. If we can't just shoot it dead, prioritize the student's safety. But Chang'an suddenly spoke up. No, wait, he observed Zhang Yu grimly. No need to worry for now. This is a good chance to see his true strength. By now, he also realized, as expected, there's something wrong with this door. The glass on the door is an abyssal material. It probably has a function similar to teleportation. Even though we opened the same door, the destination is different. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu was determined to open the door again. He mumbled thoughtfully. If I just open it a few more times, I might be able to find Yao Yao. Unexpectedly, the pupil serpent appeared and launched a preemptive strike. Its 3 heads simultaneously constrained him, startling Zhang Yu. Seeing the snake's mouth about to eat him, he panicked. He grabbed its massive jaw tightly. Zhang Yu roared and used a flurry of kicks, completely taking down the pupil serpent. Then he landed safely and easily on the ground. He clutched his injured arm, panting. That was a close call. I hope those moves I just used weren't exposed. Suddenly, a black aura rushed up and enveloped Zhang Yu. His body had actually transformed into the traveler state. Zhang Yu was bewildered. What's happening? I didn't activate the shadow form. Why did it appear on its own? Just then, someone fell right next to him. Zhang Yu was startled and turned to look. An aberrant with a completely different pressure suddenly appeared. He looked at it warily. This is a tier 1 high rank. The situation is getting worse and worse. At this moment inside the observation room, the officers' faces also turned pale. Qing'an mumbled in disbelief. What is this? The eyes gradually separated from the faceless's body. The pupil kin, its whole body, was as if it were covered in eyeballs. Suddenly, the faceless raised its hand and pointed at Zhang Yu. Instantly, a series of energy waves crashed towards him. Zhang Yu quickly jumped up to dodge it. Unexpectedly, he fell into a giant pupil trap that enveloped where he stood. Zhang Yu coughed up blood in pain. Damn, it's a psychic attack! Seeing him weakened, the faceless lunged to attack. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu smirked. He caught the aberrant with just one hand. His face showed a look of victory. You fool, I baited you into coming here. Then he decisively broke its arm. The faceless was defeated in pain. Zhang Yu tossed the aberrant's corpse to the ground. He gently absorbed it into his body, Shadow Devour. He opened the information panel to check the details. The 2 aberrants killed were name Pupil Serpent, species Pupilkin, rank Tier 1, mid-rank. Description: a low-level abyssal aberrant, a snake-like pupilkin, usually has multiple pupils or heads, likes to strangle and tear apart its prey. Note: a low-level pupilkin species, rumored to have once been a low rank, of the same family as the Shadowkin. Cost to kill, cost waived. Shadow Devour harvest, shadow points increased. Aberrant has been logged, and faceless pupilkin, species pupilkin, rank Tier 1, high rank. Description: a low-level abyssal aberrant. Its pupils are its main source of power. The number of pupils does not represent its true strength. Specializes in psychic attacks. Its pupils can help it see many small details, to catch weaknesses and launch an attack. Note: a low-level pupilkin species rumored to have once been a low rank, of the same family as the Shadowkin. Cost to kill, temporary blindness. Both eyes. Cost waived. Shadow Devour harvest. Shadow points increased. Shadow pupil slightly increased. Aberrant has been logged. Zhang Yu rubbed his chin. Pupilkin, of the same family as Shadowkin. I am a Shadow Walker, naturally opposed to the Shadowkin. Is that why they're targeting me? I originally thought that if this was an assessment, they would just send a few weak aberrants out for show. Turns out they sent ones that can actually kill people. He sighed weakly. The fatal flaw is this form of mine. It must have been seen by the special training camp instructors, right? There's no point in hiding it anymore. Deactivate form. However, Zhang Yu couldn't deactivate it at all. He froze, looking at himself still in this state. He tried again and again. Deactivate. Deactivate shadow form. What's happening? There's no response. Just then a roar echoed above Zhang Yu's head. Countless pupils appeared watching him. He gritted his teeth. Zhang Yu understood. Looks like I've stumbled into a pupilkin nest this time. At this time, the observation room was in utter chaos. What happened? The screen's gone black. Quick, contact the equipment room immediately. Only Ching-an was silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, someone burst in frantically to report. All information systems have malfunctioned in a strange way. In addition, we've lost contact with Instructor Liu and Instructor Luo. What? After hearing this, a sturdy cane slammed onto the floor. An old man yelled, "How impressive this Yunhai special training camp of yours. The moment a small problem occurs, you all fall into chaos. Do you useless fools even deserve to be instructors?" Ching-an stepped forward without hesitation and asked, "My apologies for this embarrassing display, Elder Chen. What should we do now?" He slammed his cane down again, leaving a dent in the floor. Elder Chen arranged Xiaoqin, compile the names and awakening abilities of the students who entered the shadow field. Retrieve the white bones, suspend the assessment, send a few instructors to maintain order. Finally, gather all remaining Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors, and head to the shadow field. The officers immediately obeyed and ran off. "Yes, sir." Suddenly he called someone back. "Instructor Song, wait a moment. You've been silent and thoughtful this whole time. Tell me this shadow field of Yunhai. What exactly are you people hiding?" He didn't intend to lie. "It seems you figured it out long ago. That's why you sent the Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors over." Elder Chen nodded. A student just entered the shadow field. "And an anomaly occurred?" "Anyone with a keen eye could tell at a glance there was a problem," Ching-an agreed. "Indeed, I won't hide it anymore. The shadow field originates from an abyssal forbidden object, the pupil-kin nest. Anyone who directly touches this forbidden object will have an eyeball appear on their body until they mutate into a pupil-kin. After this forbidden object lands, it will continuously transform its surroundings, creating a semi-shadow dimension state around it. Normally, the pupil-kin nest will only produce low-rank Tier 1 aberrants for student training. Occasionally, a mid-rank aberrant will be born, and we must use a bloodstone to suppress its power. A high rank would be killed directly." The old man frowned. "What level is that forbidden object?" He recalled, "If we calculate by the star-month-day order, it's a moon-tier mid-rank." Elder Chen pondered. Moon-tier mid-rank. Its power is enough to rival a Tier 4 supernatural. Ching-an confirmed, "That's right. As long as we don't actively provoke it, there shouldn't be a problem. The intrusion of Tier 3 or lower supernaturals into the shadow field will not trigger it. However, if a Tier 4 or higher supernatural enters its domain, the prohibition will be activated. It will endlessly produce powerful aberrants and mobilize all its power to destroy the invaders." The old man asked, startled, "You mean among the students there's a Tier 4 or higher supernatural?" He answered honestly, "I feel that possibility is very low, but it cannot be ruled out. Regardless of whether it's Tier 4 or not, the person currently in the shadow field, the person being referred to being Zhang Yu, is likely facing impossible odds." At this moment, Zhang Yu was fighting an aberrant. He quickly crushed it and absorbed it into his body. Then he couldn't help but complain, "I'm seriously fed up, you stupid birds. Can you stop chasing me?" Zhang Yu gracefully leaped up into the air and laughed, looking down at the aberrants behind him. "Keep chasing. I'll let you fall to your deaths." But they seemed to have realized what he was planning. They used their wave attack again, hitting Zhang Yu from behind and knocking him to the ground. Zhang Yu clutched his arm and stood up. "Damn it. Once they've targeted me, there's no way to shake them. Stealth doesn't work either. The important thing is that the psychic attacks also counter me." The aberrants flew in simultaneously, trying to surround him. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth at the sight. Tier 1 is one thing, but there are even a few Tier 2s in there. "Fine, you're forcing my hand, I'll let you know. I'm Tier 2 as well. Activate Shadow Blade." But just then he felt something was wrong. He looked at his hand in disbelief. The Shadow Blade won't activate. No, it feels like it's been sealed by something. Then Zhang Yu suddenly heard the aberrants communicating with each other. He was confused. Strange. They've stopped moving. Were they scared off by my aura just now? Unexpectedly, they suddenly split into two paths. A blade glowing with a crimson light slowly passed through. A terrifyingly large aberrant appeared among the monsters. Zhang Yu looked up in horror. "This is a Tier 3 aberrant." The Tier 3 aberrant raised its blade to attack as soon as it arrived. Zhang Yu hurriedly raised his hands to block the blow. However, its pressure was still so immense that it sent him flying. Zhang Yu was thrown back, crashing into a nearby building. He struggled to sit up. "Damn it! The twin blades are unusable, and even shifting to the shadow dimension isn't working. In my current state, even fighting a Tier 2 is tough, let alone a Tier 3. Zhang Yu immediately shot out a shadow cord trying to bind it. He thought to himself, "If I keep fighting like this, I can't win. I'll restrain it for a moment and then run. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best." However, the shadow cord was completely ineffective. That aberrant... Jiang Yu watched in panic as it chased him. Holy crap, that's fast! The Tier 3 aberrant had already jumped up to attack him. Jiang Yu leaped up, dodging one of its slashes. Seeing this, he rejoiced internally. A good opportunity. He immediately attacked the aberrant relentlessly. Combo kill, slaughter aura +1. Jiang Yu frowned, looking at the health bar. There's hope. Although each attack is like a scratch, combo kills can build up slaughter aura. If I build up enough, I can execute it directly. But before he could celebrate, he was hit by a punch. This single blow sent Jiang Yu flying backward, causing him to crash into a tall building. Immediately, the Tier 3 aberrant charged again with its blade. But as if receiving some signal, it suddenly stopped, its 2 feet breaking hard right in front of Jiang Yu. Even he was bewildered. Why did it suddenly stop? Jiang Yu was tense. What's going on? Why isn't this guy attacking? Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation caught his attention. Only then did Jiang Yu realize this place had changed. He was bewildered. What's going on? This place seems exactly like the shadow dimension. The simulation of this shadow field is too realistic. And this place is even more sinister than the shadow dimension. It's like something is attracting me. Before he could figure it out, the Tier 3 aberrant attacked again. Jiang Yu quickly turned and fled. Whatever, I'll escape with my life first and figure it out later. At this point, his stamina was also reaching its limit. He frowned at the scene before him. Strange, why is this alley so long? I can't see the end. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's body shook and he fell. Within his vision was a space, like a universe of 1,000 stars. He looked around, bewildered. What's going on? Where is this place? I can't see anything, can't feel anything at all. Suddenly, a surge of aberrant power appeared on Jiang Yu's hand, pulling him flying in a certain direction. The pulling force twisted Jiang Yu. Damn it, my body! Why can't I control it all of a sudden? Who's controlling my body? Stop it for me. I am your master. Just as he finished screaming in his head, Jiang Yu stopped. It stopped. But then a sphere suddenly lunged at him. It slammed into his chest, making him almost cough up blood. Just like that, Jiang Yu fell unconscious. The sphere on his body emitted shadow power enveloping him. It moved slowly as if cradling a precious treasure. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's eyes snapped open. He heard someone say, I finally waited for you, heir of the Shadowkin. Jiang Yu fell into a shattered space. What the hell is this place? A voice echoed. This is the border between the physical world and the abyss. He looked around, startled, and shouted, Who's there? The person replied calmly. Can't you feel it? This origin, this familiar feeling of the secret shadow. Dark, sinister, and cunning. Jiang Yu suddenly felt something and turned around. A hand like his shadow form slammed against a glass wall. The Shadowkin appeared. You and I are of the same origin. We are both... He didn't hesitate to punch and shatter the glass wall. It jumped back, startled. Hey, what are you doing? You scared the hell out of me, Jiang Yu said disdainfully. What am I doing? What do you think? Obviously, I'm destroying you, you aberrant. The Shadowkin angrily scolded him. If you do that, you might easily miss. Key details like secret martial arts techniques. Or a wise old mountain hermit, Jiang Yu said impatiently. If you have something to say, say it. Spit it out. I still have to go find Yao Yao. It got angry and waved its hand. See for yourself, then. Instantly, an image appeared before him. It was a giant pupil staring straight at Jiang Yu. He looked up at it, stunned, and immediately recognized it. This is a pupilkin. Could it be that? The thing that sealed parts of my power earlier was this. The Shadowkin affirmed, that's right. To be precise, it is the pupilkin progenitor, an abyssal forbidden object. The pupilkin and the Shadowkin are enemies. Although you are a human supernatural, you share the same origin as the Shadowkin. Now you've been marked as an enemy by the pupilkin progenitor. Just now, if I hadn't flexed and blocked that Tier 3 pupilkin for you, you'd be a dead man right now. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. So you saved me back there. Why? It smiled and replied, because I have always been waiting for you. He was confused. Waiting for me? The Shadowkin explained, that's right. I have always been waiting for an individual with a constitution and power source the same as mine. Once I was a high-ranking being of the abyss, noble and powerful. Even in the endless abyss, I was called the overlord of a region. But due to an accident, my avatar was split into countless different fragments. That fell into the world system. My guardian, the pupilkin progenitor, chanced upon me. I took it in and protected it. However, that lowly brat, while I was weakened, turned around and imprisoned me, and relentlessly absorbed my power, to strengthen itself. Therefore, I have always been waiting for another Shadowkin to appear, to come here and inherit my great power, help me complete my revenge, and then become my host, to be completely controlled by me. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to slap the Shadowkin, sending it sprawling to the ground before it could react. It stammered in shock. What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd help me deal with the pupilkin progenitor? He said scornfully. Who made a deal with you? Someone whose own subordinate stole everything from him, down to his last pair of shorts, has no right to talk about cooperating with me. And besides, you want to be a parasite on me? And control me, the Shadowkin sneered. So what? Either way, you can't escape. Jiangyu was startled watching its body grow larger and larger. The Shadowkin praised itself. Submit to me. To become my host is your honor. Unexpectedly, he reached inside and grabbed it, pulling the Shadowkin's body directly out of the glass. Jiangyu said coldly, although you said you were once very strong, you also said you are now in a weakened, fragmented state. Plus, your power has also been siphoned off by more than half by the pupil-kin progenitor. Between the two of us, who submits to whom is still uncertain. It was unwilling. I am a Tier 6 Shadowkin, a race that continues the bloodline of the Abyss. There's no way I could be... What is this? This is impossible. Just a mere Tier 2 wants to control me. What on earth are you... He only saw Jiangyu gently absorbing the Shadowkin. In its final moments, it couldn't help but roar. Finally, it turned into an unthinking shadow, completely in his grasp, and merged into Jiangyu's body. Ultimately unable to resist it, merged with his power. Jiangyu frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He placed his hand on his chest. Shadowkin fragment. This is the authority I lost. Returning to the dark space outside, the officers had entered. They shouted, everyone gather together. Instructors on the outside, students on the inside. Therefore, students must immediately use anti-corruption medicine. Do not leave the protective circle. Yao Yao stood anxiously among the crowd. Jiangyu, where on earth did you die? She didn't notice the pupil-kin progenitor was watching from the side. It slowly revealed itself, as if consciously planning something. At this moment, 3 aberrants suddenly lunged towards Yao Yao. Without hesitation, she used her aberrant energy to counterattack with one blow, restraining all 3 monsters. This allowed the officers who arrived in time to take them down. An instructor said quickly, thanks. If you hadn't helped, it wouldn't have been this easy. Can you still hold on? Yama panted. I'm fine. So the officer turns to announce, all right, everyone follow me, prepare to leave this place. But just then, the pupil-kin progenitor appeared before him. Just a single touch to the face terrified the officer. Yalma stared blankly as the man fell in front of her. It leaped up right in front of her, about to grab Yao Yao. She couldn't react in time and could only blink, thinking, it's over. Luckily, Ching-an appeared in time and struck down the monster. He frowned. A Tier 3 aberrant, the situation is worse than I thought. Ching-an instructed his subordinate. Didn't I tell everyone to be on high alert at all times? You were almost ambushed. The 2 officers bowed their heads. Sorry, it was our negligence. He turned back to look at her. But among these students, only they have encountered a Tier 3 aberrant attack. Could it be that among them is a Tier 4 or higher supernatural? So Ching-an took charge himself. Is everyone here? Everyone follow me. Yama quickly called out, wait, I came with Jiangyu. But he's not here. He was startled when he heard that. Jiangyu speculated internally. Wait, could the one the pupil-kin progenitor is targeting be him? This girl came with Jiangyu and they have a close relationship. Just then, the Tier 3 aberrant appeared in a sneak attack. However, Ching-an already had formidable strength. He quickly spun around and struck out, easily sending the Tier 3 aberrant flying. He confirmed internally. As expected, she's also being targeted by the pupil-kin progenitor. Ching-an ordered his subordinates, you 2 take the students and go first. Leave this to me. He charged straight towards the roaring aberrants. Aberrant power gathered in his hands, preparing to go head-to-head with that Tier 3. Just now, a terrifying gale enveloped the aberrant, a supernatural skill. Eye of the storm. It was caught in the whirlwind, unable to act. He immediately seized the opportunity, aiming for an opening, and quickly rushed outside. Skill wind. Ching-an gritted his teeth. Not allowed! Trying to escape wind. Then suddenly a giant eye appeared beneath his feet. He looked down in horror. What's going on? I can't use my abilities. On the other side, the new students were also surrounded by aberrants. It was a pupil-kin progenitor, even stronger than before. Its pupil occupied its entire body, exuding an unfathomable pressure. It was continuously using its shadow power to envelop the group of new students. Even Ching-an's mind was affected. Damn it! Finally, he fell helplessly to the cold ground. The others fell into a similar state. Yao Yao was still trying to hold on. It's over. My body won't move. My consciousness is fading too. Even though I was mentally prepared, when actually facing an aberrant, I still feel so helpless and hopeless. She could feel herself being dragged away. She could only manage to think, goodbye. You have to survive. In the moment she was about to completely lose consciousness, Yao Yao whispered, Jiangyu. Suddenly a strong hand grabbed the cord. Another hand gently supported her body. He smiled, appearing just in time. I'm here. Then Jiangyu gently laid Yao Yao on the ground. Then he angrily stood up to face the enemy. The pupil-kin progenitor was also watching Jiangyu. Immediately, its subordinate aberrants lunged to attack him. Jiangyu smirked. Although this is the pupil-kin nest's territory, have you all forgotten that this is a shadow field? He gently lifted his hand. And I am the master here. He brought 2 fingers together and pointed straight at the sky. A brilliant beam of light shot out, taking down countless enemies. A whirlwind of darkness spun in the air, easily binding those aberrants. They looked up, stunned. Everyone welcome to my domain. Instantly, a shadow barrier appeared, swallowing all of them inside. Jiang Yu slowly walked past them. Wherever he went, aberrants exploded continuously. The monsters were all completely defeated. Finally, Jiang Yu came to the side of the Tier 3. We meet again. You chased me all over the place earlier. He took his stance holding his twin blades. Now it's my turn. In a flash, he had dashed past its body. Before the aberrant could react, its entire body exploded into hundreds of shadow points. The pupil kin progenitor also began to observe Jiang Yu. But before it could do anything, he had already stabbed his sword into its largest eye. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to use combo kill. Just like that, hundreds of shadow blades pierced each eye. Finally, at the moment, its health bar hit 0. He swung his sword up and slashed. That was execute. The pupil kin progenitor's entire body disintegrated decisively. From the sky fell, a rain of blood its remains. Jiang Yu thought to himself, so strong. This is the power of the shadow kin. Jiang Yu stepped on a corpse. This pupil kin was really killed by the shadow kin. Hey, did it just die right at the beginning? Even at Tier 2, it could easily kill a Tier 3. Pupil kin, no wonder the pupil kin was so scared. But I should say thanks. Giving me so much experience, I'm full now. Just then, a few instructors ran over. Quick over here! The signal came from this direction. Jiang Yu below quickly saw them. He snorted coldly for having his good meal interrupted. Bad timing. Just as they ran over, Jiang Yu turned into a shadow and disappeared. The instructors didn't notice anything strange. Quick, get the injured! Did you bring the anti-corruption medicine? These people are not looking good. A few of you hold back the pupil kin nest, hurry. Later in the hospital, Jiang Yu made up a story. The big-eyed monster rushed at me. I hit it twice and then turned and ran. A crow flew over the plane and exploded on the spot. Just then one tried to sneak attack me. So Yao Yao smacked him in the face. You're this injured and you're still bullshitting. She stood with her hands on her hips, annoyed. Hurry up and take your medicine. Jiang Yu pushed his luck. Can you help me put it on? Yama accepted without hesitation. Sure, because she poured it directly onto his hand, making him wince in pain. Jiang Yu could practically smell the strong medicine. He screamed in pain from the revenge attack. Jiang Yu rubbed his hand. This is oral medicine. Pouring it on my hand, are you trying to kill me? Yama paid him no mind. You told me to apply it. He hesitated and asked, You're not mad, are you? Yama huffed coldly. What do you think, you just disappeared? Making me look everywhere for you. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly tried to soothe her. I'm sorry, Unexpectedly, she held his face. No need to apologize. Her fingers gently touched Jiang Yu's lips. Yama said weakly, Next time you don't have to show off. Okay. Being treated so gently, Jiang Yu blushed and agreed. Only then did a smile appear on her face. Suddenly, Yao Yao said, Oh, right. Something weird happened. When I fainted after being attacked by the aberrant, I woke up to find I'd been saved. He played dumb. What's so weird about that the instructor saved you? Unexpectedly, she retorted, No, it was Brother Yozi who saved me. Jiang Yu tried to backtrack. You must be mistaken. How could Brother Yozi be at the special training camp? Yao Yao was extremely certain. No. I'm sure that at this moment I lost consciousness. It was Brother Yozi who held me. But the strange thing is I clearly called out a different name. But Brother Yozi answered. That feeling seemed so familiar to me. Could it be? He averted his gaze. Hey, you're not suspecting it was me, are you? Yama considered it, then denied it. Probably not. Brother Yozi couldn't possibly be a noob like you. Jiang Yu was offended. Who are you calling a noob? She swung her legs and whispered. You said, Do you think Brother Yozi is one of our students? He immediately denied it. From what I can see, definitely not. Yao Yao was a little surprised. Why do you say that? Jiang Yu immediately praised himself. Look, Brother Yozi is so strong, super intelligent, both brave and righteous. And the key thing is he's also very handsome. How could such a perfect person be some kid who can't even get into college? Yama nodded. Makes sense. But how can you be sure he's handsome? He wagged his finger sagely. Whether he's handsome or not isn't important. The important thing is Brother Yozi. Might be one of the instructors at the training camp. This statement made her... I agree, the instructor is probably right. Just then, Kan An showed up. Jiang Yuhe quickly stood up. Instructor Song. We meet again, Instructor Song. How's your wound? He patted his shoulder. It's just a scratch. Sit down. Yama thanked them. This time, we were lucky to have you and the other instructors. We made it out safely because of you. But Kan An blamed himself. At the end of the day, this was our fault for being careless. Thankfully, none of the students were hurt. That's right. When the students were rescued, you weren't with them. Did you get out on your own? Jiang Yu laughed. Of course, I fought my way out. He frowned. Is that so? Well, then I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. He thought to himself. To get out alone in a situation like that? This Jiang Yu kid is no joke. Kanan took out a scanner. Oh, right, the testing room over there is swamped. Let me check you guys for corruption. Looks good. Your corruption levels are stable. Just take some medicine when you get back and you'll be fine. Well, I'm going to go check on the others. Be safe on your way back. Yao Yao waved goodbye. Yes, take care, Instructor Song. He also said politely, "See you later." But actually, Kanan had another motive. He checked the information on the scanner, surprised. It read Corruption Index 0, Superhuman Rank Tier 2. Kanan sighed to himself. Tier 2, as expected. He's been hiding his true strength since the exam started. But this rank isn't enough to make the Aberration Hive move. Could it be that the Hive's target wasn't him? The strangest part is that his corruption index is back to 0. He said he fought his way out, but once you kill an aberration, you're bound to be corrupted. Over here, Zhang Yu was still curious. Oh yeah, whose name were you calling when you were unconscious? Mine. Yama immediately denied it. No, I was calling for my dad. He teased, so it was still me then. Kanan chuckled silently. He shot an interested glance. This kid's got a lot of secrets. That's for sure. At Yunhai University, this special training site was also the area for freshmen and sophomores of Yunhai University, and the training ground for third-year students. Zhang Yu saw a pretty girl and his eyes lit up. College is awesome. Yama angrily turned and walked away. You perv. I'm going to the dorm to check in first. Zhang Yu rubbed his head. You don't know this place. I should take you there. But Yao Yao was suspicious. You're just trying to go to the girls' dorm to check out the upperclassmen, aren't you? He didn't even try to hide it. Yup. How'd you know? So she gave Zhang Yu a smack on his swollen head and left. Don't talk to me. Bao Qiang appeared. When did you get here? Teased Yao Yao until she stormed off again, huh? You're the same as always. Zhang Yu's jaw dropped. Holy crap, Bao Qiang. How did you get so fat? Seeing him continuously stuffing his face, he was exasperated. I think I get it now. Bao Qiang was extremely calm. I awakened the gluttony ability. The more I eat, the stronger I get. Plus, I can digest spoiled food, too. Don't eat it if you don't want it. Originally, my willpower aptitude wasn't good enough to join this Yunhai special training camp. But because this ability of mine has good growth potential, they made an exception and let me in. Come on, I'll take you. Which dorm are you in? Zhang Yu also replied, Building 1. After that, he led him to a building. We're here. This is Dormitory Building 1. Looks nice, right? He nodded in admiration. Damn, it's like a hotel, Bao Qiang explained. This dorm is exclusively for the top students of the special training camp. The facilities are all brand new, and the environment is great. Besides the dorm rooms, there's also a sky garden, a gym, and a study room. He affirmed, I guarantee you'll be very comfortable here. Indeed, every room looked extremely luxurious. Then Bao Qiang pointed. We're here. Your room? Why is the door open? Isn't this a single room? Confused, the two of them opened the door and went inside. Suddenly, they saw 3 students chatting. Nice, the bed is so big. The lighting is good, too. Ventilation is solid. This is so comfy. Brother Mu, you think the new students will be especially strong. Let's hope we don't get owned. Look at you, what a wimp. We're about to be sophomores and you're still scared of some freshmen. Look, speak of the devil. The person sitting in the middle stood up. Bro, you better go find another dorm room. This one belongs to me now. This is the rule of the Yunhai training camp. Bao Qiang retorted angrily. Bullshit. There's no such rule in the special training camp. Yang Chao put on a threatening face. What, you got a problem with that? He yelled furiously. Of course, this is a freshman dorm. Get out! He gave a smug, arrogant smile. Then he shouted, Get out! Hey, there's a freshman here who says this dorm is his. As soon as he said that, the other dorm rooms stirred. Several doors opened and people came out. Then a flood of other male students appeared. All of them were tall and menacing. The new kid's got some fight in him, huh? You understand the rules if you want to stay here. Fine, let your skills do the talking. But just a friendly reminder. We're the top students of the freshman class, so you can just imagine what our skills are like. Bao Qiang broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap, they took over this entire floor. Zhang Yu patted his shoulder. Let it go. After all, they are our seniors. Let's show them some respect. He obediently went along with it. That's right. We won't stoop to their level today. Let's go. His eyes held a provocative glint. After all, making a junior crap his pants and move out wouldn't look too good. Hearing this, Bao Qiang was stunned. The seniors were shocked too. They rushed forward. This new kid is way too arrogant. You're the one who's going to be crapping your pants. Zhang Yu himself had already prepared for a fight. Unexpectedly, the one named Shi Mu behind them released his aura first. Seeing their leader make a move, the other sophomores froze. A powerful, unrivaled aura emanated from him, especially his eyes, which glowed red like fire. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and looked over. Looks like this brother Mu's ability is related to... At the same time, Shimu approached and asked, What's your name? He replied curtly, Zhang Yu. He smirked. I think you're just a scrub. You want this room? Then according to the rules of Yunhai, let's go to the gym and have a match. He replied fearlessly. All right, but one match isn't enough. He pointed at the group of sophomores and said, Not a single one of you is getting away. A rumor spread through the school. Have you heard? There's a high school senior in the training camp who's not afraid of death. He actually dared to challenge Shimu's group. I heard. Shimu's group loves to bully people. I heard a student wants to help us get our dorms back. For real, can he do it alone? Let's go. Let's go cheer him on. Where is it? I heard it's at the gym. Just follow the crowd. In a short while, the entire stadium was packed with spectators. Instructor Chang Wen made a note. All right, your information has been registered. Next, you can choose your weapons and protective gear. Everyone knows the rules. Hold back a little when you attack. The arrogant sophomores said, don't worry. We'll go easy on this freshman. Bao Qiang was worried. Jiang Yu, if you know what's good for you, just stop. There are too many of them. He reassured him, don't worry. I have a plan. First, let's pick a weapon I'm comfortable with. A tang blade. Using this feels a bit pointless. He nodded. Indeed, maybe something bigger. Jiang Yu was still pondering, which one should I pick? A sophomore jumped onto the stage. Hey, soy sauce bottle, what are you dawdling for? Get up here. If you're scared, get on your knees and surrender and I'll let you off. He hid his shadow power and sneered. Scared of you? That's a joke. I'm just thinking about what weapon to use to teach you guys a lesson. It's just taking a little time. Brother Cheng gritted his teeth. No protective gear. And you're picking that piece of crap weapon? Are you looking down on us? Jiang Yu shrugged. Yep. Full of rage, he charged forward. You're too arrogant. Take this. He smiled faintly, thinking, interesting, he's also a pupil type. The audience was all excited. Here it comes, here it comes. The fastest person in our freshman class, known as Shadow Snake Cheng. Let's go. Brother Cheng, teach this brat a lesson. Only Bao Qiang was panicking. Dodge. What are you standing there for? He was seen disappearing right in front of Jiang Yu. Then he appeared right behind him, about to attack. A flash of light burst out, covering the entire stage. It wasn't until the dust completely settled that Bao Qiang stammered, his eyes wide in disbelief. Even Shimu was startled, sweating. And the other sophomores were stunned, their mouths agape. Jiang Yu stood victoriously on the stage. Next, just then Jiang Yu ruthlessly took the mace and stabbed it right into his opponent's weak spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing the staff, the instructor quickly carried the student away. Help! The student has a bleeding anus. As for him, he twirled his mace arrogantly. What's wrong? No one dares to come up. At the same time, Jiang Yu chuckled softly and commented, a bunch of cowards. Come at me all at once. But the students felt unwilling. This is ridiculous. He's too arrogant, that bastard. To think we were tricked by a high school student. With that, they all charged forward to attack him. Each one took a stance with a grim and serious expression. At the same time, the group of freshmen pouted and made a decision. Interesting, let's go too. Seeing this, Jiang Yu looked even more forward to it. I've been waiting for this moment. Faced with this situation, he decided to use his skills. The system immediately announced a series of attributes. Shadow persona, the hidden one. The hunter, the hidden one hidden in the shadows. No one knows you exist. You can easily hide in the shadows, making it difficult for others to detect you. All shadows are your home ground. Second, please note when you reveal your identity, it will reduce the power of this persona. Only by existing in the shadows can you be truly deadly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu suddenly paused and thought to himself, after absorbing the persona fragment from the shadow aberration last time, my ability has been successfully upgraded. Among them, the ability of the hidden. One was tested when I killed the hive aberration. It's temporarily unnecessary in this world. The surging energy within him grew stronger and stronger. Hunter trait battle-hardened, a true battle-hardened hunter, is extremely good at learning from battle experience and putting it to use. Through high-intensity combat, you can develop rapidly. And there is a certain probability of comprehending a brand new ability or strengthening an existing one. Only then did Jiang Yu realize, and battle-hardened is specifically for dealing with direct combat. The more intense the battle, the faster I grow. And just like that, the enemy team continuously tried to corner Jiang Yu. But in an instant, he was able to resolve it with precise strikes. Seeing this, Bao Qiang spoke with a tremble in his voice. This is against the rules, right? Ganging up on one person. Ma'am, quickly tell them to stop, but... Chang Wen retorted without hesitation. This doesn't count as breaking the rules. After all, it was your friend who challenged everyone. Witnessing this one-of-a-kind match, she smiled quizzically. Besides, you don't need to worry. That friend of yours is absurdly strong. Before long, Jiang Yu had single-handedly wiped them all out. After it was over, he sighed wearily. Is that all? I'm not even warmed up yet. At the same time, Shimu casually appeared munching on an apple. He gave a special compliment. I didn't expect a high school student to have physical strength far beyond a normal person's. As he threw the apple, Shimu added a little bit of wisdom. But combat isn't just about brawn. The most important thing is... At this moment, he raised his sword and made countless cuts on the apple. His gaze suddenly sharpened like a knife, each stroke skillfully carved into it. Finally, Shimu presented the result of his effort. At the same time, he affirmed with two concise words, skill. Seeing his heroic display, the underclassmen cheered continuously, Go Shimu! Don't let these seniors get so arrogant. All right, when it comes to combat skills, you're still in the top 3 of your year. Go teach this senior a good lesson. No matter how noisy it was around him, Jiang Yu just stared at the apple from before and thought to himself, this guy's swordsmanship is on another level. like a top master from a novel. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight at Shimu. Then let me test my skills against yours. Seeing this, he frowned with annoyance. No matter how Zhang Yu unleashed his power, Shimu remained motionless. As the two got close, he sneered contemptuously. You don't know your own limits. Within my pupil ability is the highest branch of the ancient demon emulator. After my ability activates, your movements might as well be frozen. Hearing this, he was almost stunned speechless. Shimu continued decisively. Not only can I easily dodge your attacks, but I can also observe your openings and counterattack. In front of me, you're nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, the tip of his sword was about to strike Zhang Yu. His eyes grew more and more vigilant. However, by some miraculous force, Zhang Yu managed to escape. He continued to hold a defensive stance. Shimu clicked his tongue and laughed. Quick reaction, but that was just me testing your skills a little. Next, I'll get serious. As he finished speaking, a cross-shaped glint flashed in his eyes. Shima decisively raised his sword high. Zhang Yu was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. Activate Battle Hardened. Analyzing opponent's actions, he observed every little detail. Angle of attack is diagonally upward. Both hands top and bottom are exerting force. Wrist is slightly turned to the right. This method of exerting force can increase. The distance between his feet isn't too wide. Not easy to generate force. The waist is rotating to unleash the full power of his body. Shouldn't try to block this blow. Should try to sidestep to the right to dodge the attack first. Then begin a counterattack. The opponent's opening is at the shoulder blade. Just as Shimu was striking, it was also the moment Zhang Yu quickly jumped to dodge. He even had a chance to launch a surprise counterattack. Just then, the hard tip of Zhang Yu's mace was lodged deep in his opponent's back. And then he was immediately sent flying 1,000 meters away. Shimu clutched his arm and gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. How is this possible? Was that my own move just now? And my ability in that instant actually failed? Who is he really? On the other hand, Zhang Yu himself didn't understand why he possessed such an ability. Suddenly, he froze his mouth agape in astonishment. His voice trembled as he discovered the mystery. Wait a minute. Could he be a shadow emulator? Facing the power radiating from Zhang Yu, Shimu's heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. This is bad. The effectiveness of my pupil against shadows will be greatly reduced. He gripped his sword and thought to himself, if he uses his ability, I'm afraid I'll be at a great disadvantage. At the same time, he laughed with delight and taunted. What's wrong? Keep going. Don't tell me you're scared. Seeing his opponent look down on him, Shimu gritted his teeth and angrily asked, Scared of you? In an instant, blazing flames surrounded him fiercely. Ridiculous! At this point, he couldn't be careless any longer. And then Zhang Yu used the feature in his eye. The change in his sword swing angle is mostly a feint. Don't be fooled by the movement of his wrist. Watch his shoulders. The force from his waist and abdomen transfers to his shoulders. The moment his shoulders drop and he exerts force is when he's really attacking. Recommendation: preemptive strike. Just before the opponent's shoulder is about to exert force. Immediately, he rushed in, attacking as fast as lightning. He almost took the full force of the mace. Not stopping there, Zhang Yu continuously launched unrelenting attacks. Seeing this, Shimu was a bit flustered. This technique took me 5 years to master. This kid learned it in just a moment. Moreover, he even understands the principle, transforming swordsmanship into mace techniques. Although the outcome was clear, Shimu still didn't give up. His eyes grew more and more anxious, along with his heavy breathing. A second later, he let out a slight, contemptuous smile. Without another word, Zhang Yu turned and walked away. Besides that, he also left a special remark. If you have any more tricks, bring them all out. As soon as he finished speaking, he played the victim card loudly. You rotten kid, I just wanted to teach you a little lesson. You forced me to do this, die. Each and every move was slammed powerfully onto the ground. Even so, Zhang Yu secretly observed carefully. At that moment, he was facing the superhuman technique after-image slash. In this situation, Zhang Yu could still easily dodge, not long after he landed a precise blow, but none of it had any effect. That made Shimu even more terrified than ever. And then Zhang Yu quickly teleported behind him. Once again, he used the tip of his mace to stab his opponent straight in the anus. Instantly, the agonizing pain in his anus was represented by a bountiful bunch of bananas. This haunting pain made his eyes shoot out 2 large beams of light. Snot ran down his nose and he even foamed at the mouth. Feeling he had gone a bit too far, Zhang Yu awkwardly bowed and expressed thank you for the lesson. Finally, after hundreds of battles, he gained a new ability. Sharp instincts. As a natural-born hunter, you have sharp instincts, able to detect hidden dangers, and make more accurate judgments. Getting the desired result, Zhang Yu was extremely satisfied. Excellent. This time the harvest is bountiful. Maybe I should take this opportunity. Following that, he continued to challenge new opponents. Is this all you freshmen have got? Call out all the people you praise. Not only that, Zhang Yu also added a particularly impactful line. Let them know that I, Zhang Yu, must defeat this entire Fenhai University. After the battle, Zhang Yu's entire body was in a cast. He lay in a hospital bed forcing a smile. Serves me right for showing off. Yaoma sat beside him peeling an apple while scolding him. And you still challenged all the freshmen. Are you brainless? On the contrary, Bao Qiang was very excited, recounting Yao Yao. You didn't see how majestic Zhang Yu was at that moment. He defeated all those seniors. All the new students were stunned. Those girls were screaming their heads off. Zhang Yu smiled smugly and continued. In the end, over 100 people joined the match. I just didn't have enough stamina, so I fell. It's a pity I couldn't activate my shadow form then. Otherwise, I would have defeated all of Yunhai. Speaking of which, she immediately covered his mouth. Tone it down. If the instructor hadn't come and taken you away, you'd at least be crippled by now. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered a problem. Oh right, how are your dorms over there? Were they also taken over by the freshman Yao? Yao immediately retorted. No, why? A second later, he suddenly sighed in disappointment. What a pity. That made her face fall in confusion. A pity? At this moment, Zhang Yu imagined the two of them being intimate in bed and drooled. I was thinking, if you didn't have a place to stay, I would take you in, and we could start a happy life together. Seeing his fantasy Yao continuously rained blows on his face. In your dreams, even if I had to sleep on the street, I wouldn't sleep at your place. He cried out in pain, Ow! Stop hitting my wounds. Witnessing this scene, Bao Qiang was also helpless. Can you guys stop with the PDA? At the same time, a sudden voice rang out, causing the atmosphere to freeze. Looks like your head is still working fine. Kainan waved with a smile. Seeing your spirit now, I'm sure you'll recover very quickly. They were startled to realize instructor song. A second later, Zhang Yu abruptly sat up, pretending to be strong. I'm all better, sir. When can we start training? To prevent the situation from getting worse, Yaoma sternly suggested. Lie back down, you think, hey, your injuries aren't bad enough. He slowly sat down and explained, don't be in a hurry. Your training content is different from the others. The arrangements will be a little later. Hearing this, he was a bit confused and asked directly, different why? Kainan frowned and explained in a low voice, because you've already reached Tier 2 Superhuman. As soon as he was called out, Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, when did he find out? I didn't reveal any clues during that match. As soon as he learned the truth, Bao Qiang turned and exclaimed, nice! No wonder you're such a beast. You were already Tier 2 and you didn't tell me. Even Yao Yao couldn't hide her shock. No way you're already Tier 2. Since when? Faced with this situation, Zhang Yu could only reply awkwardly. I just found out myself after that one match. He continued to explain the upcoming schedule. Things like superhuman history and basic knowledge will be the same for you as for everyone else. You'll attend class as usual. As for practical combat skills, it's possible. You'll be placed with the second-year students for training. Hearing this, his face lit up with excitement. I get to fight with the sophomores, Kan An replied with a deadpan expression, possibly. But it's combat training. Getting the answer he wanted. Zhang Yu couldn't help but celebrate inwardly. Awesome. I can use Battle Harden to absorb combat experience again. Then seeing him lost in thought, he could easily tell. It seems you really enjoy challenging strong opponents. I like that about you. Before leaving, Kainan looked at Zhang Yu with sharp eyes and a certain tone. When the time is right, I'll train with you. A few days later, everyone was bustling in and out of the Yunhai Academic Building. Inside, the bell signaling the start of the ceremony had rung. Everyone was seated neatly. Only Bao Qiang and Zhang Yu were munching away non-stop. That made Yao Yao even more annoyed. I said it's the first day of school. Can you be a little more serious? But he was still as nonchalant as ever. What does it matter? Anyway, I've already read all the superhuman history stuff at home. She lowered her face threateningly. Suit yourself. When you fail the exam, don't even think about getting into the superhuman department. Only then did Zhang Yu realize with a jolt, there's a test for this too. While they were busy talking, suddenly both of them froze with startled eyes. In front of them was a strange map projected onto a large screen. Beside it was the appearance of a sphere, glowing with a dazzling and mysterious light. Suddenly he straightened up, staring intently. This and that map? They look a lot like the one in Uncle Liu's room. Are they about to reveal the truth? A second later, Jian Yang spoke in a low voice. Everyone, I am your professor for superhuman history. My surname is Su, and my name is Jian Yang. Looking at the sphere, he carried a glimmer of hope. Superhuman history is a subject that records the major events since the Great Flood. For all of you, it is a new subject. During this learning process, your original perspectives may be challenged, but please do not feel hopeless. With that, Jian Yang decided to flip the switch. Instantly, the sphere emitted rays of light. Weaving through it, projected onto the ceiling, creating a giant compass. Following that, he carefully lectured a millennium ago. The aberrations descended. Our world began to be invaded. At first, no one knew where they came from. At that time, they were only thought to be animals of unknown origin. The unique body structure of this type of aberration, along with the corrupting fluid it constantly secretes, seemed to have opened a new door to another world and drove the world into a frenzy. It wasn't until more than half a month later that 36 abyss cracks appeared one after another around the world. A large number of Tier 2 aberrations from within the abyss descended and slaughtered us wantonly. The aberration's strength wasn't considered strong. Armor-piercing rounds could easily tear them to shreds, but the most terrifying thing about aberrations wasn't their strength, but the price of destroying them. And that price is the special corruption hidden within the aberration's body. Every time an aberration is killed, it means we lose one of our own. Fortunately, the price for killing low-level aberrations was limited to a certain range, so we took a gamble and tried ranged attacks. This seemingly crazy move helped the human world achieve a temporary stability. It's just that as the number of cracks increased, the corruption gradually became more widespread. The world unknowingly underwent a huge change. Compared to humans, plants and animals were more easily corrupted and invaded, producing mutations. The wild environment became unsafe. On New Year's Day of the second year of the new era, Beidou and Nandu announced the establishment of large-scale gathering zones and planned to gather residents from surrounding towns into the gathering zones in batches. In the fifth year of the new era, aberrations began to launch attacks on the gathering places. To find a way to counter the aberrations, humans tried to enter the abyss. The mortality rate was as high as 97%. Since then, humans have learned to use the abyss to fight the abyss. And everyone officially entered the superhuman era, Zhenyang continued with a stern voice. Although there has been progress in the study of superhuman power, but we ultimately only retained Tier 1 superhumans. There was no way to fight against the abyss. In the same year, 15 countries declared their extinction. The crisis was approaching step by step. Soon after, forbidden objects from the abyss were discovered, and a wave of forbidden objects erupted. During the Zhou era, relying on these forbidden objects, some people took the lead in reaching the second superhuman level. Through extreme methods, we established the Dawn organization, which made significant contributions in the initial confrontation with the aberrations. Hearing this, Zhang Yu silently recognized the familiar name Dawn. That's the organization that Yao Yao mentioned before. Not only that, in the 10th year of the new era, we finally found a way to advance to the second level. Through conventional methods, our superhuman combat power took a qualitative leap. Finally, we could also fight head-on with aberrations on the battlefield. Also in this year, the two gathering points, Beidou Sentry and Liming Nandu, were first established and completed. After that, 8 Tier 1 gathering points including Qingyang, Mayi Taixinghuo Linan, Lindong Changjiang, and Tianfu were also completed. Feeling that the atmosphere here was quite serious, a student turned. Let's talk. Why do we have so many Tier 1 gathering places? A student next to them answered their question. It's completely different from what they usually tell us. Seeing the chatter, Jianyang quickly assured them. I know it's hard for everyone to accept this all at once. But what I'm teaching now are all things that have already happened. In the 20th year of the new era, a Tier 3 aberration suddenly appeared. Even cannons could barely stand against it. The Nando gathering place paid a heavy price, and was finally able to destroy it. In the 30th year of the new era, the first special aberration appeared. Its power far surpassed others of the same rank. It led an army of aberrations and surrounded the Mayi gathering place. Because of the closer proximity, nuclear weapons couldn't be used. Hearing this, the student below broke out in a cold sweat with curiosity. What happened then? Suddenly his face darkened and he said nothing. A second later, Jianyang looked up. He delivered the news. Mayi was destroyed and there were no survivors. The city at that time was shrouded in smoke. At this moment, the entire hall was silent. He also stood motionless because of it. Yama lowered her head a little sad. Even Zhang Yu and Bao Qiang froze for a few seconds. The matter was still not over. In the 40th year of the new era, a Tier 4 aberration appeared in a nuclear explosion. The aberration transformed and walked out of the explosion. After that, the Itai gathering place was destroyed. In the 50th year of the new era, Tianfu and the surrounding gathering areas are facing abyssal rifts and threats from aberrations, and are in danger. The first great migration in history took place. In the 60th year of the new era, the southwest and northwest of the Great Zhou completely became occupied territories, and a holy land for the revelry of aberrations. In the 70th year of the new era, the aberrations are moving north. If the Linen gathering place falls, the aberrations will directly threaten the north. Speaking of this, Jian Yang clenched his fists with determination, and so it led to the second great migration in history. But this time the superhumans did not retreat. 1 million young people went to their deaths with one heart, to save the 1,000-mile rivers and mountains of the Great Zhou and push back the aberrations. 1,000 miles. His eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp glint. Then also in the same year, the north and south were completely cut off by the abyss. In the end, Nandu became an isolated city. Scene changed to a stadium on the school campus. The sky, which was originally clear, was suddenly filled with dark clouds. At this time, the history class was temporarily suspended. Zhang Yu happily walked and chatted. Yao Yao sighed softly. It feels so unreal. Everything around me is still the same. I didn't think reality would be so much harsher than I imagined. He confessed honestly, stronger than me. I was still so naive before. I thought the abyss was about to be defeated by us. Suddenly her face turned grim with worry. Nandu has already fallen. How much longer can we Yunhai hold on? Despite this, Zhang Yu remained unusually calm. Who knows if we can hold out for a year, that's a year. After speaking, he slowly opened his eyes to see Yao Yao's reaction. A second later, Zhang Yu slowly walked to her side. Without a moment's hesitation, he gave Yao Yao a surprising and warm hug. Her face flushed red with embarrassment at the gesture. Zhang Yu gently made a promise. If a day like that really comes, I'll protect you even if I have to die. Hearing this, Yao Yao was moved to tears. Zhang Yu, you really know how to seize the moment. He said this while puckering his lips expectantly. Come on, while the aberrations haven't reached us yet. Let's have a kiss first. The romantic moment was unintentionally ruined by Zhang Yu. Yao Ma angrily cursed, you shameless bastard. Suddenly Jian Yang appeared. He chuckled and teased. Looks like you two are keeping your spirits up pretty well. Then he tilted his head, puzzled. Student Zhang Yu, right. I can recognize you with one glance. I've taught so many generations of students, but you're the only one with the best attitude. He was extremely bewildered and asked, You know me, sir? Jian Yang smiled and confirmed, Of course. Just now you beat all the freshmen in Yunhai. Your name has already spread throughout this whole place. However, this news wasn't really enough to... But Professor Su, there's something I still don't understand. He didn't hesitate to invite go ahead, and so Zhang Yu got straight to the point. Why on the very first class did you teach such heavy content? Faced with that question, a gentle breeze blew past. It made Jian Yang fall into a moment of deep thought. He thought, wouldn't it be better to let everyone know the truth sooner? He explained gently, it's not that it's not good. It's just that if everything is revealed, everyone's will to fight will be crushed. Despair is good. Spring is about to begin. The only species that can survive this harsh winter are the plum blossoms. Humans are the same, only in the most desperate of times. Can one truly grow? A second later, Jian Yang glanced lightly at Zhang Yu, his expression cold. But even though your strength is already at Tier 2, don't be angry when I say this bluntly. Right now, you still can't be called a true superhuman. At this moment, Zhang Yu was dazed with confusion. I don't understand. You say I've reached Tier 2 superhuman, but then you say I'm not a superhuman. What do you mean? And then Jian Yang cut straight to the chase with a cold voice. Having the power of a superhuman means you are definitely a superhuman. Right. Hearing these words, he froze as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, he growled with absolute certainty. Tier 1 Spirit Ignition. The first ability is the first glimpse of the path to Tier 2. Mutation is the most dangerous stage. At this moment, Zhang Yu was using a supreme skill. Corruption clinging to the body. The body is not one's own. Falling down 100-fathom deep well with steep cliffs. At that moment, he was perched precariously clinging to the cliffside. The protruding cliff path is like walking on thin ice. Following that, Jian Yang gently touched Zhang Yu's heart, then spoke gently. I just want to ask you, you're already Tier 2? Have you ever seen the deep well in your heart? And have you ever seen the cliff path protruding before your eyes? Or not yet? Before turning away, he emphasized each word. You right now are clearly not yet ready to become a superhuman. With that, Jian Yang waved his hand as a farewell. One last question. I still have to go back to the lecture hall to teach. At that time, the falling leaves continued to fall endlessly. It made Zhang Yu fall even deeper into thought. Is this really history? And so he decided to place his hand on his heart to feel. Seeing Zhang Yu lost in thought, Yao Ma came over, poked him, and started a conversation. All right, what are you thinking about? He quickly changed the subject. Nothing. Let's get ready for the next class. At that time, the whole audience was engrossed in the basic knowledge of superhumans. In addition, the teacher was also very enthusiastic in his teaching, and the power of superhumans comes from aberrations. There are types like Yuanchong, Guchong Tongchong, Xiechong, and Yuchong, hunting aberrations that share our lineage, and the price to pay is relatively small. It can absorb the corruption after the death of the aberrations and use it for its own purposes. Consider it a relatively common way to get stronger. The more Zhang Yu listened, the sleepier he got to the point of dozing off. Scene change, superpower training. Someone suddenly shouted, mobilize the power within your body. Focus your mind. With that, the students each created a special power for themselves. Noon arrived. Zhang Yu went to the cafeteria to order food. The cook's hands trembled as he served the food and said, Students over here, we have braised pork today. The school grounds were quite empty at this time, leaving leaves to fall endlessly without hitting the ground. A moment later, everyone had gathered, neatly for the practical combat training. Seeing he was separated, he was a bit confused. Why was Yao Yao assigned to Class 3? And her rank assessment? She should have been placed in Class 1 with me. From that, Zhang Yu thought to himself, Uncle Liu must have pulled some strings. He purposely separated me and Yao Yao. A second later, the instructor's voice rang out softly. Hello, dear students. Starting from today, we officially begin our studies. The practical combat course will be conducted by the instructors and assistant instructors of each class. The performance score from this practical combat training will be included in the university entrance exam score. For now, no more unnecessary talk. Below, the instructors received the order. They replied in unison, yes. With that, the person above continued to give orders. Proceed to your respective class levels. Begin training. Once again, they shouted in unison, yes! As soon as the assignments were clear, the instructors began to head to their respective classes. As soon as he saw the instructor, Zhang Yu froze thinking. The instructor for Class 1 isn't he a little too skinny? Jing Yu shouted with a stern voice, attention! Instantly, everyone stood ramrod straight. After hearing that resounding voice, he had a different opinion. This voice is really powerful. A second later, he lowered his voice and suggested, just stand like that. Zhang Yu screamed in his heart, what isn't this supposed to be combat training? And now you want us to stand in a military stance? A moment later, his face suddenly darkened. Zhang Yu's face was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth, realizing something was wrong. Killing intent, I can't move. From then on, Zhang Yu began to suspect it's not just me. Everyone is locked in this overwhelming killing intent. Is it a forbidden object or a special ability? No, it's neither. A second later, he identified the source of the energy just now. It's the instructor, the killing intent. It's coming from him. A moment later, a student who couldn't take it anymore collapsed in exhaustion. Seeing Jingyu's profound teaching method, Zhang Yu was somewhat surprised and admired. I get it. This military stance is actually one of the tests for superhuman aptitude. Simply put, whoever can stand until the end is the strongest. 15 minutes later, everyone was lying on the floor. Only he was still standing tall as if nothing had happened. But Zhang Yu was already straining. He was so hot that steam was rising from his whole body. He suddenly gave a friendly smile. Then he said, take a break. Getting permission, he immediately plopped down on the ground. He took the opportunity to wipe the sweat from his face. At the same time, Kanan walked over and commented, still the same show-off. He held out his hand in invitation. Come here with me. Zhang Yu quickly stood up, curious. Where are we going to train with the sophomores? Kanan bluntly retorted, not to a training camp. There's a special training arrangement for you. Not long after the two of them arrived. This is the place. Zhang Yu scratched his head, confused. This place? There's nothing here, he replied softly. Isn't there still me? And then he gradually understood the problem. Wait, are you saying? Kanan enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. That's right, we're training one-on-one. The other students watched. Seeing the special treatment, they felt envious. Look, Zhang Yu is getting one-on-one instruction from Instructor Song. So awesome. As expected of a genius, he defeated all the freshmen. In the military stance drill just now, he was also the last one standing. However, the admiring words ringing in his ears made Zhang Yu lose focus. He gently voiced his opinion. Can we change the location for this private training? It's not good to have so many people watching. Kanan, arms crossed, went straight to the heart of his worry. What afraid of losing face in front of so many people here? Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly and replied, a little. At this moment, he closed his eyes, remembering what Xun Guang had told him. Right. It's about arranging private training to suppress that kid's arrogance. But Kanan still resolutely refused to agree. The training content? This time was decided by Li Shun. If you have any objections, go find him. As soon as he heard the name, he clenched his fist in frustration. Uncle Li, that despicable person, his reach is too long. Without further delay, he began to execute his moves. In addition, Kanan was the one who actively cut the conversation short. All right, time is precious, let's begin. Seeing this, Zhang Yu suddenly sighed wearily. Hey! This little bit of strength I have is basically not enough to look at. Even so, he still tried to encourage him. Don't lose faith, sir. Attack with all your strength first. You won't be able to fight back. Hearing this, Zhang Yu smirked and asked back with a provocative tone. Oh, really? With that, he quickly leaped to attack without a moment's hesitation. You said it. The speed at which Zhang Yu attacked was like a blur. From there, Kanan also hurriedly used his strength to block. The surrounding students cheered non-stop. Handsome! With just one move, he was able to suppress the instructor. Too strong. We're both high school seniors. But the difference in our strength is so vast. Come on, if he doesn't do well, Zhang Yu will really win. But one of them thought that the current fight wasn't impressive enough. No, this is a flawed demonstration. Jingyu crossed his arms and commented, the first move, he used his legs to almost jump into the air, leaving no opportunity whatsoever. This will make it very easy for someone to seize the opportunity to counterattack. It's considered a flawed demonstration. You all should never learn from it. Facing Zhang Yu, Kanan was especially interested. Let him attack. He's really not holding anything back, is he? Not bad strength. But in a split second, he was able to easily grab his opponent's ankle. Your moves are too simple. It's very easy for someone to counterattack. With that, Kanan immediately used his strength to throw him 1,000 meters away. At this moment, Zhang Yu was flying suspended in midair, but that wasn't really enough to stump him. Zhang Yu landed lightly on his feet. Without another word, he continued to charge at his opponent. His hands and feet unleashed a continuous flurry of blows. However, Kanan thought that this kid was much stronger in the last match. After all, he had to be somewhat wary. Although his skills can't be called masterly, they can be considered a new specialty. Revealed from recent experiences, Kanan also doubted himself. Is my sense wrong? Every time he punches, he gets stronger, more precise. This kid, is his growth rate measured in seconds or what? Because of his lack of focus, Zhang Yu's punch unexpectedly reached his cheek, making him stare in stunned silence. Instantly, that punch landed squarely in the middle of Kanan's face, perfectly. Zhang Yu bared his teeth in a satisfied smile. Bullseye. Suddenly he appeared with his face completely intact. Then he grabbed his hand tightly. He smirked and asked, "Oh really?" Kanan squeezed Zhang Yu's wrist tighter and tighter. That made him grit his teeth in pain. He broke out in a cold sweat. Once again, he used his strength to throw Zhang Yu far away. As he was about to slam him to the ground, Kanan simultaneously unleashed another source of power surrounding them. Finally, Zhang Yu lay motionless on the ground. The friends around them were all agape with astonishment. Killed in an instant. At that moment, Zhang Yu's whole body was stiff as a board. His eyes were rolled back, and his mouth was agape like a dead person. Besides, that one student was a little disappointed. I thought Zhang Yu had won, but he was countered so quickly. The instructor standing outside crossed his arms and observed, then sighed. Too reckless. Instructor Song purposely left that opening, and he actually went for it. At the same time, he barked out instructions. Fighting isn't just about your body and skills. You have to use your brain, too. All of you remember that you hear. A moment later, Zhang Yu slowly sat up, clutching his back. A second later, he carefully stood up and asked Uncle Song, "Did you use your powers?" Kanan was quick to get cocky. "Forget about my powers. I even had to try to control my physical attributes. To stay within the range of a Tier 2. I beat you purely based on my rich combat experience. Your teleportation speed is not as fast as Khan," and continued to boast. "My body is too strong, my technique is flawless, and my tactics are brilliant. These factors all become essential qualities of a match and are the key to victory or defeat. Moreover, just studying is not enough. The battlefield is ever-changing. There's basically no time for you to think." Seeing him lecturing, he took the opportunity to land a blow, an opening, but everything was within Kanan's control. He raised his hand and blocked it effortlessly. "So you still need to spend a lot of time practicing. Turn what you've learned into combat instinct." Kanan tilted his head and asked teasingly, "You don't have a long memory, do you? Don't let history repeat itself." Zhang Yu used his other hand to grab his hand. The sudden move made Kanan gasp in surprise. In an instant, he was able to learn the good points, using their own methods to repay them. As soon as he landed, he quickly used his hands to brace against a powerful force. After the match, everyone cheered joyfully. However, the instructor spoke up, cutting off the emotional moment. "Breaks over, everyone assemble." After lining up neatly, the instructor made a special announcement. "The first 2 days were for you to adapt. Starting from the 3rd day, we will officially begin class assignments. Before we begin," he stated the rule bluntly, "military posture. If you can't hold it for an hour, those who fall from exhaustion must leave the class. The initial rank, and those who are eliminated, will be reorganized into combat classes in order, time regardless of gender." This time, after hearing the rule clearly, everyone's faces were grim and dissatisfied. Yama gritted her teeth and told herself, "I have to persevere. No matter what, I can't fall." She imagined being teased by Zhang Yu. "Chen Yao, why are you still in class 3? From then on, it created even more motivation for herself. "Otherwise, that Zhang Yu will definitely laugh at me. I have to get into class 1. Suddenly, Yao Yao turned her head back, her heart a little uneasy. "But will Zhang Yu over there be okay? Even though it's private training, Instructor Song will probably go easy on him." As expected, he had been beaten to a pulp and was sprawled on the ground. His body was covered in injuries at that moment, but he was still determined to get back up where he fell. As soon as he saw Yao Yao, he was immediately flustered. "Is this training to the death?" Kanan rubbed his hands and walked over to give a compliment. "You're a tough kid." Up until this point, he thought restlessly. "I thought I could easily abuse him. But after all this fighting, I was forced to use my real skills. This terrifying combat aptitude is exactly like his uncle's back then." Even though he was exhausted, Zhang Yu was determined to fight to the end. "It's not over yet. Once more." But Kanan actively stopped him. "Enough. That's enough for today. The speed of your punches has slowed down a lot. It seems he's reached his limit." No matter how much he advised him, he continued to attack. From that last move, Kanan was truly surprised. "What?" And then he decisively put his strength into an attack forward, aiming to push his opponent back. Even though he stood his ground, but he must have taken a very powerful blow. Kanan froze, staring at the wound. Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction. "Got him." After it was all over, he let himself go and lay on the ground, enjoying the moment. Oh my god. I finally did it. I was about to hold it in until I died. At this moment, he stared at Zhang Yu without blinking, silently admiring. He's almost out of strength. He mobilized all the remaining power in his body, unleashing the strongest power, there's no doubt about it. The basic move of the superhuman skill he used was micro. Zhang Yu closed his eyes and softly called out, "Uncle Song," he asked honestly. The training ground turned out like this. "You're not going to make me pay, are you? If you want to ask for money, go find my Uncle Lee," he replied nonchalantly. "Don't worry, we can just use a forbidden object to restore it later." After the match, Zhang Yu was taken to the infirmary. Yangtze asked a few words. "How did you end up here again?" He was excitedly curious about her real identity. "It's even more of a coincidence that all 3 times I've been here, it's been you. What's your name, miss?" She slowly placed her hand on the hospital bed. Yangtze got closer and closer to Zhang Yu. "First, I'm your senior here for an internship. Second, the first time you came here, you already asked for my name. The second time you asked again. The third time you're still asking." However, Zhang Yu gulped and blushed as what caught his eye at that moment was a pair of fruits, not her criticisms. He suddenly remembered some information he had seen before. "Yang's 23 years old, 36D, 175's me, so she's a 36D. With that, she quickly turned away. "Get some rest." Zhang Yu tried to reach out and hold her back. "Miss, don't go, I'm getting an IV drip alone." "I'm really scared." Kanan was a little surprised. "You kid, what's gotten into you?" He came to his senses with a start and called out, "Uncle Song." A second later, he tossed a small bottle of medicine into Zhang Yu's hand. It made him a little curious. "Uncle Song, aren't you going to continue training Khan?" Anne replied nonchalantly. "I'm the head instructor of this program. It's fine if I'm absent for a while. Hurry up and drink this. It'll replenish your stamina." As soon as he got it, he opened the cap and chugged it down. "Thanks, Uncle Song." As soon as he finished drinking, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. His energy was quickly replenished. He stood up excitedly, loving to show off. "Hu-Han is back. I can still fight for another day." Seeing this Khan, the 9th person, was speechless. All right, get some rest. When you're better, we can spar again when we have time." Suddenly, he remembered something unusual. "Speaking of sparring, Uncle Song, that last move when we fought, I felt like my condition wasn't right. I can't say it was comfortable, but it wasn't uncomfortable either. It was very strange." He crossed his arms and replied with a straight face. "I came to explain this to you as well. Private training will continue, but your future training will have a new adjustment." Zhang Yu asked, bluntly bewildered. "What kind of adjustment?" Kainan also answered honestly. "Training with the sophomores, expanding the training." The more he said, the more confused he felt. "Into the factory, but I haven't graduated yet. Besides, I came to the special training camp to learn superhuman knowledge. Go to a factory to screw things." But on the contrary, he didn't want to say more. "It's the higher-ups' decision. Just follow the arrangements." With that, Kainan slowly walked towards the door. "I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. About the micro technique you used, I'll email you the relevant documents. Read them yourself. Don't let it leak out." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu immediately checked his email and replied. He quickly opened his inbox. Superhuman skills. This must be it. A giant screen suddenly appeared. Xiangyang was the representative for this event. "Hello everyone, I'm Fang Xiangyang. This time we will mainly talk about the basics of superhuman skills. I will talk about superhuman skills from different perspectives and its composition. Please look at the content on the board first. What are superhuman skills? It's Tier 1 Spirit Ignition, Tier 2 Mutation. Only Tier 3 is the true superhuman level. These are 2 levels that are completely different from the first 2. The corruption in this body reaches a qualitative change. It can cause immense damage. Just using energy will cause a waste of power. If you can utilize 100 parts of corruption into 200 parts, then that is a superhuman skill. The principle of superhuman skills is not complicated. It's related to 3 factors: physical fitness, how much energy is used, and the level of willpower condensation. These 3 things combined can cause terrifying superhuman skill power. A second later, he snapped his fingers, preparing to elaborate further. Zhang Yang held the sword firmly in his hand. "Let me give you an example." Then he struck decisively, slashing directly at the training dummy. Besides that, Zhang Yang added this. Target number 7 is made of a normal, durable alloy. It can block the physical damage of a Tier 2 superhuman, like the slash I just did. Not stopping there. He also created a source of golden energy, shining in the palm of his hand. Everyone pay attention. I'm now using about 500 units of energy, which is also the threshold for Tier 3. With that, Zhang Yang launched that terrifying power at the target, with precision. But it all just fell over without any other problems. Witnessing this scene, on the contrary, Zhang Yu felt it wasn't very impressive. This is pretty normal. Even though it knocked over half the targets, there was no real damage. Following that, he continued to deploy. Now I will use 500 units of energy. Only this time, I will use the form of a superhuman skill to attack. Only then was he truly surprised. Xiang Yang's face was serious, his whole body radiating a fiery aura. This is a superhuman skill, a combination of the three elements physical strength, superhuman ability, and condensed willpower. The power is dispersed into one and unleashed subtly. Without a moment's hesitation, that power was shot straight forward. The force of the attack was overwhelming. This time, the targets stood tall without a scratch. The space here was overwhelming at that moment. Ang Yang's will can break mountains. At this moment, the earth and rocks were crumbling. Blue streams of air blew past with a whoosh. The sky at that time was dark and gloomy. The space from then on also became corrupted. Xiangyang proudly declared superhuman skills are an incomparable power. Witnessing it directly, Zhang Yu sighed to himself. So this is the power of a superhuman skill, it's so strong. At the end of the performance, Xiangyang straightened his posture and spoke. The move just now was the common superhuman skill 100 rending. Even with energy just entering tier 3, you can still unleash a huge effect. Most superhumans can learn and use it. Practice hard. Superhuman skills are the true ability that can severely injure an enemy when facing aberrations. As soon as he finished reading the email, Zhang Yu was still in shock. How can I have this feeling of thinking I'm so good, but then after 2 days in the training camp, I find out I'm just a little brother. I give up, as expected of the superhuman world, as expected of the Night Watch organization, so many talented people. A superhuman skill is a common skill. Only a tier 3 superhuman can completely control it. But every time you use a superhuman skill, it will drain a lot of stamina, mental energy. 1 meticulous microcontrol. Complete control over the body. Perform micro-level operations beyond comprehension. 2 hyperfrequency. Mobilize muscle power and superhuman ability. The constrained power within the body is forcibly unleashed exceeding its endurance limits. This skill may be related to willpower. Strong willpower will break the body's restraints, achieving an overclock. The 3 hearts are as calm as water within, surging up dominated by absolute willpower, like a rising wave. Additionally, pay special attention to physical constitution, the superhuman energy within the body, and willpower, which only represents quantity. The 3 skills above represent quality. In the early stages of cultivation, quantity need not rush to achieve quality. Remember not to be hasty, otherwise it will be harder to achieve. From this, he held his chin and thought, this thing is a double-edged sword. And so he began to set up his profile. Name Zhang Yu. Attribute Shadow. Remaining lifespan 5 months. Evaluation. Congratulations on surviving to the end of the year. Not only that, there was an additional line on the information that made Zhang Yu's legs feel weak. Before the age of 18, I have already grasped superhuman skills. I begged the nation to let me skip to university. It sounded kinda weird. The next day, he and Ching-an met again. Zhang Yu continued to wonder, Uncle Song, at my age, is it even legal for me to be in a factory? Can you reveal a bit more about the situation to me? He replied, it's called a practice run with the sophomores. That didn't help him understand the issue. A run? Not long after the two were at the Jiao Long zone. Ching-en carefully instructed, after you go in, you just need to run as hard as you can. The wristband will monitor your physical condition. The training only ends when you meet the requirements. During that time, apart from fatal injuries, the instructor will not intervene to help. What a strange training method. Seeing the space before him, Zhang Yu's jaw dropped in amazement. So grand. A second later, he turned his head and asked again, so you dare to go in? He grinned confidently. Are you kidding? My uncle is a retired battle general. My father-in-law is the current Yunhai patrol envoy. Standing on the shoulders of those two, I must become the king of battle generals. Who would dare let anything happen to me? Without another word, Ching-an got him back on track. Then let's go. At worst, you'll just be bedridden for 2 months. At that time, I'll request a healing-type forbidden object to get you out of the hospital sooner. Even though he didn't know how thorny the path ahead was, he still said loudly, I don't believe you! A moment later, the two had gone deep inside. Feeling the coldness within, Zhang Yu began to have doubts. Why does this room look like a prison? It's a bit unusual. Thinking, he voiced his question, Uncle Song, what's this place called? Last night, I almost thought you were going to take me to an electronics factory. Ching-en immediately retorted, what electronics factory? This is the Jiaolong zone. But compared to that name, the students prefer to call it the escape zone. Hearing this, he started to get nervous. He turned away. In that case, I'll reconsider. My apologies. Seeing Zhang Yu intended to flee, he decisively kicked him, sending him tumbling. Cut the crap, go! At this moment, Ching-an stood casually outside, leaving Zhang Yu alone inside. Hey, Uncle Song. After completing the task, he whispered, hello. Captain Lee, I've locked the kid in. Everything is normal. Yes, I know. I know my limits. The person on the other end of the line said a few more words that made Ching-an pause. That's not very good, is it? Inside the narrow space, Zhang Yu screamed continuously. Uncle Song, oh my god, how did an aberration get in here? So gross, no matter how he screamed, he was still engrossed in his conversation with Tuan Guang. You're asking what he's doing. He's screaming. You're asking if he's scared. Ching-an tried to eavesdrop on the inside. This disgusting thing, don't touch me. You want a piece of Big Daddy Zhang. Die for me. As the noise dragged on endlessly, he cleaned his ear in frustration. Reporting Captain Lee! I feel that Zhang Yu is very excited. Originally, Ching-an didn't hear the cries for help at all. Everything he said was just based on his gut feeling. Zhang Yu held his head as tears streamed down his face. What the hell is this place? Please don't drop any more frogs down here. I'm about to puke. After 135 seconds of intense screaming, suddenly the door creaked open. Zhang Yu was confused. The door opened by itself. He put on a serious face and thought carefully. Although I don't know what dangers lie behind the door, compared to being trapped here, wasting time with this endless swarm of frog aberrations, I'd rather go and see. Maybe there's a chance to turn things around. With that, Zhang Yu tried to escape. However, in front of him were still many aberrations trying to stop me. At this point, the spirit within him grew stronger. No way! In an instant, Zhang Yu managed to escape the area. He stopped. His eyes stared blankly, observing from the new location. The strangeness of the space was no less. This path is too freaky. Suddenly, a desperate scream rang out. Gross, don't touch me! Seeing him dazed, Manhwa warned, Brother, why are you just standing there? Run! Hearing that, Zhang Yu scrambled to move. Coming! From then on, the two escaped together. He took this opportunity to ask a few questions. Brother, what class are you in? You look unfamiliar, he answered bluntly. Class 1 Special Training Camp. Manhwa frowned, recognizing Class 1. Thinking back, he was confused and shouted, Wait, Class 1 of the Special Training Camp. You just entered the camp. Why are you in this godforsaken place? Zhang Yu replied with a forced smile. Maybe I pissed someone off. Manhwa glanced at him with disbelief. Judging others by my own standards? Nice. He probably slept with the instructor's daughter. Otherwise, how could he be locked in a place like this? He didn't want to delve deeper into the issue, so he found a way to change the subject. Senior, what's going on here? Manhwa explained. This is the escape zone. You have to run with all your might continuously. Constantly use your willpower to resist the surrounding malevolent will. Only then can you get out. As soon as he finished, he gunned it, running for his life. Little bro, good luck, I'm going ahead. Zhang Yu tried to keep up and asked again. Where can we get out? In a flash, he had caught up, which startled the man. A greenhorn freshman, how can you run so fast? I'll explain one last time. Otherwise, talking while running makes it easy to get out of breath. I heard that as long as you run to a certain standard, the exit will automatically appear. But basically, you have to run for about 2 months to do it. After running for a while, they accidentally encountered other people. She wasn't running, but stood still, struggling. I hate frogs the most. Go away, go away, go away. And then that frog leaped directly towards Zhang Yu. With no other choice, he decisively squeezed the frog tight. Then he struck it down, leaving everyone confused. Why did you kill the blood-patterned frog? Hearing this, Zhang Yu was stunned. I can't kill this thing. Manhwa continued to explain in detail. We're here to train. What we need to do is face the increasingly strong malevolent will and keep running forward. The price for killing them is that your thinking becomes sluggish. Do you want to be eliminated early? Not wanting to waste time, another student hurriedly urged, It's already come to this. It's pointless to talk more. Everyone run. Suddenly, a girl fell into a pit. She screamed in panic, Help me! But the faster she fell, the faster. At this moment, Zhang Yu accidentally grabbed an arm. Careful! Thanks to that, he had unwittingly become a hero, saving a damsel in distress. Zhang Yu gently asked, Fellow student, are you okay? She asked shyly, Why did you save me? He casually replied, It was on the way. A second later, the two separated. Ki explained a few more things. In this race of survival, any unnecessary action comes with a price. By saving me, you will harm yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Yu looked annoyed. This crappy place has so many rules. As he complained, sharp weapons shot out from behind, aiming for him. Zhang Yu immediately activated his keen intuition. These bone spikes are so sharp, yet they can pierce through walls so easily. And then, white bone aberrations stepped out one by one aggressively. Witnessing the scene before her, she gasped in astonishment. Oh my god, 2 level 2 aberrations! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu immediately countered. These bone spikes. I'm returning them to you. Instantly, the bone spikes decisively impaled their bodies painfully. After taking care of it, he quickly grabbed Ki's hand and fled. At this moment, she thought admiringly. Not only could he successfully avoid those bone spikes, but on the contrary, he used those spikes to create an opportunity to escape. It's the first time I've met a male student with such courage and cunning. However, things were not over yet. The white bone aberration once again charged to attack them. Seeing this, Zhang Yu decisively pushed Ki away. You go first. She was confused, not understanding the situation. Huh! With that, he focused on the fight. Shadow Pounce. Zhang Yu swiftly moved behind it and attacked, and then he decisively struck without a hint of mercy. Take a kick from me. At the same time, Zhang Yu glanced sideways, activating his keen intuition. As he turned, a purple sharp weapon was aimed straight at him. At this point, Zhang Yu dodged while looking for a way to counter. However, that killing intent stuck to him like a leech, refusing to let go. From that, his eyes sharpened as he formulated a plan. This steel pipe has a location lock. Why can't I shake it? Looks like I'll have to use that move. Finally, he decided to switch tactics and use the hidden shadow technique. A second later, he launched a giant weapon. That thing directly pinned down that killing aura. Zhang Yu held his chin and thought, is the training camp insane? Didn't they say they would intervene if there was a fatal attack? If I hadn't avoided it thanks to my keen intuition, I'm afraid I would have been stabbed through the heart. Could it be that? This attack isn't considered a dangerous one. Suddenly, from another direction, a desperate cry for help echoed. Help me! As soon as he looked over, Zhang Yu realized, oh no, it's that girl from before. In this situation, Ki could only struggle helplessly. A second later, her whole body was badly injured. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and so Ki was officially eliminated from the game. Seeing this, Zhang Yu's heart ached a little. Damn it. The deeper into the game, the more Zhang Yu's drive grew. Less than 10 minutes have passed and one person is already out. Looks like this escape game is no joke. I have to get my head in the game. Suddenly, a strange object began to form. In an instant, it took shape. He jumped back, recognizing it. Isn't that a man-eating flower? As soon as it evolved, it used its vines to clamp a wooden plank. Witnessing how the man-eating flower attacked, Zhang Yu thought to himself, this thing's level probably isn't lower than the white bone aberration from before. In any case, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it only has 20% health left. Otherwise, this would be a problem. With that, each of its poisons tried to sneakily latch onto him. At the same time, its form also became blurry, which surprised Zhang Yu. It even knows how to turn invisible the training camp. Where did they find such strange aberrations? Regardless, he could still nimbly dodge everything. However, that wasn't a long-term solution. I can't just keep dodging like this. Otherwise, its health won't run out, but my stamina will be completely depleted. Zhang Yu widened his eyes, observing carefully. The important thing now is to see its movement patterns clearly. With that, he gritted his teeth. His eyes narrowed as he changed tactics. Shadow pupil open. At this point, Zhang Yu was quite smug. Finally, I can see clearly. Now let's see how arrogant you can be. He charged forward with great confidence. You know a little invisibility trick and you're already arrogant. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Yu added a threat. But if you mess with me, you're not getting out of this alive. He used its wooden plank and stabbed it straight through the body, causing it to scream in pain. Blood splattered everywhere. At this point, the man-eating flower's strength dropped to 10%. From that blow, it seemed to lie motionless on the ground. However, the more Zhang Yu looked, the more annoyed he became. He decided to kick it far away. Get out of my way! After taking care of it, Zhang Yu immediately turned away. The people from the special training camp will probably come to deal with this dead aberration. I can't waste any more time. I have to run forward. At this time, Zhang Yu's whole body felt a bit sluggish. The oppressive mental contamination is so strong it can travel on the wind. Is this difficulty really for training? Suddenly, his spirit became exhausted. So dizzy. It's like being drunk. While Zhang Yu was off guard, the man-eating flower took the opportunity to strike his shoulder. The wooden plank was launched with super strength and embedded itself in his body. So painful. At that moment, a stream of blue power radiated from his entire body. Seeing the presence before him, Zhang Yu's jaw dropped. A level 2 aberration with 70% health. It approached leisurely with light steps, and it wasn't alone. Zhang Yu screamed as soon as he realized, there's a whole pack! Faced with this brutal scene, Zhang Yu could only smirk disdainfully. Releasing a whole pack of level 2 aberrations with 70% health to deal with me. This training camp is fucking brutal. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. Wait, there's a glowing door over there. From that, Zhang Yu began to make a judgment. Moreover, unlike the doors on the right side of the corridor, this door is on its own on the left. Could it be the exit? Even so, he still had to face countless different aberrations alone. Zhang Yu was very determined. Even though I can't be sure if that's the exit, I have to try. I have to get through that door before my stamina runs out. A stream of power radiated from his entire body. And so Zhang Yu had a crazy idea. If I just grit my teeth and run through, this could all be over. With that, he dashed forward like a lightning bolt. However, things were not that simple. I can't believe it dodged. On the contrary, the aberration found a way to counterattack. From that, a shocking explosion was created. That caused Zhang Yu to be pushed back with injuries. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, as expected of an attack from a nearly full health aberration. Just one hit made me bleed. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't even reach that door. I'll be beaten to a pulp and eliminated. A second later, Zhang Yu sighed and composed himself. At this moment, the aberration was right behind him, but he remained calm and calculated. Looks like I'll have to use my ultimate move. While I still have stamina now, though danger was imminent, Zhang Yu calmly resolved, if it's coming to my door, he decided to grab onto the aberration's arm and not let go. The determination within him surged. Then this time I definitely won't let you get away. Not long after, the aberration's energy quickly dropped to 27%. It didn't stop there. The others continuously charged forward. Eyes on the front right are watching. Lock the left shoulder step back to dodge the attack. The sound of wind from behind an attack is coming. Can take half a step forward. Zhang Yu felt very satisfied. Within 6 feet. My mind is clear, I see everything perfectly. His spirit was also much more invigorated. This feeling of mastery. This is the state of entering the microcosm. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and attacked with pride. Seeing the enemy let its guard down, Zhang Yu quickly escaped. Now's the time. Run, suddenly. The 2 aberrations he had dealt with before appeared in front of him. That made him gasp in disbelief. Hey, hey, hey! What's going on? That white bone aberration and the man-eating flower? Didn't I already defeat them? How did they revive with full health? Around Zhang Yu at this moment was full of danger. A second later, he was suddenly flipped upside down onto the ground. He was unwilling. The special training camp has no martial ethics. No matter what, Zhang Yu still tried to find a way to escape. If that's the case, you guys can play by yourselves. He stared at the door ahead with determination. I'm not playing anymore. Zhang Yu put all his strength into his legs to speed up. However, the aberrations had already surrounded him. Oh no, these 2 aren't easy to deal with. And my stamina right now. At most, I can only use entering the microcosm one more time. Zhang Yu's face was serious as he thought to himself. So this time I can only win, I can't lose. Before he struck, he had already calculated every move. Bone spike from the back left aiming for the abdomen can be blocked. The price is a torn palm. Then use the momentum to pull the opponent forward. A vine attack from the top right. When I grab the bone spike from behind, bend my back 40 degrees. The vine will hit that bone spike aberration. A second later, Zhang Yu closed his eyes, concentrating. Entering the microcosm. Entering the microcosm is detailed observation and being able to control yourself. Why is it that not only my observation and control abilities have increased, but a logical solution to this situation also appeared in my head? Without waiting, Zhang Yu answered himself. Not very logical, but God has already handed me the solution. I just need to follow it. With that, he struck with precision, making the aberration scream. Beside it, the man-eating flower also suffered the consequences. 2 idiots, Zhang Yu panted worriedly. My stamina is about to run out. Luckily, I'm almost there. No matter how the aberrations tried to reach out and attack, he couldn't be bothered. At this point, he had crawled out of the danger zone. The man-eating flower looked on stunned. He laughed gleefully. I didn't expect you to be so helpful. Bye-bye. As soon as he teleported, the door disappeared. He calmed down and thought carefully. An exit. What kind of exit is this? There isn't even a door. He flailed and screamed in desperation. Hey, is anyone there? Let me out. Once again, an aberration appeared. Avoid this one, run into another. Zhang Yu was helpless and wanted to curse. Another level 2, their training camp. Are you trying to kill people? He backed up a few steps and begged. Hey, hey, hey. Good or bad, at least let a guy catch his breath. Even so, the aberration did not let up. It lashed out straight at Zhang Yu's face. The blow was so strong it sent him flying 1,000 meters, and so Zhang Yu was knocked unconscious. Though exhausted, he still managed to open his eyes and curse a few words. Goddamn special training camp. I'm not done with you guys. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zhang Yu was confused. Where is this? He blinked, trying to remember. I think I was knocked out by that alien-looking aberration. Suddenly, Zhang Yu looked down and froze for a few seconds. Yang Xi casually pulled his pants and said, You're awake. Zhang Yu panicked and screamed, In broad daylight. What are you doing pulling down my pants? A second later, Yang Xi stopped and ordered, Since you're awake, take them off yourself. Hearing this, he curled up and whined, Oh my God, I already have someone in my heart. Seeing this, she took out a bottle of medicine and explained, Your butt is messed up, you need to apply medicine. Because of that, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and complied. Right. Before she could finish, Yang Xi took the initiative to explain. My name is Yang Xi. Don't ask anymore, I've already added you on WeChat. No white stockings, I can't wear them at work. If you're not afraid of your little girlfriend finding out, you can come to my room and get a pair. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Zhang Yu blushed furiously and thought, Damn, I've flirted with girls so many times. It's the first time I've been flirted with back. But it feels like she's no amateur either. Thinking, he added softly, You just said my butt was messed up. Is it serious? Will it affect future use? After all, it's related to a man's dignity. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Xi slapped his butt hard. Zhang Yu screamed in pain. So painful? She turned away coldly and carefully instructed, You can still feel pain, which proves your 5 senses are still working. A few days of applying medicine and it'll be fine. It won't affect your man's dignity. Then Yang Xi glanced over and added same old rules. After the IV drip is finished, press the button at the head of the bed and call me. However, after seeing her firm backside, Zhang Yu was quite satisfied. But even though that slap from her hurt a lot, thinking back on it now, it was pretty exciting. Suddenly, he fell silent, rethinking the previous events. But that last attack from that alien-like thing must have pushed me to what's called a critical point, which is how I was able to leave the escape zone. Otherwise, based on the training camp's difficulty, no one could have passed so smoothly. But this is too strange. Why would they design a stage that no one can pass? Could it be that I didn't grasp some secret to clearing it. Zhang Yu closed his eyes and thought to himself, let's review it one more time. Might as well digest the combat experience. I learned in the escape zone. At this time, it was 7 o'clock. As soon as he opened his eyes, he rubbed them. I've digested a good amount. It's almost evening. You're finally awake. At this time, Bao Chang stood beside him, nibbling and recounting. I just got the news. I heard you were carried out on the forum and rushed right over. You didn't really get into a fight with the sophomores. Like everyone was guessing, did you? As soon as he woke up, Zhang Yu curiously asked, I was called to participate in special training. Where are Instructor Song and Yao Yao? Following that, he popped a candy in his mouth and replied, Instructor Song is still at the main training ground. Yao Yao came here with me for a bit. When she saw you weren't awake, she went back to training. He was very satisfied. Good, she's still training. Bao Chang continued bluntly. That's right, you were so reckless you got injured. How could Yao Yao just sit still? I really admire you elite students. The instructors don't even make you train. Your future path is also very bright. Suddenly, he quickly got out of the hospital bed, which confused the boy. What are you doing? You're still injured. Zhang Yu immediately reassured him. It's nothing. There's no need to stay here. Going back to rest comfortably is fine. He looked at himself in the mirror and noticed, my health is still pretty good, but my body feels completely drained. Looks like I need to get some good rest. Seeing him walk out so casually, Yangxi was a bit surprised. Then she frowned and asked sternly, Why are you out here? Zhang Yu replied with a forced smile. The wound isn't very serious, so I'm going back to the dorm to rest. Yangxi warned him. If anything happens to you, we'll be held responsible. He bravely puffed out his chest and declared, I'll be responsible. For you. She blushed furiously and replied, Who needs a punk like you to be responsible for me? At this time, Bao Chang worriedly asked Zhang Yu a few questions. You just said you'd be responsible for that nurse. So what about Yao Yao? Hearing this, he quickly cut him off. Don't talk nonsense. Why does that sound so weird coming from you? He felt he was in the wrong and lowered his voice. All right, my bad, I was thinking dirty. Then Bao Chang gently waved his hand, reminding him, Go see Yao Yao. She's really worried about you. I'm not a Zone 1 student, so I can't go in. I'll wait for you out here. Zhang Yu immediately agreed. Okay, I'll just say a few words and come out. As soon as he went in, he immediately saw Ching An sitting comfortably on the steps. Seeing that Zhang Yu was still healthy, he greeted him happily. The kid's awake. Why don't you rest for another 2 days? Your wound hasn't fully recovered yet. He replied with a wide smile. It's a small wound, nothing to worry about. For convenience, Ching An invited him, come sit over here. He lowered his voice and seriously stated his opinion. Entering the microcosm twice under dangerous circumstances. Even if your talent is better, it's easy to exhaust all your essence, chi, and spirit. You should rest more to avoid affecting your foundation. After hearing this, Zhang Yu didn't seem to care and curiously changed the subject. Is there another way to say that? So when can I go to the Jiaolong zone again? Ching An replied decisively. Next week. For the next few days, you'll train with them for now. Hearing that number, he was a bit dissatisfied. That's too long. That made the man even more confused. What's the hurry? After all, in a shorter period of time, you can't pass the stage. Zhang Yu stretched and explained nonchalantly, Isn't it because the difficulty is too high? Ching An frowned and affirmed, High. But this is the final exam for the sophomores. At that time, he held his chin and calculated carefully. Although it's a final exam with a score, but those students don't have the ability to kill aberrations either. Could it be that the score is based on just running like crazy? That makes no sense. Suddenly, Zhang Yu paused as if he remembered something. Wait, he began to suspect. The passageway, the traps, the students, could it be? Zhang Yu vaguely guessed cooperation. Suddenly, the man's face darkened. He answered coldly. What the escape zone really tests is the student's ability to cooperate. Once again, he continued to think to himself, the difficulty of the escape zone is extremely high, and at the same time, they let in a lot of students. The most feasible way to pass is to cooperate. Maybe there are even options for division of labor and sacrifice. Is this the university for superhumans? I feel like I've been hit hard again. A second later, he found a way to change the subject. Right, Uncle Song, what do you think of teacher Su Jianyang? The first class when we entered the camp, everyone almost had a breakdown. At that time, I even went over and asked him a few questions. Mentioning this name, Ching An smiled gently. Teacher Jianyang. He recounted every detail from that time. It's understandable. After all, it's the first time encountering the real world. Feeling shocked, scared, desperate, and angry are all very normal. The first class. They showed us bloody documentary footage, without any censorship. Needless to say how big of a blow that was. Though Ching An was still recounting, he couldn't help but feel confused inside. At that time after class, I had nightmares for 3 days straight when I went home at night. Why do you ask this? Zhang Yu answered honestly. I just feel that Teacher Su seems gentle, but his teaching content makes it hard to breathe. He praised him as a form of inspiration. Teacher Su's class is very useful. It's the foundation for you guys to break through to Tier 2. You're already Tier 2, you've left your peers far behind. But don't be reckless. You have to be steady with every step. Otherwise, if you force a level up, it's fine in the short term, but in the long run it will cause huge problems. At this point, Zhang Yu just realized Uncle Song is tier 3. Ching-an didn't mind sharing his feelings. It was precisely because I didn't solidify my foundation at tier 2 that I got injured. So after reaching tier 3, I faced a lot of difficulties. Hearing this, he sighed wearily. The path of a supernatural is more difficult and arduous than I ever imagined. At first, I thought getting stronger was like in the novels, meditating and absorbing spirit energy, then breaking through. He glanced over and reiterated, that's why those are novels and anime. If there really was a way to get strong that quickly, then our dojo wouldn't be in this state. Being an optimist, Zhang, you kindly advised Uncle Song don't be so pessimistic. In the end, things will get better. Ching-an immediately retorted. Who's being pessimistic? I'm merely stating the facts. The first principle of a supernatural is to never be pessimistic or despairing. From that, he asked curiously, so what's the second principle? He replied coldly, forgot. At the same time in the distance, Yao Yao was waving happily, calling out to Zhang Yu. Her voice was both firm and tinged with a bit of gentleness. Are you coming? Seeing her, his heart filled with joy. Wait up, I'm coming. At this moment, the flag hoisted high, fluttered in the afternoon breeze. Zhang Yu quickly looked up and thought, I've read in books that the 5 stars on the national flag all have special meanings. The one in the middle represents Dazhou. The 4 surrounding stars represent 4 major events and their corresponding great figures. Since the time of the calamity, the 5 stars have condensed the heart and soul of countless real people. It really isn't as easy as it is in novels and anime. As long as the countless supernaturals of Dazhou are here, his eyes and his belief were incredibly resolute. Though the road ahead is arduous, we can surely overcome it all. Lost in his train of thought, Ching-an suddenly came up, clapped him on the shoulder, and spoke. Why are you staring at the national flag? Next week you can be the flag raiser. Zhang Yu immediately refused. No thanks, I was just thinking about the origin of these stars. And so he also looked up and explained. It's written in the books. The 4th star represents the Night's Watch organization. It didn't have this name at first. The Supernatural Bureau, the Supernatural Organization, the General Administration of Supernatural Affairs, all sorts of names. It wasn't until much later that it was renamed the Night's Watch. Guess why it's called the Night's Watch? He replied without a second's hesitation. Because there are a lot of ghosts at night. Or because aberrants appear often. Faced with Zhang Yu's curiosity, Ching-an decided to ignore it. Forget it, it's better not to know. He was understanding, so he let it go. All right, I understand. Knowing beforehand will make my Tao heart unstable and give birth to inner demons. Right, seeing Zhang Yu ask incessantly made Ching-an extremely annoyed. If you're so free, why don't we spar for a few rounds? Hearing this, he bolted, looking for an excuse to avoid it. Bullying a sick person is against martial ethics, I'm out. A while later, Zhang Yu approached Yao Yao and asked, Where's Fatty? He was here just now. She pointed as she spoke. He went to the canteen to save us seats. Suddenly, Yao Yao gently pinched his sleeve. You don't want to live anymore, do you? A small action, but it made Zhang Yu wince in pain. My lady, spare me. Aren't I still in one piece right now? Perfectly fine. She snapped her voice. Lo, you still have the nerve to talk. The next second, she became weepy, tears streaming down her face. Do you know, when I heard you were carried out, it scared me half to death. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yu was flustered, not knowing how to handle it, and so he came closer to comfort her. Yao Yao, don't cry. He even used his hand to catch her precious tear. He didn't stop there. Zhang Yu shamelessly licked that finger. Then he gave a frank assessment, a bit bitter with a hint of astringency. Yama's emotions went on a roller coaster. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly taste my tears? He blushed and answered directly. Of course it's to remember your taste. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yu hugged her and made a promise. Yao Yao, don't worry. From now on, no matter what happens, just remembering the bitter, astringent taste of your tears. Today will make me protect myself well. For you. Feeling his heartbeat, Yao Yao was extremely embarrassed and threatened him. You'd better keep your word. Otherwise, I'll tell my dad and Uncle Lee to beat you up. And deal with you. After observing for a moment, Zhang Yu then noticed the scrape on her leg. What happened to your knee? Have you been to the infirmary to get it checked? Mentioning the wound, she remembered the moment when she directly heard others gossiping about him. Did you hear? That guy named Zhang Yu got jumped by the second years. He was beaten so badly he's disabled and got carried out. Seeing that Yao Yao couldn't hold back, she rushed forward intending to give them a beating. But things didn't go smoothly. Her haste caused her to trip and fall. Recalling it, she was a bit embarrassed. In training, how can you not get bumped around? It's just a small wound. I'm hungry, let's go to the canteen. Even though she was being pushy, Zhang Yu still tried to advise her, you still have to be careful. What if you sprain something? Not wanting to discuss it further, Yaoma took the initiative and pulled his hand. Why are you being such a girl? Let's go or all that'll be left is dishwashing. The two ran hand in hand chatting. I want chicken breast later. And potato chips and Coke. Your treat. To make Yao Yao happy, Zhang Yu immediately agreed, okay, anything for you. Half a month later in the fleeing zone, Zhang Yu was trying to chase down an aberrant. What are you running for? Weren't you so cocky when you were bullying me at the start? I told you before, don't act so high and mighty out here. It's hard to survive. And then he smirked calculatingly. Did you think you could escape? Without a second's thought, Zhang Yu quickly activated his mark. He gathered momentum and leaped high, then attacked the aberrant from behind. That power directly held its head tight. From there, Zhang Yu charged forward like a god. At this time, in the monitoring room of the fleeing zone, Chang'an shouted in alarm. Oh no, that kid is going to kill that aberrant! Get that aberrant out of there immediately. Training ends here. After the training session ended, he specially praised Zhang Yu. You little brat, you've improved again. After just half a month of training, almost none of the Tier 2 aberrants in the fleeing zone are a match for you. Now I'm starting to suspect, did you awaken the shadow pupil ability? Or some kind of the more you fight, the stronger you get skill? Zhang Yu gave a slight forced smile, hinting Uncle Song. After all, you can't compare the physiques of different people. His way of responding made Chang'an a bit dissatisfied. Don't think you can get cocky just because you have a little strength. Interested in joining a mission? Besides teaching us instructors, also have to carry out organization missions. Some are in the real world, some in the shadow dimension. Want to try it out? Hearing this, Zhang Yu quickly closed his eyes and calculated. I still can't reveal Shadow Devour. If I go with them, I can only kill aberrants. I can't eat them. I'm not going to be a charity case. And so he flatly refused. Waste of time, not going. At this, he scratched his neck, trying to lure the fish to the hook. I was going to say, if you perform well on the mission, I could apply for a certificate for you. No need to stay in the special training camp all the time. Hearing this, Zhang Yu decisively placed his water bottle on the table. Then he stood at attention and declared, deal. A second later, they were both on a bus. Standing before quite a few people, Zhang Yu was a bit confused. Uncle Song, this is before he could finish. Ching-an immediately introduced them. The students joining us on this mission. Glancing over the group, Zhang Yu immediately saw a familiar face. Hey, senior! You look familiar. Seeing him, she didn't bother hiding it anymore. My name is Yang Zi. This is the 5th time you've asked. Is my name that hard to remember? Being called out on the spot, Zhang Yu awkwardly scratched his head. So sorry. You were wearing different clothes, so I almost didn't recognize you. I mean, you not in a uniform. A nurse in casual clothes is also very beautiful. Seeing his relentless flattery, Ching-an got goosebumps. All right, cut the chatter. Get to your seats. I have something to say. Once everyone was seated properly, he got straight to the point. In the shadow dimension near West Yunhai's Sector 2, there are traces of bloodkin activity. It has caused a certain number of casualties. The enemy is early stage Tier 2, with a few Tier 1 subordinates. This mission is to eliminate this completely fallen, mutated being with blood system abilities. As soon as he finished, they all responded in unison. Roger. Half an hour later, the convoy was still moving. By now, Zhang Yu was exhausted and had fallen asleep on Yang Zi's shoulder. Yang Zi blushed, embarrassed and confused. This little brat, I don't know what he did last night, to be sleeping like this now. Not only that, he was even drooling on her shirt in his sleep. Suddenly, Ching-an shouted loudly, We're at the station. Everyone get ready to get off. Zhang Yu quickly woke up as if he had never been asleep. Looking at Yang Zi's outfit, Zhang Yu felt a sense of shame. How could I drool on someone else? And so he took a tissue and wiped it for her. Sorry. I was too tired from training yesterday. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I got sleepy as soon as I got on the bus. Let me clean that for you. Yang Zi looked down, helpless. Then she loudly demanded, Don't move, or I'll text Yao Yao right now. Hitting his weak spot, Zhang Yu exclaimed to himself, Oh my god, how does she have Yao Yao's contact info? He held out the tissue while looking up. I've cleaned the top part for you. The bottom part you'll have to wipe yourself. Yang Zi was speechless with anger. Shut your mouth. Seeing them bickering endlessly, Ching-an shouted loudly, Zhang Yu, Yang Zi, get off the bus. As soon as they got off, he gave detailed instructions. Everyone the probe. Detected the bloodkin in this neighborhood. Don't get left behind. Wild aberrants are very brutal. If I don't get there in time... Before he could finish, Zhang Yu quickly interrupted. Then we'll be captured by the bloodkin and sucked dry. However, Yang Zi didn't seem to think so. That won't happen. This aberrant industry is also very competitive now. When they catch prey, they don't suck it dry immediately. They'll play with it slowly, draining the prey. That's right, so now is the time to test what we've learned at the academy. I'll be wearing a camera to record everyone's performance. Good luck. The next second, Zhang Yu was spacing out, walking and thinking. This neighborhood isn't big, but it's not small either. Which room on which floor will the bloodkin be in? Seeing him like this, Ching-an secretly rejoiced. This kid Zhang Yu seems very excited. His hands have definitely been stained with blood before. I wouldn't mistake that kind of aura. The next second, he frowned and pursed his lips. It usually takes a year to go from Tier 1 to Tier 2. That is to say, when Zhang Yu was 16, General Li had already arranged for him to enter the shadow dimension to hunt. Aberrants. That's truly ruthless, isn't he afraid? His body wouldn't be able to resist the corruption. Although reaching Tier 2 at 17 is very rare, it's not unheard of. General Fang entered Tier 2. His combat power is unmatched, much stronger than the seniors before him. I don't know if Zhang Yu can make it that far. After walking for a bit, he saw an aberrant right in front of him. Over there, witnessing the scene before him, he deduced, a Tier 1 bloodkin has appeared, so the Tier 2 must be nearby. Without a second thought, he rushed forward to deal with it. Gotcha. At the same time, another aberrant suddenly appeared from behind. It immediately launched a move sending Zhang Yu flying. He tried his best to block each wave of power. Seeing this, Qing'an couldn't just stand by. He actively assisted. The Tier 2 is for me and Zhang Yu. The rest of the Tier 1s you three handle them. Hearing this, the three of them immediately complied. Before charging in, Qing'an turned his head to remind Yangzi, "You're a medical student. You're not suited for combat. Find a place and hide first." As soon as he finished speaking, an aberrant appeared out of nowhere and targeted her. Faced with this situation, Yangzi was not afraid at all. She even reached out and grabbed its head. Her entire body emitted an unbelievably terrifying power. Even more frightening, Yangzi devoured the aberrant herself. Despite this, her expression remained extremely calm, resolved. A second later, Yangzi slowly retracted the aberrant now nestled in her palm. Then she carefully placed it in a secret container. At the same time, Zhang Yu returned and witnessed the entire thing. "What the what? Where did my gentle nurse go?" Seeing him stunned, Yangzi asked softly, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yu forced a smile and asked, "Are you full?" She didn't hesitate to ask, "Then how about one more?" At that, he immediately agreed, "Okay." Following that, curiosity began to stir within Zhang Yu. "Sister Yang, what is your ability?" She answered frankly, "A branch of Eater of Realities, Swallow." Hearing this name, Zhang Yu, on the contrary, became quite excited. Does that mean any part can turn into a tentacle? His expression suddenly became much more animated. Eagle catching a rabbit, octopus wrapping a pillar. Oh my god. Her ability isn't exactly normal, but it's very exciting, so can I touch it? However, Yangzi crossed her arms and refused coldly no. Zhang Yu was still persistent. "Then just let me look." This annoyed her even more. "You're such a pervert. Do you want me to report you?" For harassment to the special training camp. Seeing Yangzi being so bossy, Zhang Yu decided to show off his connections. "Report me. My uncle is..." Before he could finish, she already knew everything. "Your uncle is a Tier 5 battle general. Your father-in-law is the current inspector. So you still want to use your connections to pressure me?" The way Yangzi was so headstrong made Zhang Yu even more worried. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Damn. How come my villain catchphrase is something everyone seems to know? With that, he stared at her potentially magical hands. In the end, Yangzi could only relent. "Fine, forget it. If you want to look, then look. After you're done looking, you'll probably remember my name, right?" A moment later, she asked softly, "My mutated form is ugly. Very scary, right?" However, he was completely fascinated. Very good, very good. Flexible and agile. Tentacle girls are also very cute. Receiving an unexpected answer, Yangzi couldn't help but be startled. "Cute from the time I started mutating until now. Everyone else has been too scared to even get close." He's the first person to call it cute. Zhang Yu was even drooling with excitement. "That's right, I really think it's very cute. Plus your tentacles reacted when they saw me." Just as he was about to touch them, she quickly retracted everything. "I'm warning you, don't cross the line." Yangzi's heart began to guard against him. "I originally thought this kid could reluctantly be considered a good person. Now it seems he's clearly a pervert." Not stopping, Zhang Yu continued to find ways to tease her. "What are you thinking?" "The reaction I was talking about wasn't down there. It was up here." The next second, he thought silently. "I don't know what happened to my shadow kin persona, but it's giving me an indescribable urge. I want to enter the shadow state and then beat the mutated Yangzi to death." As he thought, he stared at her body. Could it be that the relationship between shadowkin and eaterkin is the same? As shadow and pupil conflicted, the tangled web of relationships between the species in the abyss. I'm afraid I'll have to absorb a few more persona fragments to figure out the inside story. Not long after, Qing'an had single-handedly dealt with both aberrants. "Xiaoyang, clean this up a bit. This mission is pretty much complete." As soon as he saw Zhang Yu, he offered a question. "Why do you still have one of them?" But he had a more unique approach. "Aren't we supposed to leave one alive to turn in? It only has 4% health. It can probably last for half an hour. After all, fresh is better than dead." Hearing this, Qing'an held his head in his hands, helpless. "You kid, have you been playing too many video games? What's this about 4% health? You say it like you can see it. Hurry up and get rid of it. We should be heading back." But the things these bloodkin have gone through are really something. They opened a restaurant and provoked a scavenger. Their shop was destroyed and they were threatened. The owner couldn't take it and chose to seek revenge, falling and mutating into a bloodkin. After it was over, their hearts were a bit uneasy. Revenge was served, but it also implicated countless innocent people. Suddenly, Zhang Yu paused as if he had detected something unusual. From the rooftop, he sensed a shadow flash by. An aberrant or a scavenger from over 100 meters away looking in this direction. Was it a coincidence or have they been watching all along? Ching-an continued to speak. After all, when ordinary people face supernaturals, most will be cowardly. At that time, if a power is placed before them, most people can't refuse it. Perhaps taking one step forward is the abyss. That thing was a purple zealot aberrant. It stood towering over the blue aberrant. Having just fainted, it approached and cried with sorrow. After that, the purple aberrant dropped a drop of blood into the blue aberrant's mouth. It immediately woke up and cried out loudly. In an instant, Zhang Yu appeared and dealt with them one by one. He grabbed the purple aberrant tightly and declared, "There's still one fish that got away." Zhang Yu's gaze was extremely resolute as the enemy vanished. At this moment, the purple aberrant roared in pain. Seeing how they treated each other, Zhang Yu secretly realized she actually gave her blood. She could even give half her blood. It's very clear these two are a married couple. Both lost control and became aberrants. Even though its hand was caught, the purple aberrant still struggled to rise and fight back. That truly surprised him. While hitting it, he glanced at the blue aberrant and thought, no matter how much they suffered before, in their current state they can't be let go to continue, killing ordinary people. After thinking it through, he began to channel power from his legs, agile and firm. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Yu unleashed a dazzling power. By now, the purple aberrant was exhausted, but it wasn't truly dead yet. Its health bar was still at 10%. Looks like I need to add one more punch. As soon as he said it, he delivered a devastating punch, sending it flying 1,000 meters. Witnessing the corpse, Zhang Yu sent a few words. "Rest in peace." At that moment, the excruciating pain truly tore through the purple aberrant. His eyes were incredibly determined at that moment. I have never doubted my beliefs and pursuits, but the moment she reached out her hand, it seemed she was just like a human. Besides that, Zhang Yu felt a slight pang of guilt. If I were to ruthlessly kill her, I would be no different from a monster. He looked at his hands and began to hesitate. What is truly right? Seeing him hesitate endlessly, Ching-an gently reminded him, "Zhang Yu, it is already an aberrant. Whether it's a wild aberrant or an aberrant transformed from a fallen human, the mutation is irreversible." After hearing this, he pondered every word. That's right, the mutation is irreversible. And so he personally dealt with the remains. Therefore, one cannot be merciful to aberrants. Otherwise, humanity will be in danger. Zhang Yu gradually became worried about the future. But what if in the future the one who mutates is Uncle Lee, or Yao Yao, or even myself? He continued to immerse himself in these unanswered thoughts. What should I do then? The next day, Ching-an and Zhang Yu leisurely walked up the stairs. "I applied for an off-establishment certificate for you. In the future, you can use the identity of a scavenger to log into the organization's internal network and accept Night's Watch missions. I became an off-establishment member." At this moment, he was a bit puzzled. "Does my uncle know?" He recounted the story honestly. This was General Lee's decision, ignoring everyone's opinions. He saw your combat video and wanted to find something for you to do. Hearing this, Zhang Yu smirked internally. "Work? You mean telling me to go everywhere killing aberrants, Uncle Lee? Uncle Lee, aren't you afraid that one day I'll fail miserably? But one must think positively. This is also a good opportunity to train myself. It can also be considered a public path to becoming stronger." A second later, the two officially entered the office. At that time, Ching-an was very diligently instructing Zhang Yu. "Come on, log in with your information, that's right." General Lee said, "If you want to freely enter and exit the training camp, special training, you must complete at least 3 missions a week." Hearing this number, he was a bit worried. 3, that's too many. No matter what he complained about, he couldn't solve it alone. Or you could go and bargain with General Lee yourself. Hearing how tough that sounded, Zhang Yu could only sigh and let it go. Forget it. Following that, Ching-an looked into the distance and instructed, "Next time, you'll be running back and forth between studying at the camp and taking missions on the Yunhai side. Sometimes you'll encounter strays that aren't on the list in the shadow dimension. You can try killing them. That also counts as a mission. Good luck, I have high hopes for you." A moment later, he left in a hurry. "I still have things to do, so I'm heading back to the camp. First, you can wander around on your own, kid." He politely stood to see him off. "Goodbye, Uncle Song." Although Ching-an's introduction was very elaborate, to Zhang Yu it was incredibly simple. "Why do I get the feeling that this certificate is very easy to get? Isn't it that Uncle Lee deliberately found a reason to trick me into doing free missions?" "Right." Suddenly, Deng Ke's loud voice startled him. "Hello, Doctor. Huho's condition has gotten worse. Okay. I just left the Night's Watch organization and used my points to exchange for the medicine. I'll be right there." As soon as he saw him, Zhang Yu immediately recognized him. "Isn't that Deng Ke? But I haven't seen him in over a month. Why does he look so haggard?" Faced with this situation, he felt a little uneasy. Plus, judging from his tone, it sounds like he's in some big trouble. I can't just ignore this. At the very least, he used to be my bro. I have to follow him and see what's up. At this time, Deng Ke had rushed to the hospital. Inside the emergency room, Deng-Hu was in a life-or-death situation. The doctor was trying to administer the medicine into the little girl's body. Deng-Huo's eyes grew more and more dazed, her breathing weaker. At this moment, he brought over a suitcase. As soon as he opened it, a mysterious vial of medicine was lying precariously inside. Seeing it, the doctor was startled and immediately asked, "Where did you get this medicine?" Deng-Ke decisively pleaded with the doctor. "Just see if there's any problem with it." The doctor got straight to the point. "It is indeed the latest blood source vial, but there's something I need to remind you about. Let's talk outside." As soon as they went outside, the doctor confessed, "Your daughter's condition suddenly worsened because the supernatural corruption in her body has malignified. If we had gotten the blood source vial 3 days ago, there might have still been a miracle. But now it's hard to say." Hearing this, Deng-Ke anxiously sought a solution. "Doctor, tell me how much longer can Huo hold on?" The doctor's face darkened, offering his condolences. "About a month." However, he breathed a sigh of relief. "There's still time. Doctor, please, prepare for surgery." At this time, Zhang Yu had found a way to infiltrate. He learned quite a few details. Deng-Hu, age 5, hemafaction syndrome. Reading this, Zhang Yu frowned in confusion. What is this disease? And what's this blood source vial they were talking about? With that, he quickly went online to investigate. It immediately gave a thorough explanation. Hemafaction syndrome is a severe blood system corruption disease. Although the probability of contracting it is very low, once infected by a blood kin, if not purified in time, you will be infected. At that time, the blood will corrode the body like acid, and then turn into the pile of sludge. If detected early, treatment with a blood source vial can still purify it. But most people who test positive for this disease are already in the final stages. As soon as he understood it, he became even more suspicious. Deng-Hu is only 5. Plus, she's always been in the real world. How could she get this kind of disease? Could it be related to the blood kin that have secretly entered the real world, that have been in the news lately? At this time, Deng-Ke was alone making a phone call in the downstairs garden. He growled at the other end of the line. "How many blood source vials do you people have left?" They immediately tried to shirk responsibility. "Please, 1 vial costs 1 million. Plus, the ingredients are rare. If you change the method, you can produce high-quality blood source vials. Why waste time doing this?" As soon as he finished, Deng-Ke got so angry his veins bulged and he yelled, "I asked you how many vials are left." Noticing his aggressive attitude, they were not pleased at all. "Deng-Ke, you'd better know your place. You want the blood source vial, right? Fine, come find me yourself." Ending the call, Deng-Ke clenched his fists, determined. "Huo, Dad will definitely save you. Don't be afraid, even if I have to give up everything." The entire conversation was overheard by Zhang Yu. This made him even more worried. He's going to get a new blood source vial. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Finally, Zhang Yu decided to call for help. "Uncle Lee, my friend's daughter has hemafaction syndrome. Can she be cured with a blood source vial?" Uncle Lee took a puff of his cigarette and answered casually. "Not necessarily. How old is the patient?" He answered honestly, 5 years old. Uncle Lee's answer made him even more desperate. "Then the probability is almost 0. Children's resistance to corruption is extremely poor. If detected early, maybe a vial of blood source would still be useful. But in the final stages, it's almost impossible to save them." Suddenly, Xiao Xiao appeared and softly called Zhang Yu's name. He immediately turned and smiled. "Xiao Xiao." She started a conversation enthusiastically. "Long time no see. Aren't you at the special training camp? Why are you back?" Putting what just happened aside, Zhang Yu decided to have a little chat. "Because I performed well, I got released early. What about you? You're not in school today." She explained excitedly. "A few days ago, I was captured by an aberration. A night watcher saved me. He's badly injured now, so I'm here to visit him. It's only been a month, but you've changed so much. Your aura is completely different." Receiving the compliment, he scratched his head shyly. "It's nothing, really. I think you've changed a lot, too. How have you been lately?" Xiao Xiao looked down dejectedly. "I'm still the same, but seeing you all go to the training camp, while I'm not in danger, I can only be at the mercy of others. Luckily, the Night Watcher saved me. The more I think about it, the more I admire you guys. If only I could become a superhuman too," Zhang Yu replied humbly. "Actually, being a superhuman isn't as good as you think. You could face danger and life's challenges at any moment. Most ordinary people can live a peaceful life. On the other hand, as a superhuman, how many can come out unscathed without any disabilities?" "Huh." She immediately poured out her heart. "No, Zhang Yu, you have talent. You're different. You can't understand the feeling of helplessness when a mortal faces an aberration. That day, if it weren't for the Night Watcher, I would have been swallowed whole in one bite." Suddenly, Zhang Yu sensed danger and took the initiative to protect them. The two of them stared in confusion. "What is that? Why are there aberrations here?" They started running rampant. "Run, help someone, save me." At this moment, the aberration was aiming straight for the two of them. From then on, Zhang Yu became a hero, saving the damsel in distress. "Hide behind me. Don't move." The aberration opened its massive maw, revealing 2 rows of bloody, sharp teeth. Even so, he could still deal with them with ease. Jiang Yu smirked smugly. An ant. A tiny little Tier 1 ant dares to show off in front of me. In a flash, Jiang Yu had taken care of it. A second later, he glanced back and instructed Xiao Xiao, "You stay here, I'll be right back." In other areas, many more aberrations were attacking innocent people. Help! The pleas for help echoed mournfully. No, someone save me. Luckily, Jiang Yu arrived just in time. Die! And then that aberration died right before the civilian's eyes. Not stopping there, Jiang Yu continued to deal with the aberration on the roof of the car. And you two get down here! A moment later, the area was safe again. Not leaving in a hurry, he hesitated, formulating a theory. These 3 bloodworms, I'm afraid they were also transformed from people. This situation has progressed very abnormally. It's normal for 1 or 2 people to become fallen, but for several to appear one after another, it's definitely not a coincidence. A while later, he went in to meet Xiao Xiao. She asked shyly, "See when ordinary people face aberrations? They're this weak." The peace didn't last long. A mournful scream rang out again. At this moment, a civilian was being tortured. So dizzy. Why are my hands so red? My blood is so hot. Hearing that, Jiang Yu took the initiative to step forward and handle the others. Don't get close, everyone spread out. It seems these people have been contaminated by bloodworms. I'm good at killing aberrations, but I don't know the first thing about treating contamination. I can only notify the Night Watch for rescue. Thanks to today's encounter, Xiao Xiao truly admired Jiang Yu. You're so strong now. Thank you for saving me, he replied humbly. We're old classmates, no need to be so polite. You should go home and stock up on supplies. Don't wander around. I have other things to do. We'll see each other again. She immediately agreed, okay. As soon as he said goodbye, he rushed off like a rocket. However, Xiao Xiao still couldn't stop admiring him. Jiang Yu, thank you for once again showing me the strength of a superhuman. Although I'm just a mortal now, I will still look up to you all and help more people. At the same time, the phone in Jiang Yu's pocket suddenly rang. Uncle Lee sent a message asking, "Still alive?" He immediately replied, "Afraid I can't take care of you in your old age anymore." He was still calm. "It's fine, the Night Watch will take care of me." How good this position of mine is, you can't even imagine. Seeing that, Jiang Yu found a way to threaten him. I've screenshotted it. I'm going to report you now. Immediately, Uncle Lee retracted a message and said, "The bloodworm riot near your location has been dealt with by the dispatched personnel. If you're okay, go back to the camp." Jiang Yu suddenly grinned with joy. If that's the case, then I have to take this opportunity to go to the shadow dimension and get some kills. I just killed 3 bloodworms, so that counts as completing 3 weekly missions. Now it's time for some happy hunting. The matter was not over yet. Another aberration was at 20% energy, trying to recover its strength. In an instant, its strength surged to a remarkable 40%. To avoid future consequences, Jiang Yu split it in 2 with a single strike. Faced with such terrifying power, the aberration surely could not resist. His hand was still radiating with blazing energy. I can't believe a Tier 2 bloodworm is this strong. And I managed to kill it in an instant. This feeling is so exhilarating. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Wait, this absorption. Something isn't right. Looking at the object before him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but be stunned, wondering, what is this thing? Faced with the strange object, Jiang Yu struggled but couldn't do anything. That made him feel extremely uncomfortable. What the hell is this? I can't even shake it off. Anxious, Jiang Yu quickly checked the system. Don't tell me I absorbed something bad. The system immediately displayed a series of detailed information. Shadow Form 1. Using this ability reduces the consumption of shadow points in the real world, but in the shadow dimension, shadow points are constantly drained. Replenishing shadow points enhances your self-healing speed. 2. In this state, your aura will be stronger, which can frighten your prey and make them more likely to reveal their weaknesses. 3. This ability is changing. Perhaps it will become stronger. Jiang Yu clutched his head, sweating bullets. What's going on? This system is even setting me up with open-ended questions. Could it be because this is the first time I've absorbed a wild Tier 2 aberration? To avoid wasting time, he quickly made a decision. I'll just find another one and test it out. In a flash, Jiang Yu was sneaking through a pitch-black place. An aberration appeared with a blazing fire. At this moment, he was secretly peeking at it from behind a wall. This chicken is so fat, I was just craving chicken soup. Once again, he suddenly froze as if he had been discovered. And then the aberration chicken saw Jiang Yu directly. He was extremely panicked. An earthquake impossible, this is the shadow dimension. Without a moment's hesitation, it used all its strength to charge and attack Jiang Yu. He hastily jumped up to dodge the blow, pleading, "Hey, don't run." At that moment, Jiang Yu tried to speed up. "Stay put." He had been exerting himself for so long that he couldn't help but break out in a sweat. And then Jiang Yu decided to stop and bravely face the aberration chicken. He alone dared to stand, tall against the dazzling power. Jiang Yu tried to hold on to get through the dangerous phase. Immediately after, blue orbs of light continuously flashed blindingly. However, it still refused to give up. A second later, the power within it erupted more and more. Zhang Yu trembled, speechless. Finally, he realized it was the tide of the shadow dimension. Zhang Yu hurriedly blocked the attack from the Hellfire skeleton, but he was still sent flying by it, unable to defend himself. Zhang Yu crashed into the car on the side of the road before he could stop. The aberration raised its blade again, preparing to attack him. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, his brows furrowed, signaling. Just as the great blade came down, he jumped up to dodge. He used Shadow Assault to attack the skeleton from behind, enraging the fiery aberration. Zhang Yu frowned. Only 7% lost. I clearly hit its weak spot just now. It seems only this bone worm has Tier 3 strength, and its defense is extremely high. If that's the case, then the system announced killing spree initiated, +1 killing intent. +1 killing intent. +1 killing intent. He also attacked relentlessly. Let's see me scrape you to death. The energy gathered and accumulated. Killing intent is full. Initiating slaughter. Zhang Yu watched it warily. You little toy? You think you can sneak attack Big Bro Zhang Di? Unexpectedly, a golden beam shot through his right shoulder, making Zhang Yu cry out in pain and quickly create a protective barrier. He huddled inside, behind the brick wall outside. A giant eye aberration appeared, causing Zhang Yu to gasp in horror. Behind it, another one completely red flew out. A swarm of high-level aberrations suddenly appeared. He frowned and hid. Damn it! So many of them at once. The situation is extremely disadvantageous for me. Besides, the shadow dimension is now extremely unstable because of the tide. Trying to escape will be extremely dangerous. What now? Am I really going to have to solo all the aberrations in the area? Just then a spark of fire ignited from behind. It was the Eternal Torch. When used, it can emit a gentle light that repels shadows. It can be considered a source of good light. Please note, this light has a very strong attraction to aberrations. The price is that the user will consume superhuman energy and stamina to maintain the light source. Zhang Yu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Reinforcements have arrived. He immediately understood. The post-tide operation has begun. The summoned superhumans appeared with great power. The furious monsters, seeing this, continuously growled threateningly. Zhang Yu clenched his fist. That drumming sound. It seems to be able to enhance our combat power and weaken the aberrations. He immediately jumped up and charged towards the monsters. Zhang Yu rushed forward. Gotta take this chance to level up. The aberrations, unafraid, attacked him. But at the same time, 2 nuclear warheads also flew towards them, causing the space to immediately explode. All the aberrations that were hit were sent flying by the flames. Zhang Yu also immediately took the opportunity to strike out with a single blow. He quickly used Shadow Devour to absorb them. The system displayed a notification. Name Armored Bone Species. Bone Species. Tier 2, High Tier. Introduction. Price of Death. Malignant Bone Matter. Price waived. Harvest Shadow Devour. Increase Shadow Point count. Increase Bone Hardness and Strength. This aberration used 195 Shadow Points. Zhang Yu was satisfied. Very good. I'm going to have a feast today. But looking at the army, he felt helpless. Wait, do you really need to send this many at once? But then, countless more artillery shells rained down on the aberrations. It was the superhumans behind them, helping him. Oh my god. The long-range firepower is insane. The brilliant techniques continuously attacked the monsters. They had no way of avoiding the explosive firepower. The powerful superhumans appeared right after, exploding with muscle and charging in to attack. Just by using their bodies, they blocked the aberrations with their bare hands. The giant aberration was controlled by several superhumans, using their muscular strength. One of them even roared, "Smash it!" On the other side, Dong Lai continued to prepare his cannon. He directly launched a barrage of firepower at the aberrations. They, unaware, continued to charge forward. In the next moment, they were blasted by the explosive firepower. He then ordered the Night Watch team to pursue. They charged forward, fighting fiercely. Zhang Yu looked around in amazement. Oh my god! These things. Before I even made a move, they're almost all dead. He was excited. No, it would be a crime against myself to not take this chance to kill Steel. And so Zhang Yu continuously nodded, picking off aberrations like picking fruit. The Night Watchmen were startled and started whispering. Whose subordinate is that? He's so strong. Is he not afraid of paying the price? We can't lose, we'll continue. I'll pay the price to kill the next aberration. A moment later, he used the darkness to devour the aberration corpses. Zhang Yu wiped his sweat. In just half an hour, I've dealt with quite a few. The combat power of the Night Watch is terrifyingly strong. Suddenly he saw a system notification. Name Blood Species. Tier 2, Mid-Tier. Introduction. Price of Death Blood Source Contamination. Price waived. Harvest Shadow Devour. This aberration has used... Zhang Yu stared blankly at the blood vessels connected to himself. Blood source contamination. Just then he heard a medic exclaim in horror, "Hey! Away, get it together, old man! It's blood-type contamination. We need to get him to the hospital immediately." Dong Lai replied immediately. Got it. Notify all squad members to retreat immediately. Two night watchers conveniently grabbed Zhang Yu. "What are you standing there for? The boss gave the order, let's fall back." He looked regretfully at his disappearing shadow points. "But there are still so many aberrations I haven't absorbed. Hundreds of them, that's experience, let me go." The blood-contaminated superhuman was racked with pain. The doctors tried to hold him down. "Quick, get the ventilator. Prepare an intravenous anti-contamination injection. Bring the contamination treatment machine here too." Meanwhile, Zhang Yu silently used his skills to enter the hospital room. He frowned, observing the chaotic treatment scene. Then he silently moved away without anyone noticing. Zhang Yu left the hospital room. "This blood source contamination is stronger than I thought," the Night Watcher, having been through 100 battles, still couldn't withstand it. "It seems the thing on my body is related to blood source contamination. Was it caused by absorbing the bloodworms?" After thinking for a long time without a result, he had to sigh. Zhang Yu looked at the red thread on his hand. "But the system already reminded me that I'm exempt from the price. This blood string, what on earth?" Suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated. A series of aberration notifications appeared. South Lu Street, East District 2. Traces of aberration activity. Proceed there immediately. 20th Street, East District 2 bloodworm. 20th Street, East District 2 bloodworms in the building. 20th Street, East District 2. Several bloodworms suddenly attacked passers-by. He jumped in shock. What's going on? Why are there so many bloodworms all of a sudden? The government announced, "Attention superhumans. Currently a large number of bloodworms have appeared in East District 2, and contamination phenomena. Blood system. The situation is extremely urgent. Furthermore, this blood system contamination can be latent. The risk of spreading the contamination is high. After an emergency meeting, East District 2 is now under lockdown." These words made Zhang Yu's jaw drop. He thought anxiously. A lockdown for a normal incident? They would just send the night watch and scavengers. Why the need for a lock? In the distance, the sky was constantly shaking. Zhang Yu was worried. What on earth happened in East District 2? An announcement played throughout the streets. "Attention residents of Yunhai Settlement. Attention Yunhai. Traces of aberration activity have been detected. In East District 2, all city residents please go indoors. Do not stay outside for extended periods. All entertainment venues are to cease operations immediately." On the other side, in East District 2, Deng Ke was fighting intensely. Looking at the two Phoenix-controlling aberrations, he thought, "This time I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape this calamity." Just when he thought he was going to die at their hands, Zhang Yu appeared and blocked the fatal blow. He turned back and asked, "Deng Ke, are you okay?" Seeing who it was, he cried out with joy, "Brother Wanderer, are you injured?" Zhang Yu only just realized. "A lot of things happened on the way here, but I'm fine." "But why are you here?" Deng Ke laughed and explained, "To make money, of course. I want to make a lot this time." But Zhang Yu exposed him, "It's for your daughter, right?" Hearing that Deng Ke's face suddenly turned pale, Zhang Yu asked, "Your daughter has been contaminated by a blood source, hasn't she?" Deng Ke looked at Zhang Yu in surprise. "How did you know?" He asked about the little girl's condition. "How is she now?" He explained, "She's fine. She had surgery to remove the contamination. But in order to get the blood source medicine, I basically went bankrupt." Zhang Yu frowned. "So you risked coming here to make money?" Deng Ke shrugged. "I have no choice. I have to support my family. My usual salary is not enough." He placed a hand on his shoulder. "Go back." He didn't understand. "Huh." Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Don't make your daughter worry. I'll give you a share of the money I make from hunting today." Deng Ke was stunned. "Brother Wanderer, He fought back his touched tears. Then he turned to leave. "All right. Then I'll head back first. You be careful." Zhang Yu said boastfully, "Relax. You know how strong I am." Only when he saw the man was truly gone did he clutch his back. "Ow, ow, ow." My wound reopened. "I can't go back to the shadow dimension for now." "What a headache. I've absorbed so many bloodworms." And the system still hasn't reacted. A voice flashed through his mind, "Rations." Zhang Yu came to his senses. "What rations? What's that?" He turned to look at the aberration he had just defeated. Could it be? And so Zhang Yu actually opened his mouth and took a bite. Then he successfully spat out a broken tooth. "Ow, what the? How is this blood chicken's feathers as hard as iron? How is this supposed to work?" He jumped up in frustration. "Damn it! I'll smash you!" One strike pierced through the aberration's body. The energy from its body was easily absorbed by Zhang Yu, quickly restoring his health bar to 100%. Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction. "Absolutely delicious." Zhang Yu stretched refreshingly. "So rations meant this, absorb the blood of bloodworms to heal. So I have a way to heal in the real world now, which makes up for the weakness of the shadow form. I'll find a few more bloodworms and try it out. Maybe I can even awaken a stronger ability." Just then the phone suddenly rang. Seeing who was calling, he answered Uncle Lee. "What's up, you need something?" Jun Guang roared in anger. "So you're not even picking up my calls anymore? I was about to send someone to pick up your corpse. Are you in East District 2 right now? Get back here immediately." Zhang Yu lied smoothly. "No, I'm eating out. I'm not in East District 2. He didn't fall for it. Who are you trying to fool? This blood system contamination is very unusual. It's not something you should be messing with. Listen carefully. The blood system contamination brought by the bloodworms. This time even Tier 3 superhumans can't withstand it. Those with severe conditions will have blood-colored patterns appear on their bodies and can lose control and turn into an aberration at any time. He quickly replied, yes, I know. This entire area has fallen. This blood source contamination will probably sneak into the crowd very soon. Right, based on the number of infected people. It's probably been around for over half a month. After such a long time, it's only concentrated in East District 2. And it's all at the same time. Uncle Lee, don't you think this is very strange? Junguang paused for a moment after hearing his presentation. Then he said bluntly, don't try to get information out of me. This isn't your business. Zhang Yu quickly asked, wait, one last question. Among the cases of blood source contamination treatment, is there someone named Deng Ke? He frowned and checked. Deng Ke no, but his daughter is on the list. Moreover, she's one of the 3 most severe cases. Why are you asking this? But as soon as he asked, there was no reply, because his phone had fallen to the ground. Zhang Yu. Hello, Zhang Yu. He was being forced to use the shadow form. Zhang Yu immediately sensed danger. A swarm of aberrations appeared before him again. Startled, he quickly backed away to keep his distance. He frowned, calculating. This feeling, it's like the feeling of being targeted back in the nest. I'm being targeted by bloodworms again this time. Could it be that shadow and blood are mortals' enemies? Zhang Yu heard the whispers again. Blood contamination, blood pattern, shard, separated, rations. Zhang Yu frowned, looking at them. Separated blood pattern rations. Could it be that bloodworms are the food of the shadow in the abyss? He only saw all 3 of them charge at him at once. He quickly jumped up to dodge. Damn! These food items want to rebel. The leader of the 3 swung its tentacles. Zhang Yu, being sharp, immediately sensed it. Luckily, he managed to turn into a shadow and hide underground in time. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. I'll lure you away first and then take you down one by one. With that thought, he reappeared in front of the aberrations. Then he nimbly leaped into the air. He somersaulted lightly, passing over the aberrations, and landed steadily on the ground not far away. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got up, he saw guns pointed at him. Friendly, don't shoot. Despite this, they still fired continuously at Zhang Yu. But it turned out they were shooting at the aberrations chasing him. Only then did Zhang Yu dare to look up at them. One of them approached and asked, "Are you okay?" An entire army had appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Yu looked at them in amazement. That's a Tier 4 Night Watcher. I can't believe the regular army is here this time. Time to go to bed. There's nothing for me to do here anymore. The tanks dispatched by the army were also clearing out the aberrations, making them scatter like headless ants. A series of explosions rocked the entire area, until the whole night had passed and the sun rose. An announcement rang out. Residents, please rest assured. The aberrations have been dealt with. East District 2 of Yunhai is now safe. Please remain calm and do not panic. Zhang Yu returned to the Yunhai University Library. He tossed the book and overview of abyss races onto the table. Finally found it. This time I have to figure out the relationships between the aberrations in the abyss, and see just how many mortal enemies the shadow has. The book stated, the abyss another dimension. Unlike our blue star, its social structure and races are all extremely special existences. The author has read numerous documents and combined them with personal experience of personally entering the abyss to write this book. To simply describe the composition of the creatures in the abyss by Jun Guang, Zhang Yu was a little surprised. This book was written by Uncle Lee. He described the abyss. There's not just no sun there. On the contrary, there are 3 suns in the sky. The abyss is filled with thick contamination everywhere. Superhumans below Tier 3 or with willpower below Level 4, entering means you're not far from death. Aberration. Living there will gradually form developmental relationships based on class. Each bloodline and attribute is a large clan. Among the clans, there are many relationships like dependency, alliance, and sworn. He exclaimed, so even aberrations have alliances? So maybe the shadow has some too. Zhang Yu continued reading. The high-tier races in the abyss are extremely large in size. They usually have no special abilities. Their bodies alone are enough to cause chaos. Their young can often reach the height of 3 to 5 stories. Their numbers are extremely small. Because of their size, it's very difficult for them to squeeze through the rifts to reach Blue Star. He frowned and mumbled, if this thing really came to the real world, I'm afraid only Ultraman could deal with it. He flipped through the book for a while, then suddenly stopped. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, looking closer. He stared at the picture in shock. Did Uncle Lee write this wrong? Why are there beautiful women? In a book about aberrations, what does this mean? It turned out to be the succubus species, a mid-tier race in the abyss. They rely on their innate seductive abilities to survive. Their combat power is quite weak. In terms of combat prowess, they might not even compare to some low-tier species. The succubus species is almost human-like and possesses high intelligence. They can, through certain means, infiltrate human society and get close to high-ranking figures. He was shocked. So this is also an aberration disguised to infiltrate the higher-ups. This aberration is truly dangerous. If I encounter this succubus species in the future, I must take them down by any means necessary. Then Zhang Yu summarized bone species, a mid-tier race of the abyss that uses bones as the source of its power, grudge species, a low-tier race that feeds on resentment. Their combat power is very weak. Interesting, there's a grudge species too. Does that mean there's a sword species and a beast species too? Suddenly, he read a crucial piece of information. It was about the shadow species, also known as the shadow demon species. They are the highest-ranking species in the abyss, with the potential to become one of the 3 strongest races in the abyss, along with the ancient demon species and the soul demon species. Compared to other races, the shadow species will develop many other clans as their subordinates, practicing class domination, just like our human society. Zhang Yu couldn't help but be amazed. Damn, so the shadow species is like a demon lord in the abyss. I thought this species was just good at being assassins and sneak attacks. But the book also said, however, for some unknown reason, the shadow species collapsed overnight. According to the author's understanding, the shadow species treated its subordinates as objects of random slaughter, even if it didn't disintegrate on its own, under such oppressive rule, for a long time. Sooner or later there's a chance they'll be ganged up on by other aberrations to overthrow the tyrannical shadow species. Reading this, he shuddered and threw the book on the table. His face was pale as he realized, no way. If that's the case, then the shadow species has no allies in the abyss. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. Only mortal enemies. Zhang Yu leaned back tiredly in his chair. The shadow species created a mess back in the day, and now it's all on me. That's so unlucky. But the fact that they're targeting me also proves that they're still wary of me, afraid that one day I'll grow up. He mumbled narcissistically. Maybe one day I can be like the shadow species of old, a returning king the moment I appear. At that time, I'll sweep through the abyss and make a bunch of succubi my servants. Just thinking about it is exciting. Just then, someone reminded him, student in the library. Don't speak so loudly. Zhang Yu jumped and turned around. Sorry, teacher. Su Qianyang teased. You're just like your Uncle Lee. Sometimes you'll just laugh foolishly to yourself. Zhang Yu was a little surprised. Teacher, you know Uncle Lee. He reminded him, keep your voice down, Jun Guang was my student before. He immediately tried to cozy up to him, asking, is that so? Then Teacher Su is practically a half-acquaintance of mine. If that's the case, I'm not in a hurry. Then regarding the true history you mentioned last time, Jian Yang interrupted, not now. When you reach Tier 3, you'll understand on your own. Zhang Yu quickly asked, so how do I get to Tier 3? Are there any tricks? He explained, I've said before that fear isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, the more the better, because that is the process of condensing supernatural power. It's also a necessary condition to reach Tier 3. If you feel fear after reaching Tier 3, and your will crumbles, the power in your chest will also disappear. After that, taking another step forward will be even more difficult. He was stunned, a fear growing in his heart. Then I'm screwed. A guy like me, born without a fear in the world, and I even have some twisted thoughts about aberrance. Doesn't that mean I'll never be able to reach Tier 3? Kai Yang shook his head as he left. All right, don't overthink it. If you have any problems later, you can come to me anytime. Zhang Yu could only reply, yes, thank you, Teacher Su. But then he suddenly paused. Oh, right. Just a little reminder for you. At the end of the month, the special training camp has an exam. You should prepare carefully. Zhang Yu froze, remembering. The end-of-month exam? Crap, isn't that the day after tomorrow? And so he was forced to take the exam. Zhang Yu tried to calm himself. Don't be scared. Even though I suck at math, literature, and foreign languages, my knowledge of supernaturals is not bad at all. As soon as the bell rang, signaling the start of the test, he calmly flipped over the paper on his desk. Then his eyes widened in shock at the content. It just asked for the full name of the teacher of the basic supernaturals class. A. Jiangsan B. Li C. Wang Wu Di Zhao Liu. Zhang Yu was stunned. What the hell kind of question is this? Zhang Yu held his head. Even though this is supposed to be a freebie question, I really don't remember any of those teachers' names. Forget it. I'll just leave this one blank. Next question. But then, he was helpless. Looks like I don't know the next one either. All theory questions. Question 3. What laws and regulations must supernaturals abide by? Question 4. What are the costs of killing a soulkin? And what are the emergency treatments? Question 5. What are the common weapons and equipment used by supernaturals? Finally, Zhang Yu gave up. Forget it. I'll leave it to fate. Amen. Suddenly, he saw the next section was a short answer question. The prompt described, Question 1, you are at home. Suddenly, there is a very strong knock on the door. You observe that there is a bone worm outside. Tier 1 mid-rank. You don't know if it has detected you or not. Relating to yourself, what do you think is the best way to handle this? Question 2 at the beginning. Entering the supernatural world. Tier 1 is just a process of adapting to one's abilities. But everyone's abilities are different, and many people have no abilities at all. Relating to yourself, what do you think is the most appropriate way to train your own abilities? Train abilities. Question 3, an unavoidable part of being a supernatural is contact with aberrants and their corruption. How do you think one can avoid being corrupted or minimize the damage of corruption to the body? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. These questions are all about real-life experience. I'm good at this. As he worked and thought, there's still the final essay question. Oh my God. This test was totally made for me. By the time the test was over, it was already noon. Yao Yao looked at him excitedly and asked, "Judging by your look, it seems the test went well, Yao Yao." You affirmed, "Of course, I'm not saying I'll get a high score, but I'm sure I'll pass this time." She reminded him, "Keep dreaming. You always feel great after every test, but when the results come out, they're always terrible." He didn't believe her and turned his head. "What? When it comes to killing aberrants, I have a thing or two to say. There's definitely no problem this time." Yao Ma was helpless. "All right. I hope I've really underestimated you." "Oh, right. Did you see Xiao Xiao when you went back to Yunhai?" Zhang Yu nodded. "Did she tell you?" Her face turned slightly red. "She said you've changed a lot recently. She almost didn't recognize you. She even scanned him and said, a big change. Or should I say Zhang Yu looks really tasty right now." He smirked proudly. "A little change is normal. But this best friend of yours has changed even more than me." Yao Ma was surprised. "Changed? What kind of change?" Zhang Yu answered evasively. "Just a bit unusual." She chased after him in a panic. "How is she unusual? Explain it clearly." He teased her, "Go ask her yourself," which made Yao Yao pout. At this moment in the grading room, the examiner was extremely annoyed. Zhang Yu's answers were as follows. Question 1, you are at home. Suddenly there is a very strong knock on the door. You observe that there is a bone worm outside. Tier 1 mid-rank. You don't know if it has detected you or not. Relating to yourself, what do you think is the best way to handle this? Answer: open the door and rip its head off. Question 2. At the beginning of entering the supernatural world, Tier 1 is just a process of adapting to one's abilities, and everyone's abilities are different. And there are many people who have no abilities. Relating to yourself, what do you think is the most suitable way to train your own abilities? Train abilities. Answer: get stronger by killing aberrants while hunting. Question 3, an unavoidable part of becoming a supernatural is contact with aberrants and their corruption. How do you think one can avoid being corrupted or minimize the damage of corruption to the body? Answer: don't become a supernatural. The examiner kept marking things wrong, muttering, guessing C for everything is one thing. But the short answer questions are just nonsense. Even his essay was just a series of boasts. The man in charge, Qing'an, gritted his teeth. Zhang Yu! Zhang Yu entered. He saw Qing'an glaring at him angrily. He asked sternly, do you know why I called you here? He asked, surprised and confused, why? Qing'an threw a notebook on the table and scolded him harshly. You really have the guts to write this? What is this nonsense? What if someone else saw this? He criticized him severely. You don't know any theoretical knowledge, and your short answers are no good either. Zhang Yu scratched his head trying to justify his actions. But I was just telling the truth. I'm already Tier 2. He confidently and decisively mentioned practical combat. When I see an aberrant, of course, I'm going to charge right in. Hearing this, Qing'an flew into a rage and questioned him. So you think that because you're Tier 2, you don't need to learn this theoretical knowledge anymore, right? Dealing with aberrants just relies on strength, right? Zhang Yu didn't flinch and presented his argument logically. Theoretical knowledge, in the end, has to be applied in practice. So the most important thing is still practical combat. He was so angry he climbed onto the table. Qing'an smirked mysteriously and challenged him. Is that so? If you value practical combat so much, then let's have a practical combat test. His face changed color. Stunned, and he stammered. You're not planning on beating me up, are you? He waved his hand, turned around, and beckoned. Don't worry, it's not me. Zhang Yu was confused and curious. Then who is it? Qing'an winked mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Then the two of them moved to the training room. Standing before the unfamiliar room, Zhang Yu asked, bewildered, where is this place? My body feels so heavy. He smiled brightly and explained, of course it's heavy. This is the closed-off area, the place where the advanced class students train their supernatural physique. There's a special forbidden object here that maintains a high-intensity pressure that it emits. Many second-year students fail at this stage. The repeat rate is double. He was surprised and skeptical of the answer. The repeat rate is only double. I think it should be a high class-wide failure rate. The two walked inside, neither fast nor slow. Here they encountered a sturdy back on the platform. Qing'an grinned and pointed decisively. Go on. Your opponent today is him. Hearing this, Zhang Yu quickly moved into the arena. He stood respectfully at attention and greeted, hello, instructor. Shangyang silently smiled and turned his head. As soon as their eyes met, Zhang Yu's mind suddenly went blank. What is this? Just one look. And my mind is a blank. He gritted his teeth, a strange feeling flashing through him. The strength in my whole body is out of control. Could I be affected by his power? Zhang Yu was shocked, recalling a memory. Wait, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He recalled that moment bewildered. At that time, he shattered the training ground with just one palm strike. Zhang Yu blankly came to a realization. That's right. That video also said that. This young man broke Uncle Lee's record. Looking at his imposing figure and heroic aura, he discovered the famous legendary alias, 29 years old. The youngest battle general in history. Also the 5th current battle general. Zhang Yu was dumbfounded by the news. My opponent is actually the current battle general of Dazhou. Instantly, he felt extreme terror. Just one look. And the power in my body is like a horse that's lost its reins. Uncontrollable. If we really fight... Zhang Yu frowned, startled thanks to his keen intuition. Without another word, he landed a furious kick on him. Zhang Yu injured, grimaced, and spat out blood. In just an instant, he was sent flying high up. Before he could recover, Zhang Yang continued to raise his fist. In this life-or-death situation, Zhang Yu had gotten used to the rhythm and dodged flexibly. He quickly jumped back to create distance. Zhang Yu wiped the blood from his nose and was indignant at the disrespectful action. You didn't even bother with a greeting and just started fighting. If I hadn't dodged that last hit, I'd probably be in the hospital for a month. Although danger was lurking, he unconsciously felt extremely excited. His blood boiled. Activate 100 battles. But that was also really exciting. Being able to fight a battle general of Dazhou, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without further delay, he closed in and threw a powerful punch. Zhang Yu calmly and skillfully dodged. He predicted the move and quickly jumped up high. Guessing correctly, Xiang Yang turned to prepare a hook. In a tense moment, Zhang Yu dodged and analyzed his opponent. It's doable. Although he's fast and strong, his moves are very simple. Feeling underestimated, he narrowed his eyes, making them glow red. Instantly, he was suddenly rooted to the spot. His body was completely immobile. Xiang Yang landed a powerful blow squarely on his head. Seeing him injured, Qing An yelled in panic, Zhang Yu! He quickly covered his head with both hands and confidently reassured, Don't worry, I'm not gonna die. I figured it out. At this moment, he spoke in a low, indifferent voice. It seems Tier 1 power can't do anything to you. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was stunned and asked, What Tier 1? Xiang Yang, full of fighting spirit, decisively increased his power. Then let's try Tier 2. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his power, pinning him down. Seeing the oppressive aura on his shoulders, Zhang Yu was startled and panicked. As he endured it, he marveled inwardly. So heavy, he's so thin, but his strength is astonishing. Zhang Yu analyzed thoughtfully. Plus, it looks like he's not even trying. It seems he wasn't bluffing before. He really was only using Tier 1 power. Then, without further waiting, Xiang Yang kicked him into a corner. Zhang Yu immediately slammed into the wall in front of him. He sat miserably on the floor. Just then, Qing An turned to him dissatisfied. When you strike, you really don't hold back at all. What if you killed him? He rubbed his knuckles and replied coldly, I was holding back, he's just too weak. Xiang Yang glanced over and expressed his immense disappointment. I heard a little prodigy appeared in Yunhai. Not even 18 and already mastered entry, so I came to see for myself. It seems my expectations were too high. He shrugged and stated mildly, You can't hold him to your standards. This kid's aptitude is good. He just needs time to be polished. He didn't care and flatly dismissed it. Then you can slowly polish him. I'm leaving, Qing An suddenly asked, You're heading back so soon? Xiang Yang calmly stated his schedule. After I visit an old friend, I'll be back in Beidou by the day after tomorrow at the latest. He waved his hand and gave a sincere reminder. As for that little prodigy, you'd better not get your hopes up too high. At this, Zhang Yu angrily puffed out his chest and challenged him. Done and wanna run, he pouted, unable to muster any strength. He turned his head back in surprise and called, Zhang Yu. He was stubborn and refused to back down. You can go. Zhang Yu clenched his fist and declared his condition forcefully. But first, you have to take a punch from me. In an instant, as he threw his punch, Xiang Yang casually blocked it. Zhang Yu stubbornly pushed harder. He noticed his stubbornness and frowned. Xiang Yang didn't want to struggle. He directly pinned Zhang Yu down. He was being sat on, struggling and pouting like a child. Damn it again. I don't believe I can't beat you. Witnessing this precious persistence, Xiang Yang cautiously extended an invitation. Do you want to come to Beidou with me? He gently and slowly helped him up. Zhang Yu asked doubtfully, Go to Beidou? Xiang Yang whispered softly and caringly, You're about to go to college. Beidou and Dongyang are both good choices. As it happens, I'm taking a post in Beidou. It'll be convenient to look after you. Zhang Yu frowned, wondering to himself. We just met for the first time. We're not friends or anything. This kind of backdoor entry is a bit too casual. He reminisced, a mix of gratitude on his resolute face. I was Battle General Lee's student 7 years ago. I almost fell into the abyss. At that time, because I was abnormally infected, I lost all my abilities. Luckily, Battle General Lee pulled me back. He smiled, secretly admiring him. Uncle Lee, oh Uncle Lee. I couldn't carry on your legacy in my past life. But in this life, you could say you've let me. Experience this feeling. Jiang Yu pondered the past incident. Like 7 years ago, it coincided with the Changming Containment Zone riot. Uncle Lee was sent on a mission. When he came back, he'd lost an arm. Uncle Song also said before that Uncle Lee made a huge mistake back then. That must have something to do with this. Xiang Yang instructed gently and warmly. You don't need to give me an answer right away. After all the content of the special training camp, you still haven't gotten used to it. Suddenly going to Beidou, you'll easily be criticized by others. Battle General Lee's old enemies are still waiting for an opportunity to catch him making a mistake. Hearing this, Jiang Yu understood. He blamed himself and hesitantly agreed. Oh my God, how could I forget Uncle Lee's personality? He easily offends people. If I go to Beidou, won't people try to jump me? He laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, you won't die. You have a lot of talent in this area. You must train hard. I'll come to check on your progress in 2 months. Jiang Yu, as if a weight had been lifted, nodded in agreement. Okay, bro. Xiang Yang. He secretly admired him. A month ago, he just grasped entry. Now he's already formed his own unique stance. If he can be polished well, in the future he might not be inferior to me. After he left, he quickly checked the information panel. As soon as he opened it, Xiang Yang saw the shocking content. Name Jiang Yu, age 17. Willpower level yellow. Rank unknown. Suspected to be tier 8. Ability shadow pupil suspected. Introduction. Adopted by Li Sungguang from the battlefield. Biological parents unknown. After entering the special training camp, he displayed tier 2 abilities. Within half a month, he mastered the entry skill and formed his own unique stance. Potential battle general candidate. He assessed excitedly. This kid's intro needs an update. I also need to add the line fought Yang Yi. He's the first to have 3 scroll-locking skills, progressing at an astonishing pace. His potential is evaluated as a battle general candidate. That's unprecedented in history. Does that mean this person will be invincible? I don't know how many years it will take for Jiang Yu to reach that high a level. At the same time, he smiled and marveled at his kindness. That brother, Fang, is a good person, gentle and polite. He just fights a little too fiercely and cruelly. A young battle general in his growth period. Hugging this thigh will save me a lot of detours. If there could be another one, a queenly one that would be even better. At this moment, Jiang Yu opened his phone and suddenly, a message. It seems to be from Yang Zi. She made a caring offer with her nurse outfit. The material obtained from the bloodkin last time has been made into a vial of blood rush. After using it, it will burn the blood in your body and guide your stance, helping the user better grasp their stance. Want to try it? After seeing it, his eyes lit up as if he'd fallen in love. Then he yelled with joy, "Oh my God! I can try this." For free. Scene changed to the Ministry of Health Hospital. Jiang Yu excitedly ran in and threw open the door. What vial? I want to try it. Seeing Yang Zi close the door, he asked suspiciously, "Why are you locking the door?" Yang Zi held a thermometer and turned to glare at him. "Behave yourself." Jiang Yu immediately became as docile as a kitten. Then he made a strange gesture covering his crotch. "Yes, ma'am." Then she quickly and calmly examined him. All vital signs are normal. Body functions are also fine. He was disappointed when he realized the problem. So it was just to check my vitals. I got excited for nothing. After the examination was done, Yang Zi took out a pair of iron leg cuffs. She gave a firm, serious order that left Jiang Yu stunned. "Come on, put them on." He was extremely excited, his face flushing red. Then he agreed cheerfully, "Oh my, as expected of my only big sister. Even the way you test medicine is so exciting. Okay, put them all on." After it was done, Jiang Yu asked curiously, "So what's next? What do we do?" Yang Zi casually pointed to the chair in the middle. "Go sit over there and be still." "Sitting on the chair?" he asked in surprise. "The whole set. Even my hands are locked," she replied frankly. Yang Zi replied firmly, "I'm afraid you won't be able to take it and run away halfway through." Jiang Yu declared decisively with a willing expression, "That won't happen. It is my honor to contribute to medicine." Yang Zi caressed his cheek and praised him with a smile, such a high level of awareness. Then she gave him the liquid medicine and explained cheerfully, "This vial is a modified version by my teacher. We've tested it on many Tier 1 students. Now we're just missing a Tier 2 test subject. The side effects aren't major. Just a few days of excitement where you can't sleep." Yang Zi stood by, reminding him caringly, "If you feel any discomfort later, tell me immediately." Seeing her strange smile, Jiang Yu was suspicious and a little angry, thinking to himself, "Why does this sister's smile look so creepy? It can't be." Without another word, she immediately pressed the activation button. The next second, his entire body was coursed with electricity, shaking with each pulse. Jiang Yu was stunned as if his soul had left his body. This really is exciting, but not the kind of exciting I was imagining. Seeing him dazed, Yang Zi wondered to herself. He got zapped into a stupor. Could it be that the effects of the medicine haven't kicked in yet? At this point, she excitedly decided to try again. Jiang Yu's head was spinning, his mouth mumbling, "Stop, stop, stop." Hearing this, Yang Zi teased mischievously, "Don't stop, you've got some grit. Then I'll grant your wish." Just then, his entire body felt like it had been stripped of its strength. Seeing the change in his reaction, she happily assessed the results. It seems the effects of the medicine are starting to kick in. Inside his body, it was as if Zhang Yu had discovered a new ability. He was overwhelmed with shock at the new power. This is my stance since my awakening until now. This is the first time I've felt the existence of stance so clearly. And this stance has even materialized into a visible, controllable, gaseous form. In the future, during combat, I can do whatever I want. Yangzi asked curiously, how is it? Zhang Yu satisfactorily felt the surging energy. Very refreshing. I can feel that my stance and my body's functions are both rapidly increasing. She was clearly satisfied and gave a joyful assessment. Very good. It seems this vial is very suitable for Tier 2 use. He greedily had a bold idea. So if I drink this every day, won't I be able to build up enough stance very quickly? Yangzi sarcastically and sternly rejected the idea. Dream on. This, compared to the stance honed through normal combat, is not the same, and if you drink too much, your body won't be able to metabolize it, which will lead to death. Zhang Yu was stunned and confirmed the information. Really? It affects your lifespan? Actually, no. He seemed to have found a loophole and cleverly argued. Wait, so what if I'm not afraid of dying young? You just said it yourself. As long as I can fully metabolize it, the stance I get will be the same as the stance honed through normal combat. But the price is a shortened lifespan. She warned him seriously and carefully. Your expression is very dangerous. Don't even think about me giving you any more. Blood rush vials? Zhang Yu smirked and secretly calculated. If you won't give them to me, I can get them in other ways. In the restaurant scene, customers were buzzing and asking each other. The loud noise in the outskirts last night. Did everyone hear it? I heard it. I thought it was an earthquake. Damn right, that sound was so loud I thought some big shot was fighting. At this moment, Old Wu brought the food over to the quiet corner table in front of him. He asked caringly, Old Li, it's been a while since you've been here. What happened to the wound on your face? Sun Guang hesitated for a few seconds, then replied calmly, the cats have been very fierce lately. Getting scratched is a normal thing, Old Wu advised sincerely. Then you should stop provoking them in the future. You guys take your time eating. If you need anything, just call me. Sun Guang smiled and teased the person opposite him. It seems that after you became a battle general kid, you've gotten bold, resentful that you had to let your teacher pour you a drink. He tilted his head and chuckled, continuing, we fought, we drank. What's wrong with that? Shang Yang raised an eyebrow and stated, you let me win? Gunguang sipped his wine and explained slowly. That's your illusion. You always feel that when I fight you, I'm not using my full strength. But in reality, I'm just getting old. He immediately and firmly retorted, I'm not stupid. I can clearly distinguish between getting old and weak and holding back. He shrugged, ending the debate. Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. Then Sheng Guang seriously changed the subject. But you've been to the training camp, right? That kid Zhang Yu. How is he interested in taking him as a disciple? Xiang Yang, after hearing this, gave an honest and accurate assessment. Extraordinary potential. He's only been at this camp for over a month, and he's already mastered 4 supernatural skills. Why don't you teach him yourself? He sighed, complaining about himself. I'm old, I can't compare to you youngsters. After thinking it over, you're still the most suitable. I'll feel at ease, leaving him to you. He seemed to have seen through the truth and immediately exposed it. It's clearly that no one else wants to deal with you. Right also. Don't act like you're entrusting your son to me on your deathbed. You teach your own kid. At this moment, Sun Guang decisively shifted to a more serious topic. All right, let's not talk about this. Recently that guy in Beidou hasn't been behaving himself. You haven't been affected, have you? Shang Yang answered cautiously, not for now. But it seems that guy is looking for something. He expressed his prediction for the future with concern. I have a feeling a storm is coming. The path to Tier 6 just opened up. But who knows how many years it will take for it to become widespread. I'm just afraid we can't wait that long. Just then, Zhang Yu stood before them, complaining petulantly. Damn it, you guys started eating without me. He smiled and explained gently. We waited for you for half a day. Are you just going to let us starve? Stop talking nonsense and sit down and eat. He picked up his chopsticks, sat down at the table, and asked suspiciously, I'm telling you, you two didn't just have a fight, did you? Your faces are dirty, bruised, and purple. Hearing this, Zhengguang remained silent. Shang Yang also drank his wine, avoiding the question. Just then, he waved his hand to distract them. Old Wu, come here, please take a picture for us. Old Wu agreed enthusiastically and cheerfully. Okay. He held up his iPhone, raised it, and took a picture with a click. Inside the frame was a picture of a family, warm, and with a gluttonous little boy. Sun Guang, looking at the picture on his phone, praised it. A beautiful shot. I'll send the original to you too. Zhang Yu frowned and looked at him suspiciously. What's with this old uncle today? He usually hates taking pictures the most. Today he even asked for a picture himself. And he was smiling so happily. After eating, he stood up and asked for permission. Uncle Li, brother Fang, you guys go ahead and eat. Since I got to leave the camp today, I have to do my weekly mission. He nodded casually. Go on. Xiang Yang smiled and instructed him carefully, be safe. Zhang Yu was in high spirits and stretched. Time to get to work. Both of them were happy, watching his retreating figure scene change. In the hall, he looked at the crowd around him, puzzled. I can't believe this small mission to catch a Tier 2 bloodkin would attract so many scavengers and people from the Knights Watch organization. That bloodkin was discovered last night. Logically, with so many people trying to catch it, it should have been caught long ago. Zhang Yu was confused and secretly scanned the area. Could the Night's Watch's locator have made a mistake? He thought for a moment, then came to a bold decision. Maybe I should just go to the shadow dimension and take a look. I might find a new clue. Zhang Yu felt the power surging and teleported to the shadow dimension, since my strength advanced to Tier 2. Although my ability to see health bars hasn't increased, my range of vision has expanded a lot. Just then, he looked up and was startled by a strange encounter. Zhang Yu's gaze suddenly stopped at the opposite window. Over there. He quickly realized the problem. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. So it was hiding in the next neighborhood, pretty good at hiding. Zhang Yu was excited to see his prey in sight. A Tier 2 bloodkin with 70% health left. I can take it. He instantly teleported to it. The bloodkin turned its head in surprise. Before it could even register what was happening, Zhang Yu attacked. Seeing the bloodkin scream in pain, he smiled in satisfaction. In just an instant, it had fallen to the ground, bleeding profusely. Zhang Yu cheerfully held a syringe in his hand. He stuck it into its body and performed the action. Gotta get some blood source for Yang Zi and the others. That way I can use it again. The boiling blood potion is ready. Just then the blood aberration let out a blood-curdling scream. Meanwhile, outside, the candidates were startled and turned their attention to where the sound came from. This sound is coming from the neighborhood next door. At this moment, Zhang Yu was cleaning his ears and pouting in complaint. I was almost deafened by its scream. A second later, a group of aggressive people rushed over and warned, "Don't move, Night Watch organization. Hands up!" He calmly and friendly announced the result. "Hello, I'm a scavenger for the Night Watch organization. I happened to pass by and discovered this blood aberration. It's been dealt with. You guys can take the body back now." After that, Zhang Yu and the group carried its body outside. They heard a strange scream. He scratched his head and wondered what's going on. Could there still be aberrations? They quickly ran towards the commotion. Xiao Xiao, caught by a blood aberration, cried out in fear. She pleaded desperately, "Help me." Zhang Yu was shocked and called out, "Xiao Xiao." The Night Watcher raised his gun in front of him. Then he shouted a warning, "Yang, you can't escape, let the hostage go." Hearing this, it angrily slashed her chest. Xiao Xiao looked at them with tears in her eyes. He was in a dilemma, thinking this is a deadly situation. If I attack now, there's a high chance Xiao Xiao will be collateral damage. Zhang Yu, anxious, decided to use his skills. There's no other way. I can only give it a try. He created a magic circle. Witnessing this scene, the Night Watcher exclaimed in shock, "What?" Feeling the oppressive aura around him, the blood aberration roared in anger. Taking advantage of its distraction, Zhang Yu immediately jumped up and chopped off its head. After finishing the job, he landed lightly on the ground. Then Zhang Yu turned his head, smiled, and asked Xiao Xiao, "Are you okay?" Seeing her and everyone else frozen, Zhang Yu waved his hand and called out a few times, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you scared, silly?" Xiao Xiao regained her composure and stammered, "A little." Just then, Lin Feng cut in with a sincere thanks. "Thank you, little friend. That was a really dangerous situation. Luckily, we had you. We'll take this girl to the hospital." Xiao Xiao shook her head, politely declining the offer. "No, it's okay. I have anti-corruption medicine at my house," he asked cautiously. "But what if you run into danger on the way?" She hugged him tightly and explained playfully, "It's okay, he's my classmate. He'll take me home." Xiao Xiao smiled shyly and asked, "Right, classmate Zhang Yu?" He was bewildered, his heart in a turmoil. "What exactly are you trying to do, Xiao Xiao?" "Don't tell me you've actually fallen for me." Lin Feng sighed in relief and agreed. Then he added a friendly reminder. "All right then. With this friend of yours, there probably won't be any problems. But you two still need to be careful. Blood aberrations have been appearing a lot in this area lately." She waved brightly and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Night Watcher. Goodbye." He kindly reminded her one last time, "Be careful on your way." After a thorough search, a team member hurriedly reported to the leader. "The check is complete. This blood aberration is the one that killed the 3 restaurant owners before?" Lin Feng was utterly horrified by the news. "What?" A second later, the reporter corrected the earth-shattering case. "The 3 victims were all in the same industry. Luckily, we caught them that day. Otherwise, there would have been even more victims." He looked thoughtfully at the confirmed victims' file. Shinran. Scene changed to Xiao Xiao's house. She hospitably and gently invited him in. Looking around the house, Zhang Yu asked curiously, "Where are your parents?" "They're not home." Xiao Xiao casually explained the situation. "They went on a business trip. They're rarely home." Just then he turned his attention to a small target, Xiao Xiao's house. "When did you get a rabbit? Why didn't you ever mention it?" Zhang Yu was engrossed in playing with it. "So cute and chubby." A second later, his eyes lit up with a craving expression. It made the rabbit jump in fright. "Spicy braised pork must be delicious." She approached and sincerely reminded him. I advise you not to get too close to it, Xiao Xiao added sweetly. Be careful, it might bite you. Hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled and pretended to agree. But in his heart, he sighed. Oh my God, why? Then I really should be a little careful. Oh my God. Dressed so seductively. Is she trying to test me with this? Zhang Yu, flustered, decided to go back. Since you're home safe, then my business here is done. I'm leaving. She invited him playfully. Don't you even want to have a cup of tea with a classmate? Xiao Xiao challenged him and then gave a suggestive smile. Or are you scared? After that, the two of them sat and ate cake and drank tea together. They sat and watched TV together. Zhang Yu blushed with surprise and stole a glance. Strange, I felt it was a little strange when we met last time. Xiao Xiao has really changed a lot. He admired her with fascination. Not only her face, her figure is more beautiful too. Could this be the legendary change a woman goes through? And after she matures. Now she took the initiative to express her gratitude. This is the second time you've saved me. Zhang Yu smiled brightly and then hesitated before suggesting. That's right, what a coincidence. Maybe you should buy some self-defense items and carry them with you. After all, you can't always happen to run into me. Xiao Xiao shook her head and refused bluntly, no need. If I really run into trouble, I'll just have to accept it. Who told me to be a normal person? She changed the subject and asked with concern, Oh, right, how is Yao Yao doing at the camp lately? He honestly recounted her daily routine. She's the same as before. After training every day, she goes to sleep. When she's free, she talks to me. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao asked probingly with a hint of intention. Just talking. Zhang Yu casually replied, What else, Liu Pang also? Goes with me. She regretfully expressed her admiration. That's great. If I had tested for aptitude, I would be with you guys right now. It's not like we can't see each other. We're still old classmates. Zhang Yu smiled and comforted her. Don't overthink it. By the time you finish your exams, we'll be out of the camp too. Then we can go shopping, eat, and talk together again. She suddenly hugged him, making Zhang Yu gasp. He called her name Xiao Xiao. The two of them were pressed close together, their hearts pounding. She gracefully twirled her leg, leaning against him. Xiao Xiao held Zhang Yu tightly. He quickly pushed her away and asked in shock, Xiao Xiao, you know what my relationship with Yao Yao is. Why are you doing this? She said nothing, silent for a long time. A second later, Xiao Xiao looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, and replied, I'm not willing. She let out all her mixed emotions and jealousy. Yao Yao is my best friend. She's beautiful, does well in school, and has high aptitude. Everyone likes her. I admire her, but at the same time, I'm jealous of her. I know it's not good to be like this, but I can't stay calm. Xiao Xiao recounted an old memory, until one day Yao Yao told me she wanted to study music and didn't want to become a superhuman. I was so happy then. I thought, I can finally prove myself, so I tried my best. She gave a bitter laugh, a lump in her throat. But life played a trick on me. It turned my efforts into bubbles. Xiao Xiao sadly stated the reality before her. She and I are from two different worlds now. At the same time, the door suddenly opened. Her parents walked in, casually chatting. Who would have thought? The three of them would actually die at the hands of aberrations. But it's karma. Even though they've been rivals for years, to suddenly pass away like that still makes one sigh. Seeing the scene before them, both sides froze speechless. They awkwardly called out Zhang Yu. He waved awkwardly. Auntie, uncle? Xiao Xiao's father asked suspiciously, Aren't you two? Zhang Yu quickly waved his hands and explained everything clearly. No auntie and uncle. It's not what you think. He cleverly made up an excuse. Oh, right, I have something to do. I'll be leaving now. Her mother gently held him back. Stay for dinner? Zhang Yu politely and tactfully refused. No need, my family has already cooked. They're calling me home to eat. He remembered an important piece of news and announced it. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I just got a phone call. They said they've sealed off your neighborhood. He was shocked and turned his head to ask, Sealed off? Outside. The soldiers stood guard with stern faces. Captain Liu looked around and assigned tasks clearly. Zhang Yu hid it, peeking from behind a wall, and silently deduced. Uncle Liu is indeed leading the team here personally. It doesn't look like they're just sealing off the neighborhood. He cleverly came to a reasonable conclusion. It looks like they're trying to catch something. After sweeping the market, the supervisor seriously reported the situation to Division Chief Liu. The detected corruption index here is higher than in other neighborhoods. We can confirm that the target is in this neighborhood. Captain Liu didn't hesitate and gave a decisive order. All right, all squads move out immediately. Zhang, after hearing this, silently committed it to memory. The target is in this neighborhood. That blood-patterned persona user is really here. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something unusual. He immediately turned his gaze to Zhang Yu. Seeing the shadow of the blood beast, he exclaimed in shock. It really appeared. But isn't that the building where Xiao Xiao lives? He transformed, anxiously analyzing. The last two times, the blood aberration rushed towards Xiao Xiao. It's not targeting her, is it? At this moment, it suddenly split into many people. Zhang Yu hiding was helpless. He whined, Oh my God! It's even playing the splitting game with me, so many of them. Which one should I chase? While he was hesitating and thinking, the blood beast suddenly passed through the space gate. The soldiers were quick to be dispatched. Don't move, behave. Just then, more and more blood beasts suddenly appeared. He was bewildered and observed silently. Jiang Yu quickly noticed something unusual. This isn't right. These are all fakes. The real one isn't here. He suddenly jumped in surprise. Jiang Yu saw its true form. He gritted his teeth and lunged without hesitation. Don't even think about running! Then Jiang Yu passed through the space at the same time. As he entered, he landed lightly on the ground. The blood beast slashed straight at Jiang Yu. A terrifying explosion erupted. It frowned and asked the opponent curiously, "Are you looking for me?" Jiang Yu was bewildered by the strange similarity. Often. This is the one with the blood system persona. Why does it look so much like my shadow form? He wondered to himself, confused. Strange, why can't I see her health bar? Without another word, it quickly flew straight towards him. Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao charged at each other. As soon as he punched through her body, he was stunned. Before Jiang Yu could react, Xiao Xiao had already used her ability to counterattack. He frowned silently, calculating this one's strength. It's much weaker than I imagined. It's almost no threat to me. But it seems like the attack just now didn't do anything to her, if that's the case. Thinking this, Jiang Yu gathered his ability and clenched his fists. He suddenly launched a spinning punch at Xiao Xiao. After that attack, she returned to her original state, as if it had no effect at all. Jiang Yu had now lost his cool. He growled and lunged at Xiao Xiao. Are you the owner of the blood system persona? Was the blood source contamination in Yunhai your doing? She just calmly passed by and circled behind Jiang Yu. Her voice was full of mockery. What do you think? Jiang Yu was stunned. He looked at Xiao Xiao behind him in shock. She smirked mockingly. Too slow. When you hunt aberrations, you're not as decisive as in the video. Is it because you feel guilty about the blood aberration couple from before? Hearing this, Jiang Yu became angry and questioned her. Why, they were just small business owners. Why did you have to harm them? Xiao Xiao's voice immediately turned sharp. Harm! It's clear that I saved them. He was angry and wanted to attack her, but it was still in vain. Nonsense, turning them into blood aberrations is what you call saving them. You only turned that couple into aberrations. But do you know what their business was like? The owner's sister was harassed by some thugs. A conflict broke out between the two sides. The thugs called a big brother claiming to be his superhuman. The business they had built for years was destroyed. In an instant, Xiao Xiao's face showed a slight flicker of emotion. She reminded him the aberration never killed them, but the superhuman drove them to despair. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, became even more furious. Shut up! You were just taking advantage of their hatred. You want them to all become your subordinates. And you're the mastermind behind all of this. I will absolutely not let you go. With that, he lunged at her again. Xiao Xiao smirked and slowly transformed. Oh yeah, then who's the aberration? And who's the superhuman? She suddenly transformed into Yao Yao's face. Can you really tell the difference? Jiang Yu. As soon as he saw her face, he immediately froze. Jiang Yu's attack also stopped in midair because of that. Xiao Xiao, in the form of Yao Yao, raised an eyebrow and questioned, "What's wrong? Now that you know my identity, you don't dare to attack." She placed her hand on his chest and whispered, "Aberration or superhuman, it doesn't matter." As she spoke, Xiao Xiao leaned in close to Jiang Yu. "What matters is me, isn't it?" He froze for a moment, unable to react. She took advantage of the situation and stood on her toes, about to take another step. But a moment later, that action was blocked by Jiang Yu's hand. He frowned and warned, "That's enough, Xiao Xiao." She continued, putting on a pitiful face. "What are you talking about?" "What, Xiao Xiao, I'm Yao Yao." Jiang Yu bluntly exposed the truth. "Yao Yao doesn't know my true identity. In the form of a shadow. Only you know. When I saved you before, you were shocked when you saw me. Of course you saw me. Plus being able to look exactly like Yao Yao. Besides you, Xiao Xiao, I can't think of anyone else." Hearing this, she immediately lunged to attack. Xiao Xiao had only taken a few steps before Jiang Yu blocked her. She clutched her arm, her face full of resentment. "I never thought that between two people with the same personality, the difference would be so great." Xiao Xiao finally returned to her true form. "Me, I'm the culprit you're talking about. The one who brought unrest to Yunhai. So what, kill me?" Seeing Jiang Yu say nothing, she slowly stepped forward. Xiao Xiao's hand gripped his wrist tightly. "I've made so many mistakes. I've killed so many people. Kill me." She raised Jiang Yu's hand to her own neck. She didn't forget to put on a pitiful face. "Just a little force, it's very fragile, it'll break with just a touch." As soon as she finished speaking, he granted Xiao Xiao's wish. Jiang Yu punched her straight in the face. His other hand also quickly grabbed Xiao Xiao's ankle. Jiang Yu used all his might to throw her around. Xiao Xiao was caught off guard and couldn't react. He continued to swing his hand hard, throwing her into the wall. Not far away, some liquid flowed out of Xiao Xiao and fell to the ground. She trembled and resentfully accused Jiang Yu, "You're not human. How could you be so rough with a classmate?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "You're just a clone made of blood and flesh. Even if I kill you, it doesn't mean anything." Those words stunned Xiao Xiao. How did you know this is a clone? Is this also your ability? Zhang Yu pointed at her and scolded. Don't worry about that. You and the Xiao Xiao, in my memory, are completely different people, Zhang Yu asked seriously. Why did you become like this? Her face immediately darkened. Looks like you still don't understand. I've never changed. Xiao Xiao was silent. She recounted, my father is in the restaurant business. For many years, he was always suppressed by 3 competitors in the same industry. Old memories came flooding back because of that. They contacted the local triads. They constantly harassed my father's life, even me and my mother. They didn't spare us either. Zhang Yu seemed to understand everything. So you sent a blood aberration to kill those 3, to get rid of suspicion. You purposely let that blood aberration attack you. She didn't bother to deny it. That's right. When I saw those 3 bastards die in front of me, I wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, I felt extremely satisfied. Because finally, I also controlled the power I had always longed for. Zhang Yu found it a bit hard to believe. He immediately questioned her, so this power, how exactly did you obtain it? Xiao Xiao still nonchalantly teased him. How did I get it? If I said I found it on the street, would you believe me? Hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately reminded her seriously, I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. She sighed wearily. Looks like you don't trust me anymore. Whatever. You can see me however you want. With that, Xiao Xiao smiled faintly. Her whole body radiated her ability. Old classmate, see you next time. Seeing this, Zhang Yu was startled and wanted to stop her. Wait, Xiao Xiao. But before he could run over, she had already disappeared. Zhang Yu stood there in a daze, touching what was left in the air. He couldn't help but look down at the palm of his hand in deep thought. Zhang Yu's expression instantly turned sad. He looked up at the sky again, his voice tinged with bitterness. Xiao Xiao. Zhang Yu pursed his lips and stared at his hand. Xiao Xiao, he thought deeply. This battle, from beginning to end over her head, there was never a health bar. That proves she's very likely just one of the clones of the blood aberration persona, and not the real body. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu became serious. And they worked so hard to stir up trouble in Yunhai. They must have a bigger conspiracy. Looks like I need to step up my training to increase my strength. Otherwise, I'll just be a fish on the chopping block for them to slaughter. Suddenly his phone rang, the ringtone breaking the silent atmosphere. As soon as Zhang Yu answered, Zun Guang's piercing scream came through the phone. Where did you go, you brat? Why didn't you answer my messages? He replied calmly. I was on a mission. Have you guys investigated the source of the blood system contamination? Yet, hearing that, he stopped shouting. It's related to your classmate Xiao Xiao. We're issuing an all-out warrant for her arrest. In the next few days, Yunhai will be conducting a large-scale corruption check. Don't you be running around. Hearing this, Zhang Yu replied, I know. I'll head back to the camp after I finish eating. He had now somewhat confirmed his suspicions. Even the Night Watch organization can't catch Xiao Xiao. Looks like my guess was right. She and the force behind her are hiding very deep. The scene changed to a restaurant. Zhang Yu was currently stuffing his face. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave the camp for the next few days. I'll eat a good meal and eat a lot. Suddenly a girl approached him and offered, Hello, seeing that you're alone. We've prepared a bear for you. Zhang Yu was a little surprised to see her. This little girl looks a lot like Yao Yao. Thinking this, Zhang Yu immediately turned and texted her. Do you look like her? Yama texted back sharply, like your head. Zhang Yu teased back. How can a girl like you talk like that? A moment later, she sent a picture along with an accusatory message. You tell me why. Xiao Xiao sent me this picture and then blocked me. Explain yourself. Zhang Yu froze. He stared blankly at the screen. Zhang Yu smirked helplessly. Well played, little green tea, Xiao Xiao. I already let you off once and you're still causing trouble. Behind my back. Zhang Yu quickly explained, the picture isn't real. I'll explain in person when I get back. Suddenly a childish voice spoke up, catching Zhang Yu's attention. Daddy, that doll is so cute. He thought to himself, this voice, I think I've heard it somewhere before. Behind them, Deng Kei's wife was reminding their daughter. Your doll is very cute too. The little girl pouted and whined, but I like that girl's doll more. Zhang Yu was shocked to see their family. It's actually Deng Ke, his daughter. Wasn't she severely infected before? How did she get out of the hospital so quickly? A question rose in his mind again. Could it be that he really got the potion of blood source from that mysterious person's hands? He gently reassured Deng He. You just eat nicely. After we're done eating, Dad will take you to the claw machine. Then you can get as many as you want. Hearing this, the little girl obediently agreed. Okay. Zhang Yu suddenly approached with the doll in his hand. Little friend, this is for you. Deng He's face lit up with joy. Really, you're so nice. Deng Ke also spoke with gratitude. Thank you, brother. He cheerfully patted the little girl's head and replied, You're welcome, Zhang Yu thought to himself. Since the incident at the Shuyang group last time, there haven't been any more potions. Sold outside. Now the secret circulation of a potion. Of blood source of unknown origin? I feel like it's not unrelated to Xiao Xiao. He suddenly hesitated and asked, Brother, have we met somewhere before? He affirmed seriously. It's possible we just passed each other by chance. Zhang Yu silently made a decision. The source of the potion. Of blood, I'll have to find a chance to probe Deng Ke for it. But not today. I won't disturb their reunion. She saw him staring intently at his back and was confused. Honey, what are you looking at? Deng Ke quickly turned his head and replied, Nothing. I must have been mistaken. At the Night Watch Organization's Point Verification Center, Ning Ning walked over and announced, Thank you for waiting. We've finished verifying your points. Your current score is 40 points. He couldn't help but ponder. Last time I looked, a superhuman skill manual in the organization's store required 100 points to redeem. Looks like I still have to work harder. She continued to give thoughtful instructions. I still need to remind you of something. If you keep hunting aberrations at such a high frequency, you're very likely to get seriously infected. As she finished speaking, she heard the person opposite her say, Thank you. Zhang Yu, while walking silently, made a decision. Now that this is dealt with, it's time to go back. His face froze in shock as he looked ahead. Seeing the two girls in front of him, Zhang Yu asked, What's wrong with you two? And you're sitting next to each other. Hearing him say that, both of them jumped up in unison. Zhang Yu! The two of them exchanged dagger-like glances. One spoke first. Yao Yao! The person next to her immediately retorted, Yang Zi. She asked suspiciously, Are you here to pick up Zhang Yu? Yang Zi said, Of course. On this side, he tried to use all his strength to run away as fast as he could. Oh my god, what kind of fight is this? I'd better get out of here. But it was too late. Zhang Yu was grabbed along with her resentful voice. I knew you were trying to run, Yama questioned angrily. So I came to the train station early to block you. Speak. What's going on between you and Xiao Xiao? Zhang Yu pretended not to know anything. In broad daylight? Show your man some face. Hearing this, she quickly pulled her hand back and stammered, Don't talk nonsense. You're not my man. Just then, Yang Zi stepped forward and said mockingly, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to borrow your man. For a little while, she said with a proud voice, You're a pretty good kid. You killed 12 Tier 2 aberrations in 3 days, but you refused to get treated for corruption. The Night Watch organization has been calling us non-stop. They told us to bring you back for treatment immediately. Hearing that, Zhang Yu was secretly surprised. Holy crap. The verification center's operations are really fast. At this moment, he pretended to be innocent again. Yao Yao, look. She pretended not to care and said, Hurry up and get treated for your corruption. Seeing you makes my heart ache. Lying on the bed, Zhang Yu spoke up and reminded her, I'm telling you, miss. Next time, can you please not dress like that? It's not a good influence. Hearing that, Yang Qi replied nonchalantly, It's okay, I don't dress for others to see. Her face flushed red as she made a suggestion. From now on, I'll only dress like this in front of Yao Yao. What do you think of me dressing for you to see? Hearing that, Zhang Yu tried his best to refuse. Don't do it, someone will die. Her goal achieved, Yang Zi laughed and teased. Scared now, are you? All bark and no bite. All right, get up. The test is over. The results will be out soon. But looking at the corruption curve, it's very light. Hearing that, he smirked and concluded, It's not very light, it's not contaminated. That made her confused. Not contaminated? Suddenly, Zhang Yu sat up and jumped to the ground. As he walked, he waved his hand and said, That's right. You can write the report now. My aptitude level is high. It's just a measly Tier 2 aberration. It can't infect me. This made Yang Qi suspicious. High aptitude. She thought to herself, I heard before that in this year's student batch, there was someone with an unknown rank. Very heaven-defying. Could it be him? Seeing the person in front of him, Zhang Yu was secretly suspicious. Isn't this the doctor who checked my eyes? Once before? Why is he here? Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. Professor Zhao Qi asked, Are you busy, little fella? Hearing this, Yang Zi replied, Yes, I just finished. Did you just come from the lab, sir? His face turned horrified, secretly shocked. I can't believe it. He's actually a teacher at the medical department of the training camp. He gave a gentle smile. I have a new idea and I'm preparing to implement it. Not long after, Zhao Qi quickly left. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Seeing this, she quickly said goodbye. Yes, goodbye, sir. Yang Xi's face was filled with pride as she spoke. My teacher Zhao! Qi. The blood-boiling potion from before was his masterpiece. This made Zhang Yu admire him greatly. Amazing, but before, I saw him in the clinic of the hospital's ophthalmology department. Why would a superhuman like him be working as a doctor? She slowly turned her face and explained gently, I only know that the teacher is here to observe the mutation status and contamination of the patients. So he went to the hospital for a field survey, but I don't know the specific reason. Remembering something, Yang Qi quickly announced, Oh right, the report is out. It's true, there's no contamination. Hearing that, he replied, All right, you can write the report? Anyway, I still have someone waiting. Zhang Yu's face gradually turned strange. I'm here. Give me another boiling blood potion. Hearing that, she yelled, You just used one 4 days ago. But these words fell on deaf ears. The physical constitution of people is not the same. My talent is exceptional. I'll be recovered in 4 or 5 days. Yang Qi was clearly annoyed. If something happens, I'm not taking responsibility. Just this one tube. No more. At this moment, Zhang Yu was drinking some kind of black medicine. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Before he could react, his body, smoke poured out of Zhang Yu's body. Seeing this, she panicked and screamed, "Oh no!" As if he had reached his limit, he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Yangtze caught him and called out worriedly, "Zhang Yu, who knows how long it was before he woke up?" Seeing this, she said joyfully, "Thank God. If you didn't wake up, I would have had to report it to the camp." Zhang Yu shot up in a panic. "Don't report it. Didn't I already absorb all the effects of the medicine?" "I'm fine." Yangtze quickly reminded him, "You've absorbed the effects of the medicine, but you're also weak. You can't even stand steadily." Zhang Yu said arrogantly, "Who says I'm fine? A real man must be tough. A man from the Night's Watch organization wants to be strong his whole life." Night fell. It enveloped the houses with flickering lights. As he opened the door, he thought to himself, "Yao Yao still hasn't replied to my message. She's not mad because I made her wait too long, is she?" She was still half asleep as she said, "You're back." Zhang Yu walked over and stroked her head. "Did I wake you?" Hearing that, Yao Yao quickly retorted, "No, I was waiting for you anyway. So how's your contamination treatment going?" Zhang Yu smiled and said, "It's going well." Noticing something unusual, he asked with a questioning tone, "Your leg has been contaminated by an aberration. Since when?" "Why didn't you tell me?" Hearing that, her face remained calm as she replied, "It's not a big deal. Besides, it's already been treated. I just need to apply the medicine on time." Zhang Yu quickly cast a spell to treat the wound. He didn't forget to remind her, "Don't move, let me try something." Yao Yao panicked and screamed, "What are you doing?" As he unleashed a pure source of power. He thought to himself, "My shadow devour can absorb and devour those aberrations. I just don't know if it works on contamination." After casting the spell, Zhang Yu gently put her leg down and said apologetically, "Sorry, I can't draw it out." Hearing that, Yao Yao replied shyly, "Here, I've been using this for the past few days." As he poured the medicine into his hand, he said, "I can't draw it out. So I can only use this medicated wine." While massaging her leg for her, Zhang Yu reminded her, "If it hurts, let me know." Suddenly, he heard a stifled cry. He reassured her, "Just bear with it. It'll be over soon." Yao Yao's face flushed as she just hummed in response. Zhang Yu suddenly asked, "Your wound isn't light. Why did you still run to the train station to pick me up?" She quickly gave him a reason. "I wanted to know what happened to Xiao Xiao. And I also wanted," she thought to herself, "to see you sooner." At this moment, he became serious. "Yao Yao, as expected, we can't see Xiao Xiao anymore." Hearing that, she panicked and screamed, "What do you mean, what happened to Xiao Xiao?" After a long explanation, Zhang Yu's voice was comforting. "That's how it is. His obsession was too strong, so he went down the wrong path. Even if he wanted to turn back now, he can't." Yao Yao's face lost all its color. "It's all my fault. After I entered the camp, I rarely contacted him. If I had usually cared and talked to him, he wouldn't have." Noticing something was wrong, he quickly tucked her in and reassured her. "It's useless. He was so stubborn he chose his own path. He wouldn't listen to anyone. I just hope he still has a bit of kindness left in his heart. You rest up, I'm going to read for a bit." Suddenly, Yao Yao grabbed Zhang Yu's arm and begged, "Don't go." At this moment, she asked another question. "Zhang Yu, you'll be with me forever, right?" Zhang Yu's face was full of tenderness. "I will." A few days later, in a restaurant, Haozi asked old Zhou Xiaofeng's family, "How are they doing? Didn't you say he had hemophilia before?" He replied, "The Night's Watch organization gave us a tube of blood source medicine. We sold our house to have someone buy us a second tube. At least we managed to keep him." Hearing that, he secretly guessed it's the blood source medicine again. The origin is unknown. The man suddenly became serious. "Hey, I heard that after the Triang group fell in the East District, an underground company has been secretly selling blood source medicine. The price is 1/10 of the original." Old Joe was skeptical. "Is that true or false?" Hearing this, Haozi just smiled and replied, "I heard about it too." "Who knows if it's reliable?" the man said while eating. "Well, it's better than nothing. If this is true, it's a way to save lives." The man urged, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat." After eating, old Joe walked and waved his hand. "Haozi, I'm going to the hospital first. Thanks for everything today, man." Hearing that, the man laughed. "Why do you have to say that between us brothers?" At this moment, Zhang Yu was standing behind Haozi. The man was hastily answering the phone. "Brother who? Isn't our commotion a bit too big? The Night's Watch is on high alert right now. I know I'm coming right away." Before long, the call finally ended. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke appeared in front of Haozi. The man panicked, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Zhang Yu stepped out of the smoke and made a suggestion. "Where are you going? Take me with you." The scene shifted to tall buildings under a crescent moon. Somewhere, a group of terrifying aberrations had gathered. Brother Hu emanated a dark demonic energy, roaring angrily, "Damn it! Who chose this food portion? Why did you bring back someone trained from the military camp? Especially, do you want to get us all killed?" He suddenly spoke up. "Brother Hu, it was me." He clasped his hands and quickly explained, "I was catching food at the time. Who knew she would suddenly break out, wanting to play the hero and save people? We smelled that she smelled pretty good. And we were afraid of alerting others, so we brought her back too. Hearing this, the man punched him angrily and cursed, "Idiot!" Brother Hu suddenly used his hand to pull aside the red cloth. Underneath was a group of tied-up people. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. He walked up to the iron cage and gave a sinister smile. "You're Shouty, right?" The student from the special training camp. Her face was full of anger. She screamed, "You people who willingly turn into blood species are all traitors to humanity?" The woman appeared out of nowhere, asking for Brother Hu's opinion. "What should we do now? We can't kill her and we can't let her go like this." The man ordered, "Call and ask the boss." At this point, Brother Hu had walked to a corner and spoke with great respect. "Boss, it's me. I have something to ask for your instructions, all right? I understand your meaning." He turned back, his face filled with excitement. "The boss says he will personally turn her into one of us. As for the night's watch, he will also take care of it. The feast will be held as usual." The aberrations below immediately cheered. "All right, Brother Hu. Long live the boss." He pulled out a bottle of wine and happily opened it. Sprayed with wine, the woman said coquettishly, "So naughty." The aberrations slowly walked over and opened the cage holding the group of people. They all showed clear panic, constantly begging. "Please, no, I don't want to go out." "Help someone save me, please. Spare me, I'll do anything," the woman targeted. One person and ordered, "Little brother, come play with me for a bit. If you win, I'll grant you one wish. If you lose, I'll take a bite of your flesh, okay?" Brother Hu sat down next to Shouty and said, "Want a drink? Oh, sorry. I forgot your hands and feet are tied." Without another word, he pried her mouth open and poured the wine down. "Then let me feed you." Suddenly, Brother Hu gave a strange smile. "I just love to see you people trample on each other." "What's so great about the Night's Watch? Isn't it just that your talent is a bit better than ours? Aren't you still being played by us?" Hearing those words, Xiaodi panicked and questioned, "You? What do you want to do?" The man gave a disgusting smile. "To be honest, after I turned into a bloodworm, I've never eaten the flesh of a superhuman like you before." Brother Hu ran his fingernail across her neck and teased, "I bet it'll be delicious." Faced with the threat, Xiaodi could only secretly pray, "Someone save me." At this moment, suddenly someone's finger pressed the light switch. Brother Hu was startled and annoyed. "What's going on? Who turned off the lights?" All the lights simultaneously shone in one direction. On the stage, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, surprising everyone. Zhang Yu pushed the person in front of him out of the way and sneered at the food. "Good evening." Housie panicked and screamed, "Run, Brother Hu!" She recognized the person who had come and was immediately overjoyed. "Brother Yu! It's Brother Yu, he's here to save us." The man shouted angrily, "You stinking brat! Where did you come from daring to ruin our fun?" "Brothers, get him, chop him up for a snack." The aberrations, having received the order, answered in unison, "Yes." Streams of power shot out, all aimed at him. Brother Hu's face turned smug. "Let's see how crazy you can get." Shouty silently prayed, "Brother Yu, please don't let anything happen to you." Not long after being swarmed by the aberrations, Zhang Yu had unleashed his power and suppressed them all. At this moment, a terrifying source of lightning erupted around him. Suddenly, she appeared out of nowhere and hugged Zhang Yu tightly. "This is great," I knew with Brother Yu's strength. "We'd definitely be okay." He quickly asked Xiaodi, "Why are you here too? Were you captured by them?" She wasn't listening and just answered vaguely, "I just happened to run into them on the road. I didn't expect to fall for their trick." "Good thing you came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it." The man's face turned angry as he shouted, "You stinking brat! How dare you injure my brothers? And you want to steal my snack?" With that, Brother Hu unleashed a source of power and attacked, "You're courting death." Zhang Yu wasn't worried at all. Who's courting death is yet to be seen. Micro level. At this moment, the two streams of power quickly collided. Sensing something was wrong, the man screamed in pain. Xiaodi, hiding behind him, questioned, "Tell me who your boss is." Brother Hu obediently confessed, "I'll talk." "I'll talk, I only know his surname is Liu." He asked, "Is there anyone higher up than him?" The man replied, "I don't know. I only have contact with him. Even if there's someone above him, I wouldn't know." This point, Zhang Yu's face turned cold as he growled, "If you don't know anything, then there's no use in keeping you around." Brother Hu became scared. His voice also stammered, "My lord, spare me. I really don't know anything about the higher-ups." Noticing something was wrong, he became worried. "Someone's coming." Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the door. A group of people burst in. "Night Patrol executing orders. Don't move." Brother Hu rushed over and hugged his leg, crying, "My lord, save me. We were threatened by a shadow person. We almost lost our lives. Good thing you guys came quick, arrest him." Hearing this, he quickly looked around but didn't find anything. Xiaodi stood up and accused him. "Officer, don't listen to his nonsense. It was clearly this group of mutated blood species who captured us as food. If it weren't for Brother Yu's intervention, I'm afraid we would have been devoured long ago." Hearing the key point, he deduced, "Brother Yu, could it be the wandering scavenger who's very famous online?" Suddenly, a voice came from the earpiece. "How are you guys over there?" He replied, "There was a slight incident, but luckily no personnel were injured. The leader of the blood species and his subordinates have also been captured. The other side replied, "That's good. We've also located the mastermind on our side. Liu and are preparing to arrest him." In the darkness, Zhang Yu secretly observed, "If the patrol team has already caught the fish, then I don't need to make another trip. But is that guy surnamed Liu really the mastermind?" At this point, he sank into the ground and thought, forget it. There will probably be more clues later. Today's haul isn't small. I've been using it for a week and my stamina is almost depleted. I have to go back and recharge. Noticing something strange, she secretly deduced. Brother Yu's aura seems to have disappeared. He must have left. It's only been a month. He's gotten so strong. And his arrogant behavior is very similar to the great demon king in the training camp, especially unless the scene changes. Yangtze spoke with a questioning tone. "You've already drunk 10 bottles of blood vigor potion. Logically, you should have lost 3 years of your life. But your vital signs show no damage at all. Now, I'm becoming more and more suspicious of your body's composition." Zhang Yu didn't pay any mind to those words. "I'm here, you can check." Hearing this, she brought her finger closer and said, "The equipment can't detect anything unusual. How can I see it with my naked eye?" Suddenly, Yangtze moved closer to him. "But I believe that one day, I will find out what secret is hidden in your body." She turned to leave. "From now on, you can get the medicine and drink it yourself." Zhang Yu was confused. "Don't need the instruments anymore," Yangtze explained. "That instrument is just to check your vitals, to prevent any accidents. Now, you drink the medicine very steadily, you don't need it anymore." He voiced his own thoughts. "I feel more comfortable using the instruments," she replied smugly. "Being able to see the white silk is more comfortable, isn't it?" Suddenly, Yangtze became seductive and moved closer. "Or how about, I call you every day to see the white silk?" Zhang Yu became flustered. "Yao Yao will find out." "That's not right. My heart has become stronger." "No time. You didn't record what I just said, did you?" She held out her phone and replied smugly, "Of course I did. Next time bring me 20 bottles of blood species heart blood. Otherwise I'll give this recording to Yao Yao." He swiped his finger, confused, looking at the news. "Liu, whoever is the mastermind of the blood species turmoil today has been caught. Don't move, let me see the news." An article popped up. According to Boss Liu's testimony, one day they discovered an entrance into the shadow plane. He wanted to report it to his superiors, but he saw from the entrance a red crystal fall down. Greed momentarily overcame him and he touched the crystal. Unexpectedly, this thing was a special blood species. After death, it transformed and was also the one who, with that person's encouragement, his life began to be turned upside down. A transformation occurred. At first, he intended to help the patrol team, but faced with such a rapid surge in power, those thoughts were quickly discarded. He began to develop his family and spread the infection, a special blood species. Everyone knows? Recruiting subordinates, keeping a fresh blood supply. Blood source contamination speeds up recovery. This blood pattern species is very good at disguising itself. If you're not careful, even the patrol team members will fall for it, let alone ordinary people. Boss Liu went directly to the food market, shopping mall. The contaminant quickly spread from person to person. He also secretly opened a factory, producing various blood-derived medicines. In reality, it was based on the person's special characteristics, making a counterfeit medicine. Facing the patrol team's interrogation, Liu confessed his crimes, handing over all the evidence of his crimes. Seeing this, Zhang Yu secretly deduced, before he used Yunhai to turn the world upside down. Even Xiao Xiao was implicated. Now, catching the mastermind so easily is a bit embarrassing. Looks like I'll have to go on a trip myself, to the medicine factory to see. Seeing that there was nothing left to do, he quickly left. "I still have things to do, I'm leaving." At this time, the Night's Watch were gathered at the scene. Inside, an officer was reviewing the situation on a tablet. Beside it were boxes full of evidence. Just then, Zhang Yu stealthily stole a part of it. He held it in his hand, surprised and curious. "I can't believe there's really a factory making fake blood source medicine. I thought it was made up." Zhang Yu questioned, offering a logical deduction, but the person with the blood system separation themselves can already make the medicine. Is it really necessary to build a factory? Although a factory can indeed increase packaging efficiency, it's also very easy to be exposed. He stared intently at the inside of the medicine tube. "There's no trick to this, is there?" Without another word, Zhang Yu drank the entire tube in one go. A second later, he grimaced, crossed his arms, and pondered. Noticing the strange taste, Zhang Yu's eyes widened in shock. "What this thing tastes like soda, and it's tangerine-flavored. Although it has some effect, at most it can only keep you alive. It can't heal?" He threw it away and shrewdly connected the clues. It seems the boss behind this really is that Liu guy, doing all this, just to sell medicine and get rich. As soon as he finished, Zhang Yu suddenly realized and turned back, thinking, wait, if this blood source medicine is fake, with added flavoring, then how was Hehe Dongke's daughter treated? Treated? He anxiously put forward a more complex hypothesis. Could it be that the counterfeit blood source medicine on the market isn't just one type? The person who was arrested was just a pawn pushed out. Looking at her wanted poster, Zhang Yu carefully raised a question. And Xiao Xiao, what role did he play? In this, he dialed the number and quickly moved to find Deng Ke and ask him first. At the same time, the phone rang with an error message. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. Zhang Yu checked again, frustrated, flustered. What's going on? Why would he turn off his phone at a time like this? He glanced anxiously at the bus. Don't tell me something happened. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu quickly boarded the bus. As soon as he got on, he anxiously looked around. Zhang Yu was stunned, discovering a crucial clue. No blood patterns. Could it be Xiao Xiao's clone? The bus immediately started moving down the road. At this point, Deng Ke transformed into a pale-faced old man. Sensing something unusual, he secretly looked and confirmed definitely no health bar. It's him. At the bus stop, he slowly got off, neither fast nor slow. Deng Ke slowly weaved his way into the alley. Sensing he was being followed, he panicked and turned his head. Who? Deng Ke frowned, suspecting an illusion. He transformed back to his youthful appearance. Just then, Zhang Yu, hiding in the shadows, frowned and observed. Transformation. No wonder the Night's Watch could never find any clues about him. Then Deng Ke entered his house. He said nothing, just kicked a piece of furniture up. Deng Ke decisively punched and broke the surrounding objects. Seeing the shady scene, he thought to himself, confused. What the hell is this guy up to? He walked towards the bathroom and pulled back the shower curtain. Inside the bathtub was Deng Ke's student form. Seeing the situation, he smirked. Dead. Perfect timing. Deng Ke opened his mouth, his soul leaving his current body. Then he went straight into that body's mouth. A second later, Deng Ke in his current body immediately opened his eyes. He decisively stood up from the tub. Deng Ke annoyedly slashed his old body to pieces. From that, a terrifying aberration was created. It tried to hide, looking for a way out everywhere. The aberration crashed into the window, then turned back and crashed into the wall. He raised his hand, reabsorbing all the aberration's essence into his body. After finishing, Deng Ke happily dripped the product into a tube. Success? A fresh tube of blood source medicine. The next morning, at a towering apartment building, Deng Ke stood at the door and knocked gently twice. His wife happily opened the door to greet him. You're here. Deng Ke nodded and smiled in greeting. Just then he ran out excitedly to greet his uncle. Uncle, look, this is my new house. It's so beautiful and big. Deng Ke asked gently. Looks like you really like your new house. Unfortunately, your dad is still on a business trip, so I had to ask your uncle to come and help you too. He smiled brightly and presented 2 prizes. Here, Uncle brought you lots of delicious sodas. The little girl politely accepted the gift. Thank you, Uncle. She asked seriously, is everything taken care of? Deng Ke lowered his head and confirmed the situation. It'll be over very soon. After finishing his work, he quickly left. On the way, Deng Ke let out a weary sigh. Just then, Zhang Yu, deep in thought, reminded himself, feeling like you've cleared your name is like lifting a heavy burden. Startled, he quickly glanced behind him. Who's there? He sharply reminded in a loud voice. Just read the latest news. A young man from society who often bullies college students ended up dying from blood source contamination and mutating in the student's hands. And that student, in the end, also died because he couldn't withstand the contamination. Zhang Yu hinted at the heart of the matter, but no one expected that these two were actually dead long ago. All of this was just a play that you wrote and directed yourself. He sharply exposed the truth, and your only purpose was to get their blood, to create the blood source medicine. Am I wrong? Zhang Yu coldly called out the name Deng Ke. The man transformed his body and sneered, deciding to admit it. True, I didn't expect that a plan I'd set up for so long would be discovered by you. Deng Ke returned to his original form and exclaimed in admiration, as expected of Brother Yu, you're as sharp as ever. He asked curiously, when did you start suspecting me? Was it when we met in East District 2, or was it earlier? Zhang Yu answered calmly without hiding anything. I had my suspicions when Hehe was contaminated with the blood source. That time in East District 2, you were the first one at the scene. Deng Ke shrugged and mocked himself. Is that so? At that time, I even intentionally let the blood species surround and attack me. But in the end, I still couldn't fool you. Zhang Yu sadly expressed his deep disappointment. No. Although I had my suspicions, I never thought it was really you, Deng Ke. You shouldn't be this kind of person. What on earth happened? He changed his state bitterly. I really am not that kind of person, but for my family. Then Deng Ke resolutely transformed into an aberration. Even if I become a monster, what is there to regret? He charged forward with great momentum like lightning. The two collided fiercely, creating a sound that shook the entire area. He gave him a piece of sincere advice. Go to the Night's Watch and turn yourself in. It's not too late to turn back now. Deng Ke was surprised and asked doubtfully, the Night's Watch. He kicked Zhang Yu aside and choked out his story. If they could have helped, I wouldn't have come to this. Deng Ke growled with heavy criticism. My wife and daughter are suffering from the torment of blood system contamination. Other than the blood source medicine, there's no other way. An ordinary person like me simply can't afford it, so I can only use other people's fresh blood to make medicine to prolong the lives of my wife and daughter. He sobbed in frustration and helplessness. I thought the situation was getting better, but who knew this was just the beginning? Their bodies are constantly in the process of mutating. The fresh blood can't be stopped halfway. I have no other way. I can't just watch my wife and daughter die in front of me. Deng Qi raised his fist and declared forcefully, "So no one can stop me, not even you." Then he brought down his fist with a decisive blow. A second later, Zhang Yu quickly blocked the attack. He frowned and questioned, "So what's with the new house?" Deng Ke froze for a moment, confused. "What?" Zhang Yu sneered, exposing the lie. "That house isn't cheap. You made quite a bit of money selling the blood source medicine, didn't you?" He meticulously stripped away all the layers of disguise. "What? For my family is just an excuse." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu struck at his greed. Power and influence. The money that power brings, that's what you really want. He emphasized a profound philosophy. An evil addiction is like a deep well. Greed is a self-made noose. As soon as he finished, Zhang Yu kicked him in the stomach, causing him to vomit blood. Deng Ke was attacked. He was sent flying by surprise and crashed into a telephone pole. He angrily and contemptuously challenged, "Using your real skills now." Deng Ke arrogantly revealed his true nature. "Fine. I won't hide it anymore." He jumped in and aggressively declared war. "Come on to the death." Deng Qi used his aberration skill and stabbed straight into the ground. However, he didn't see him below. He caught on to the sneak attack and looked up. Deng Ke quickly used his ability to counterattack. Seeing the situation was not good, Zhang Yu moved back. He was smug. He jumped up high and continued to attack. Deng Ke roared and used his sharp technique to stab him. Zhang Yu bravely blocked the attack with his flashing lightning swords. He was excited and arrogant, mocking, "What's wrong? Brother Yu, is that all the strength you have? So this is all a high-tier shadow species is capable of." Not letting him gain the upper hand, Deng Qi produced tentacles that wrapped around everything. Zhang Yu grimaced, blocking the lightning swords in front of him. He casually wrapped them around the sword. Then Deng Ke waved his hand. Defeat fly. He threw Zhang Yu, crashing him into the building ahead. A second later, Deng Ke quickly ran in to check. Seeing no one, he angrily screamed, "Damn it, where did he go?" Just then, Zhang Yu suddenly attacked Deng Ke from behind. Before he could attack, the man had used his tentacles to bind him tightly. Deng Ke crossed his arms cunningly. He laughed heartily. "So naive? Brother Yu, I just showed a little weakness and you were already fooled. I know you too well. Your techniques, your methods, and your fighting habits, I know them all very well." He declared arrogantly and forcefully, "If I want to kill you now, it's as easy as turning my hand." Just then, Zhang Yu laughed coldly and calmly retorted, "Is that? I think you're the one who got tricked." He issued his final warning full of bravado. "Look at your feet." In a flash, a strange green energy swirled and completely surrounded Deng Ke. Before he could get his bearings, he was startled by a violent tremor. The ground suddenly cracked open, and Deng Ke lost his footing, falling freely. He was teleported to another gloomy place, the shadow dimension. Deng Ke looked up and sneered contemptuously, "You think? You can beat me just by entering the shadow dimension." He threatened coldly and angrily, "You think just because you're hiding in the shadows, I won't be able to find you? I am a member of the bloodline. Even if I can't see, I can still smell the fresh blood in your body." Hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled mockingly. "You really do understand my fighting style well." He confidently revealed his remarkable progress. But that was the old me. The me of today, after going through the training at Yunhai, has long since been reborn. To deal with you, I don't need to sneak attack at all. Disbelieving, Deng Ke charged forward as fast as lightning. "You arrogant brat! Your shadow system wants to go head-to-head with my blood system." Zhang Yu was dismissive. He got close to him and asked succinctly, "Try it." He unleashed a powerful attack, pinning Deng Ke down. Seeing the terrifying strength, his heart was filled with astonishment. Impossible. In terms of physical strength, the shadow system shouldn't be able to suppress me. What on earth is this? Just then, Deng Ke froze his eyes wide. He was stunned by the ability displayed before him. That's the power of the blood system. Without wasting any time, Zhang Yu tensed up and closed in. "Deng Ke!" He decisively slashed across his chest. Deng Ke clutched his chest in pain and fled. Next, Zhang Yu slashed at his demonic arm. He dodged and slashed it again at his shin. Before he could get his bearings, he let out a miserable scream. Deng Ke lost all 4 of his limbs and fell backward onto the ground. At this moment, he was hopelessly dying, accepting defeat. As expected of Brother Wanderer, I thought after I got this power, I would have a chance, but this is good too. At least I'm dying at your hands. Do it, Brother Wanderer. Zhang Yu stood silently, his expression unchanging. He silently watched Deng Ke dying on the ground. Seeing Zhang Yu's inaction, he sneered contemptuously. "What's wrong? You can't bring yourself to do it." Just then, Deng Ke, full of remorse, confessed the truth. "Actually, the blood source contamination of He and her mother was caused by me." He let out a long sigh. Then Deng Ke continued his story with a pained expression. "I brought the blood system core shard home. From that day on, the blood system contamination gradually spread to them." He raised his hand as if trying to grasp something. You were right. My family was just an excuse. I just wanted power so much. But great power and influence didn't give me any sense of security at all. The mounting blood debts kept me up at night. But when I came to my senses, it was already too late. I had no way of turning back. Denki covered his face and sobbed, pouring out his heart. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm truly full of regret. I regret that my greed implicated my family. Now I don't want anything. I just want my family to live. Zhang Yu shook his head and questioned him sternly. But at the cost of other people's lives, if your family knew about this, would they still want to live? He stared into the distance with a thoughtful expression. He picked up the phone and made his final decision. I won't kill you, but your crimes will be judged by the Night Watch. Out of consideration for our acquaintance, I hope you can answer me honestly in the end. Zhang Yu asked bluntly about the origin. Where on earth did you get your core shard? Denka smiled faintly and answered honestly. If I said I found it on the street, would you believe me? Hearing this, Zhang Yu frowned in thought. Xiao Xiao said the same thing. Could it really have been found on the street? A second later, he smartly realized the problem. That's not right. How can you just pick up a core shard so casually? This was clearly planted by someone to lure them in. At the same time, a strange energy suddenly sucked all the oxygen out of him. Seeing this, Zhang Yu panicked and quickly shouted, Dunke! What's wrong with you? In a flash, he was quickly surrounded by a ring of fire. The attacker in the form of an aberration was Zhao Qi. Seeing his ferocious expression, he frowned in defense. There's still a blood system locus left. As soon as he finished speaking, flaming tendrils snaked their way into Deng Ke's body. Seeing this, Zhang Yu decisively slashed. Instantly, he was saved and fell to the ground. Zhao Qi threatened angrily and fiercely, Don't get in my way. He launched a series of blood-red fireballs at him. Zhang Yu skillfully dodged into a corner. He got right up to the edge of Zhao Qi, then swung his arm, forming a sharp blade. He cleverly summoned a high-level aberration. Zhang Yu, seeing the situation was not good, instinctively took a few steps back. Zhao Qi seized the opportunity and unleashed a blow towards Deng Ke. Just then, he spat out blood disheveled. As he took the life stone from inside his chest, unable to stop him, he was terrified and shouted, Deng Ke! Afterward, Zhao Qi raised his hand and retrieved the stone. He absorbed all of its power without hesitation. Seeing Zhao Qi about to go through the portal, Zhang Yu shouted loudly, Stop! He exploded with power and sent the high-level aberrations flying. Get the hell out of my way. Zhang Yu shot out a sharp thread. It immediately pierced his mask and fell to the ground. Zhang Yu looked up suspiciously and asked, You are? He was stunned by the real face behind the mask. Dr. Zhao. Zhang Yu sized him up for a few seconds upon seeing him. He asked with surprise and curiosity, You know me? Zhang Yu said nothing, warily getting into a fighting stance. The high-level aberrations rose up aggressively in unison. Zhao Qi issued a cold verdict. You and Deng Ke have been catching up. I've given you two enough time. Now you'd best just retreat. Hearing this, Zhang Yu sneered in disdain. Retreat? You want me to let go of the mastermind behind all this? He quickly smiled and denied his criminal behavior. You're mistaken. All the murders and poisonings were done by Deng Ke. I didn't do anything. Zhang Yu was enraged. What a blatant lie. What do you mean you didn't do anything? The blood system locus fragments of Xiao Xiao and Deng Ke. Who gave them to you? He was furious. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Deng Ke is one thing. Xiao Xiao is another. They were just your pawns. You used them to cause the blood system contamination incident, time and time again. Zhang Yu fearlessly exposed all his crimes. You dragged innocent people into this, turning them into bloodworms. All to get more bloodworm samples. You researched the Fei Shui potion. Am I wrong? Dr. Zhao Qi? His face darkened and he spoke with dissatisfaction. I didn't want any more trouble. Zhao Qi gritted his teeth. Then he viciously ordered the aberration. But you know too much. Zhang Yu stood his ground nonchalantly. He swung his sword, knocking them aside. Then Zhang Yu quickly teleported behind him. Before he could attack, Zhao Qi cleverly blocked the blow. He assessed calmly and cunningly. That was fast. So you weren't using your full strength when you fought Deng Ke. Zhao Qi sneered, turned, and looked down on him. But against me, he squinted and declared loudly, You're just asking for death. Instantly, Zhang Yu was ambushed by a sharp flame. Seeing that a direct confrontation was not good, he quickly backed away. In a flash, Zhang Yu disappeared into the dust. He circled around behind him and bravely issued a challenge. You're the one asking for death. Zhao Qi's face turned cold and he wrapped himself in tentacles for protection. Not letting him escape, Zhang Yu swung his sword and cut the tentacles. Without another word, he immediately jumped up. Zhao Qi nimbly dodged the attack. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and roared menacingly, Trying to run! He slashed wildly, a flurry of sword strikes. Zhang Yu confidently unleashed a powerful technique. Take this shadow sphere. Instantly, the sphere burst into a net, trapping him. Zhao Qi panicked, his body stuck fast in the spider web. Seeing his target was caught, Zhang Yu's smugness was off the charts as he declared with certainty, This time even if you grow wings, you won't be able to fly away. He madly decided to unleash his ultimate move. Activate killing intent. The imposing skill lines shattered his sharp blade. Zhao Qi frantically tried to protect his lifestone. However, Zhang Yu was so horrified that he injured him. Zhao Qi, seeing him touch his only treasure, was startled. He furiously threw him away with a suffocating, murderous aura. "Get lost!" In the next second, Zhang Yu slammed into the wall. Zhao Qi was not happy. He straightened his clothes and said sarcastically, "I admit I underestimated you, but unfortunately you're still no match for me." Zhang Yu, unfazed, calmly retorted, "Is that so?" He cleverly and slowly took out the lifestone. "What if I don't have this?" He froze speechless. "You—" Zhang Yu smugly tightened his grip on the object in his hand. "I'll hold on to this for you." Zhao Qi lost his composure and roared in anger. "Give it back to me!" He aimed his tentacles straight at him. Zhang Yu, anticipating his move, got close and confidently taunted him. "Want it?" He blocked the lightning bolts in front of him, then directly challenged him, "Come and get it yourself." Zhao Qi, seeing the blurry haze surrounding him, gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, is this really your strength? If I had known, I would have taken the shard one step earlier." When he found out, he thought resentfully, "I'm not willing to accept this. I'm always just one step away." Zhao Qi painfully recalled the grueling days. "In order to develop a drug that could resist the abyss, I went without food and sleep for countless days. I poured all my energy into it. But when I was just one step away, my research was suddenly ordered to be halted by my superiors. 15 years of hard work thrown away with a single sentence. I'm not willing, I'm desperate. I hate it, I can't just fail like this." And at that moment, a voice screamed from within my heart. Just then, a mysterious demonic voice echoed. "Are you calling me?" He remembered that fateful day. The abyss appeared before him and gave him a piece of the blood system locus. Zhao Qi reached out his hand in desperation. "The people have abandoned me." He bowed his head before the dark forces. "I surrender to the abyss." The cunning Zhao Qi began to act in secret. In order to cover his tracks, I broke the shard into many pieces and gave them to those who needed them. Through them, I collected a large number of bloodworm samples and continued my research. Those shards, in turn, grow stronger by absorbing the host's blood energy. He dreamed of the glory of his grand plan. Eventually, I can reclaim all the bloodline fragments and stand at the pinnacle of this world. Returning to reality, Zhao Qi roared, determined. I have no doubt. It wasn't easy to get to this point. How could I give up? He furiously erupted and took out 2 mysterious vials of medicine. "If you all look down on the medicine I developed," Zhao Qi madly chugged it all in one go. "Then I'll show you its power." Instantly he erupted with blazing power. Zhao Qi nimbly swung his giant hand, sensing the lurking danger. Zhang Yu calmly hid himself in the shadows. "This guy doesn't have a shard, but he's still this strong. I'll take a step back and see." At the same time, numerous drops of fire snaked their way inside. In a flash, he was dragged out. Zhang Yu, seeing this, was stunned as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible, he actually can pass through the shadow dimension. At this moment, Zhao Qi smugly sneered. "Surprised, aren't you? The ingredients in my researched potion are specifically designed to deal with the abyss." He arrogantly explained its other uses. "And in this, of course, there are also ingredients that counter your shadow system." Zhao Qi, while attacking all the shadows, arrogantly declared, "My potion is clearly outstanding." But those higher-ups didn't even give it a second thought. He gritted his teeth in anger and retorted loudly, "What do you mean it'll cause terrifying contamination to the human body? That's all nonsense. If you want to talk about contamination, isn't superhuman contamination the same? But my potion can unleash even greater power than superhumans." A crazed Zhao Qi flung him through a space portal. And this is the proof. Zhang Yu immediately slammed back into the real world. Exhausted, he gasped for breath. "Damn it, after fighting several battles in a row, my shadow points are almost depleted, and this guy's combat power is constantly increasing. Am I really out of options?" Just then, he fiercely approached step by step with imposing fireballs. Zhang Yu, caught in a spiral of pessimism, wondered pathetically, "Is my path as a superhuman going to end here?" Zhao Qi arrogantly held out his hand and ordered, "Hand it over, and I won't have to do it." He frowned and said nothing. Then Zhang Yu slowly reached into his shirt. He took out his lifestone. Zhao Qi happily reached out to take it. That's more like it. Before he could take it back, Zhang Yu quickly retracted his hand. He stood his ground with an iron will, refusing to surrender. "I'll die before I give it to you." Zhang Yu closed his eyes and swallowed what he was holding in his hand. In an instant, a rich source of power flowed through his body. Witnessing this reckless act, he exclaimed in shock, "You're crazy!" Zhang Yu, in shock, fell to his knees and coughed a few times. Zhao Qi was contemptuously smug. He judged him as an idiot. The danger of fusing with a locust fragment is immense. Swallowing it whole is just asking for death. He arrogantly reached out his hand. "Never mind. At least I'm a doctor." Zhao Qi sinisterly decided to grant him a favor. "I'll be merciful and put you out of your misery." However, Zhang Yu suddenly dispelled the power and rage in a flash. He vanished. Seeing this, he jumped, his eyes wide open. Zhao Qi was terrified, his face pale as he stammered, "How is this possible? I can't feel the presence of the shard anymore." He gently explained, a smirk on his face. It was a little hard to swallow at first, but it's much better now. Zhang Yu calmly evaluated the strange food. The taste is also a bit like dragon fruit. Hearing this, he roared angrily, "Stop pretending! You think a locust fragment is food?" Seeing Zhao Qi about to attack, Zhang Yu calmly retorted. Instantly, a violent explosion erupted between them. From within the smoke, he calmly revealed a shocking secret. "It seems you didn't know. The blood species is the food of the shadow species." Zhang Yu stomped his foot on the ground and announced confidently, "And the bloodline fragment you covet." In the silent space, he had evolved to a new level, ending with a firm statement. "Has been completely absorbed by me." Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Zhao Qi collapsed, screaming in agony. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I did so many things, only to have it all ruined by you in the end." He looked up at the sky and screamed, "Are you kidding me?" Just then, numerous vials of medicine were scattered on the ground. Zhao Qi quickly upgraded to a high-level bloodworm. He roared with hatred, "Kill!" A furious Zhao Qi flailed his limbs wildly. He teleported from place to place. Zhang Yu skillfully dodged his erratic attacks. He chuckled to himself with glee. After absorbing the locust shard, my speed and reflexes have been greatly enhanced. Zhang Yu's senses expanded to an astonishing degree. Moreover, I can even feel the flow of his blood and predict his movements. He charged forward with an overwhelming presence. Next, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate. He resolutely attacked. "Let me try out this blade." Seeing the object that attracted all matter, he exclaimed excitedly, "Interesting. This blade also has a lifesteal effect." Zhang Yu was excitedly lost in his analysis. And not only can it steal life, more importantly, it can also prevent the opponent from healing. Seeing his calm demeanor, Cao Qi roared angrily and charged. Zhang Yu smirked contemptuously. He frowned, channeling his full power. Burning fire! Zhao Qi exploded with power, sending him flying. Zhang Yu reluctantly took a few steps back in annoyance. He frowned, thinking carefully. "I originally wanted to sneak into the shadow dimension, but I couldn't succeed. It seems this form has limitations on shadow abilities." He didn't hesitate to summon a stream of acidic blood. Witnessing this act, Zhang Yu exclaimed in amazement. "This blood flow is way too exaggerated. That last move was too powerful. Did I just rupture my own blood vessels?" He looked inside with a start. Seeing the crimson blood eroding the ground, Zhang Yu panicked and instinctively jumped back. "It's corrosive too." Zhao Qi laughed slyly and smugly. "Just noticed it's too late." Without any mercy, he cursed with resentment. "Just dissolve in hell." Zhao Qi launched a massive amount of blood and roared in frustration. "Die!" He anticipated the move and quickly flew up. Watching Zhang Yu levitate in the air, he challenged him with contempt. "You think you're safe just by jumping up?" Zhao Qi sprayed him with acidic blood. Faced with the chaotic situation, Zhang Yu calmly analyzed the strategy carefully. Although the blood is very strong, it seems to be operating based on his own blood consumption. When his blood runs out, I'll counterattack. He, as if reading his mind, smugly retorted, "You're waiting for my blood to run out." Huh. Zhao Qi reabsorbed the various bloodworms. Then he submerged them in a sea of blood. Witnessing this reckless act, he exclaimed in shock, "He's actually using bloodworms to increase his blood supply." A crazed Zhao Qi threatened menacingly, "You can't escape. My blood of hell will relentlessly devour." Flesh and blood relentlessly spread. He continued to brag about his insidious plan. "And the Night Watch is still busy dealing with the prey I released. By the time they realize it will be too late." Cao Qi began to describe the scene. "First the street, then the whole district, then all of Yunhai will be submerged in my blood." He declared triumphantly like a madman, "Even if you kill me, it's useless. The blood will still devour everything. And you can only watch it all happen?" Hearing this, Zhang Yu's face contorted and his eyes suddenly filled with sadness. Without hesitation, he boldly jumped up. Zhang Yu threw himself into the sea of blood. Seeing this incomprehensible action, Zhao Qi exclaimed in surprise, "Are you crazy? You actually jumped into the blood yourself?" Just then, he suddenly gasped as if seeing something horrific. Zhao Qi asked in confusion, "The blood is boiling." Disbelieving his eyes, he screamed mournfully, "Impossible! You're actually burning your own blood. To boil my blood?" Zhao Qi stammered in amazement. "Is this even possible?" He cut straight to the point. "This should be the end." He flew into the air and exclaimed in admiration, "To be able to unleash my bloodline fragment to this extent. Truly surprising." Zhao Qi laughed arrogantly with joy. "Your blood can't burn forever, but my blood is endless. In the end, I will still be the victor." Faced with the provocation, Zhang Yu replied unflinchingly, "Just talking is useless. How will we know who's stronger without trying?" After speaking, they faced each other for a long time. Then he charged aggressively. "Time to die." He resolutely flew towards him, risking his life. Immediately after, the two of them clashed violently in battle. Zhang Yu tensed up and pushed Zhao Qi back. He gritted his teeth and endured with 27% health remaining. At this moment, his strength was so great that it blurred Zhang's figure. After calming down, Zhao Qi realized there was no one in front of him. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, he laughed triumphantly. "I won C. This is my power. No one can stop me, no one. At that moment, a lightning blade suddenly pierced through his left chest. Zhao Qi coughed up blood from his mouth. He glanced back angrily with a look of disbelief. You actually played dirty. He panted calmly, explaining, I'm a shadow. If I don't play like that, how should I play? Just then, the power within the sword suddenly erupted. Zhao Qi screamed in despair. I'm not willing, I don't want to die. I still have so many things I haven't done. He recalled his tragic memories with dissatisfaction. I've always tried so hard, but no one ever paid attention to me. No one acknowledged me either. So I have to prove myself. I have to be better than anyone else. Zhao Qi declared his intense desire loudly. I want to make those who looked down on me pay. I want everyone to see. I want to be the center of power. I want to be the master of this world. Tears welled up in his eyes. He choked back all his unfulfilled aspirations. I want... A helpless Zhao Qi lay on the ground, then screamed with his last bit of strength. I want... A while later, a weary Deng Ke struggled to his feet after a period of unconsciousness. At that moment, he stood majestically before him and asked, You're awake. He turned and gave a decisive order, Take him away. Immediately, he was handcuffed in iron chains. Deng Ke was about to be led away. He couldn't help but glance back. He saw Zhang Yu's silhouette, standing silently before him. Deng Ke hesitated in trusting him with his final words. My wife and I'm leaving them in your care. Hearing this, Zhang Yu remained silent. Then he was quickly led away. Cut to a small eatery in the city. The fragrant smell of steamed buns filled the air. The friendly shop owner smiled and invited the customer in. Your buns, sir. Please enjoy. He took a bite and praised it enthusiastically. Delicious. These buns were just steamed this morning. They're really delicious. He proudly introduced his specialty. That's right, our steamed buns are very famous in this area. Zhang Yu, curious, quickly changed the subject. Oh, right, I heard from people around here that a few days ago some scavengers came here and caused you some trouble. The shop owner was surprised and complained indignantly. That's right. They think they're all that because they have a little skill, and went and harassed my daughter. Hearing that, he asked with concern, So have you reported it to the Night Watch? Scavengers are under their jurisdiction. He sighed and shook his head wearily. What's the point of reporting it? They'll be released after 10 days and they'll just come back for revenge. Zhang Yu, being smart, immediately figured out his intention. So you taught them a lesson yourself, didn't you? Hearing this, the shop owner was startled as if hit by a bullseye. His eyes filled with sadness and he was silent for a long time. Then the shop owner sat down and confessed, So you found me after all. I thought no one knew. He sincerely offered the life stone. Did you come to take this back? The moment you walked through that door, I had a feeling. Faced with his easy surrender, Zhang Yu asked in surprise, You're just giving it to me like that? Aren't you afraid your daughter will be bullied again? The shop owner expressed his worries thoughtfully. Of course I'm scared, but I can't protect her for her whole life. Instead of relying on something with an unknown origin, it's better to rely on oneself to become stronger. He smiled kindly and offered, Uncle, take these vials of medicine. They might be able to remove the contamination in your body. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, Didn't you come here to arrest me? Aren't you from the Night Watch? Zhang Yu turned around and explained warmly, That's no longer necessary. You are the last one, and also the only one who passed the test. The shop owner held the object in his hand, moved to tears. Inside his subconscious, Zhang Yu trembled. Water. Zhang Yu sobbed, asking himself why. Looking at the horrific scene before him, he repeated in empty doubt. Why is it like this? Zhang Yu screamed in terror, Uncle Lee Fatty! What's wrong with you guys? What happened? At that moment, a girl's figure was dropped into his subconscious. He recognized with shock the beloved girl, Yao Yao. Zhang Yu tried to fly towards her and grab her. However, a teenager smirked and held Yao Yao tightly. Seeing the stranger appear, he sized him up cautiously. You are... Seeing his face clearly, Zhang Yu stammered, He screamed in despair. Yao Yao at the same time outside. Zhang Yu screamed and placed a hand on her chest. Yao Yao! Just then he woke up. An awkward atmosphere suddenly filled the room. She blushed angrily and swatted his hand away. Zhang Yu! Yaoma grabbed his hair and scolded him harshly. You really wouldn't change your ways even if you were dead. A terrified Zhang Yu broke out in a sweat and quickly tried to explain. No, listen to me explain. Yaoma didn't give Zhang Yu a chance. She immediately started punching him repeatedly. A month had passed without them knowing. Today was the last day at the camp, Yunhai Special Training. Yao and I graduated with honors, and were asked to give a speech on stage. I don't like those kinds of settings, so I went to eat with Fatty. Then I said goodbye to Uncle Lee and Uncle Liu. Yaoma and I took a plane together to the northern capital. On the plane, he stared thoughtfully out the window. She sitting next to him asked perceptively, What's wrong? You've been spacing out all day. Zhang Yu honestly expressed his troubled thoughts. I'm thinking, what kind of place is the abyss in this world? Yaoma, surprised, asked back. You said, didn't they already talk about the abyss shards in class? They're all over the world. Zhang Yu seriously shook his head in denial. No, what I'm talking about is in the abyss itself. He shared his new discovery thoughtfully. I always thought the abyss was some corner of the universe, very far from us. It wasn't until a few days ago that I realized the abyss is actually very close to us. She tilted her head, confused. Very close. Zhang Yu emphasized firmly, yes. It's in everyone's heart. Yama, confused, teased ideology. What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly acting so philosophical? Is there something wrong with your head? Hearing that, Zhang Yu smiled reassuringly. It's just a feeling. Just pretend I'm joking. She anxiously offered a practical hypothesis. So according to what you're saying, if one day I get swallowed by the abyss, what will you do? Zhang Yu took Yao Yao's hand without hesitation. Then he swore frankly, I will charge into the abyss without a second thought, and risk my life to save you even if it means facing myself. Hearing this, she was too shy to speak. The northern capital is getting closer and closer to us. The road ahead looks bright, but I still have to be vigilant. Because the abyss is everywhere.